Chapter 1. The Capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The Grand Finals of the 2017 LPL Summer Split. The two powerhouse teams, RNG and EDG, have already clashed in two intense matches under the watchful eyes of the audience, with RNG currently leading 1 o'clock. In a luxurious 5-star hotel room adjacent to the Capital Sports Stadium, Fang Han, clad in casual attire, was live streaming as he eagerly played League of Legends, striving to climb the ranks. On the secondary screen, a flurry of scattered comments floated by, prompting Fang Han to cast a glance. "Streamer, aren't you the substitute top laner for RNG? Don't you need to be at the venue? Substitute top laner? RNG doesn't need a substitute top laner right now, do they? Didn't they win the Intercontinental Tournament with this lineup? Do you even understand the true essence of equality? That's a fair point. Just look at the first match. They won effortlessly, my friend. I have a feeling that this year's championship is destined for RNG. Aiming for S7. Aiming for S7. Fang Han smirked dismissively at the barrage of enthusiastic comments. If it weren't for the fact that I have traverse time, I might have believed that the championship would belong to RNG tonight. Who would have thought that the first instance of a reverse sweep in the LPL finals would occur on a team like this? Alright, Juanza is playing quite well. I should just enjoy tonight's matches. If I were to step onto the stage, a 3 o'clock inclusion would be utterly uninteresting. As soon as he finished speaking, the live chat exploded. What the heck? Is the streamer that arrogant? Have you already begun analyzing the opponents for the World Championship? EDG is on the other side. It's not that easy to achieve a 3 o'clock. Honestly, if RNG hadn't announced it, I wouldn't have known you're a member of RNG, streamer. Sigh, being in such a prestigious team like RNG, it seems I will be relegated to guarding the water cooler for life. However, upon witnessing these disparaging comments, Fang Han felt no anger. RNG and S7 had indeed begun to display the hallmarks of a prestigious team, but it was not enough. Moreover, since arriving in this world, Fang Han had awakened the League of Legends Jester system. Initially, he was uncertain of the system's purpose, but after live streaming several ranked games, he understood. The so-called League of Legends Jester system required him to maintain the persona of a jester before the camera in order to acquire a currency known as Jester Points. The more bizarre the champions he played, and the more entertaining his maneuvers, the more Jester Points he would earn. These Jester Points could not only enhance various operational attributes such as precision, reaction speed, awareness, and skills, but also improve the mastery of unconventional champions. In other words, Fang Han's champion pool now boasted exceptional skills in every champion, except for top laners. It would not be an exaggeration to say that as long as Fang Han played those unconventional champions, his overall strength would rank among the world's elite. But the question remained, which team would require a top laner with such an unconventional champion pool? Meanwhile, within the Five Pine Sports Stadium in the capital, the second match had commenced. In a manner reminiscent of the events of his past life, RNG decisively secured victory in this second match. The score in the finals now stood at 2 o'clock. Fang Han was immersed in the Summoner's Rift, showing little concern for the ongoing match. In his previous life, he had watched this legendary best-of countless times. Now, he did not even need to watch, as he already knew how the plot would unfold. Casting another glance at the comments, he noted that some viewers had already popped open champagne. We won. It was effortless. Truly simple and straightforward. Are we really heading for a 3 o'clock? The streamer is about to secure another championship. How wonderful. Just then, in the live stream, Fang Han was controlling Master E, having pushed through the enemy's top lane inhibitor mere moments away from invading their base. However, the surrender screen popped up in the bottom right corner at that moment. Perfect timing. I clicked it. Fang Han exhibited no hesitation, showcasing the speed of a professional player in that instant. The viewers in the live chat barely had time to process it before Fang Han had cast his vote. Wait, are we really surrendering just before pushing in? The streamer's hands are astonishingly quick. That voting speed is breathtaking. Of course, the streamer is known for never voting no. Those teammates do not deserve to win. Why should he carry them? So this is why the streamer is still a diamond rank. Ding. Earned 100 Jester Points. Fang Han leaned back in his chair, stretching as he observed his exploding base. A phone call came, and glancing at the caller ID, he smiled and said, "Just in time, the takeout has arrived." He'll eat while watching the remaining 3 matches. 3 matches? The audience in the live chat was taken aback. What does that mean? Is the streamer suggesting EDG could pull off a reverse sweep? Impossible. If they manage a reverse sweep, it'll eat my computer on the spot. Absolutely a 3 o'clock, just wait and see. Unless RNG keeps surrendering, I can't fathom how EDG could last until the 5th game. I get it, the streamer is jinxing it. Streamer, jinxing is not advisable. Soon after, Fang Han, with a large bag of takeout, slumped into his gaming chair and opened the live stream. As he observed the skeptical comments floating by, he merely smiled in silence. The next 2 matches would become the most torturous games for all RNG fans. No one expected that despite RNG's commanding lead in the first 2 matches, they would collapse so naturally in the subsequent 2. Moreover, both the commentators and the audience could clearly see the dwindling confidence among RNG's players. The recently exited Zyahis expression visibly darkened. In the RNG backstage lounge, the players sat dejectedly in their chairs, the atmosphere heavy with silence. They couldn't comprehend why, after having controlled the rhythm in the first 2 matches, they would falter so dramatically in the next 2. The pace set by the jungler could not be maintained, and Xiaohu found it impossible to gain any advantage over Scout in the mid lane. As for the top lane, it had long since vanished without a trace. Standing at the center of the lounge, Feng Ge took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's adjust our mindset. There's still 1 match awaiting us." Little did he know, such a statement would ignite MLXG and Uzi's frustrations. What's the point of continuing? Every match, we lose lane control in the mid, and top am I weaker than their jungler? Are we just feeding them to the jungle? The enemy mid laner always moves first. How are we supposed to lane? Are we going to fight a 2v4? I get it, it's my fault, my bad. Letme reclined in his chair, arms outstretched. Isn't it just being the scapegoat? He had done his fair share of that. Seeing the internal discord among the players, Feng Ge understood that if this continued, the 5th match would only serve as a stepping stone for EDG. In that case, Juanza, take a break. Let's swap in a substitute, Feng Ge said solemnly. Although changing players at the last minute is typically frowned upon, continuing in this manner would only lead to disgrace. Despite not having played in any official matches, Fang Han had participated in numerous scrims, ensuring no issues with teamwork. Moreover, this way, even if they lost, the final responsibility would rest with Fang Han and Feng Ge. As long as Letme maintained his composure, there would still be a chance to turn things around at the World Championship. Unbeknownst to Fang Han, who was streaming in the hotel, he had just received the opportunity to step onto the stage. At that moment, he was watching the lamenting comments in the live chat, unable to suppress a smile. "See, I told you, tonight's matches are destined to be etched into LPL's history. Of course, everyone surely has an inkling of who the final victor will be." Indeed, the viewers in the live chat could hardly miss the diminishing spirit emanating from the entire RNG team. "Wait a minute, streamer. Aren't you the substitute for RNG? Why are you so happy about their loss?" I get it now. Is the streamer a spy sent from the neighboring team? Indeed. I am a XX. Everything has been meticulously orchestrated by me. Is that for real? Ma XX upstairs. Send me a dragon blind. A song of despair dedicated to RNG. Streamer, stop watching even if they let a reverse sweep happen. You can't possibly take the stage. Exactly. Coming in at this moment would just make you the scapegoat, wouldn't it? Fang Han observed the comments floating by, fully aware that stepping onto the stage under such circumstances would be no different from being thrust into the 5th match of the World Championship as a last-minute substitute. Not to mention, MLXG had fans, while he had none. Once on the field and unable to secure a victory, the situation becomes utterly irretrievable. Subsequently, one might not only be unable to compete, but even find it challenging to commence a live stream. Yet, the more daunting the circumstances, the stronger Fang Han's desire to participate becomes. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. My skill tree has already been extensively developed. The joy points I acquire from streaming are insufficient for my needs. Only by stepping onto the stage to compete can I garner more joy points. Moreover, I traverse through time and space precisely to alter these recurring regrets, did I not? Fang Han clenched his fists. Typically known for his cheerful demeanor, he now rarely exhibited such a serious expression. As if attuned to Fang Han's thoughts, the phone on the table suddenly rang without warning. "Ah, brother phone? What brings you to call me at this hour?" Fang Han muttered to himself, answering the call and placing the phone to his ear. Soon, brother Feng's somewhat anxious voice resonated. "Fang Han, you're still awake, right? Hurry to the backstage, it's your turn to compete." Fang Han's face instantly lit up. "Is that true, brother Feng? With my dismal hero pool, did you not say I would never have an opportunity to play?" On the other end of the line, brother Feng's lips twitched. This Brett holds a grudge so tightly, doesn't he? I merely spoke in haste out of frustration. Of course, as a coach, I would be anxious watching my player squander his talent at 16 by neglecting the current meta heroes. You remember that so clearly? Hee hee, I know you were just disappointed in me, so I made a joke. Hurry over, the decisive match is about to begin. All right. Fang Han clapped his hands and stood up, retrieving the seldom-worn black and gold team uniform from his wardrobe. Gazing at the golden ID Arthur emblazoned on the back of the uniform, he felt a surge of emotion. Without further ado, he changed into the uniform, careful to avoid the camera. As the viewers in the live stream witnessed Fang Han donning the uniform, they immediately began to realize the significance. No way. Is the streamer really going to compete? It's true. The main live stream has already received the substitution notice. Everyone stand up. Can we consider this the streamer's debut? Let's not forget the good times, streamer. Hurry. Let's switch to the main room. Absolutely, streamer. Remember not to surrender in the match. Fang Han looked at the dozens of loyal viewers in the live stream and smiled, shaking his head. Rest assured, I won't embarrass you, just wait and see as I turn the tide. After a brief farewell to the viewers, Fang Han closed the camera and hurried to the nearby Wuxong Arena. However, upon entering through the back passage, he was greeted by the fans who had already begun their fervent battle. Why aren't the fans of the bathing dog making noise? Did they get silenced by the juniors' performance last match? That last match's Snake Lady was truly a sight to behold. She left the bathing dog blushing with a few well-placed attacks. Excuse me, are you implying that the dog in bathing dog refers to a stray dog by the roadside? Just wait and see, RNG is doomed. What are they thinking, allowing a substitute no one has heard of to take the place of Letme? Do they even understand the 4 Protectone strategy? Hey, let's be real, the 4 Protectone just means having a tank in the top lane, right? Anyone could do it. The fans of both teams erupted into a cacophony, leaving Fang Han momentarily dumbfounded. This must be the earliest iteration of the Pig Dog War, a time when the rivalry between the two teams' fans was at its peak. Fang Han, what are you doing? Come over here. Turning his gaze, Fang Han saw Brother Feng waving at him from beside the players' tunnel. Following Brother Feng, Fang Han arrived at the RNG Players' Lounge, where the other 4 team members were also preparing to take the stage. Juanza, do you have any wisdom to share? Before departing, Fang Han playfully squeezed Letme's shoulder. Letme's emotions were evidently still unsettled, but recognizing that Fang Han was stepping up to cover for him, he stood and embraced Fang Han. Good luck. Brother, don't be nervous, focus on your development, and wait for our AD to carry. What a classic piece of advice. If things go as planned, I fear I might still end up taking the blame. With that thought, Letme's advice went in one ear and out the other for Fang Han. All right, let's get on stage. Whether intentional or not, as Fang Han exited the lounge, he casually threw an arm around MLXG, and the two chatted quietly as they made their way to the stage. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Trust me, we'll hit their top side hard. All right, it's the final match. Let's just go for it. Brother Feng followed behind, pondering what tricks these two had in store for the decisive game. The 10 players from both teams quickly took their seats, while a scrolling line of text at the bottom of the big screen captured the audience's attention. Underneath the stage, a multitude of spectators directed their attention towards Fang Han. Upon discovering this unfamiliar face, a wave of discussion erupted among the crowd. Is this the substitute for RNG that was just mentioned? Who is he? Where's Letme? He looks decent, but when did RNG acquire a substitute? Is the management out of their minds, bringing a newcomer into such a critical match? Are they determined to shield Letme from blame? Moreover, within the streaming room, viewers who had previously watched Fang Han's live stream became agitated. They had just exited his stream and stumbled upon the scene of him adjusting his equipment in an esports chair. It may be hard to believe, but just 10 minutes ago, he was live. Is he really taking the stage? I thought he was merely here for show. Arthur? King Arthur? What can he do against the likes of Redworm and the bathing dog? You little piglets, will you continue to insult him? In an instant, Fang Han's ID flooded the entire streaming room. Simultaneously, at the commentary desk, Miller observed the player's substitution information on his tablet, his brow furrowed. What was the management at RNG thinking, making such a sudden change at this crucial juncture? Or was there some issue in the locker room? Regardless, sending an inexperienced newcomer to salvage the situation seems rather reckless. Although he couldn't comprehend RNG's abrupt decision, Miller continued. All right. We can see that RNG has unexpectedly deployed their substitute top laner, Arthur, who has never stepped onto the stage before in this final match. This player, Miller gazed at the camera, momentarily uncertain how to introduce the resolute and sharp-eyed Fang Han. He did not know Fang Han, nor was he aware of where this striking young man had come from. His speech faltered, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Wawa quickly intervened, seamlessly picking up the narrative. Ahem, the player Arthur, whose real name is Fang Han, is 16 years old. In 2016, he climbed to the top of the Korean server solo queue, which is no small feat for a player who primarily plays top lane. Right, Miller? Indeed, Miller replied. Especially in this current meta where top laners are largely restricted to tank champions, it is indeed a challenging environment. Exactly. Therefore, for this player Arthur to achieve the pinnacle of the Korean server as a top laner, his skill should not be underestimated. Wawa continued, swiftly scrolling through the tablet beneath the desk, his eyes darting left and right, absorbing information about Fang Han in real time. With this introduction, the audience gained a general understanding of Fang Han. So he's a high-ranked solo queue player from Korea? Is that it? If ranks were everything, SKT wouldn't have won 3 championships. Some viewers expressed their disappointment. Then, Wawa caught a glimpse of the information on the tablet and continued. Arthur's champion pool is also quite intriguing. His commonly used champions include Akali, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Vayne, and Gragas. Miller's expression shifted slightly, interrupting Wawa in a low voice. Wawa, did you perhaps mix up the champions? None of these are top lane champions. We have jungle, mid, and ADC champions, but not a single top lane champion in the pool. Is this truly the substitute for Letme? Wawa, somewhat taken aback, scrolled through the tablet again for confirmation. I didn't make a mistake. This is indeed the information provided by the league. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Next to them, Ruofing was also stunned, unable to resist leaning in closer. Ahem. Miller glanced at the barrage of question marks flooding the live chat, quickly regaining his composure to explain. Looking at this player's champion pool, I find he is quite a creative player. Creative is a fitting term. As for whether his champions can bring RNG back from the brink, we shall see. No sooner had he finished speaking than the big screen zoomed in on Fang Han, who calmly adjusted his peripherals. With short hair and bright eyes, his fair complexion and long fingers rhythmically tapping on the keyboard and mouse emitted a youthful charm reminiscent of a high school heartthrob. Observing Fang Han on the screen, Miller's expression momentarily froze before he smiled and remarked, "Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. I have received word that since joining RNG this year, Arthur has only participated in 10 practice matches, boasting a perfect win rate. His enigmatic champion pool has left many teams struggling, including those in the LCK, who find him quite troublesome. However, it remains to be seen how this dark horse will perform against EDG's top laner, Mouse." Miller concluded, and Wawa chuckled lightly, taking over the commentary. In fact, we only possess some official league data on this player, so our understanding is rather limited. Nevertheless, being a newcomer, let us not be overly critical. The mere courage to step up in a decisive match to save his team deserves our applause. As Wawa led the charge, a wave of applause erupted in the venue, rallying support for the 10 players on stage. Suddenly, Wawa turned to Ruofing. "Have you heard of this player?" As a special guest, Ruofing adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, "I've watched several practice matches between RNG and we, and seen Arthur's duels against 957. To put it bluntly, his champion pool is filled with unusual picks, making it quite uncomfortable for 957. More importantly, he can seize strong champions based on the opponent's champion pool, effectively countering bans even before the opponents realize who will be wielding those champions. This certainly raises the stakes for RNG's coaching staff to devise new strategies. Hence, this player Arthur has earned the nickname the Canyon's Woe, causing distress not only to his opponents but also to both teams' coaches." At this revelation, the venue fell silent. After a brief pause, The audience erupted into fervent discussions once more. The Canyon's woe? That doesn't sound like a compliment. I usually hear that term in humorous highlights. But what good does it do? Going against the meta, how can he perform well? RNG is in dire straits, sending in this scapegoat. Hoping to take the blame for you, bathing dog? Let's not shift the blame. Isn't the real culprit your mid laner, Tiger Dad? Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the fifth match commenced. Welcome back to the 2017 LPL Summer Finals. You are witnessing the decisive Game 5 between RNG and EDG. The victor shall ascend as the #1 seed from LPL to the World Championship, reaping the greatest reward of the summer. The players are poised and ready. Let the camera focus on the 10 competitors on stage. Instantly, the screen illuminated with images of the 10 players. The gaze of EDG's 5 members lingered on Fang Han for a few extra seconds. Mouse, observing the youthful visage and familiar ID, grimaced, covering his head. They really brought him up. I truly do not wish to face him in lane. It wasn't that Fang Han was excessively formidable, but rather that the psychological pressure of competing against him was overwhelming. Firstly, one could never predict what Fang Han might summon to the fray or what antics he might engage in during the match. In contrast, while dueling with Letme was tedious, at least both sides engaged in a peaceful development. Arthur, that guy can't play a game without stirring up trouble, remarked one player. Let us calm our nerves. The strategy remains unchanged. We will continue as planned. Mid-lane pressure with Xiaohu, steady trading in the bot lane, and a tank like Trundle in the top lane will suffice. The team captain's voice resonated in their channel. As he spoke, Mouse inhaled deeply and turned to face the captain. No, I cannot play a tank this match. That would allow Arthur too much comfort. At that moment, EDG's mid laner, Scout, chimed in. I intend to play Lucian in the upper half, to probe Arthur's capabilities. Alright, I'll gank bot at level 2, aiming to eliminate Uzi, and then we can coordinate our efforts in mid and jungle, another player responded. I'll take Rumble. Trust me, as long as I hold the wave control, we can dive him at level 3. The conversation flowed seamlessly, and the strategy for this crucial match was laid out with clarity. Coach No shrugged. Well, since you've all conferred, I suppose I will just await your takeaway. Laughter erupted in the EDG team channel, filling it with a cheerful ambience. On the other side, the atmosphere in RNG's voice channel was starkly different. Fang Han. Have you practiced with Makai? No, I haven't. What about Jarvan? Surely you've practiced him? It's not fun. I can't play him. Then what about Cho'Gath? Wind. They've already banned Cho'Gath. Wind was at a loss for words. After coaching for so long, it was the first time he felt the drafting phase of a formal match was this challenging. The bottom duo chuckled, seemingly having anticipated this scenario. Just as the two were deeply engrossed in discussion, EDG swiftly secured Alistar in the first round of picks. Watching the countdown illuminate above his team's heads, Wind sighed. Alright, just pick whatever you can. Our initial intention was to prioritize top and jungle in the first 2 picks, unbeknownst to them. Fang Han awaited Feng Ge's remark with anticipation. He then turned to his companion MLXG, raising an eyebrow and saying, Xianggua, shall we go? Come. Without further hesitation. Both the blind monk and the barrel were locked in, eliciting gasps from the audience. What is this? Are they selecting 2 junglers at the start? The barrel is presumably intended for the top lane, right? Here it comes, my favorite combination of hearty ingredients. Is this a menu announcement? Wait. The barrel isn't particularly strong in the top lane. The commentators, Miller and Wawa, were equally taken aback. The barrel? Does anyone remember when RNG employed the barrel as support? Blind monk as a jungler, and barrel as support? I'm not optimistic about this. Beside them, Ruo Feng observed RNG's selections, stroking his chin. Why do I feel like this blind monk is intended for the top lane? A ripple of astonishment surged through the crowd. The commentators, too, wore expressions of disbelief. This cannot be true. However, a top lane blind monk does exist within Arthur's champion pool. In any case, we shall continue watching to find out. The subsequent ban and pick phase unfolded as anticipated, with EDG selecting the Piglet, Lucian, Varus, and the legendary Rumble. Meanwhile, RNG secured Orianna, Ashe, and Karma in succession. At this moment, the entire audience, including the commentators, realized that Ruo Feng had indeed predicted correctly. A top lane blind monk. As Ruo Feng suggested, could we perhaps ask Ruo Feng to divulge what unique tactics this top lane blind monk might employ? I won't spoil that just yet, as I am not a top lane player and am not entirely certain, haha. A sharp topic was deftly sidestepped by Ruo Feng. The audience observed the final lineups of both teams, some elated while others despondent. It appeared that EDG's composition was superior to RNG's by several measures. Understood. The coach takes the blame. Firefox is dismissed. Stop the cries, Piglet. We will soon send you home. Ho ho, such bravado, Huangza. Rumble against Blind Monk will surely leave you in despair. A top lane Blind Monk will forever struggle for lane control, resulting in one less player in the mid-game. Isn't that just perfect? After all, he is merely here to take the blame. Before departing, Feng Ge surveyed his team's composition, feeling overwhelmed. Yet at this juncture, there was little he could do. Young man, give it your all. From here on, it relies solely on you. Fang Han, do not feel pressured. Pursue your desires unreservedly. Fang Han nodded, and as the game transitioned into the loading screen, his gaze transformed into an unprecedented determination. Accompanied by the classic battle anthem, 10 heroes emerged from their respective springs. Welcome to the League of Legends. Simultaneously, the arena resonated with the cheers of both teams. Go RNG. Go Z. Go EDG. Go Clearlove. Go Xiaobot. The exhilarating shouts reverberated through the headsets of each player, igniting a fervor within Fang Han and filling his visage with martial spirit. This is the pinnacle stage of LPL. Although no cheer currently belongs to me, I firmly believe that in the near future, when RNG is mentioned, my name will resonate in the minds of all, much like that of the legendary dog. The attention of the 10 players intensified as the heroes simultaneously surged forth from the springs. At the commentary desk, the voices of Miller and Wawa echoed in succession. It was evident that both teams had adopted a standard formation, resembling a long, serpentine line. Clearly, in this decisive match, no one was willing to make the first misstep. Clearlove had arrived in his lower jungle, but oddly enough, it seemed he had no intention of initiating a gank. Or perhaps, EDG was planning to extend a traditional LPL welcome to Arthur? Just as the commentators were speculating about Clearlove's intentions, the Blind Monk and barrel-wielding jungler from RNG began to stir. The two boldly traversed the river, directly encroaching into EDG's upper jungle. It appeared they intended to invade the opponent's blue area. What a daring decision. Yet, from our vantage point, it was clear that EDG had neglected to establish defensive vision in their upper jungle. Indeed, they had evidently not anticipated such an audacious maneuver from the typically conservative RNG in their upper region. Within the RNG voice channel, Fang Han was continuously engaged in operations, his voice never ceasing. Dog brother, you should simply log in normally. Sure, Sun Ming. Feign a bit. Cast your 2 skills, and then log in. Xianghua. Let us proceed directly from the direction of the enemy's blue, and after securing the blue, we will swiftly apprehend Rumble. As the minion waves converged, Mouse remained hidden in the bushes, lingering without movement. Strange, where's the Blind Monk? What is Arthur up to now? The factory manager was in the lower lane securing the red buff when he suddenly sensed a jolt of concern at the absence of the Blind Monk in the upper lane. This is not good. My blue area may fall into jeopardy. Can I still make it in time? Once I clear this first wave of minions, I will head over and see if I can defend. As he spoke, Mouse leveled up to 1 and swiftly cleared the initial wave of minions before hastening towards his blue area. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the combined pace of the Blind Monk and the barrels in taking down the blue buff was alarmingly rapid. The level 2 barrel and the level 1 Blind Monk lay in wait in the bushes beside the blue buff, ready to ensnare the unsuspecting level 1 Rumble. The trio of commentators in the broadcasting booth, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm. Fang Han and MLXG awaited the approach of Rumble in silence. Just as he entered the range of Barrel's Q skill, both the Q and D abilities were unleashed in perfect synchrony. Following closely was the sound wave from the Blind Monk. By the time Mouse regained control of Rumble, he had already incurred the slow and damage from Barrel's Q. Without a moment's hesitation, Mouse activated his flash. However, the mark left on Rumble by the Blind Monk arrived simultaneously with the Monk's Echo Strike. The timing of the skill execution was impeccable. The Blind Monk then proceeded to unleash a series of smooth auto attacks. Yet, even with this relentless assault, Rumble surely wouldn't perish. Would he? Certainly not, especially without a red buff. Barrel's skills had a lengthy cooldown in the early game. Nevertheless, landing a flash was quite impressive. Just when everyone believed Rumble could escape with his life, a bolt of purple lightning descended from above, snatching away Rumble's final sliver of health as he approached the tower. First blood. The decree of the Thunder Lord. It was MLXG. It was Barrel's thunder. No, my friend. He flashed in to deliver a final auto attack to trigger the thunder, right? Impressive. Zhang Jiawen from Shandong, acknowledged this Blind Monk. Do you comprehend the match? If Xianghua hadn't T-flashed, Rumble would have escaped. With Rumble's first blood given away, EDG's top lane fell into disarray from the onset. Not only had they lost control of the upper jungle, but even the minion wave in the top lane was ensnared by Fang Han's blind monk. Trapped before their own tower. Even if Rumble resurrected and teleported to the lane, he would still face the dilemma of an unaddressed minion wave before the enemy tower. It was clear to everyone that the blind monk lay in wait in the nearby brush of the red side, ready to ambush Rumble as he sought to push the wave into the tower. Fortunately, at this moment, the factory manager's level 2 gank in the bottom lane bore fruit, successfully eliminating Uzi and leveling the kill count. No need to rush. I will return to the top lane shortly. He cannot contain such a substantial wave, the factory manager reassured Mouse, intending to clear the jungle and make his way back up. With this determination, he planned to seize the opportunity to confront Fang Han and reclaim dominance in the top lane. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Han had anticipated the director's assessment ahead of time. While crouched in the underbrush, he was not idle. He had already begun to orchestrate the forthcoming strategies. Do you fancy assisting the disadvantaged lane? Very well, then do not blame me if I inadvertently lead to the downfall of both your mid and jungle. It is a pity for brother A Guang, as it seems that after this match, he may be unjustly labeled as the one who confines the mid and jungle duo. Yet, such is the nature of the battlefield. Within the confines of competition, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Fang Han took a deep breath and spoke. Xianghua, Tiger Brother, regarding the upcoming landing phase, listen to me. Down in the bot lane, Dog Brother and his team will undoubtedly reclaim their advantage. Our objective is to dismantle their top and mid jungle. The commentators, unable to hear the players' communication over the channel, could only observe the two champions in the top lane standing motionless, neither farming nor engaging. To the uninformed, it might appear as if they had both disconnected. Well, Miller, one could argue that this top lane represents a different kind of harmony. Indeed, it seemed as though both sides had signed a non-aggression pact. Yet, was Mouse truly foregoing experience? The blind monk was nearing level 3, while his opponent, Rumble, still required one more minion to reach level 2. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Mouse, unable to resist, cautiously maneuvered Rumble forward, sensing the experience from a lone minion. Upon achieving the coveted level 2, Rumble upgraded his skill and hurled a harpoon to secure the last hit. However, at that very moment, the blind monk ascended to level 3 from the brush. The latent threat from Fang Han suddenly manifested. Heavenly Thunderbreak. A radiant golden light surged forth as the blind monk executed a swift E-flash, seamlessly connecting with a sonic wave followed by a resonating strike. In the blink of an eye, Rumble's health plummeted by 40. Almost simultaneously, the blind monk exhibited astonishing mobility, far surpassing Rumble's speed, forcing him to flee towards the tower while enduring a barrage of fluid auto-attacks. Wind Rider. A Wind Rider blind monk? My heavens! What a marathon of a blind monk. Goodness, one could enter the Paralympics with that. The scene was almost comical as the disabled champion relentlessly punished the high-tech opponent. Is this a relentless execution by auto-attacks? What a sight. The system notification echoed, announcing RNG's Arthur's victory over EDG's Mouse, forcing Mouse to don a mask of anguish. What is this? He didn't even employ Wind Rider in the scrims. Was I truly defeated so effortlessly? The coach took a deep breath. The disparity in the top lane had escalated to a critical level. This could not continue. No one would be able to counter this formidable blind monk in the mid-game. Once the mid-lane wave is cleared, let us launch an assault on the top lane. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in RNG's voice channel was markedly different. Nice one, little Fang. Truly impressive. MLXG beamed. After all this time, I've never felt so comfortable in the upper jungle. A jungler starting off by clearing all 3 lanes. Such a privilege was previously unthinkable. The once stressed Uzi and Ming now breathed easier. Let us apply pressure in the top lane. Show them that we are not just a 4-protect-1 team. Shiziming, let us play it steady and wait for their bot lane to act. Right. Let us focus on last hitting and deny their jungler any opportunities. As RNG's bot lane duo began to farm methodically, everyone recognized how favorable the situation had become for RNG. The overwhelming advantage in the top and jungle lanes even made them forget about the struggles of the mid lane, where Little Tiger had been trading blows without success. Don't rush, Tiger Brother. Follow my lead. Avoid trading blows with the enemy. Wait for the rhythm from Xianghua and me. Little Tiger nodded, now fully alert, even refining his positioning. Of course, with Fang Han performing so well, losing would make him the greatest culprit. The backlash from the dog fans would be no trivial matter. Meanwhile, after clearing the lower jungle, the pig sister swiftly made her way towards the upper half. Upon arriving in the upper jungle, the empty blue buff area caused the coach's heart to skip a beat. Oh no! Retreat from the top lane, quickly. The coach's warning was timely, yet ultimately futile. A massive wave of minions surged toward the tower, and the beleaguered Rumble, finally leaving his base, found himself at the base of the tower. Just as he prepared to capitalize on the incoming wave, two champions emerged from the brush. Surprise! Fang Han chuckled in front of the screen, while MLXG grinned widely. The two pounced upon Rumble like wolves upon a lamb. The blind monk initiated with a sonic wave that seemed to possess GPS-like precision, pronouncing Rumble's doom. Poor Rumble, without even reaching level 3 within 4 minutes, had already succumbed thrice. As the killing announcement reverberated once more, EDG's top lane faced total annihilation. Watching the blind monk dash away after triggering Wind Rider while Rumble remained on the brink of death, Mouse's expression turned ashen. It's over. It's all over. The coach was equally devastated. After traveling such a distance to the top lane, all he found was his top laner's lifeless body. Now, the upper half of the map was utterly devoid of any chance to contend with RNG. Once you hit level 6, I'll join you from mid to help you recover. With no other options left, Mouse trudged back to the lane, dejected and lifeless, much like a specter. Meanwhile, Fang Han and MLXG returned to base, contentedly indulging in shopping sprees. Observing the blind monk's inventory brimming with physical damage items, MLXG chuckled, "Little Fang, you're leaving Rumble no chance to survive." Who says that? With the current meta, tank items are so strong. If he builds a full tank, he'll be fine. Let Rumble build tank items? Come on. Does that even sound reasonable? Thanks to the overwhelming advantage in the top lane, the atmosphere in RNG's team voice chat was filled with mirth. In times of prosperity, laughter and joy. In adversity, silence, a profound truth of League of Legends. Fang Han cast a glance at the mini-app. Everything was unfolding in accordance with his expectations. The bottom lane was stable in its confrontation, while he was poised to create an opening in the top lane, subsequently collaborating with MLXG to disseminate their advantage across the entire map. Given the current circumstances, as long as the mid lane remained unscathed, there was little to fear. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Fang Han was contemplating this, the game's kill notification rang out. EDG Scout had vanquished RNG's Xiaohu. Tiger Yu. Fang Han, while suppressing the hesitant Mouse who dared not leave the tower, glanced at the mid lane. Alas, yet again, he found himself ambushed by the jungle support after an exchange of blows. Xiaohu leaned back, his face a portrait of regret. Oh dear, I should have waited for Lu Xiyu, Xianghua, to arrive. MLXG opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? For 5 games now, the mid lane had unfolded in this manner. In the face of the Korean mid laner, Xiaohu seemed to trigger some sort of passive ability, his gameplay exhibiting a peculiar flavor. Not only MLXG, but even the duo in the bot lane found themselves speechless. Fortunately, at this moment, it was Arthur holding the fort in the top lane rather than Letme. No, brother who, let us just say it. Play a little more cautiously, and we can secure victory. Once we hit level 6, follow my lead in Xianghua's, and while we feast, you shall certainly partake in the broth. At this moment, Fang Han resembled a CEO of a large corporation, tirelessly crafting alluring visions for his subordinate, Little Tiger. As a time traveler, he possessed a profound understanding of Little Tiger's vulnerabilities in such critical matchups. The triumvirate of the 3 saints and 1 emperor elucidates why Little Tiger holds the title of emperor. It is due to his tendency to either falter or vanish during pivotal moments. This pattern became increasingly apparent during the years of 17, 18, and 19, compelling Fang Han to realize the necessity of rousing him from complacency at this juncture. As anticipated, Little Tiger glanced at the advantageous positions of the top lane and jungle. Inhaling deeply, "Very well, I shall play cautiously and refrain from trading blows." This decision stemmed from the fact that, following his tower dive, RNG forfeited their claim to the first dragon. MLXG promptly abandoned the dragon objective, redirecting his focus to the top lane Rift Herald. In that very moment, Arthur triumphed over EDG's Mouse. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Mouse, sheltered beneath the tower, fell victim once more to the blind monk's lethal onslaught. Rumble's record had now deteriorated to 0-4. How is this even possible? Can his Q ability not miss? Mouse ran his fingers through his hair, his demeanor unusually frazzled. It is worth noting that he had always maintained one of the most resilient mentalities within the team, yet Fang Han's relentless blind monk had evidently breached his defenses. Fang Han's blind monk is exceedingly formidable, capable of eliminating foes at the slightest exposure. He positions himself behind the minion wave, and should anyone dare approach to claim experience, a sonic wave is swiftly directed at their head. Once the blind monk descends upon his target, equipped with a full set of physical damage items, he effortlessly triggers the Wind Rider, rendering escape impossible. Do not worry, I have my flash ready. It will not be so easy for him to slay me again. After succumbing 4 times, Rumble's flash, which had been expended at the outset, is finally available once more. The 3 commentators at the analysis desk can hardly bear to witness the devastation unfolding in the top lane. Alas, Guang is having a rough time. Arthur's blind monk appears to have not utilized his Q ability since the match began. Rumble, having painstakingly accumulated a few hundred gold, spends it all on armor. Without purchasing armor, one cannot even remain under the tower. It seems that this match is no longer connected to Rumble's fate. Fortunately, after returning home to acquire several pieces of armor, Rumble has finally earned the right to contest the lane. However, he must absolutely not venture out of the tower. With the blind monk now at level 6, lurking in the grass, he truly embodies the phrase expose oneself and be eliminated. Meanwhile, the excessively affluent Fang Han returns home, procuring his first major item, the spirit of the spectral wraith. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the audience. Such brutality. He is directly opting for damage items? The combination of Wind Rider and spectral wraith makes one hesitant to imagine how swiftly this blind monk can maneuver. Yet, it must be noted that the blind monk possesses 2 mobility skills, the Eye of the Storm and his Q ability. Why would he need to run so fast? Do not inquire, for the 2 great obsessions of League of Legends players are to grow larger and to move faster. Once Fang Han has completed his items, he lingers not a moment longer, setting off towards the top lane Herald alongside MLXG. Hulk, after clearing the wave, return home and come directly to the top jungle. I shall bring you some soup. Very well, I will finish my minor items and join you shortly. Fang Han glanced at the equipment bar and noticed that the opposing mid-jungle duo possessed no completed items. In stark contrast, he had already acquired the Youmeng's Ghost Blade, while MLXG had synthesized the Sunfire Aegis and the Green Jungle Knife. He could only hope that the coach and his team would not recklessly contest the Rift Herald, as it would allow them to minimize their losses. But then again, this was the coach, the legendary coach from the S7 season. As expected, on the other side in EDG's voice channel, the coach had summoned Scout, and the mid-jungle duo headed straight for their blue zone. Let us go for the Herald and clash with their mid-jungle, he declared. I've been eager to engage them. Don't be afraid, Guang is on his way. Wait for me. I've already pushed up the lane. Just as Rumble cleared the wave, he dashed towards the Herald without hesitation. However, before he could reach his destination, a skirmish erupted near the blue buff. RNG's mid-jungle trio had been lying in wait behind the blue buff wall, and Fang Han, as if endowed with clairvoyance, accurately deduced that the enemy was unaware of their ambush. MLXG chuckled. He observed as the barrel man took a swig of his drink, bracing himself for action. With Lucian and Alistar now within striking distance, Fang Han maneuvered his Lee Sin to the wall's edge. Tiger, toss me the ball, he commanded. Xiaohu immediately understood and placed the ball from Orianna onto Lee Sin. In the next moment, without any communication, the top and jungle players seized the fleeting opportunity and dashed across the wall. The 2 from EDG were utterly unprepared for this sudden assault, and before they could react, Orianna's ultimate drew them together. Faced with the damage-laden Lee Sin, Scout had no time to flash away and was swiftly eliminated. I'm coming. Hold on. Mouse, witnessing the chaos, first unleashed his ultimate from a distance and hurried to join the fray. Don't come over. Abandon me. Hurry. The coach shouted in the voice channel. With Scout down, the remaining champions, a severely underfarmed Rumble and a nearly defenseless Alistar, had no hope of contending against the nearly full-strength RNG trio. Yet, in the instant Rumble cast his ultimate, Fang Han activated his Youmeng's Ghost Blade. The blind monk, adorned with cherry blossom petals, dashed forth. Propelled by the wind-riding assistance he gained from eliminating Scout, moving faster than even a powered-up Master E. Just as Rumble hesitated for a moment, Lee Sin was already upon him. Bang! Without a second thought, Mouse pressed his flash and sprinted backward, but the high-mobility Lee Sin swiftly caught up to him. In despair, Mouse could only watch helplessly as Lee Sin approached from behind and delivered him back to the barrel man and Orianna. The commentators, Miller and Doimp, could no longer contain their disbelief. Isn't this considered a spinning kick? How can it not be? Miller exclaimed. A marathon spinning kick is still a spinning kick, right? One had to admit, the follow-up capability of this marathon Lee Sin was astonishing. Is this the blind monk? Mastery, quickly remove your disguise. Riding on the blind monk. Isn't this faster than riding a shrimp? I'm utterly baffled. Where are my teammates? Can someone save me? Now it was Guang's turn to feel the pressure, starting with a 0-5 score. What on earth is happening? Why does the coach seem to be dragging down all lanes? Nonsense. Isn't this the top laner abducting the mid-jungle? My junior was holding his own in lane. And then he came over and threw it away. Who understands that? The Rumble, kicked back into RNG's mid-jungle, found his health bar depleted and collapsed helplessly. Just after using his flash, he was dead again. This truly felt like a disconnection. Ah, the death flash. On the commentary desk, Miller, an EDG fan, was nearing his breaking point. What is there to play for? Just as his flash came off cooldown, it was knocked away again, and his ultimate is gone. What can Rumble do in the upcoming moments? Doem shook his head in disappointment. Oh dear, Mouse's decision-making here was far from rational. Win team, if it were you. What would you do in this situation? Me? Am I Rumble or mid-lane Lucian? Either way, it depends on what you want to be, Rumble or Lucian. If I were Lucian, I wouldn't have even considered contesting the Herald. Ruofing adjusted his glasses and continued. What I'm about to say may offend some EDG fans. But I must point out that EDG's jungler and mid-laner have taken Rumble far too lightly. It's no exaggeration to say this match has become a 4v5. RNG's top player, Arthur, has completely disrupted EDG's mid-lane strategy. They can now only focus on maintaining the farm in the bot lane and gamble on a mid-game team fight. Professional players are indeed remarkable, even as a former pro. Ruofing's understanding far surpasses that of the average audience and commentator. EDG's composition, centered around Rumble, Lucian, and the bot lane Varus, was designed to unleash its power in the mid-game, making it particularly challenging for RNG to engage in team fights. Even with one core missing, EDG would still hold the upper hand in mid-game skirmishes. Yet, because of this one engagement, not only did they relinquish their mid-lane advantage, but the top tower also fell to Lee Sin's opportunistic push. Oh dear, with Arthur's 4-0 Lee Sin, how will EDG handle the mid-game? Miller lamented as he watched Lee Sin return home, acquiring half an item. It was difficult to fathom the morale of EDG's members at this moment. The top lane behemoth was not simply going to kick anyone he encountered in the mid-game. At that moment, the EDG voice channel was enveloped in silence. The mid-jungle had both fallen, and the collapse had been alarmingly swift. Miko broke the silence, offering consolation. Don't panic, it's just a single setback. Our bot lane still holds an advantage. Eboi glanced at the bot lane's minion counts and items, noting no significant disparity. He then looked at Miko, uncertainly asking, do we really have an advantage? His question left the other four in silence. A quick glance revealed that only Scout truly had an advantage. But with Xiaohu recently securing a kill, Oriana wouldn't suffer on this wave. In some sense, it seemed they could only focus on the bot lane now. Let us search for opportunities down there. I can't hold the top lane anymore. I'll join you below. Alright, let us execute a 5-man gank, eliminate them, and take the dragon. The EDG team's strategy became clear, opting to concentrate their efforts in the lower half of the map while allowing Rumble to see if he could pick up a kill. Meanwhile, Fang Han, who was clearing minions and controlling the wave in the top lane, observed that no heroes had emerged from the enemy's turret. His brow furrowed. What is happening? Are they disconnecting or just idling? I haven't heard the referee call for a pause, so where is Guang? Fang Han scratched his head. Just as the voice of the mid-lane Xiaohu echoed, Lucian in the mid-lane has vanished. What a coincidence. The top lane Rumble had also not been seen for quite some time. Moreover, the enemy jungle yielded no sign of the Boar Maiden. The mid, top, and jungle lanes had all simultaneously disappeared. As professionals, everyone inherently understood the implications of this. Fang Han, not one to boast, completed his line and began to teleport back. MLXG and Xiaohu, without a moment's hesitation, proceeded toward the bottom lane. Dog brother, Youmeng. Retreat to the tower, I will teleport, he announced as he retrieved his second item, the Righteous Glory. At this moment, the audience began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Fang Han is not merely indulging in an assassin playstyle. He is engaging in a parkour approach. Yet I wonder, do you believe Arthur is incapable of executing the blind monk's spinning kick? Nonsense. Even my grandmother could perform that kick. If you brought in a grandmaster, he would undoubtedly accomplish it. Do you truly think professional players cannot? The blind monk's spinning kick? I could execute it with my feet. The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter. As the clock struck 10 minutes, from a god's perspective, EDG's 5 players converged in the bottom lane. Their eyes fixated on the RNG bot duo beneath the tower. The minions arrived. It was time to attack. The pig sister, concealed in the brush, struck first, launching an expertly aimed shot that accurately hit the shielding Karma. The remaining 4 members of EDG surged forward, unleashing Rumble's ultimate, Lucian's ultimate, and Varus's ultimate, annihilating Karma beneath the tower. Even though Frost Archer retaliated with an ultimate to ensnare the charging pig sister beneath the tower, Karma could not be saved. Instead, Miko's Alistar charged in, ruthlessly leaving Frost Archer stranded. Despite Frost Archer using both summoner spells, he could not escape his fate. The previously silent EDG fans erupted into cheers. Woohoo! The bathing dog has met his demise. This was a clear display of disparity in the bottom lane. Do not ask. Just know they were determined to defend that tower, not retreating even with 5 players. Are you all blind? No vision? After so long without seeing anyone on the map, you still don't retreat? The bathing dog operates under the principle that while a player may fall, the minions must be consumed. However, in the next moment, the EDG fans found themselves silenced. From the brush emerged a barrel, and with an E-flash, the ultimate shattered EDG into disarray. Following that, Xiaohu dashed in, delivering a pass that ensnared the EDG bot duo back into the tower's range. Now, the captain faced a dilemma. If he left the tower to flee to the jungle, the bot duo would surely perish. Suddenly, the river illuminated with the red team's teleport, blocking EDG's escape route. It was Arthur's teleport. The 2-item blind monk was on his way. No, EDG must retreat quickly. If all else fails, sacrifice the bot duo. In this critical moment, the captain resolutely positioned himself in front of the clockwork. Iboi, get out of the tower now. We cannot fight this. However, it was too late. The blind monk landed in the river and activated his righteous glory and shadow dream. With his enhanced movement speed, he swiftly maneuvered behind Scout and Mouse, who were outside the tower. Scout, upon seeing the blind monk, reacted as if he had seen a ghost, immediately using his flash. Rumble, however, was less fortunate, narrowly missing his flash. With a swift maneuver, the blind monk positioned himself behind Rumble, executing a kick that sent Rumble crashing into the tower while simultaneously launching the EDG bot duo into the air. Then, Fang Han seamlessly executed an E-flash into the tower, landing a sonic wave on Iboi, delivering a death sentence. In a mere 3 seconds, from the river's dragon pit to the tower, the audience was left in a daze by the series of dazzling movements. Deceptive trickster? I am the deceptive monk. What an utterly despairing kick. The arrival of the blind monk effectively sealed the fate of the 4 EDG players. The commentator, Wawa, shook his head in disbelief at the team wipe. 3 of the 4 kills went to Xiaohu, and shortly after, Fang Han eliminated the fleeing pig sister. After distributing the kills, the bottom lane was entrusted to Uzi and Xiaoming, who had returned to lane. The top and mid-jungle trio remained in excellent condition, relentlessly heading towards the dragon pit. Following RNG's successful capture of the dragon, the economic disparity widened to 5,000. Meanwhile, examining the lane economy, RNG dominated across the board. After this exchange, the atmosphere in the venue shifted entirely in favor of the RNG fans. Oh, why have the piglets fallen silent? Did our top lane giant turn you into minced meat? EDG will never be wiped out. Look at Lucian, how swiftly he escapes. One man. I lead the destruction of 3 lanes, ha ha ha. Still trying to catch the bottom lane? Is that effective? Observing Mouse's player cam, he seemed utterly defeated, laughing helplessly. RNG's decisive play not only granted them control of the game, but also shifted the balance of power among the fans in the venue. The jubilant RNG supporters unleashed a barrage of taunts, leaving the EDG fans at a loss for words. Some continued to boast, while others fell silent. Don't get too cocky. RNG, wait until you catch the bathing dog a few more times, and you'll realize your error. Just wait and see. The captain will land a huge play in the next team fight, and the bathing dog will surely fall. I can't fathom how you RNG players can conjure a team fight with such an abstract composition. Does the economy matter for the blind monk in Clockwork? For Protect 1 or 1 Protect 4, how can you win the game? In the commentary booth, Ruo Feng offered a professional analysis of the preceding bottom lane skirmish. EDG was overly greedy this time. They could have retreated after focusing down Karma, ensuring a safe profit. Continuing to tower dive after confirming the blind monk had teleport was too reckless. However, it is understandable. Who could have predicted the blind monk would arrive at the battlefield so swiftly from the river? Ultimately, it boiled down to 2 factors: EDG's greed, and Fang Han's exceptional skills with the blind monk. Miller and Hua exchanged glances, with Miller asking, "So, Feng, what do you think EDG's chances are now?" "At least 30%, perhaps even a bit more." 30%? You have such faith in EDG? No. Purely from a composition standpoint, EDG's lineup still holds advantages. Ruo Feng remained rational. However, Hua was less so, following up with his own prediction of the win probability. "Feng, you're being conservative. I believe it's already an 80-20 situation. More or less. I also believe RNG's odds are significantly high now." Even Miller, a stalwart EDG fan, could not foresee a victory for his team at this moment. Nevertheless, EDG supporters should not despair. The allure of League of Legends lies in the uncertainty of what may unfold next. Can both factions send their most fervent cheers to the 10 players on the field? As soon as the words left his mouth, the venue erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause from both fan bases. Despite the intense communication among players making it difficult to hear the cheers, the fervor was palpable to all competitors. "How exhilarating, Xiaofeng. Keep it up. The upper jungle is yours, while I feast on their lower jungle." MLXG had not enjoyed such a gratifying experience in ages. Across the map, the pig sister dared not even glance in his direction. "Is Teacher Gua so generous? Then I shall consume our red as well? Go ahead, indulge. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. My family has reserved some for me. Teacher Gua is truly formidable. Come, Tiger Brother, let us feast on the blue." The match commences in 10 minutes. The RNG team, comprising 5 members, boasts a wealth of buffs on 4 of them. Never before have they engaged in such an opulent battle. It is at this moment that Fang Han notices Uzi seems to have grown rather taciturn. Fang Han turned his head and noticed Uzi's expression was somewhat grave. His lips trembled incessantly, reminiscent of self-reproach yet tinged with excitement. Indeed, this marked the inaugural year of the fully restructured RNG, and this championship held immense significance for everyone involved. Little Dog has yet to fully mature this year. It is essential to attend to his emotions. With this thought in mind, Fang Han's eyes twinkled as he chuckled and said, "Don't rush, Dog Brother. Just wait for the team battle. I shall deliver your takeout shortly." Fang Han communicated with his teammates while pushing the tower. The early advantage had been fully established, and the subsequent mid-game operations would be directed by the mid laner, jungler, and support. Fang Han's objective is to exploit the existing wounds within EDG during team battles, transforming the adversary's injuries into a favorable advantage for RNG, confronted with the imminent threat of a godlike Lee Sin. The EDG side has no choice but to reluctantly shift their bot lane duo to the top lane, hoping that the numerical superiority of 2 against 1 will stifle the Lee Sin's individual momentum. Fang Han observed the immobile Varus and Alistar beneath the second turret in the top lane, shaking his head in disdain. Did they truly believe they were safe under the tower? Such naivety. I am not fighting alone. Right, Master Gua? At that moment, the barrel was lurking in the shadows near the second turret, watching the two with keen anticipation. The blind monk initiated a wave to push into the turret, while the barrel had long since vanished from the map. Something felt amiss. "We should pressure out and clear the wave," Iboi suggested, stepping forward toward the tower. Nico quickly followed suit. However, this slight delay provided MLXG with an impeccable opportunity to strike. The barrel unleashed his E and our abilities almost simultaneously. Boom. The barrel's ultimate detonated between Varus and Alistar, propelling Varus out of the tower's safety while sending Alistar back into its confines. Faced with the barrel's aggression, Fang Han directed the blind monk to unleash a sonic wave towards MLXG, just as everyone instinctively assumed that Fang Han had misused his ability. He executed a perfectly timed flash, inadvertently kicking Varus into the path of the incoming sonic wave. This left the rushing Alistar in an awkward position, missing his opportunity to save Varus and bowing his head in embarrassment. Incredible. This is truly divine. What a maneuver. The legendary triangle kill? It is confirmed. The esteemed King Arthur is demonstrating his spinning kick. And this is just the first game. Has he already earned the title of king? My swift movements prove I am a source of amusement, and the triangle kill showcases my skill. Magnificent. No words are needed. Master Ma's triangle kill has indeed been executed on the battlefield. With Varus kicked into the barrel's face, Iboi withdrew his hands from the keyboard, awaiting the screen to fade to gray. This blind monk is now fully equipped. Is there anyone who can intervene? Iboi leaned back in his esports chair, covering his face in frustration. To be honest, this top lane blind monk is invincible. No one can withstand him. It's all right. Let's maintain our composure. If we lose the second turret, we can still defend the high ground. Alistar just used his flash, and Eboi still has his. Let's retreat to the high ground. The team leader observed the crumbling lanes, feeling the immense pressure. However, as the elder statesman of the team, he knew he had to stabilize their morale during such a tumultuous time. Rumble should also fall back, if we cannot hold the second turret. We must return to the high ground. You have your ultimate and flash. The opponents will find it difficult to breach you. Losing the top and bottom lanes means the mid lane will be even harder to defend. The jungles on both sides are shrouded in darkness. And if Scout dares to linger near the first turret, it would spell doom for him. The result? Within 20 minutes, EDG's outer turrets were completely obliterated. Mind you, the Baron had yet to make its appearance, and EDG's economic deficit had swelled to 7,000. The EDG fans in the arena fell silent, quickly shifting their focus to finding a scapegoat within the team. Why is this top laner still here? Can't even handle a blind monk? What kind of nonsense is this? You think you can do better? This classic if you think you can do it. Why don't you? Moment is reminiscent of complaining about a refrigerator's cooling performance while not knowing how to fix it yourself. Is it possible that the team leader is the one who has brought down all three lanes? Bold claims. I, 7 Sauce, could never be the most disappointing. Do you believe that if I, 7 Sauce, fail, I'll leave tonight? Before the RNG fans could voice their opinions, EDG fans were already in an uproar. It can only be said that even among the fans of a prestigious team, unity is not guaranteed. In contrast, the RNG fans cheered rhythmically for Arthur as his close-up appeared on the big screen. Arthur. King Arthur. The Holy Sword has truly come to RNG. Arthur. You are my deity. Arthur. The savior of RNG. The commentators, overhearing the increasingly fervent chants, exchanged knowing smiles. They understood well that after this night, LPL would welcome yet another extraordinary newcomer. Most importantly, this newcomer hails from the top lane. LPL has never been lacking in star players. The mid lane boasts the 4 great mid laners, the jungle has the team leader, and the bot lane is home to the ferocious dog. Miller, observing Fang Han's confident smile on camera, remarked, I have a feeling that Arthur's arrival will infuse our league with new vitality. But at this moment, what matters most for player Arthur is to secure his first championship alongside his teammates. Indeed, until this moment, Fang Han had been consistently calming his teammates in the voice channel. Stay focused, everyone. Master Gui, let us head for the Baron. I'll push the high ground in the bot lane. MLXG turned to him, asking, Are you sure? The bot lane minions are deep, with such a significant advantage. We could engage in a big team fight at the Baron. Rest assured, with their current 5 players, they cannot defeat me. All right, Liu and Hao. Stop farming and head back to finish your items before we go for the Baron. The 5 players synchronously returned to base for replenishment. Meanwhile, the affluent Fang Han procured his 3rd item, which was also his 2nd armor penetration item. He even utilized the remaining funds to purchase a Mercury Treads. The audience was amused. Is the blind monk robbing the shopkeeper? How can he be so wealthy? Armor penetration blind monk, moving swiftly. ISNT this akin to the playstyle of Master E? V50, let me handle this. You want to play? If you go in, you'll just become the greatest scapegoat. RNG is boldly starting the Baron, right under the enemy's nose. Can EDG really tolerate this? Wait, how are EDG's 5 players rushing to the bot lane? Did they just concede the Baron? The 3 commentators noticed the EDG team charging straight down the lane and seemed to grasp their intentions. It appeared that EDG's 5 players aimed to reclaim their dignity through player Arthur. Yet, even if they managed to eliminate the blind monk, RNG's 4 members could still secure the Baron, making this a poor trade for EDG. Typically, in such scenarios, it indicates that a player's mindset within the team is unstable, necessitating a desperate 5-man engagement. Ruofing offered another perspective, causing Miller and the audience to chuckle. I see what you mean, Wind. EDG has entered the phase of leaving no regrets. Laughed, touching his nose, while Miller joined in, chuckling as well. The current situation evokes the image of my brother being bullied, and I'm willing to risk everything to defend him. However, such a mindset is a taboo in professional competitions. Before long, EDG's 5 players arrived in the lower sector, spreading out to form a large pocket. The blind monk, advancing through the river, unwittingly fell into this meticulously crafted trap. Fang Han gazed upon the pitch-black lower quadrant, observing Rumble stationed beneath the high tower, awaiting the minion wave. He let out a cold snort. This trap was rather conspicuous, wasn't it? Sacrificing the Baron, they must be determined to eliminate me. Very well. Let us see what price they are willing to pay. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted as Varus, concealed in the jungle, initiated the assault, unleashing a precise corrupting chain with a swift R. Almost simultaneously, a system alert echoed in Fang Han's mind. Detection of 5 enemies encircling you has met the conditions for the skill-desperate escape. Would you like to use it? Having never encountered such a system prompt, Fang Han observed the EDG champions emerging from the shadows, accompanied by Rumble's devastating ultimate descending from above. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. Use. A strange force surged into his mind, enhancing his already extraordinary reflexes. The skills unleashed on the screen appeared to him as if in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly identify an escape route. However, fleeing without a fight was not in Fang Han's nature. With a decisive action, he used Mercury to cleanse Varus's corrupting chain, advancing towards Varus with an E-flash, executing a swift QRQ that propelled Varus into the jungle, using him as a springboard to burst through the encirclement. Varus, caught off guard, was unable to react or even use his flash before meeting his demise in midair. Upon Varus's death, the passive ability of Wind Rider's Lee Sin activated, granting him increased speed as he dashed through the jungle, evading the remaining 4 EDG members who could only frantically pursue. Quick! Eliminate the monk. There may still be hope. The team leader shouted in the voice channel, controlling the pig sister as she dashed towards Lee Sin with a Q-flash R. Yet, Lee Sin's agile movements denied her any opportunity, evading her skills effortlessly. This breathtaking escape showcased a dazzling display that enthralled the audience. What is this? Serpentine movements? Absolutely exhilarating. Comparable to Faker's iconic Orianna play. Indeed, Lee Sin had not only evaded capture but had also vanquished Varus. King Arthur was invincible, single-handedly dismantling EDG. As an EDG player, I am utterly demoralized. Fang Han's individual performance obliterated any suspense in the match. After securing the Baron, RNG surged forward, shattering EDG's 3 lanes. In a mere 25 minutes, the economic disparity had reached a staggering 10-0-0-0. The crowd chanted RNG, RNG, as they prepared to celebrate RNG's first summer championship. Many EDG fans began to rise and leave, unable to witness the destruction of their base. With RNG regrouped and their forces advancing, EDG had only one option left: to muster their final stand. At the very least, they would die fighting, standing tall. Having failed repeatedly against Lee Sin, EDG opted to shift their focus. With Lee Sin pushing the top lane and Orianna at the bottom, the remaining 3 gathered in the mid lane, determined to concentrate their fire on Orianna. Lee Sin, lacking teleport, could only rush over to engage in a skirmish with a numbers disadvantage. Even at this moment, the team leader remained actively communicating in the voice channel, despite his 4 teammates wearing glum expressions, silent and sullen. Let us proceed with the final wave. We'll stand and fight. Without excessive planning, the 5 members of EDG, fueled by a resolute determination, converged upon the bottom high ground. Just as Little Tiger's Orianna prepared to advance and strike the tower, all 5 members surged forward in perfect synchrony, executing a flawless combination of crowd control. Little Tiger, despite having both summoner spells available, could only watch in despair as the screen faded to gray. What? Aren't these 5 supposed to defend their base? Are they really coming for me? Little Tiger scratched his head in disbelief. The top high ground tower had already been demolished by Lee Sin, and the minion wave had arrived at the Nexus Tower. Were they truly neglecting their base? What good is a base if we can't defend it? Arthur's Lee Sin was already at the Nexus Tower, ready to deliver the final blow. An 8-0. Lee Sin, a superlative performance in the finals. I can hardly wait to get a signed photo with Arthur. As one of his first fans, this is quite a moment. Suddenly, a magical crystal arrow soared from mid lane, effortlessly ensnaring the EDG champions attempting to retreat. Want to escape? Let us settle this in a decisive battle. G, brimming with fighting spirit, charged into the enemy ranks with a barrel, scattering EDG's formation with a well-timed ultimate. Youmeng, controlling Karma, provided a collective shield, watching as the 3-item Ash surged forward. Finally, the moment for output had arrived. Kill, 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 Uzi shouted, as the Frost Archer launched a barrage of arrows at the 5 EDG members. Fang Han, with remarkable foresight, reduced the volume of his headphones, anticipating the impending chaos. It became clear to me why Xiaohu had developed ear troubles after years in the professional arena. The cacophony of the fragrant pot and little dog was simply overwhelming. In stark contrast, Youmeng, who had been diligently reporting information, seemed utterly out of place. Stripped of all control skills and ultimate abilities, the members of EDG found themselves powerless, retreating under relentless assault. The Frost Archer executed a seamless series of attacks, systematically eliminating the EDG players. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill. This fluid 4-kill spree ignited the fervor of the spectators. In a favorable state, the exuberant Little Dog became a formidable presence that every team dreaded. Oh, the way Little Dog pursued his foes. Not a single control skill wasted. The EDG players were rendered helpless. The disparity in equipment was insurmountable. Wawa adjusted his headphones, rising to brace for the inevitable conclusion. As he watched his teammates fall one by one, the captain fled towards the fountain without a glance back. Fortunately, the resilient pig girl managed to withstand the relentless assault from Frost Archer. They've all tried their best. Everyone has put in immense effort. The captain, hiding in the fountain, observed the RNG quintet dancing outside, striving to soothe the emotions of his 4 teammates. It was a pity that they fell just short. They could have made history in the LPL by achieving a reverse sweep in the finals. Alas, it was merely a fraction away, leaving only a profound sense of regret. Meanwhile, in the RNG voice channel, the atmosphere was entirely different. Dog brother, come, let us help you secure the pinnacle. Fang Han maneuvered the blind monk to position himself by the fountain, gazing intently at the pig girl within the waters. Ice and Karma swiftly approached as well, with Karma's shield enveloping the blind monk. Fang Han unleashed a precise sound wave, striking the pig girl. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a second kick. Did he dare to aspire for a pentakill? Did he not know that EDG would never face total annihilation? Was he truly tormenting the fountain? Such audacity from a newcomer. The captain. Execute the maneuver. Surely, in a single match, this blind monk could not escape unscathed? It was a jest. The blind monk's Q ability was notoriously easy to interrupt. Even my grandmother could do it. It was abundantly clear. The captain shared this sentiment. Observing the approaching blind monk, he instinctively maneuvered the pig girl to intercept. If he could interrupt the blind monk's second Q, 3 seconds would suffice to eliminate the low-health champion. Seven Sauce had already anticipated this outcome. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile as a sudden flash interrupted his second Q, causing the pig sister to miss her charge. He swiftly followed up with a W, positioning himself behind her, and capitalized on her moment of vulnerability with a powerful kick. With an audible thud, the pig sister was propelled from the fountain, only to be met by the barrel's hefty girth and Karma's binding chains. Like a startled swan, graceful yet fierce, the immobilized pig sister could only brace herself against the relentless barrage of icy projectiles. Pentakill. As the system announcement echoed, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Uzi, the eternal god, the unstoppable little dog. 5 kills. What a thrill. A quintuple elimination. Look at the blind monk. Sprinting in with such speed. How marvelous. Truly exceptional. King Arthur has dismantled EDG. This blind monk is just as formidable as the director, if not more. Uzi's 5 kills provided a perfect conclusion to this climactic battle. The EDG base exploded in response, and soon the voices of the commentators merged with the fans' jubilant roars. It was evident that RNG's 4 players had commenced their assault on EDG's nexus. It seems we are poised to welcome the new king of LPL this summer. The contest for the #1 seed is drawing to a close. The audience tonight is fortunate, for they not only witnessed the birth of a new champion, but also the rise of another shining star in the LPL. Raise the trophy, RNG. The resounding cheers reverberated in the players' headsets, elevating the emotions of the RNG team to a pinnacle. Zhengyi, he has claimed the trophy. Our first summer championship. There will be a second and a third to follow. Xiaofang, don't just stand there. Come join in the celebration. Where's Hugu? Why is he running so fast? Fang Han, being a newcomer to the competitive scene, could not possibly compare to the seasoned veterans surrounding him. Just as he removed his headphones and settled into his seat, savoring the cheers from the crowd, the other 4 were already behind him, celebrating jubilantly. It was not until Wind rushed out from backstage, enveloping Fang Han in a warm embrace from behind, that he realized it was time to lift the trophy. Little Fang, stop dawdling. You are our greatest contributor. Wind joked as he draped an arm over Fang Han's shoulder. If you don't go over, your teammates won't dare to touch that trophy. As Wind's light-hearted banter echoed in his ears, Fang Han finally transitioned from the summoner's rift back to reality. Champions, we are champions. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Letme, who had emerged from backstage, greeted Fang Han with an enthusiastic hug. Brother, you've worked hard. Thankfully, you held your ground. Letme patted Fang Han reassuringly on the back, revealing the tremors of his hands, a testament to the nerves he had endured offstage. Fang Han felt a pang of guilt for being thrust into such a critical situation, but he truly had no other choice. The pressure of being reverse-swept was insurmountable for him. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, 3 commentators were momentarily speechless, observing the heartwarming scene before the camera. The 2 top laners embraced under the shimmering lights and flowing ribbons. Perhaps, I say perhaps, Letme wished to be the savior of his team in times of adversity. Yet often, one cannot conquer their own inner turmoil. Regardless of what transpired in RNG's locker room earlier, witnessing this moment surely reassured the fans of RNG. True teammates are those who can trust each other and provide support in times of crisis. Ruofeng removed his glasses to wipe his eyes, seemingly lost in nostalgic memories. What moved us most was not the players lifting the trophy, but the heartfelt embraces and tears shared post-match. I feel like I'm about to become a fan, Ruofeng declared, shocking Miller, who turned to him in surprise. Ruofeng, who are you becoming a fan of? Arthur? Well, I do occasionally watch his streams. He's quite a likable player. Oh, likable? How so? When encountering a noble and ranked, he can still smile and give a thumbs up. The 2 commentators were taken aback, and the live audience was equally bewildered. After a brief silence, laughter erupted throughout the venue. Indeed, King Arthur's streams have been characterized by an unwavering positivity. Never say no to King Arthur, that's how it is. How can he still be ranked first in Korean servers? That's impressive. Is it possible that the Korean server environment isn't as challenging as the domestic one? Really? Why don't we see you competing in the Korean server then? Fang Han listened to the laughter resonating through the venue, while the system notification echoed incessantly in his mind. Fun points earned, 1,000. The noteworthy aspect was that such notifications had sounded more than once after the match concluded. It seemed that without lifting a finger, Fang Han's fun points surged effortlessly. Indeed, it appeared that only by taking the stage as a starter could one accrue even more fun points. Strangely enough, his points continued to climb without any effort on his part. As the 6 players of RNG collectively hoisted the trophy, the camera captured this momentous occasion. The roster of LPL Summer Championship now proudly featured the newly crowned team, RNG. The scene shifted back to the commentary booth, where the 3 commentators gazed at the jubilant atmosphere, their expressions brimming with unfulfilled excitement. After skillfully completing their scripted commentary, the trio exchanged meaningful glances and shared a knowing smile. So, gentlemen, as per tradition, shall we select the MVP for the 5th game and the finals FMVP? Wawa initiated the conversation. Miller, ever the seasoned veteran, promptly interjected, since Feng is our guest, let him take the lead. I believe the choice for the MVP of the 5th game is beyond dispute. Indeed, this decision required little deliberation. The consensus was clear in everyone's mind. However, the challenge lies in determining the FMVP for the finals. The 3 commentators found themselves momentarily perplexed. To be frank, had RNG clinched a 3 o'clock victory, awarding the MVP to Uzi would have been unequivocal. Yet, without Arthur's miraculous intervention, RNG would likely have been vanquished. Regrettably, Arthur only participated in the final match, and bestowing the FMVP upon him might not resonate well with the audience, particularly the legion of devoted fans present. Thus, it would be unjust to grant this accolade to Arthur at this juncture. He must strive further. Indeed, the FMVP for the Summer Championship cannot be determined by a single match alone. Nonetheless, I am confident that during the forthcoming S7 World Championship, player Arthur will make his name known to the world. Ultimately, the FMVP for the 2017 LPL Summer Championship was awarded to RNG's bottom laner, Uzi. This outcome was anticipated. Yet many of RNG's supporters expressed disappointment for Arthur. Had Arthur been summoned earlier, RNG would have secured a 3 o'clock victory. In that case, wouldn't the FMVP have rightfully belonged to Arthur? Nonetheless, Little Dog had put forth considerable effort throughout the 5 matches, deserving of this FMVP. And what of Xiaohu? Why did it feel as though he had faded into the background during those 5 games? Let us refrain from disparaging him. My brother who merely experienced a momentary lapse against the younger opponent, awakening to find himself a champion. Fortunately, the final on-site interview was granted to Arthur, the young talent who had dazzled everyone throughout the evening. At that moment, he resembled any rookie making his debut, holding the microphone beside the host, fidgeting restlessly. Of course, Fang Han, with his fair complexion and striking looks, drew a wave of cheers from the audience upon his entrance. Even he was taken aback by the sheer number of fans he had garnered. Could it be that all these fans have been converted after this match? Why are there so many female admirers? This can't be real. Fang Han, having traversed from S14, is well aware of the considerable complications that arise from an abundance of female admirers. The host standing beside him, noticing the situation, chuckled, and remarked, "Welcome to our post-match interview. Today, we are honored to have RNG's top player, Arthur, with us. Now, Arthur, please greet your supportive fans." Fang Han brought the microphone to his lips and spoke softly, "Hello everyone, I am Arthur, the top laner for RNG." His fresh and bright voice instantaneously captivated the attention of the audience. There was no hint of trepidation in Fang Han's tone, as if he had long been prepared to stand here. The host's eyes sparkled as he posed the question on everyone's mind. "Arthur, stepping onto the stage for the first time in the decisive match of the LPL Summer Finals, could you share your feelings?" "Feelings? Let me think. At first, I was a bit bewildered, since Coach Feng had never mentioned that I would be playing. Oh, so your appearance in the fifth game was not part of a tactical arrangement? Of course not. What sense does it make to throw a rookie into the fray? It's more like taking the blame." With that remark, the venue erupted in excitement. Well, that is quite the revelation. Clearly, the purpose of bringing Arthur in was to let him take the fall. One could only conclude that the coaching staff lacked insight. How could they leave such a formidable talent merely to guard the water cooler? He was so young, yet utterly unflustered. Just listen to how articulate he is during the interview. It's rare to find a newcomer who can express himself so clearly while performing so admirably. If the coaching staff had any sense, they wouldn't substitute him out. The host, taken aback by the intensity of Fang Han's words, swiftly changed the topic, saying, "Ahem, how about this? As a debuting player, could you explain the meaning behind your ID?" Little did he know that Fang Han's next statement nearly derailed the entire broadcast. "Ah, it's just the character from that other game next door." The audience erupted in laughter. "Wow, you truly are the legendary Shinno." "Oh no, League of Legends has been completely infiltrated by that other game. What's so strange about it? I play both games." It was evident that playing both games had indeed contributed to the enhancement of his skills. "Stop talking nonsense. Tell us how much you've earned from that other game. Can Fuji really tolerate this? Shouldn't this player be silenced?" "Shut your mouth, you piglet. Can't stand to see our RNG players do well, can you?" Hearing the audience's jeers and uproar, the host quickly responded in a joking manner. "Are you sure you're not referring to the legendary King Arthur from British lore?" One could say that," Fang Han replied, clearly noticing the host's growing discomfort. Fortunately, he provided a timely exit from this precarious topic, allowing it to be bypassed. Fun points earned, 5,000 points. This single topic garnered Fang Han 5,000 fun points. It was certainly worth it. Although Fang Han had mastered the peculiar heroes, the recent match had unlocked a new feature in the system, the ability to recreate iconic moments. By fulfilling specific conditions, Fang Han could relive famous scenes from his past life. The earlier escape from a dire situation was the first iconic moment granted by the newly unlocked feature. Each iconic moment required a certain number of attribute points and fun points for unlocking. Attribute points were not a concern, as Fang Han had already maximized what he could. The next step was to accumulate fun points to unlock even more iconic moments. After the interview, he planned to return to the hotel and thoroughly study this new feature. He had a feeling that this new function would enhance his abilities more than proficiency and attribute points ever could. As Fang Han engaged in the interview, he could not help but chuckle. Coincidentally, the interview was reaching its conclusion. The host, with a smile, posed the final question. "So, for the last question, Arthur, you are about to participate in the S7 World Championship. This marks the first time the finals will be held in my allied nation. Could you share your outlook or aspirations for the future?" As the words fell, the smile on Fang Han's face froze. Oh, Season 7. What a regrettable yet unforgettable chapter it was. It was during that time that I first delved into the realm of competition, having begun my journey with Season 7. The trio of ideals, pursue your dreams, never give up, and the shattered aspirations of Faker at the Bird's Nest remain etched in my memory. Fang Han took a deep breath, his expression transforming into one of unwavering determination and seriousness. He gazed directly into the camera, extending his right index finger and declaring, "The goal is the championship. I am on my way, ready to embrace the challenges from all of you." This proclamation ignited a fervor both in the venue and among the online viewers. No one could have anticipated that such audacious and self-assured words would emanate from a substitute player of RNG. What a bold young man. I admire that. Indeed, such audacity is commendable. When else would the youth display such fervor if not now? Boldness is the essence of youth. This year's finals coincides with player Arthur's birthday. May he celebrate it in the Bird's Nest. Wait, have you all gathered information so swiftly? Have you already discovered his birthday? Never underestimate the information-gathering prowess of the fans. The interview concluded. The trio of commentators on the stage gazed at Arthur as he departed, a wave of emotions washing over them. Miller observed the eager expression on Ruo Feng's face and teased, Ruo Feng, looking at Arthur, it's as if you're seeing your own 16-year-old self. No. I certainly wasn't as formidable as Arthur at 16. Haha. Ruo Feng is far too modest. However, witnessing such a promising junior emerge brings us seasoned veterans immense joy. Ruo Feng nodded, in full agreement with the commentator's sentiments. At least until the core player meme surfaced, he was regarded as a senior within the community. The charming commentator, Wawa, concluded the evening with a cheerful note. In summary, our LPL schedule for this year officially comes to a close at this moment. Dear viewers, we shall meet again at the World Championship. Good night, everyone. As the three commentators bid goodnight to the audience, the domestic LPL events for the entire year concluded splendidly. The Spring Split champion, We, and the Summer Split champion, RNG, both brought surprises and new dynamics to the LPL. The upcoming S7 World Championship is truly something to anticipate. Hey, Fang Han, don't rush off so quickly. The team agreed to go for hot pot later. Fang Han was momentarily taken aback. Just as he finished packing his bag and was about to leave, he was called to a halt by the RNG staff. Fang Han? I would never presume to regard myself as divine. It would be quite unfortunate to inadvertently offend a deity, wouldn't it? Hiki. Fang Han's playful side emerged uncontrollably. The mere thought of others referring to him as Fang Han in the future made him involuntarily hum with amusement. Just then, Mlxg and Letme emerged from the lounge, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. Noticing Fang Han heading towards the back door, Mlxg approached with a smile, grasping his shoulder. What are you up to? Tonight? You are the true hero, Fang Han. You should accompany us through the front door. He continued, also, if there's anything you'd like to eat, just let us know in the group chat. Li Yuanhao has already gone ahead to place the orders. Seeing that even Xiangguo referred to him as Fang Han, Fang Han reluctantly accepted this new moniker. However, the fact that it was Xiaohu who was ordering the food suggested that he, too, recognized that Fang Han's performance had not been up to par this evening. Fang Han scratched his head and opened the chat group on his phone. However, he soon discovered a critical issue, that, Teacher Gua, what's the matter? Don't you want to have hot pot? No, it's just that I'm not in your group chat. Mlxg and Letme exchanged glances. It was only then that they realized Fang Han, as a substitute, had never been included in the official players group. Oh no. I completely forgot about this. Don't worry, I'll add you to the group. In the next moment, Fang Han was pulled into the group chat by Letme. After ordering the dishes, he followed the two outside. The fans, who had been waiting for a long time, erupted in cheers upon seeing the trio. Arthur has come out. This is our RNG's top jungle duo. Do you have such a top duo in your team? A team with two distinct styles of premier top laners. How fortunate we are. RNG and B, go seize your next championship. The three of them exchanged their signature business smiles, acknowledging the enthusiastic fans outside. Fang Han even naturally assisted several lovely female fans with their autographs. As for photos, they decided against it, as they were in a hurry to enjoy hot pot. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, they found that most of the dishes had already been served. However, none of the patrons were willing to pick up their chopsticks until the trio arrived. Feng Ge pulled Fang Han to sit in the center, positioning him next to Uzi and himself. Could this be considered a successful elevation in status, being able to dine at the same table as Dog and Hu? Fang Han couldn't help but think this way. The celebration feast had concluded, yet the members of RNG, still brimming with enthusiasm, decided to head to the KTV, intending to revel for the entire night. As he listened to Xiaohu showcasing his vocal prowess, once again performing the infamous Liar's Anthem, Fang Han sat on the sofa, clapping and laughing heartily. Truly deserving of his renowned reputation in the industry, Le Shurjan's voice was as if he had swallowed a handful of needles. Fang Han covered his face, striving to conceal his emotions. Meanwhile, the other team members had already succumbed to fits of laughter. Li Yuanhao remarked that it seemed the time had come for your personal music video to commence production. It is decided. Let us sing about deception. Once the World Championship concludes, filming will begin. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness the sharp critiques from across the internet. Xiaohu, let us have another song. Fang Han swiftly immersed himself in the camaraderie of the group. The post-match celebration banquet and KTV team-building activities rapidly bridged the gap among the 6 individuals. At 3 in the morning, the weary group finally sauntered out of the KTV. Initially, several members contemplated a night of revelry, but as the evening progressed, many, including Xiaohu, found their voices hoarse. Considering the imminent S7 World Championship awaiting them, they collectively decided to retire early for rest. Upon returning to the RNG base, Fang Han bid farewell to the 5 individuals and returned to his room alone. The RNG player dormitory consists of double occupancy rooms. Yet Fang Han currently resides in what was once a storage room. In terms of size, it is significantly smaller than the player dormitories, and it is fortunate that it accommodates a single occupant. Nevertheless, Fang Han feels quite content. Within this modest space, there lies a bed, a wardrobe, a desk with a computer, which is more than sufficient. Fang Han, after finishing his bath, reclined onto his soft little bed and immediately activated the system within him. At long last, he had the opportunity to explore the new features. The scene simulation function? It must have been triggered during the 5th extreme escape attempt. Fang Han crossed his legs and closed his eyes to activate the system's iconic scene simulation function. Upon opening the soft blue panel, he was greeted by a series of familiar player portraits. Uzi, the factory manager, MLXG, Smile, and Ruo Feng. Even the future champions such as the Shy, Jimgun, and Nuguri, who had yet to rise to prominence, were presented with dedicated classification interfaces. Let us casually select one to examine. Let us take a look at Brother Shy first. With that said, Fang Han's mind stirred slightly as he entered the Shy's categorized interface. Before him, the screen transformed, revealing the all-too-familiar map of Summoner's Rift. With a series of chimes, red dots began to illuminate the entire map, each representing a memorable moment crafted by the Shy in those very locations. Every corner of the rift was dominated by the Shy's illustrious highlights. Fang Han was entranced, sequentially replaying each iconic moment, seemingly savoring the nostalgia of watching those matches in a past life. Truly, a man who single-handedly altered the landscape of the top lane. From S7 to S13, so many unforgettable scenes. The anticipation is palpable, imagining a confrontation with the peak form of Shy from S8 stirs one's very blood. Fang Han felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, prompting him to sit up and select the iconic scenes he wished to unlock. According to the system, by merely expending joy points, he could unlock these renowned moments. Furthermore, these iconic scenes would function as passive skills, automatically activating upon meeting specific triggering conditions during the game. In essence, the more iconic scenes he unlocked, the stronger he would become. Fang Han's excitement grew with each passing moment as he promptly accessed a renowned scene from the journey. However, upon discovering the exorbitant cost of unlocking this iconic moment in terms of joy points, his eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000 joy points to unlock a single renowned scene? Why doesn't the system just seize it? The quantity of joy points required for unlocking such moments correlates with the player's prowess, allowing the host to initially unlock scenes at a more modest cost. More modest scenes? I scarcely regard them. The likes of Neo 2 Mami and Mu Gong are not merely goals, but icons for aspiring solo players in the future. Furthermore, figures such as Saint Gun and Duke have always graced the illustrious position of the top lane. Fang Han glanced at his modest savings of entertainment points, realizing he could barely unlock 2 iconic moments of the Shy. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go for it. Worst case scenario, he could stream more this month and earn back additional entertainment points. Despite the pinch in his wallet, Fang Han steadfastly unlocked the 2 remarkable moments of the Shy. Do not inquire further. The opportunity for a legendary play stands before me, and I must ponder whether this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To revive the glory of domestic top-lane champions is a duty we cannot shirk. However, the simulated function for iconic moments encompasses not only those of top-lane players, but also features players from all 3 lanes across various leagues. Fang Han glanced at the lengthy classification list and let out a soft sigh. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. This is merely the endeavor to unlock the iconic moments of the Shy, and it has already consumed so much effort. One can scarcely imagine the magnitude required to unlock the legendary moments of Faker. Plop. Fang Han reclined back onto his bed and promptly set an alarm on his phone for 10 o'clock a.m. He then proceeded to the notification group designated for his live broadcasts, where he amended the group announcement. In the lead-up to the World Championship, I shall continue to stream incessantly, commencing each day at 10 in the morning. Dear friends, do not forget to join the live stream to witness the host entertain you. Having accomplished all of this, Fang Han tossed his phone aside, extinguished the light, and succumbed to a deep slumber. This year's World Championship was particularly advantageous for the 3 LPL teams embarking on their journey. Competing on home soil afforded them ample preparation time. To celebrate their victory in the summer season, the management of RNG generously announced an entire week of leave early in the morning. The atmosphere was vibrant, with cheers echoing as Uzi, Youmeng, and a few others, unburdened by the pressures of streaming hours, eagerly discussed plans for a trip, intending to enjoy the vicinity of the city where the group stage would take place. Xiaofang, what do you say? Will you join us? Upon receiving Uzi's invitation, Fang Han smiled and gently shook his head in decline. No, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall use this break to catch up on my streaming hours. The RNG members exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a sense of regret. They all understood that as a substitute, Fang Han's salary was modest, and to improve his living conditions, he had to dedicate himself to streaming relentlessly. MLXG stepped forward, clasping Fang Han's shoulder, and said, "It's all right. I will stay at the base with you to stream. I still have some hours left to complete." Fang Han felt a warmth in his heart. Despite MLXG's frequent use of profanity and his fiery temperament, he treated his teammates well. After all, the current MLXG is the esteemed jungle king, not the retired stock market guru. All right, Teacher Gua, let's duo Q together. I'll help you reach the top 10 in Korean servers. Is that for real? Aren't you the one who hesitates when faced with decisions? Not at all. That's just when my teammates lack the will to win. Duo queuing will surely be different. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Thus, the two brothers strolled toward the training room, arms around each other's shoulders, laughing heartily. Xiaohu, observing their departure, suddenly dropped his backpack, as if struck by a thought. How about we schedule a few more practice matches? Fang Han settled into his corner, launching the live streaming application. As the broadcast commenced, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in, filling the screen with a barrage of comments. Oh, the host has arrived. Arthur, how diligently Fang Shan is working. Is he firmly securing the top spot? Host, could you possibly perform that act again today? You know, the one where you say I am not playing anymore. Let us vote. Fang Han gazed at the exponentially increasing number of viewers in the live stream, feeling a sense of gratitude. It seemed that the final match had garnered considerable attention, bringing in numerous fans eager to witness the spectacle. This was indeed fortuitous, as it would significantly expedite the process of accumulating delightful moments. Was there a way to further captivate more viewers in the live stream? Fang Han cast a sidelong glance at MLXG, who was seated behind him. With this thought, he promptly altered the title of his live stream, Duo Q with Teacher Gua, aiming for the top 10 in Korean server. As expected, upon changing the title, an increasing number of viewers began to flock to Fang Han's stream. Upon entering, the comments flowed. Who is King Arthur? Are you duo queuing from the jungle? How intriguing. What about the Emperor? Has he left the palace? Oh no, has the Emperor been overshadowed by King Arthur? Don't let me down, Teacher Gua. If you dare to vote, you'll be trending tomorrow. No worries, we won't need to intervene. Teacher Gua will surely scold him back to his senses. Without further ado, after a few casual exchanges with the audience, Fang Han and MLXG embarked on their duo queue adventure. Both of their ranks in the Korean server were not particularly high, merely sitting at 2 diamonds. In fact, due to Fang Han's unwavering stance against surrendering, his rank had even plummeted to Platinum I. Before long, they matched into a game. As they entered the champion selection screen, MLXG turned to him and inquired, "Function, what shall we play?" "I'll take Graves," he replied. "Teacher Gua, just relax. It's only ranked, no need to unleash your ultimate skills." "Well, since you said so, I shall pick Nunu then. Rest assured, I can carry with ease." Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. Upon witnessing MLXG's selection of the Pig Sister champion, he did not hesitate to lock in the Wuju Sword Saint. The live chat exploded. Wait, is that not a top lane Sword Saint? The path of the Wuju. My bronze brethren approve. Can we not bring real money into this? Sword Saint in the top lane. Is it that casual in the Korean diamond tier? With this champion in the top lane, isn't it a guaranteed catch? Not only the audience in the live chat, but even MLXG turned to look, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Is this truly your specialty? Aside from top lane champions, all others are my forte. This move with the Sword Saint has surely frightened his Korean teammates. Indeed, after Fang Han selected the Sword Saint, the team channel in the bottom left corner erupted. A flurry of Korean characters filled the screen, and though the content was indecipherable, it was evident they were questioning Fang Han's choice of champion. New viewers remained skeptical, while seasoned spectators had long since grown accustomed to this. Brothers, do not be alarmed. It's just the host's usual antics. It is indeed the case that if teammates do not express doubt, that would be the real concern. Once the host selects such champions, it signifies his earnest intent. If my intuition serves me right, a teammate is soon to be eliminated. One can only say that the seasoned viewers understand Fang Han all too well. In the next moment, Fang Han and MLXG returned to the matchmaking interface, where yet another teammate was quickly eliminated. Ha ha ha, these cowardly players, they seem to be afraid of something unknown. MLXG chuckled merrily. Fang Han leaned back against the chair, shrugged his shoulders and remarked, as for those fellows, most of them are quite timid. Teacher Guo, do not rush. We still have a few more seconds to go. Fang Han took a sip of mineral water, already beginning to close his eyes in a state of relaxation. MLXG's lips twitched slightly, aware that this was a testament to his experience. Unbeknownst to them, a week had quietly slipped away. True to his word, Fang Han once again surged into the top 10 of the Korean server after a year's absence. MLXG also made his way into the top 10 of the Korean server. On the chartered bus to Wuhan, MLXG sat beside Fang Han, scrolling through his phone while reminiscing about the week's journey of climbing ranks. Fengshin, you're incredible. This is the first time I've played a tank and reached the top 10 in the Korean server. Fang Han chuckled softly. There was no other option. If I wanted to play C in this version, it was imperative for Teacher Guo to select a blue-collar jungler for the greater good. It mattered little. Blue-collar was just blue-collar. With the current strength of tank builds, as long as victory was within reach, it sufficed. If brother who could master a tank in the mid lane. I have another strategy one could employ. Upon hearing this, MLXG's eyes widened with intrigue. Another strategy. Well, of course. I wonder if Teacher Guo has noticed the recent rise of the incense monster in the Korean server? The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. The incense monster? MLXG was all too familiar with it. During that period, the scripts featuring RNG's substitute player executing the A-monster strategy had gone viral on Korean social media. Even their coach, Feng Ge, had urgently assigned new training tasks to the bottom lane duo. However, it was puzzling to MLXG why Feng Ge had not included him in the starting lineup. With a shake of his head, MLXG sighed softly. After duo queuing with Fang Han for a month, it felt rather disheartening to return to the upper lane's Letme's pressure-resistant composition. Fang Han did not perceive anything inappropriate, as the contract he signed was not originally a starting contract. Now stepping up to play as a starter would undoubtedly allow Letme to reap significant benefits, which simply cannot be allowed. Fang Han is not one to suffer losses without reason. Noticing Fang Han's prolonged silence, MLXG assumed he was feeling down and immediately offered words of comfort. Try to think positively. Perhaps Feng Ge intends to regard you as a secret weapon? A secret weapon? I see it more as a firefighter and scapegoat. Yet, there exists a possibility of that, so bear with it. Surely a promising contract awaits you next year. To be honest, even if RNG's contract were presented to me, I would hesitate to sign it. Fang Han chuckled, and MLXG could not help but cover his mouth in laughter. It is universally acknowledged that there are issues with RNG's contracts. However, the compensation offered is simply too generous to ignore. A day later, the entire RNG team arrived in Wuhan and checked into a 5-star hotel near the venue. The training room had been beautifully renovated, and upon seeing the 7 computers and a small screen for review, Fang Han paused momentarily. 7 computers? Could it be that I have a part in this? Behind him, Brother Feng laughed heartily, pressing Fang Han's shoulder and guiding him to sit at one of the computers. Of course, what else would you be doing here? On a vacation? No need for that. I'm from around here and have long grown weary of it. Ha 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 ha. The training room was filled with joyous laughter. However, soon after, RNG officially announced the starting roster for the group stage. Upon discovering that Arthur remained in the substitute position for top lane, an uproar of doubt arose among many RNG fans. What? Are they switching players after a victory? Is the coaching staff playing games? Can Wahoo perform adequately? If not, should he just leave? Everyone, please remain calm. Is it possible this is a decision made by the management? I have long harbored disdain for those in management. Do they even have the game client? Mere cloud players? Are they treating Feng Shun as a scapegoat, summoning him at will? Despite witnessing so many netizens advocating for him, Fang Han showed no intention of contesting the starting position with Letme. In a team, the most vital aspect is internal cohesion. Moreover, in the realm of esports, victory and defeat dictate everything. As long as RNG prevails, it matters not who takes the stage. Fang Han sat quietly in the training room, awaiting the results of the group draw for the competition. Observing the other members engaged in fervent discussions nearby, he let out a soft sigh. It was evident that the RNG members were oblivious to the fate that awaited them this year. There had been moments of glory, where titans clashed and battles extended over 5 grueling matches, altering destinies. Recalling that fateful night in his past life sent a shiver down Fang Han's spine. The 5-game Galio saga had become a nightmare for both RNG fans and players alike. Who could have anticipated that the dream of LPL's rise would be mercilessly shattered right at their doorstep? Nevertheless, A flicker of hope lingered in Fang Han's heart. What if RNG's group this time differed from that of his previous life? After all, this iteration of RNG was the top seed. However, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Upon seeing the identical groupings as before, Fang Han felt a chill envelop him. Meanwhile, the other members, relieved by what appeared to be a favorable draw, jubilantly popped open champagne. This grouping is quite manageable. We should advance with ease, they remarked. Surely, they don't seem particularly strong. We can't possibly falter in the group stage. That would be utterly humiliating. Let us get to training. At that moment, upon hearing the words falter in the group stage, Fang Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. He wasn't mocking the RNG members. Rather, he was reminded of EDG from his past life. The keywords 10,000 gold, mid lane, and Leona were enough to evoke a chuckle. Fortunately, in this life, EDG was embarking on the global finals as the second seed. The early exit of a second seed team from the group stage would at least spare the fans from utter disappointment. In this light, EDG supporters should indeed express their gratitude towards him. Fang Han shook his head with a smile. At that moment, Letme approached and placed a hand on Fang Han's shoulder. Fang, what troubles you? Fang Han repressed his smile and cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, it's nothing. Keep it up, Juanza. Just don't expect me to take the blame when the time comes. Detecting the playful undertone in Fang Han's words, Letme offered an awkward smile. If we can't even advance past the group stage, I might as well retire outright. All right then, don't push yourself too hard. If it comes to it, I wouldn't mind stepping in as a last resort once more. Having said that, he concluded. Fang Han rose to his feet and gently patted Letme on the shoulder, as if entrusting all his hopes to him. Letme seemed to sense Fang Han's intentions and, watching him leave the training room, clenched his fist. After all, I am a starter. How can I allow my junior to worry so? Having rested adequately, it is time to focus on training. After several days of relentless effort, the RNG team successfully advanced from the group stage. Meanwhile, EDG's failure in the same stage struck a heavy blow to the fans of the LPL region. Fortunately, we from another group lived up to expectations, also advancing from their group and securing a spot in the top 8. In the subsequent quarterfinals, despite facing numerous challenges, RNG triumphed over FNC. It must be said that the internet audience tends to forget easily. The continuous victories seemed to have overshadowed Fang Han's presence on the bench. Until October 28, 2017, the day of the first semifinal of the S7 World Championship, when RNG faced off against the three-time champions, SKT. Here it is, facing SKT. Oh, should the three-time champions just surrender? Is there no fight left in them? Are they merely here to betray? What kind of cowardice is this? To consider defeat before the battle has even begun? Could it be that they genuinely believe RNG can triumph over SKT? Will we succeed? Our LPL's top seed? First, let us believe, then question. I wish to witness an LPL showdown in the bird's nest. I implore you, RNG. Make it to the finals and forge a new chapter in LPL history. This evening, Fang Han did not stream live, but, as per the arrangement of Coach Feng Ge, remained early in the backstage lounge. It appears that Feng Ge truly regards me as a secret weapon. Fang Han gazed at the match footage displayed on the screen before him, where the score had reached 2-1, with RNG in the lead. This scene was eerily familiar to him, as he had witnessed it in his previous life, identical in every detail. On the commentary platform, the commentators, including the guests Shen Xiao and PDD, were already grinning broadly. However, being commentators, they had to maintain a semblance of composure, careful not to overtly display their excitement, for there remained a significant number of SKT fans domestically. Yet, their restraint in popping champagne did not deter the online spectators from celebrating. Never before had there been such a splendid start. Cheer for me, applaud for me. What of the three-time champions? Merely a paper tiger. We shall claim victory at 3-1. That is my proclamation. Bet against the odds and dwell by the sea. May misfortune befall the gambling dogs. Let us secure this swiftly. Tomorrow, we shall rally behind we. The bird's nest awaits our convergence. Holding 2 match points. It is still the three-time champions SKT in the lead. When else shall we uncork the champagne? Should defeat truly befall us, we shall simply feign ignorance. Such is the nature of the online community. Champagne must flow, while the boomerang of fate is something they wish to avoid. Not only the commentators and audience, but even the coaching staff of RNG in the lounge had begun to celebrate. Feng sat in front of the computer screen, turning to smile at Fang Han. What do you say? This draft strategy is quite commendable. I assent it, Xiao Fang. Indeed, it is exceedingly commendable. Fang Han unreservedly raised his thumb, firmly believing that Feng Ge had devised a strategic countermeasure against Galio. The reason for their ultimate failure lay in the subpar execution of the players within the game. Even if they were to ban Faker's Galio, the formidable champion that he showcased in the finals, it would still be beyond the capabilities of the current RNG to handle. By the way, Feng Ge, are you aware that SKT has 2 junglers? You mean the substitute jungler, Peanut? I haven't studied him much. Primarily because he has participated in too few matches to gather adequate data for analysis. If they were to field Peanut in the next match, do you have a strategy to counter him? As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the entire lounge. The RNG coaching staff exchanged glances, seemingly wary of such an occurrence. A sudden change in jungler would likely herald a more diverse tactical approach from SKT, undoubtedly introducing greater unpredictability into this BO5 series. It seemed improbable that they would make such a substitution at this juncture. Feng Ge furrowed his brow. In the next instant, the large screen displayed the substitution information for SKT, SKT blank, SKT Peanut. The RNG coaching staff, along with the players who had just returned to the lounge, were left in a state of astonishment. They were genuinely bringing in a substitute. What kind of prowess does Peanut possess? I recall he was the jungler for ROX Tigers, but he hasn't seen any playtime since joining SKT this season. Feng Ge stared blankly at the screen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Peanut, it's all right. Let us just execute the strategy we discussed. There's nothing to fear. We are the ones currently in the lead. Come on, everyone, gather around. Feng Ge turned and summoned the 5 starting members of RNG to his side. They formed a circle around him, eager to hear his tactical directives for the next game. Let us not be nervous. Believe that we are stronger than them. On 3, let us go. 1, 2, 3, go. The team revitalized their spirits, channeling all their energy into the impending 4th game. Just before they took to the stage, Fang Han pulled Letme aside. Juanza, be more aggressive. Their top laner, Huni, is a weak point. Apply pressure on him to alleviate the burden on Guo Laosher and Xiaogo. As a time traveler from a past life, Fang Han possessed an intimate understanding of SKT's capabilities, with the Demon King solidly positioned in mid lane and the jungler coordinating with him. It is exceedingly challenging for any LPL team to withstand their onslaught. As for Bang in the bot lane, he had yet to transform into the formidable force known as Pushing Bang prior to the finals. Observing the match, it became evident that SKT's mid and bot lanes were unable to break through, with Faker's Galio able to mindlessly roam down to the bottom lane. If Juanza fails to exert sufficient pressure in the top lane, Xiaogo will have no room to develop, while a Galio fixates on the bot lane, creating immense pressure for Xiaogo. Fang Han's words were unequivocal, urging Letme to exert considerable pressure in the top lane, thereby drawing Huni's attention, along with that of the jungler, towards him. Moreover, RNG consistently banned Huni's Jace in each match, for there was no rationale behind allowing him to develop peacefully. In the initial 3 games, RNG had relied on the synergy of Xiaogo and Xiaohu's dual carries to secure victory. However, with Peanut's entry into the arena, it was certain that the dual carries would no longer enjoy such a favorable development. Letme met Fang Han's gaze with a serious expression and nodded earnestly. I will do my utmost. Yet, as Fang Han watched Letme depart, he understood that if Letme were truly able to rise to the occasion in such a pivotal match, he would no longer be the Letme they knew. With this thought, he contemplated further. Fang Han returned to his seat and took out his phone to order takeout. When Feng Ge completed the ban pick phase of the 4th game and returned to the lounge, he discovered that Fang Han had already ordered dessert sets for each member. Xiao Fang, how come you've even ordered takeout? He remarked. After watching 3 games, I'm famished. They must be hungry too. Well, it seems you believe we can't win this match. It's hard to say. In any case, we should prepare for the possibility of a 5th game. Saying this, he continued. Fang Han extended his hand, presenting his phone to Brother Feng. Brother Feng, would you like to eat? This dessert shop offers delightful treats. Brother Feng's lips twitched in response. Where on earth is this kid from? Has he already conceded defeat before the battle even begins? Yet, upon observing the innocent smile adorning Fang Han's face, Brother Feng refrained from reprimanding the young lad, instead accepting the phone. Let's have a cake, then. As it turned out, Fang Han's intuition proved accurate. In this match, Letme's Rumble failed to exert significant pressure on Huni's Gnar. Watching Gnar dominate the latter stages of the game with ease brought a smile to Fang Han's face. Rumble against Gnar. How could Gnar thrive so effortlessly? Engaging in a frontal clash was not without its risks. Initiating one could result in a Galio ultimate, leading to impending doom. Fang Han shook his head repeatedly. As expected, during the Highland defense battle, Bang seized the opportunity, swiftly eliminating Uzi's concealed rodent lurking on the flank, thus sealing the victory. The score was equalized to 2-2 amidst the explosive visuals of RNG's base. The venue was filled with jeers. Those eager to witness a spectacle were now grinning with delight. "What are you doing standing there?" they scoffed. Truly the red-hot bathing dog, a classic blunder. One player dominated all three lanes while contributing nothing to team fights. How amusing. RNG's little pup could not compare to the opposing canine's formidable skin. It was utterly terrifying. They could not handle Hunie's solo push and faltered in team engagements, while Peanut's rhythm was suffocating. RNG had effectively suppressed Faker in the mid lane. Yet it seemed insufficient for victory. I couldn't shake the feeling that SKT's momentum was building. At this rate, defeat loomed. Was it truly insurmountable? This was the essence of the three-time champion SKT. The LPL team still had much to learn. Dissenting voices from the audience regarding RNG's chances began to rise. Even the previously cheerful commentators appeared somewhat disheartened before the fourth match. Reluctantly acknowledging the prowess of SKT, it was clear that even when pushed to the brink, they could still deliver an impressive performance to turn the tide. However, the match was not over, and RNG had not yet conceded defeat. In the next match, RNG would take the blue side. Let us place our faith in their coach and players. After the defeat, the 5 members of RNG returned to the locker room in silence. Fang Han timely delivered takeout to everyone, lightening the atmosphere by saying, "Brothers, don't rush. There's still plenty to go around. Have a bite and take a moment to adjust." After tasting a pastry, the previously silent starters could no longer contain themselves. How did we fail to gain an advantage across all lanes? MLXG was the first to voice his concern, looking towards top laner Letme and mid laner Xiaohu. "I can understand being targeted by the enemy jungler in the bot lane. I also assisted in the mid lane, yet the top lane was decimated by Gnar. By the late game, I was at a loss on how to handle that Gnar split pushing." Letme hesitated before finally speaking up under Feng Ge's encouragement. "Our issues in the quarterfinals remain unresolved. You all are playing too chaotically. I'm unable to receive any feedback through the microphone, and my hands are trembling." The scene in the quarterfinals break room replayed in Fang Han's mind, causing him to chuckle, which drew the attention of the 5 others. Uzi was the first to speak, suggesting, "What if we let Fang Shun take the stage? Is it wise to swap in a critical match?" Yan Juanza chimed in, "I think we should let Fang Shun play. I can't gain any advantage over their top laner." Fang Han, who was enjoying a cake while watching the drama unfold, was taken aback. "Seriously, guys, am I just a fire extinguisher?" Soon enough, the big screen flashed the substitution information for RNG. As Fang Han prepared to step onto the stage again after more than a month, the venue erupted with cheers. "Here comes Arthur to save the day. The savior Arthur has arrived." It was another do-or-die situation. If only they had put Arthur in the starting lineup from the start. He could only imagine the immense pressure of such a pivotal match. Are we going to see that marathon-style Lee Sin again? Please. Not after a month of being frustrated by top-lane Lee Sin in ranked matches. On the big screen, Fang Han confidently donned his headset, adjusting his purple keyboard and mouse. With his cheerful demeanor, he seemed to be in good spirits, which relieved the commentators. Arthur's composure is remarkable. To remain relaxed in a critical match like this is reassuring for RNG. Speaking of which, Xin Chao, as a former starter for the Royal Club, what are your thoughts on this rising star? The question was tossed to the former Royal Club top laner. Xin Chao gazed at the camera, paused for a moment, then smiled. "Honestly, I watched his performance in the previous finals. If I were in that do-or-die situation, I certainly wouldn't have been able to execute those daring plays. But Arthur not only did it, but did so effectively. P.S. Truly impressive." PDD nodded in agreement, generously offering his praise. "Indeed, I saw that match as well. What surprised me wasn't just his courage and calmness under pressure, but his game style. It's fierce yet meticulous. It seems chaotic. But every move is part of his strategy. Frankly, if I were to lane against him, I'd probably be out of the game in 3 minutes." Laughter erupted in the venue. Who would demean themselves like that? However, reflecting on the last victim, EDG's mouse, PDD might not be exaggerating. Meanwhile, in the SKT communication channel, Coach KK Oma scrutinized the unfamiliar ID of Arthur, his tactical notebook nearly worn out. "Ah, the substitute top laner is indeed stepping up. My greatest fear has come to pass." The opposing coach is truly treating him as the team's secret weapon. The uncertainty surrounding this unscouted player made Kekeoma furrow his brow. He despised the unpredictable factors that could emerge in a BO5, and Fang Han clearly fell into that category. The 5 SKT players exchanged glances, sensing the unusual tension emanating from their coach. "Coach, can't you handle this new top laner?" It was more than just being unable to manage. "I've encountered this guy in ranked games. He's bizarre. But so what? He is just a top laner. Can he really take on 5? At this critical moment, mid laner Faker steadied the team, asserting, "Don't worry, they cannot win. The victor of this match would undoubtedly be theirs." As Faker adjusted his glasses, the sharp glint in his eyes reflected his determination. At that moment, he had yet to experience the disappointments awaiting him in the bird's nest days later. He was still the triumphant 3-time champion, eager to enter the game and lead his team further with Galio, with him anchoring the mid lane. The rest of the team and coaching staff felt a profound sense of security. Kekeoma nodded and placed a reassuring hand on Faker's shoulder. "You're right. There's nothing to fear. We have always been victors over the years. This year, the final triumph will belong to us." With these words, the team channel resonated with unity and fighting spirit. On the other side, RNG's voice channel presented a starkly different scene. "Teacher Gua, Hu Gu. There aren't any good hot pot restaurants in Beijing. It seems we'll only be able to eat Haidaleo." As Fang Han organized his peripherals, he jested lightheartedly, a demeanor that left his 4 teammates in astonishment. Uzi could not help but inquire, "Xiao Fang, are you already contemplating what we shall eat in Beijing?" "Why not? It's something we must eventually consider," Fang Han replied. After tidying up his equipment, he stretched his arms and leaned back in his gaming chair, gazing at the screen. His carefree attitude, seemingly devoid of psychological burden, inadvertently comforted the other 4 members and the coaching staff. Just then, the screen shifted dramatically as the BP phase commenced. The voice of Feng echoed through the voice channel. "Xiao Fang, shall I prepare the last 2 picks for you in Xianggua?" "No problem. The combinations that Teacher Gua and I have devised are ones that SKT cannot possibly ban." "All right, let's secure the Xayah first." Fang Han promptly secured Uzi's Tristana. SKT, without hesitation, countered by locking in the Galio and Jarvan 4 duo for their mid-jungle combination. At this juncture in the draft phase, RNG needed to bolster their counter-engagement capabilities. Otherwise, they would fall victim to the relentless initiation from SKT's duo. Had Letme been occupying the top lane, it is likely that Feng Ge would have opted for Shun. However, with Fang Han in the position, Feng Ge chose to trust his judgment. "What do you think of Jim and Gangplank, Xiao Fang?" "Yes, let us proceed with that selection, Feng Ge." "All right, Jim and Gangplank it is." The selection was confirmed, and the 2 former professional players at the commentary desk could not help but commend this choice. The gem support effectively counters SKT's initiation. Yet, relying solely on Tristana's damage output is evidently insufficient. It remains to be seen what heroes the jungler and top laner will bring forth. Arthur's champion pool is sure to perpetually surprise us. SKT's 3rd pick was Lulu as support, clearly indicating that Bang would be playing a hypercarry AD champion this match. Recalling the previous game where the powerful Kog'Maw sliced through the enemy near their base, Feng Ge promptly banned both Kog'Maw and Twitch in the 2nd round. The consequences of a collapsed bottom lane in a decisive match could be dire. The presence of a Locket AD in this version significantly impacts team fights. Fang Han nodded slightly. It was evident that he and Brother Feng were on the same wavelength. "Xiao Fang, will you take it first, or shall we hand it over to Xianggua?" In response to Brother Feng's inquiry, Fang Han exchanged glances with MLXG, "Teacher Gua, shall we take yours first? I understand your intention, Jin Zaheo. Help me secure the Spirit Blossom." Spirit Blossom. The moment the words left his lips, the other 4 in the voice channel gasped in unison. "Xiao Fang, are you serious? If we play that, Teacher Gua will become a pure support." "Indeed, Xianggua. Do you dare to play like this in the competition? What if we lose?" Brother Feng gazed at Fang Han, whose face brimmed with confidence, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He was acutely aware that if this peculiar draft failed, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. But what did it matter? Brother Feng exhaled a heavy sigh, squeezing Fang Han's shoulder. "Little dog, make your choice. If we lose, I shall take responsibility." Thus, the champion Ivern, released at the end of 2016, appeared on the grand screen. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Kekeoma felt a foreboding sensation, allowing MLXG, who usually dictated the rhythm of the game, to play such a support jungler. This would place the entire burden of pace on Xiaohu. regardless of their selections. If they took Gnar, they would struggle even more with split pushing. Upon witnessing Huni confidently lock in Gnar, a triumphant smile finally graced Fang Han's face. Yes, continue to choose your Gnar. Do you truly believe I will opt for a tank for you to toy with? Sure, Youmeng, pick now. I know you have watched our duo streams with Teacher Gua extensively. Soon after, Xiaoming shook his head with a smile, scouring the champion pool until he settled on the Rengar, the Pride Stalker. Tonight, let us hunt with fervor. Wow, the dog-cat combo. This is hilarious, folks. The streamer truly wishes to put on a show in the professional arena. I have only seen him and Teacher Gua play this in King Arthur's streams. It's terrifying. With this composition, I can hardly fathom how to win. Don't ask, just watch. This reminded me of that Korean female streamer who was left in tears after being caught by the dog. Is this tactic particularly effective against the Koreans? Overthinking it. Even if we take another dog alongside the bathing dog in the bot lane, it won't suffice to contend with SKT. Not just the audience. Even the 3 Chinese commentators on stage were sweating profusely while observing RNG's draft. This draft seems unimaginable. What do you both think? The commentator was the first to speak, directing the question towards the 2 former professional players. Shinchao and PDD exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. To be frank, we have never seen anyone use the dog in a professional match. We have merely encountered related videos on various short video platforms, let alone the top lane dog. That is unheard of. Clearly, the 2 former professional top laners were not optimistic about RNG's choices. In such a critical match of this elite tournament, there is no room for unorthodox compositions to steal a game, especially against a 3-time champion team. As expected, upon witnessing RNG finalize their composition with the Spirit Blossom and Dog duo, KKOMA chuckled. Is this it? Is this the level of RNG's coaching staff? Bringing an entertainment composition from ranked games into the decisive match, it seems they truly lack strategic depth. For the final pick, as we previously agreed, let us go with Misfortune. The support wolf hesitated not for a moment, locking in the AD Misfortune. With both teams' compositions confirmed, RNG opted for 3 core champions with 2 supports, while SKT had only a single frontliner in the form of Sona. SKT's lineup not only boasted reach but also held the initiative in team fights. The ability to engage in team battles would hinge entirely on SKT's Qs. The RNG fans in the audience were on the verge of losing their composure. Wait, I thought who would pull off something grand. But it turns out he just gathered a massive pile. With this composition, won't a team fight shatter upon contact? Who will absorb damage? By the time Sona's ultimate lands, everyone will already be dead. Who is finished? Is it a trap? Could it be that the players requested this themselves? Exactly. It's always the coach's fault. Our world-class bot lane is perfectly fine. World-class bot lane, you say? In the last game, they were reduced to mere bystanders. The cheers of SKT fans echoed throughout the venue, as if the match had already concluded post-draft. The commentator took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. And as the battle hymn resonated, recited a line from the long-cherished classic, "Perhaps one day we will lose faith in League of Legends esports." The LPL audience responded with fervor, sending their support and cheers to our number 1 seed, RNG. As soon as the words left his mouth, the LPL fans organized themselves, and a wave of cheers indeed drowned out the SKT supporters. RNG, go for it. Xiaohu, go for it. Little Dog, go for it. King Arthur, save RNG once again. Believe in Arthur, he is our pride from Wuhan. Sword of Victory, please guide RNG to triumph. A close-up of Arthur appeared on the grand screen. Everyone knew that Arthur would be the pivotal variable in this match. The enemy would arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Both teams adhered to their pre-match strategies. In this critical final match, both squads opted to arrange in a long snake formation along the river, unwilling to reveal any weaknesses. However, MLXG not only chose not to place a passive at the red buff, but also made his way to the top lane brush first, placing a ward for Fang Han. This allowed Fang Han to have a clear view of Gnar's movements. Are you too afraid to emerge from the red side brush? Then I shall take control of this middle brush. With control over the middle brush, it would be impossible for them to farm effectively. Fang Han skillfully maneuvered the Shih Tzu into the brush, patiently awaiting the convergence of the minion waves. Just as the 2 waves met, NAR emerged from the foliage, and a system notification echoed in Fang Han's mind. Ding! The conditions for triggering a memorable moment have been met. Would you like to activate the iconic scene? Fang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he had triggered it. It was worth being the first to unlock this iconic moment, as long as he seized the line control. This remarkable scene could be activated endlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Han silently invoked the activation of the iconic scene in his mind. Almost simultaneously, his hand seemed to possess a will of its own, directing the lion dog to leap towards Nar. A roar erupted as the lion dog burst forth from the underbrush, raising its blade to strike down upon Nar's head. With a seamless AQA combo, the lion dog unleashed a thunderous bolt from the heavens. The thunder crashed down, and Nar's health plummeted by a third. This astonishing damage compelled Huni to use his flash in response. Fang Han remained unhurried, casually positioning himself near the thicket of the Crimson Square. Should Nar dare to emerge and feast upon the minion wave, he would be met with yet another explosive assault from the lion dog. The decree of the Thunderlord? The lion dog possesses such a power? Does one comprehend the true worth of the canyon's scientific minds? While others arrive to compete, he appears to be engaged in research, does he not? Is this the kind of damage a level 1 hero can inflict? Quite extraordinary, wouldn't you agree? What is this? Have you observed the passive beneath the lion dog's health bar? Once it is fully charged, Nar's current health will be reduced to the execution threshold. Such prowess? Perhaps I should give it a try as well. My friend, he is a master of his craft. It would be best if we refrained from causing him trouble. This scenario of using flash at the onset, does it not seem somewhat familiar? Alas, before the flash is available, Nar shall not have the opportunity to claim any more minions. Yet, no one could have anticipated this. Fang Han only escalates the situation. Fully aware that the grass conceals eyes, he remains motionless within it, overtly signaling to Huni that should he dare to step away from the turret, he would leap forth to eliminate him. Given the current health status, a mere empowered Q from the lion dog would necessitate Nar's retreat. At that juncture, a formidable wave of minions would crash into the tower, and with MLXG's arrival, a level 1 Nar would stand no chance against the level 3 RNG top jungle duo. Only a path to demise awaits. There is no alternative. I must return to base. Peanut is making his way to the top lane, and I fear being dove upon if I teleport in. Hearing this, the little Peanut, still clearing the red zone, has no choice but to alter his route towards the top lane. It is imperative to provide some protection, otherwise, the game would become unplayable. Teacher Gua, have you finished clearing the blue zone? Yes, the bottom lane has also established its passive. What do you propose? Shall we engage in battle at the top lane? A dive, perhaps? Be wary, the opposing jungler may be lying in ambush. Fang Han curled his lips into a smirk. As a top laner, how could he be unaware that this was the perfect moment to summon the jungler? I never suggested we dive on a Nasus. Isn't it far more enticing to eliminate the prince? Come, let us meet in the jungle. It is a classic strategy to prioritize the assistance of a kill first. Fang Han and MLXG, those two cunning strategists, have ceased their tower pushing and jungle farming, instead opting to conceal themselves in the jungle, waiting for Peanut's prince to arrive. For those who witnessed the 5th match of the previous summer finals, this scene feels strikingly familiar. The last time they lay in ambush here, it was with the barrel and the blind monk. Ah, this moment is reminiscent. Two crafty players lurking in the shadows. I am utterly exasperated. The situation is different this time, however, with the explosive potential and relentless pursuit of the lion dog and the verdant spirit. A slight miscalculation could necessitate the use of a flash. Moreover, these two are positioned right in Peanut's inevitable path. He will either perish or be gravely wounded. We shall see if Peanut has sensed the danger. Fortunately, Huni under the tower remains vigilant, monitoring the vision while collecting the tower minions. Just moments ago, the lion dog made a conspicuous move towards the jungle. Caution is warranted. The lion dog may have infiltrated your territory. Peanut nodded in acknowledgement, meticulously scanning the bushes. A Dalmatian flag was planted in the nearest bush to the outer tower, perfectly revealing the ambushing duo from RNG who had been lying in wait. Surprise. A sinister grin spread across the faces of Fang Han and MLXG as they observed from their screens. After a skirmish, MLXG has discerned Peanut's playstyle. Aptly described in 2 words, balanced. While ensuring that none of the 3 lanes falter, he strives to accomplish as much as possible, erecting an indomitable barrier. Consequently, as they transition into team fights, SKT will hold a significant advantage. With that in mind, let us create a breach in the barrier he seeks to establish at an early stage. Force him to patch one hole while another opens. The verdant spirit envelopes the lion dog in a protective shield, and the lion dog leaps from the brush, delivering 2 swift strikes to the prince's helmet. Even Fang Han, in the midst of the chaos, managed to leap into the air and hurl a lasso at the prince, with the slow effect applied. Peanut's desire to counterattack was instantly extinguished, and without a second thought, he flashed away behind the wall. Fang Han discerned immediately that the prince sought refuge beneath the tower. Attempting to flee? I anticipated your escape long ago. Fengqi planted a patch of grass beneath the lion dog's feet and, with a swift turn, unleashed a precise Q skill aimed at the prince's position after his flash. The prince found himself ensnared, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the lion dog leapt over the wall for a second time. With a swift strike, the lion dog's blade descended mercilessly. The combination of a regular Q and an empowered Q, coupled with the thunderous descent, reduced the prince's health to its critical threshold. Had the prince not used his W skill at the last possible moment, he would have surely perished on the spot. Yet, in a more desperate turn, another patch of grass sprouted beneath the lion dog, extinguishing the prince's final hope for survival. With a roar, the lion dog leapt for the third time, landing to claim the last vestige of the prince's health. First blood. The initial kill was secured. However, Fang Han and MLXG showed no signs of retreat, blocking the minions emerging from the red side and setting their sights on the newly leveled NAR beneath the tower. Little Fang, do not let him escape. Dive him. The two stood poised by the tower, eager to pounce on the isolated NAR as soon as their skills were off cooldown. Just then, a red light flared from the top of the defensive tower, Faker's teleport. It was Galio's teleport. The RNG jungle duo had to vacate the tower's attack range immediately. The commentators, unable to contain their excitement, immersed themselves in the perspective of RNG. The name Faker loomed like a persistent shadow over the LPL region. Hurry up. Otherwise, if you remain beneath the tower, you both shall perish. Why are you hesitating? What are you waiting for? Even the two former professional players shared in the urgency. Previous matches had been lost due to excessive greed. Faker and every member of SKT excelled in capitalizing on their opponent's missteps, delivering fatal blows. Even within RNG's team communication, all members focused intently on the situation in the top lane. Is it still feasible? Should we withdraw? Fang, pull back. Shall I teleport over? Little Fang, do we still pursue this NAR? Even MLXG began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The fact that MLXG, known for his daring spirit, felt so constrained suggested that the previous 4 matches had indeed shaken the morale of the RNG players. Fang Han was momentarily at a loss for words, as his mind involuntarily calculated the feasibility of a tower dive kill. Indeed, this was one of the inherent features of the system, which Fang Han had long since upgraded to its maximum level. The system swiftly provided feedback, indicating that their combined damage was more than sufficient to eliminate the level 2 NAR. However, should Galio descend, at least one individual would be trapped within the confines of the tower, unable to escape. Fang Han's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Dying beneath the tower would certainly not be deemed a substantial gain. However, this was a professional match. Any advantage was still an advantage, especially against the formidable 3-time champion team, SKT. With a massive wave of minions approaching the tower, even if NAR perished, Faker's Galio would still reap the rewards from this wave. Regardless of how one contemplated the situation, the most prudent choice would be to withdraw and secure the gains. Yet, observing his hesitant teammates, Fang Han's murderous intent intensified. What is there to fear? Take down that NAR, and Faker would dare descend to finish him off. Tiger, teleport now. I will tank the tower. If they couldn't overcome this hurdle against SKT, what right did they have to speak of championship aspirations? If the 4 members of RNG remained oblivious, even reaching the finals would only result in a thrashing by Samsung. Perhaps inspired by Fang Han's fervent words, Xiao Hu, after clearing the minion wave, immediately utilized his teleport without hesitation. The jungle champion, Rek'Sai, leapt from the brush, accompanied by MLXG's precise Q ability, swiftly eliminating the newly teleported NAR beneath the tower. As Galio landed, he charged his W ability, aiming to ensnare all 3 opponents. However, the support champion, Ivern, used his flash to create distance, while the airplane champion, Graves, escaped Galio's W range with his own W. Only Fang Han chose to endure the taunt, subsequently utilizing his empowered W to break free from the control. Kill for me. Rek'Sai charged once more before his demise, unleashing all his skills to severely weaken Galio and forcing the latter's flash. With Rek'Sai's fall, Ivern continued to absorb tower damage, ultimately delivering Galio's head to Xiao Hu's graves. In the span of just 1 minute, the top lane witnessed 2 double kills and 2 takedowns. Remarkably, this occurred within the first 5 minutes, resulting in 5 kills overall. RNG achieved a 2-for-3 trade. Although Galio secured 2 kills, NAR in the top lane was completely severed from the action. With only 6 minions from 3 waves, both summoner spells were rendered useless. Had it not been for Faker's collection of 2 kills, the upper region might have completely imploded. My goodness, how ruthless. Has RNG's top, mid, and jungle gone mad? Why the fiery temperament? Even under the tower, they would risk 2 deaths to eliminate the opposing top and jungle. I declare, I shall never again label Xiao Hu as timid. Who dares challenge? Only I, the great General Hu. The battle is exhilarating. Teamwork is paramount. I am Nar, and I have no desire to relent. Regardless of your identity, stay close to Xiao Hu and do not descend. The 3 commentators at the desk snapped out of their stupor, applauding enthusiastically. Yes, that is how to play. A 3-time champion, indeed. We're fighting against a 3-time champion. Exactly, let us brawl. We cannot outmaneuver LCK teams in terms of strategy. RNG, you can do it. You have the great Demon King, and I have the fierce Tiger King. Who fears whom? The fierce Tiger King is here. Yet another stronghold is about to fall. Storm's Edge. It's all right. We can still fight. Once the Rift Herald engages, my development is looking splendid. Within the SKT team voice channel, Faker reassured his teammates, stabilizing the morale of the top and jungle. It was merely a small setback and would not dictate the course of the entire game. Fortunately, all 5 members of SKT were seasoned veterans who would not let a single misstep affect their mindset. The 5 quickly communicated and prepared for the upcoming engagement around the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, in RNG's voice channel, the fighting spirit of the 4 RNG players had been entirely ignited by Fang Han's recent maneuvers. Tiger, just like that, operate alongside him. Who fears whom? Don't forget. You once solo killed him. Who isn't a genius in their own right. Fang Han had already begun to shout in the game. After securing a kill, Xiao Hu appeared notably more confident. While farming minions in the mid lane, he suddenly charged forward to exchange blows with Faker. The Dark Lord was taken aback. My friend, you don't gain anything by recklessly engaging like this. In the previous 4 matches, Xiao Hu had played aggressively, but that was under the pressure provided by his jungler nearby. However, in this 5th match, MLXG had chosen a rather defenseless champion, the Spirit Blossom. Realizing the situation, Faker, showing no regard for Xiao Hu's reputation, retaliated with a fierce counterattack, regaining a portion of health. While the mid lane was bustling with activity, the bottom lane was engulfed in a fierce skirmish. After the humiliation of being eliminated on the high ground in the last match, Uzi was determined to redeem himself in this one. The trio from RNG's bottom lane seemed to have transformed, zealously seeking opportunities to exchange damage with their opponents. This shift in momentum was largely attributed to Fang Han, who, in the voice channel, consistently bolstered their spirits. Stay calm, stay calm. Let's play aggressively, do not fear. As long as that little peanut dares to confront you, I will ensure that this Nar receives no experience. Fang Han chuckled as he joyfully hopped around, diligently securing minions, while his gaze fixated on the idle Nar beneath the tower. Trembling under the tower's shadow, Nar, having lost his summoner spells, was deprived of even the privilege to glance at the lion dog. To do so would invite the unrelenting onslaught from the lion dog, whose ferocity was utterly indisputable. With the current lane presenting no significant pressure, Fang Han began to devise strategies for the ensuing progression of the game in his mind. The presence of Faker's Galio rendered any unprepared initiation of a skirmish an unwise choice. Although I can currently dominate Nar as the game advances, his advantages in split pushing will only amplify. Our composition is ill-suited for direct 5v5 confrontations, lacking a frontline, making us vulnerable to the onslaught from Nar, Jarvan, and Galio. Thus, our only viable strategy lies in continuing to focus on the top lane, relentlessly amplifying our advantage, compelling SKT to engage us in skirmishes during the early to mid-game. In Fang Han's eyes, a gleam of determination sparkled as he prepared to confront SKT's top, mid, and jungle simultaneously. No pain, no gain. Having reached this juncture, what was there to fear? Coach Gua, Brother Hu, ready the vanguard. The enemy's Galio has reached level 6. Are we certain about engaging? Trust me, their Nar won't hit 6. We have the advantage of an ultimate. Let's go? Just do it. After savoring the sweetness of their recent victory, RNG's jungle and mid completely believed Fang Han's judgment. A top laner commanding the jungle and mid? If this microphone were to be turned on, the entire internet would surely be astounded. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing the lion dog pull out its first completed item upon returning home, exclaimed in delight, "Is he stocking up? I'm Nar, and I'm already drenched in sweat. What? Are we about to nurture another monster in the top lane?" It seemed that the issue was no longer about Huni's poor play, but rather Arthur's exceptional performance. time and again. He managed to unveil his completed item during the first Vanguard. Was he truly that proficient at farming? Meanwhile, once again, the system notification echoed in Fang Han's mind, leading with a significant item activates a high-damage scene. In the forthcoming team battle, you will inflict greater damage upon all opponents who are under-equipped. As he absorbed the description of this activated scene, Fang Han's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. Previously, such scenes merely enhanced his skills, reflexes, and other attributes. Now, however, it seemed that this phenomenon could influence the numerical values within the game itself. Could it be that in the future, critical hits and headshots could also be orchestrated? As Fang Han pondered, a surge of excitement coursed through him. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The Herald was mere moments away. Both teams' top, mid, and jungle players converged near the Herald's vicinity, where Fang Han expertly maneuvered his lion dog, methodically clearing the nearby wild monsters. He was still in the process of farming. He was still developing. Was there truly no urgency? Why rush? In a team fight, accumulating gold held greater significance. Moreover, should a skirmish arise, the RNG side might not necessarily prevail. Faker had also completed his first item, and his teleportation to the front line would be formidable. The three commentators observed the trio from RNG clustering near the Herald and felt a wave of apprehension. Were they truly intending to engage in a Herald fight? They could easily forego this confrontation. Pushing the top tower seemed far more appealing. It was unclear who was directing this play, but it certainly appeared somewhat irrational. Faker analyzed the unfolding situation. The lingering vision had detected MLXG returning home. Arthur had just sent a wave of minions to the tower, indicating he was likely returning to replenish his equipment. Activating a scan with true sight, they ventured into the enemy jungle. Wait, are they really conceding the Herald pit? Trust me, we should first infiltrate their jungle and ambush them, causing them to lose numbers. They will naturally abandon their pursuit of the Herald. Understood. Let us lie in wait for the vulnerable mid-lane Oriana. The three members of SKT positioned themselves in the upper half of RNG's jungle, clearing vision before quietly awaiting the bait to be taken by Xiaohu. Xianghua, Fang Shun, wait for me, I'm on my way. Xiaohu, having completed his equipment, stepped out of base with a collection of items, heading toward the Herald pit, oblivious to the darkened jungle ahead, which had been ensnared in a web of traps. Run! Xiaohu. As Galio, Prince, and Nar positioned themselves, they were poised to strike at the approaching Xiaohu. The commentators at the desk were nearly compelled to leap up and seize Xiaohu's mouse. Did he truly intend to venture there? Although Nar had yet to reach level 6. Lacking one ultimate ability, the combination of Prince and Galio was more than sufficient to incapacitate the plane before it could unleash a single skill. At that moment, Xiaohu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as he exited his home and dashed toward the jungle, a flag from the Dalmatian army soared from the blue buff. What the? Are they lying in wait for me? Xiaohu's reflexes were swift. He had barely managed to activate his flash in time. Peanut, unwilling to squander this rare opportunity, followed suit without a second thought. With unparalleled prowess, Prince swiftly executed an EQ flash into his ultimate, trapping the plane within the terrain created by his ability. Xiaohu attempted to escape using his W skill, but was abruptly interrupted by Galio's ultimate midcast. All avenues of escape exhausted, he found himself ensnared. As Nar's boomerang emerged from the brush, Xiaohu's hands left the keyboard in resignation. Damn it! Observing Xiaohu being utterly controlled to his demise, the three commentators lamented in despair. It's over. SKT has seized an opportunity. Only one plane had fallen, which was somewhat acceptable. Lion Dog and Spirit Guardian, flee. This Herald contest is lost. The commentators turned their gaze to the small screen, where the Lion Dog and the Spirit Guardian sprinted towards the blue buff, having activated their ultimate and ghost. What was happening? Did they intend to continue fighting? Don't give them a chance. We've worked hard to establish this early advantage. Oh no. It seems they truly planned to take on 3 opponents. The commentators' faces were marked with despair. In the audience, the RNG fans gradually fell silent. Is this camaraderie worth it? Do they not understand what brotherhood in League of Legends entails? Bronze players, just roll away. You're destined to remain bronze for life. How could 3 fully armed heroes contend? Don't panic. It's not you who will engage. In this match, did both sides not engage in a bloodbath? Xiaohu has thrown away another chance. I knew it. Indeed. One can never trust Xiaohu. RNG refund. Xiaohu, do you truly merit the advantage your teammates granted you in the early game? In the RNG lounge, Coach Feng slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. Xiaohu is dead. Hurry and run. Are you truly planning to fight 3 against 2? Feng yearned to connect to the team's voice chat and rein in his reckless top and jungle players. Within the RNG team's voice chat, the screen turned black and white as Xiaohu frantically apologized. Ah, my bad. You all go ahead. The disadvantage in a 3 against 2 is too great. Upon hearing this, Fang Han chuckled. An overwhelming disadvantage? What is there to fear from a fragile opponent devoid of 3 ultimate abilities? With my current explosive power, I can certainly eliminate one swiftly, transforming it into a 2-on-2 scenario. At that juncture, whether we retreat to secure the Herald or continue the pursuit, the initiative will rest in our hands. Teacher Gua, do you think the mid-lane deity on the opposing side will bleed? MLXG's lips curled into a smile. The two exchanged no further words. In a single word, engage. The spirit guardian enveloped the lion dog in a protective shield, while simultaneously planting 2 patches of brush beneath the feet of the SKT trio. The lion dog's roar erupted. With a combination of E and W in midair, followed by a Q and enhanced Q upon landing, it instantaneously depleted Nar's health bar. The lion dog's ultimate move, an instantaneous execution upon landing. Goodness, an instantaneous execution upon landing. Is this not the technique employed by that stream of the female broadcaster mercilessly annihilating the fountain? This must be only a partial display, once the Hydra emerges. That will be the true, instantaneous execution. The damage is indeed astonishing. I too have played the lion dog. How did I not perceive such high damage back then? If I were SKT, I would be utterly bewildered. Where are my teammates? Such a natural demise, akin to a lifeless creature by the roadside. Faker and Peanut were equally astonished. Hold on, my dear friend, what about my sizable Nar? Huni gazed at his health bar, which had been obliterated in a mere 0.3 seconds, and could not help but chuckle. It seems I have truly become a lifeless entity by the roadside. Huni placed his arms behind his head, adopting a standard inverted triangle pose as he reclined in his gaming chair. Being executed in such a manner is beyond what mere skill can remedy. The numerical advantage that SKT had painstakingly secured was suddenly equalized. To add fuel to the fire, the spirit guardian arrived on the battlefield, calling forth Little Jew. In other words, the numerical advantage now belonged to RNG. Of course, if Little Jew can be counted as a participant, in an instant, all 4 combatants on the field were devoid of their ultimate abilities. 4 melee units tangled together, engaging in a brutal brawl. We lack damage and cannot possibly contend with the lion dog in this terrain. We must regain the numerical advantage. With this thought, Faker acted decisively. Galio advanced rather than retreating, flashing in with E to launch the lion dog into the air. Focus the lion dog. Take advantage of the fact that all his skills are on cooldown. Yet, our skills are also on cooldown. Peanut gazed at his skill bar, gritting his teeth. Aside from the prince's Q ability, all his remaining skills were on cooldown. Regardless, he decided to go all in, without a flash. Escape was futile. Let's attempt to eliminate the lion dog first. Fang Han seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of the impending clash between the two, as he carelessly absorbed their initial assault without even utilizing his flash. Is that all you've got? Galio and Jarvan only have one burst. Once it's over, it will be our turn. Xianghua, keep up. Let us show them who reigns supreme in the jungle. As the brief moment of airborne suspension concluded, the restored state of the lion dog let out a fierce roar. The activation of his W skill rejuvenated his health to over 50%. Tonight, let us hunt to our heart's content. Treading through the brush planted by the spirit guardian, the lion dog's damage was alarmingly formidable. Galio in his complete set and Jarvan, armed with an upgraded jungle knife, saw their health plummet dramatically. Engaging the lion dog in the thicket? It was akin to blindly stumbling into a latrine without a light, an invitation to demise. As the lion dog's vitality continued to surge, Xiao Huashing began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If this continues, our top and jungle will surely perish here. No, we cannot afford such losses. Galio and Jarvan, devoid of their ultimate abilities, lacked any sustained combat prowess. Meanwhile, the lion dog only grew stronger with each skirmish. Though they considered shifting their focus to the spirit guardian, MLXG surprisingly adopted a more cautious approach, maintaining a distance while setting up shields and planting grass, resembling nothing more than an accessory to the lion dog. All of this was orchestrated under the guidance of Fang Han, who directed from the voice channel, Teacher Gua, no need to come over. Just let Xiao Ju assist in blocking skills and irritating the opponents. As for this mid-jungle duo, he pondered. I have no idea where this damage is coming from that can bring me down. Fang Han's proficiency with this Pomeranian is nothing short of terrifying. He consistently unleashes his W ability at the most critical moments, occasionally interspersing it with an empowered W. Thus, the battle raged from the blue side's blue buff brush all the way to beneath the red side's first tower. Fang Han remained unperturbed, leaping and dealing damage as he relentlessly wielded his blade against the Justice Titan, Galio. As for Peanut's Prince, he had already retreated to safety as soon as his EQ cooldown was up. Faker, controlling Galio, dashed towards the turret. The massive figure of Galio, under his command, maneuvered gracefully, attempting to evade the E skill of Rengar and the Q skill of Ivern. While he managed to dodge several of Ivern's QS, Rengar's E seemed to possess a homing capability, ensnaring Galio's feet with unerring precision. Peanut's Prince had safely hidden in the brush to recall. Yet Galio staggered towards the defensive tower. This spectacle left SKT fans in a frenzy. Is he cheating? How can his E skill never miss? Referee, someone else hacking. ISNT, anyone going to intervene? Galio appeared to be limping, as if he had sustained an injury. Normally, I've seen this Arthur Lee Sin. His Q never misses, they lamented. The positioning of the Demon King faltered, while Rengar seemed to predict his every move. Faker remained silent, wholly concentrated on the screen before him. The rapid clicking of his right hand on the mouse intensified, and Galio's movements grew increasingly erratic on the screen. Just as Galio was about to escape to the safety of the turret, Fang Han charged up another empowered Q. With two swift strikes, RNG's Arthur triumphed over SKT, Faker. The unfortunate Galio met his demise before the turret. What a brutal execution, they gasped. Faker had already demonstrated remarkable finesse, blocking damage and mitigating slows. Yet, Rengar was no ordinary foe. What is this? Has RNG developed its own artificial intelligence? The calculations of damage were flawless, the execution of skills impeccable. I could almost envision the embodiment of a perfect top laner. This was the epitome of a top laner, a true warrior capable of carrying, enduring, and fighting. The era of the three top gods merely exchanging pleasantries had come to an end. With relentless pursuit and thrilling tactics, Arthur and Faker engaged in a fierce skirmish in the jungle, showcasing to the world the limits of individual prowess among professional players. The three-time champion, Peak Faker, and the burgeoning top laner duel left MLXG, who had been assisting Fang Han, utterly astounded. Fang, you're really fired up, chasing after the Demon King to strike? Fang Han smirked and turned to join MLXG in controlling the Rift Herald. What's the matter with the Demon King? ISNT at just one more hand? Can't we win? Indeed, that is Faker, the deity of League of Legends, a rival that many professional players spend their entire lives trying to overcome, and an idol to countless League of Legends enthusiasts. Even traversing to this timeline, Fang Han could not confidently assert that he could defeat Faker. However, his life motto has always been to unsheath his sword in the face of adversity. Regardless of how many championships one has, if you possess the capability, then bring it on. Surrender? Absolutely out of the question. Besides, I don't have to worry about facing Faker alone. I have Xiaohu, don't I? With this thought, Fang Han turned to his side to glance at Xiaohu. Brother Hu, what just happened? Did you die at home? That last play was mine. I didn't expect three of them to be lurking in our jungle without vision on the Herald, MLXG replied, his frustration evident. He shot a fierce glare at Li Yuanhao. Are you a plane? Don't you know to use your skills to scout the bushes? This issue of sending a wave mid-game had recurred several times, and MLXG was genuinely exasperated. They had finally gained a slight advantage in the early game, and if they squandered it again, it would truly break his spirit. Seeing Xianghua candidly express his thoughts and knowing that Xiaohu's mentality was already fragile, Fang Han quickly interjected with a smile to ease the tension. All right, it's nothing. Just make sure to secure vision next time. Everyone, focus and concentrate. Let us take down SKT. Dogmaster, can we push the bot lane? Should Xiaohu and I come down for a wave? The advantage in the upper lane had already been established, and the first step of their plan had been accomplished. MLXG and I are currently in a strong phase. Merely staying in the upper lane to farm would only weaken us further. Instead of extracting a trivial NAR, why not break through their bot lane? With the AD carry being suppressed, she will be rendered ineffective in the mid-game, and at that point, SKT will lack damage, allowing us to dictate the team fights. Fang Han was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with Faker in the mid lane. Just because he could outplay Faker in one instance did not guarantee he could do so repeatedly. This match was too crucial. Fang Han could not afford any unforeseen occurrences. Rather than fixating on how to eliminate Faker, it would be wiser to target the bottom lane. Upon hearing this, Uzi and Youmeng, initially planning to leisurely farm, suddenly brightened with anticipation. At last, the words they had been waiting for from Feng Ge had arrived. MLXG chuckled and proceeded to clear the jungle downwards. Uzi and Youmeng, demonstrating remarkable synergy, observed MLXG's jungle route and immediately began to engage the enemy bot lane, trading blows while simultaneously preparing to push the wave for a tower dive. Meanwhile, the SKT bot lane duo quickly realized the aggressive stance of RNG and understood their intentions. "Are you able to come down, Han?" Faker, currently in a mid-lane standoff, squinted at the screen. If RNG truly intended to orchestrate a tower dive, it was improbable that only the bot lane and jungler would be involved. The thought of the bothersome Rengar joining the fray was enough to give Faker a headache. The crux of the matter was that Rengar was exceedingly difficult to eliminate, and their early game damage was woefully inadequate. After the skirmishes in the upper half of the map, he was determined not to engage Rengar in a direct confrontation. Thus, he instructed his teammates to retreat, conceding the first tower. The jungler could focus on ambushing the mid lane. They should continue to target the vulnerable Jace. With a fragile physique and lacking crowd control, he was unlikely to survive. Li Gu remained as astute as ever, having clearly defined the strategy for this fifth match after 4 rounds of lane battles. No need for questions. The plan was simply to relentlessly target the mid-lane Jace. A late-game champion with low early to mid-game damage and no crowd control was an ideal target. The combination of Jarvan and Galio for a tower dive was almost guaranteed to succeed. In the top lane, Nar seized the opportunity to farm effectively. As for Caitlyn, as long as she stayed alive, she could leverage her range to contribute during team fights in the mid-game, accumulating assists and potentially evolving into a formidable late-game force. Faker returned home, equipping himself with ability power items. Fang Han was acutely aware of their insufficient strength, and Faker himself was cognizant of this as well. In order to endure until the completion of Miss Fortune's 3 core items and to capitalize on Nar's potent solo phase, he must bear the burden of the team's mid-game. Xiao Hu, after clearing the waves, returned home to replenish his equipment and teleported back to the mid lane. However, upon landing, the prince emerged from the brush behind the tower. "What animosity do we share?" he lamented. "Oh no, you mustn't harm my Xiao Hu. General Hu, are you about to meet your demise again? Is he destined to be the weak link this time? Whose true form is unveiled. Without MLXG's presence in mid, he is rendered ineffective. Can the pigsty refrain from making noise? Your main team has been eliminated, yet you still call out? The top 4 is certainly superior to the top 16. Huh. It is merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black." Xiao Hu surveyed the encirclement from both sides, focusing intently on the screen. With his W skill and flash at the ready, he possessed ample room for maneuvering. Do they truly perceive me as an ATM? Watch how I operate. Peanut initiated with EQ, and as Xiao Hu deftly sidestepped, he executed a W to evade the incoming attack. When Peanut attempted the same tactic again, aiming to engage Xiao Hu with EQ flash, Xiao Hu promptly utilized his own flash. A sequence of exquisite maneuvers seemingly neutralized the crisis. My word, such finesse. Is this the work of Xiao Hu? Unbelievable. Today's performance has rendered him unfamiliar. Having witnessed Xiao Hu's previous matches, his precision is indeed remarkable. When even Hu begins to exhibit skillful play, it signifies that RNG has reached an impeccable state. Yet, in the next moment, the hero Galio descended, charging his W. With a W flash, he ensnared the plane, attempting to retreat into the safety of the second tower's attack range. Just as the taunt was about to dissipate, Galio executed an E skill, propelling the plane upward. The prince simultaneously unleashed his ultimate, completely obliterating any chance of survival for the plane. Despair, such utter despair. SKT. Faker has triumphed over RNG. Xiao Hu. The 3 commentators on stage gazed at Xiao Hu, who had just executed a death flash, their faces filled with regret. Alas, this time, that flash was unnecessary. The opponents had both ultimates available and were equipped with flash, rendering survival impossible. It can only be said that he remains too youthful. When facing the mid-jungle duo of SKT, it is best not to afford them any opportunities. Discipline, indeed, is a perpetual concern for our regional teams. At that moment, MLXG, having just arrived at the bot lane, received the grim news from mid. His brow furrowed, and he almost erupted with frustration. Not again, my friend. It is not time for your entrance. Fang Han stifled a chuckle and hurriedly reassured. No worries, Tiger brother. We shall reclaim our honor in the bot lane. Teacher Gua, let us not concern ourselves with the first tower. Instead, we shall circumvent from behind the second tower. MLXG was taken aback. Fang Han has resolutely decided upon the intention to kill. Fang Han took the lead, directly unleashing the Lion Dog's ultimate skill. With SKT's mid-jungle abilities rendered useless, I pondered who could possibly save the two of them in this dire moment. After eliminating the bottom lane duo, we could seize the dragon and simultaneously push down the enemy's turret. The snowball effect was about to commence. Once the momentum of the cannon's turret push began, SKT would be compelled to engage, lest they succumb to our relentless lane pressure. NAR was unable to stand against the Lion Dog, and if the AD carry dared to show herself, she would face the wrath of the cannon's explosive assault. As I contemplated the unfolding scenario, Fang Han had already charged towards the second tower with the shield of the Spirit Guardian, instead of retreating to the safety of the second tower, as initially planned. The AD carry and Lulu lingered between the first and second towers, seemingly reluctant to forfeit a significant wave of experience. This fleeting greed presented the opportunity Fang Han was seeking. When the Lion Dog's ultimate mark illuminated above the heads of the AD carry and Lulu, it was too late for retreat. Coming from behind the second tower, I recognized that Arthur had a penchant for flanking. He was relentless in his pursuit. Do you understand the art of the flank? MLXG may always be in your face, but Arthur would be right behind you. In a swift moment, it was a 4 versus 2. The AD carry and Lulu had no choice but to retreat to the precarious first tower. Ahead loomed the cannon and the gem, pushing towards the tower, while behind them were the menacing Lion Dog, Spirit Guardian, and the ominous presence of their allies. The pressure on Bang and Wolf was palpable. Fortunately, their support was a soft one, and Lulu was among the strongest in terms of protective capabilities, presenting ample opportunities for maneuver. Bang glanced at the minimap, ultimately fixing his gaze on the position of the Lion Dog. The Spirit Guardian and Gem posed minimal threat. The primary danger stemmed from the cannon and Lion Dog. If he could disable one source of damage while they dove the tower, it could yield at least 2 kills. True to form, the champion AD carry made a swift and astute assessment of the battlefield. Wolf, holding his skill, prepared to transform the Lion Dog into a sheep. I knew without being told. The bottom duo stood in quiet anticipation, gazing towards the second tower. It was unequivocal that Fang Han's Lion Dog would leap from that direction. Given Fang Han's nature, he would undoubtedly be the first to jump in. However, this time, their predictions were off. Ding! V's skill illuminated before the gem, and with a decisive E-flash, she stunned SKT's bottom duo beneath the tower. The cannon synchronized with her jump, leaping into the tower and unleashing her ultimate, pushing the immobilized SKT duo out of the tower's attack range. Arthur's Lion Dog appeared at the opportune moment, leaping towards the still airborne Lulu. Indeed, Fang Han's primary target was not the AD carry, but rather the more vulnerable Lulu. Helpless against the fully equipped Lion Dog, Lulu was unable to retaliate, even failing to use her flash before meeting her demise mid-air. A swift landing and another instant elimination. With the acquisition of the second item, the Greedy Hydra, the Lion Dog's burst damage upon landing was utterly incomprehensible. The moment he touched the ground, Lulu was already lost. A sudden explosion. Did Lulu not owe a few hundred health points? Oh to life. Did you not see that the Thunderlord's decree had yet to descend? The fright in the AD carry was palpable, leading her to immediately expend her flash. Without hesitation, Bang activated his own, yet with RNG's players encircling them. Where could he possibly flee? Just as he intended to flash towards the second tower, the Spirit Guardian executed a Q-flash, ensnaring the AD carry in place. Despair. This was the sole thought occupying Bang's mind at that moment, despite the TP lights of Galio and NAR illuminating at the first tower, and the prince racing down the lane without pause. The Spirit Guardian's Q had rendered Bang's hands motionless on the keyboard, bereft of Lulu's protection. Even the Lion Dog alone was sufficient to obliterate him twice, let alone with the cannon, who had just refreshed her rocket jump. Double kill. The Lion Dog charged outside the second tower, claiming a double kill. Arthur's score had ascended to a remarkable 4-1. He had taken a tower and eliminated 2 enemies without even deploying the gem's ultimate. Observing the well-formed state of RNG's 4-man team, Faker and Huni synchronously canceled their teleport. Faker understood perfectly that this was not the moment to land. The Lion Dog, Spirit Guardian, and Cannon were all nearly at full health. while the gem's ultimate remained at the ready. Should they land now, the gem's cosmic brilliance would undoubtedly descend without delay. At this juncture, the three of us from mid and jungle would likely be unable to eliminate anyone before the cosmic brilliance fell. Charging in would likely result in further losses. After canceling the teleport, Faker scanned the minimap. He decided to invade their upper jungle. There was no need to venture downwards or to contest the dragon. It would only squander time. NAR needed to catch up on farm. At the very least to match the plane. Faker no longer hoped for NAR to contest the Lion Dog. A 4-1 Lion Dog could not be halted when he split pushed. This could not continue. The Lion Dog could not be allowed to thrive in such comfort. If this continued, no one on their side would be able to counter the Lion Dog's split push. At the very least, he and Peanut could coordinate from mid-jungle and potentially take down the defenseless Lion Dog with sheer damage. Before the dragon's emergence, they needed to alleviate the immense pressure posed by the Lion Dog's split push. Faker narrowed his eyes, adjusting his glasses. He noticed that after achieving a double kill, the Lion Dog had not retreated but was instead continuing to push the bottom lane minions, intent on taking the second tower. This was evidently a splendid opportunity. Let us clear the jungle together, he proposed to Peanut, and see if we can disrupt the Lion Dog's rhythm with the bottom duo. Peanut nodded, clearing the jungle before taking cover in the brush to recall. The spectators with a godlike perspective clearly discerned the movements of SKD's players. They were finally going to ambush Arthur. I had thought SKD had given up. Give up? Surrender to defeat? I have expected Arthur to become invisible on SKD's screen. This was our RNG trident. Dare to neglect one of the carries, and he would make you pay for it. Still greedy, still insatiable. Did Arthur fear the opponents coming for him? What was there to fear? If he died, so be it. Hurry and die. Or I may never get the chance to ridicule him. I am on the edge of my seat. Heh. I bet the critics are already scrutinizing the match with a magnifying glass, aren't they? Fear not. There are stains, forever enduring. At this moment, Fang Han was indulging in his meal, thoroughly enjoying it, when he suddenly sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat amiss. Why was it that he could see only Neo online? Moreover, there was a single SKD player in the vicinity of the Baron Pit to establish vision? Fang Han chuckled. The SKD team is remarkably astute. They would never forego the opportunity to seize the Baron so easily. Their prolonged absence from the map surely indicates they are devising a strategy. My 4 teammates remain at home, and if they intend to initiate something, it can only be directed towards me in the bottom lane. Ah, how delightful it is. I shall return to purchase my third item. Fang Han gazed at the ample coins he had amassed, reclining comfortably in his gaming chair as he stretched languidly. The professional competition felt remarkably effortless. The Lion Dog nestled in the underbrush before the second tower of the red side, initiating its recall. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Fang Han's mind. The conditions for the remarkable scene of a counterattack have been met. Would you like to activate it? A counterattack? It sounded somewhat reminiscent of the previous escape. What effects did it entail? Fang Han promptly accessed the system panel to examine the specifics of the renowned scene. This was a universal spectacle not exclusive to any particular player. Rather, it was a moment that any star athlete would inevitably manifest. The ultimate counterattack. Reflexes would remain at peak capacity until either escape or demise. Should one manage to elude capture after vanquishing at least one adversary, their in-game dexterity would increase by 100, reflexes by 100, and upon the conclusion of the match, they would be rewarded with 200 amusement points. Fang Han was elated. The enhancement of this iconic moment was indeed significant, and with the added bonus of joy points, what I lacked most at present was precisely joy points. Since it was a complimentary iconic moment, why not seize the opportunity? Activate. As the system notification chimed, Fang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. The flow of time within the game seemed to slow down once more. At that moment, the 4 members of SKT arrived at the bot lane. The prince initiated with his EQ combo, while the Lee Sin interrupted the recall, skillfully evading with a nimble twist. This reaction left Peanut dumbfounded. Was this still human? I emerged from the shadows, and he managed to evade even without vision? Could he possibly dodge the ultimate as well? Unconvinced, Peanut unleashed a cataclysmic ultimate. In response, Galio's heroic entrance was imminent. The bot lane duo of SKD kept their distance, denying the Lee Sin any opportunity to engage. Realizing that this heroic entrance was unavoidable, Fang Han decisively activated his flash. Facing the combined threat of the prince and Galio, a single control effect could render him immobile. At such a moment, conserving his flash would only invite disaster. Lee Sin flashed and sprinted out of the range of Galio's heroic entrance, darting towards the red side's lower jungle. Observing this, Faker swiftly pursued with any skill. Mobilizing 4 players to capture a single Lee Sin, they certainly couldn't let him escape. Faker focused intently, his resolve firm. As long as they eliminated Lee Sin, they could effortlessly reclaim vision over the Baron pit. At that point, their team composition would exert relentless pressure in the Baron area, compelling RNG to engage in a fight. The more he contemplated this, the more resolute Faker became. Chase. Don't let him escape. Kill him and head straight for the Baron pit. The 4 members of SKD relentlessly pursued, following Lee Sin into the jungle. Lee Sin dove into the jungle, heading towards the red side's blue buff. As he passed through the brush, he didn't forget to place a ward. SKD maintained their formation impeccably. The Prince and Galio led the charge at the front, while the bot lane duo trailed behind at a safe distance. If Lee Sin was left behind, they would be ready to follow up with damage and control at the earliest opportunity. Fang Han observed the flawless formation of the SKD team and let out a sigh. Truly, they are the 3-time champions. Not a single flaw could be detected. Were it EDG in their place, they would undoubtedly reveal vulnerabilities during the pursuit. Alas, this is SKD. Fang Han shook his head, dismissing the notion of turning back to retaliate, and continued to flee along the riverway. The 3 commentators at the analysis desk watched as Fang Han was besieged, their hearts racing with anxiety. The Baron was about to respawn. And this was a moment when Calamity could not afford to strike. Should SKD regain their numerical advantage, they would lose control of vision in the Baron area. It was exceedingly difficult to escape, especially without a flash on the Lee Sin. Perhaps it was time to unleash the ultimate ability? All the spectators, players, and commentators understood that if SKD seized the initiative over the Baron, their formidable operational prowess and vision control could render their opponents perpetually subdued. Under Faker's direction, SKD recalibrated their strategy, flanking the Lee Sin from 2 directions. Galio and Caitlyn moved in tandem, while Lulu and Jarvan coordinated their approach. This way, regardless of which side caught the Lee Sin, the other duo could swiftly arrive to inflict additional damage. It was a flawless plan. However, this very strategy presented an opening for Fang Han. Faker's Galio posed a significant threat to him, but since they dared to divide their forces, they could not fault him for what was to come. He would first target the most troublesome Lulu. Fang Han fixated on the purple-skinned garlic relentlessly pursuing him, a fierce glint evident in his eyes. He could never forget that year when the bottom lane combination of Easy and Lulu had left a profound impact. Resolutely, he decided to unleash all his pin-up frustration on this purple-skinned garlic. Fang Han maneuvered the Shih Tzu, concealing himself in the riverbank's foliage, awaiting the precise moment when Lulu entered his strike zone. With a fierce roar, he leaped into action, unleashing a devastating blow upon landing. Yet, this time, Lulu retaliated with her ultimate ability, sending the Shih Tzu soaring into the air. The prince reacted swiftly, executing a combination of abilities to regain control. Just then, Lulu, maintaining her distance, transformed the Shih Tzu into a sheep, abruptly halting its offensive onslaught. However, Fang Han remained unperturbed, pursuing Lulu relentlessly. After all, he had already unleashed his initial burst of damage, and once their crowd control effects subsided, Lulu would inevitably meet her demise. Wolf was frantically calling out in the team channel, "Over here. Quickly, come to me. I'm about to perish." Galio and Caitlyn raced toward the scene without pause. Yet the wall separating them proved a formidable obstacle for Galio. As various control effects concluded, the Shih Tzu descended with lethal precision, extinguishing Lulu's life. After securing the kill, Fang Han exhibited no greed. He activated his ultimate and fled in the opposite direction. Observing him retreat toward SKD's base, the spectators erupted in laughter. "I journey northward, departing from the season shared with you. Arthur, where are you headed? Shall we meet again? Arthur, I cannot bear to be without you, Arthur. Be brave, my friend." Is this a strategy to sacrifice a tower? Sacrificing a tower is futile. We are outnumbered. How can we contest the vision at Baron? Clearly, the audience still fails to comprehend Fang Han's resolve. Sacrifice a tower? Such an act would only occur if I were left with no other options. Fang Han maneuvered the lion dog into the underbrush, abruptly shifting his perspective to the top lane, where a teleport landed right in front of the friendly vehicle, NAR. Huni was taken aback. "Is this your escape route? Right in front of me?" Coincidentally, NAR had just transformed back from his larger form after clearing a wave of minions, leaving him in his most vulnerable state. Out of respect for the lion dog and Fang Han, NAR maintained a distance from the minion wave. Even though the vehicle was left with a mere sliver of health, he dared not glance at it again. However, just as he retreated, a burst of the Emerald Spirit's Q skill shot forth from the thicket, pinning him to the spot. The lion dog landed, roaring as he leaped onto the small NAR's face. Double kill. The lion dog once again claimed a double kill, slaughtering his way from the bottom lane to the top, leaving both the audience and commentators in stunned silence. He carved his path from the southern gate to the Hall of Eternal Heaven, not batting an eye, utterly ferocious. Not blinking? What would blinking do? I say I slay like a whirlwind, and you ask if my eyes are dry? Don't question me. Dare to chase, and you shall perish. Show your face, and you cease to exist, whether you reveal yourself or not. This Arthur was nothing short of a shrimp fried rice. Wuhan-style shrimp fried rice. Terrifying. He even laughed. Mother. I am afraid. At the SKD player's bench, Huni tossed his mouse aside, slumping in his esports chair as if his soul had departed. Seriously. I was just trying to farm minions. Is it that extreme? Huni chuckled in frustration. This lion dog treats me like a minion. Fortunately, he hadn't burned his flash this time. Otherwise, the losses would have been greater. SKT had been gradually falling behind in these two skirmishes, particularly this one aimed at the lion dog, where all their ultimates were expended, costing them 2 players. No matter how SKT played, they seemed to incur losses. After all these years, it was the first time witnessing SKT in such distress. I am Huni. I no longer wish to play. Being kicked around like a stray dog by the side of the road? Has SKT been bribed by RNG? Why are we falling further behind? I declare, Arthur is the conceptual god. I shall never suffer loss. What is left for SKT? Perhaps it is better to concede outright. The commentators on the stage had fallen silent since the earlier events. Only when the production team's urging echoed in their earpieces did they finally regain their composure. Ahem. Player Arthur consistently delivers unexpected entertainment, they remarked. From the bottom lane to the top, indeed, a kill every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. The commentator pondered for a moment before finally reciting a line of poetry. Beside him, PDD and Shinchao could no longer suppress their rising smiles. Who among them had been thoroughly bested by SKT in the past? Shinchao had even faced a 3 o'clock defeat in the finals. The regret from that time lingered in his memory to this day. Now, witnessing RNG take control of the rhythm, how could he not feel joy? How could he refrain from reflecting? Watching his former teammate Uzi on stage, Shinchao covered his mouth, laughing aloud. Little dog, fulfill your dream, just as you said. To make amends for our past regrets. Fang Shun. Amazing. In the RNG voice channel, the 4 teammates eagerly called out Fang Han's nickname. Even Uzi, usually focused on his gameplay during matches, couldn't contain his exuberant shout. Arthur, the man who single-handedly established a 3-lane advantage before the dragon fight. Oh, wait. The mid lane doesn't quite count as an advantage yet. Fang Han cast a sidelong glance at the cheerful little tiger and shook his head. Alas. Had little tiger not encountered setbacks in those 2 skirmishes, they might have genuinely attempted to engage in a team fight. Regrettably, little tiger's current development was still somewhat lacking, rendering it too risky to afford SKD any opportunity. Contemplating this, Fang Han spoke in the voice channel. Brothers, you apply pressure near the Baron, while I continue to push the bottom lane. If they dare to approach, I shall seize their high ground. Had Letme been in this position, possessing such a significant advantage, his immediate decision would have been to contest the Baron and force a team fight. However, Fang Han understood all too well that such an approach would place all the pressure on the duo carries, should they lose the team fight. The advantages garnered in the first 20 minutes would dissipate into nothingness. Furthermore, if NAR were to secure a few kills during the skirmish, the previous scenario of NAR's relentless split pushing would likely resurface. The development of the lion dog was ahead of schedule, having already acquired his 3rd item prior to the Baron clash. Yet, the hero advantage of NAR remained, and Fang Han needed to ensure absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, the other 4 RNG team members said little, returning home to complete their items before heading towards the Baron pit. Even Uzi, accustomed to the 4-protect-1 strategy, recognized who the tactical core of this match truly was. With 3 items, the lion dog was an undeniable force in split pushing. Even if Faker, equipped with 2.5 items, attempted to defend the tower, he would struggle to contend with the lion dog. Should he misfire a few abilities, he might very well perish beneath the tower, unable to contain himself. Uzi exclaimed, "It's such a delight to have someone in the team who can mindlessly split push and seize lane control." Meanwhile, Letme, resting in the backstage lounge, uncontrollably sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who is it now that's cursing me?" As Lulu and NAR revived and emerged from their base, the Baron also ascended from the pit. Faker glanced at the lion dog, still pushing the bottom lane, adorned with his 3 items, and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. No one on their side could handle such a developed lion dog. To eliminate him, they would need to deploy at least 3 individuals, with the potential risk of being countered by the lion dog himself. Yet, if they did mobilize 3 players to hunt the lion dog, they could bid farewell to the Baron. Let us not concern ourselves with the lion dog. Proceed directly to the Baron pit. Peanut, if we spot anyone, initiate an attack. If we can take down one, we secure the Baron. Faker remained steadfast, refusing to let the earlier setbacks cloud his judgment. Even if they managed to eliminate the lion dog, the rewards would be minimal. However, if they could diminish RNG's numbers at the Baron pit, they would assuredly claim the Baron. Faker's focus sharpened as he led his 4 teammates towards the Baron pit. Wow, such clarity of thought. Directly aiming for the Baron team fight? RNG cannot afford to engage head-on. Their combat prowess is still significantly inferior. Why isn't Arthur joining the formation? The 3-item lion dog can eliminate one in an instant, allowing for an easy victory in a frontal encounter. Come on, he has already taken down several of them. SKD isn't foolish enough not to start taking precautions. Can the low-ranked players just be quiet? Apart from forming a group, they seem to lack any other strategy, right? This is a professional match. If they can't even comprehend this, perhaps disbanding would be best. The lion dog was already invincible in split pushing. Anyone who dared to engage in a team fight would be a fool. The mid-lane minion wave and the vision in the jungle captured the movements of all 5 SKD players. After sending a wave of minions into the high ground, they noticed the opposing 5 approaching the Baron pit and swiftly stepped out of the bushes to push the high ground. Coach, don't initiate the Baron. Wait for them to start. If necessary, let it go. Just don't confront them directly. MLXG and the others understood this principle, lingering near the Baron pit while maintaining an ambiguous distance from SKT. Seeing such cautious and disciplined behavior from RNG, the audience was bewildered. Wait a minute. Who are you? Is this the RNG I know? You all seem unsettlingly composed today. They desperately wish to win and reach the nest. Time was of the essence. If SKD did not act soon, the bottom high ground and the inhibitor would be forfeited. Is the Lion Dog's demolition team pushing this quickly? During the tense stalemate at the Baron pit involving 9 players from both sides, the Lion Dog effortlessly destroyed the bottom high ground tower and had begun assaulting the inhibitor. Faker narrowed his eyes. No, dragging this out leads to a slow demise. Push towards the Baron pit. Let us initiate the Baron. The 5 players huddled together, pressing towards the Baron pit, while the plane, hoping to sneak in some damage, retreated a moment too late. NAR. Engage. Hunie's NAR erupted into action, transforming midair and delivering a massive blow that sent the plane crashing back. Faker followed up with a fully charged taunt, pinning the plane in place. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in despair. Oh no, how did the plane get caught again? Why not just retreat? The bottom high ground has fallen. Losing the Baron is of little consequence now. Xianghua, Dog and Ming, hurry up and escape. Alas, they've fallen into old habits again. Why are they so indecisive about saving their teammates? Surely they want to suffer a 0-for-4 exchange? Couldn't they just stop playing that broken game and retreat? The plane was trapped, and the RNG players' immediate thought was not to retreat. The support initiated their ultimate as the universe's radiance began to descend. The green god raised his arm, summoning the small flower. It appeared they were gearing up for yet another 4 versus 5 battle. The commentators grew anxious, shouting, "No, retreat. Sacrifice little tiger." How could they contend in a 4 versus 5 situation? SKT immediately focused their fire, managing to kill the plane even before the universe's radiance descended. Now it was no longer 4 versus 5, it had become 3 versus 5. Even with the small flower, it barely counted as 3. 5 versus 5. Faced with such a glaring numerical disadvantage, the response from RNG was singular: to fight. Bathed in the light of the universe's radiance, the team surged forward, targeting NAR, Galio, and Jarvan with a flurry of attacks. With the dual support of Ivern and Rockin, the small cannon maneuvered skillfully, empowering the Lion Dog. Shields, acceleration, brushes, and crowd control. Everything the small cannon lacked was provided by the Green God and Rockin, coupled with the supportive items they had acquired, such as the Shirelia's Reverie and the Locket of the Iron Solari. Retreating at this moment was simply not an option for the audacious small dog. This counterattack was evidently not the result of the small dog's recklessness. Dog brother, control them. Don't let them comfortably secure the Baron. I'm diving in for the kill. Fang Han's fingers danced across the keyboard, each keystroke resonating like a splendid symphony, fully awakening his peak state. His terrifying speed, combined with the assassin's armor-piercing trio, rapidly diminished the health of the Twin Towers. The little dog continued to unleash damage. He was still dealing damage. The little dog was still alive. The front line of SKT was left bewildered. The trio of items on the little cannon dismantled the front line with remarkable swiftness. The crucial aspect was the control immunity, shielding, and health regeneration. Without his ultimate, neither Jarvan 4 nor Galio nor Gnar could contend with him. However, caution was warranted as Galio still had his flash available. The commentators on stage incessantly narrated the tense situation. This dragon team fight could very well determine the course of the entire game. A small split screen appeared on the large display, broadcasting in real-time the scene of the lion dog sneaking a tower. Just as the cosmic radiance concluded, a turret had already fallen. Goodness, what a demolition crew! Could they truly take down a tower in one fell swoop? Was SKT not returning home? Their base was at stake. How could they go back? Did they not see the little cannon pummeling them in the face? Was RNG only capable of such sneaky tactics? A hollow victory. What a hollow victory indeed. Could KRD not perish? Finally, Faker awaited his second W skill, promptly utilizing it to flash and control Uzi. Focus fire. Eliminate the little cannon and return to defend the base. A series of crowd control and damage followed, aiming to obliterate the little cannon on the spot. Uzi, feeling the pressure, ceased his evasive maneuvers and stood firm to unleash his full might against Jarvan 4 and Gnar. The instantaneous explosion of power obliterated Jarvan 4 and even severely wounded the shrunk Gnar nearby. After achieving this, the health bar of the little cannon was finally emptied by SKT's concentrated assault. To their surprise, just as the little cannon fell, the defenseless Jim and Ivern rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of skills upon the retreating SKT members. Zhengyi and Youmeng sought not to slay any foes, but merely to delay the return of the SKT players. Boom. At that moment, the second turret at SKT's base crumbled in response. Gazing at the system notification flashing on the screen, Faker's brow furrowed. If this continued, their base would be lost. How could the lion dog push so swiftly? They needed to send someone back immediately. Gnar used teleport to return and stall the lion dog, while the bottom duo dashed back home, leaving Jarvan 4 and himself to contend with these bothersome foes. As he spoke, Faker maneuvered Galio, using an E skill to knock up the gem attempting to interrupt Gnar's teleport. Jarvan 4 countered with an EQ combo, lifting the other Ivern. The lion dog had already begun dismantling the Nexus, and a visible, manic grin spread across Fang Han's face. 80. Let it explode. Gnar landed from the teleport, and without a moment's hesitation, charged forth to confront the lion dog. Despite having only 1/5 of his health remaining, Fang Han merely cast a glance, letting out a cold chuckle. 1/5 of health, teleporting down just to deliver? As he pushed the base, Fang Han amassed the enhanced Q skill of the lion dog, dispatching Huni with 2 swift strikes. The viewers in the live stream and the audience present erupted in laughter. Teleport? Simply eliminated, with just 2 QS, and the opponent vanished? It felt akin to battling against a bot. This Gnar is no longer a valuable asset. How modest, what courtesy, pushing the base while offering gifts. Come back, Marin. My most esteemed champion top laner. It's a complete top gap. The commentators on stage were left dumbfounded. Could this truly be a decisive blow? Little Gnar landed and was instantly obliterated. Could this be the end? Almost. The Misfortune and Lulu have arrived. It appears the decisive strike has slipped away. The returning Misfortune immediately used her flash to engage the lion dog, while Lulu deployed her ultimate to knock the lion dog back, then rushed in to transform him into a sheep. It was precisely the absence of those crucial seconds that allowed the Nexus Crystal to retain its last 100 health. Avoiding destruction. Shut down. The lion dog exerted every ounce of effort yet failed to land that final blow. Meanwhile, Ivern and Sona were relentlessly pursued by Jarvan and Galio, ultimately succumbing in the jungle. Ace. A profound silence enveloped the venue. What had once been a promising game just 20 minutes prior had culminated in this complete annihilation. The commentators, faces etched with regret, sighed, what a pity, it was just a hair's breadth away. Merely a strike away. And our all-Chinese team would have advanced to the finals. Recalling the last time an all-Chinese team reached the finals, one was reminded of S3. Shinchao gazed blankly at the large screen, his heart racing, nearly overwhelmed. Yet, observing the smiling visage of Fang Han on the player screen, Shinchao felt a wave of reassurance. There is still hope. The outer tower has fallen, and now SKT cannot escape the base. They must wait for the resurrection of the bottom lane crystal. This signifies that the advantage still lies with RNG. In the RNG voice channel, Fang Han continually reassured his 4 teammates, saying, it's all right. We still hold the advantage. Let's push the mid lane forward, and I will bring this match to a conclusion. Meanwhile, in Fang Han's mind, the system notification resonated, triggering the iconic scene's final strike. In the next home invasion decision, you shall remain undetected by any vision along the path. Additionally, enhanced damage against 3 defensive towers. The 4 members of SKT rejuvenated and united, heading towards the Baron pit to seize the objective. However, by the time they secured the Baron, the 5 heroes from RNG had gradually revived. With no other choice, SKT reluctantly abandoned their plans to push towers and retreated to base. The substantial gap in the bottom lane left them anxious, for one could never predict when the cunning Lee Sin would strike and dismantle their nexus. Despite having just been eliminated, Lee Sin emerged once more, successfully acquiring his 4th item. Now, not only would any exposed hero be swiftly dispatched, but should he reach the base, calamity would surely ensue. As SKT took the time to return to base, Faker flexed his wrist, analyzing the unfolding situation. The breach in the bottom lane was too vast. Pushing out was nearly impossible. The silver lining was their acquisition of the Baron buff, ensuring that the opposition could not claim it. Yet, a fully equipped Lee Sin posed an insurmountable threat. At this moment, Faker, the captain of the 3-time champions and last year's victors, found himself engulfed in an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Arthur was not particularly fearsome, after all, merely a Lee Sin whose team fighting capabilities were limited. However, the pressure he exerted while split pushing, combined with the destruction of the Twin Towers, rendered their high ground inaccessible. With a sigh and closed eyes, Faker resignedly commanded, "Let us establish vision outside the base. We must not allow them to breach our nexus. We shall await our respawns at the barracks and then seek our opportunity." The 4 members of SKT nodded in agreement, promptly assigning their respective tasks: set vision, invade the jungle for sight, and manage the minion waves. At that moment, SKT resembled an impregnable fortress, steadfastly defending their final territory. Meanwhile, Faker and Jarvan 4 ventured into their respective upper and lower jungle zones, aiming to isolate and eliminate any RNG heroes they might encounter. If they could diminish RNG's numbers, they would have the chance to mount a coordinated push. If they could ambush Lee Sin, they might even push all the way to the high ground. Securing the first high ground would severely limit RNG's ability to roam freely across the map, which was precisely the opportunity SKT desperately needed. On the other side, RNG's players dispersed, voraciously consuming both red and blue jungle monsters, widening the economic gap between the 2 teams. As the game reached the 25-minute mark, the economic disparity had escalated to 10,000 gold. Many EDG fans had developed PTSD regarding this figure. 10,000 gold, and yet, SKT had not drafted Rockin for this match. However, Galio and Jarvan 4 still held the potential for miraculous plays. RNG hold steady. Upon returning home, they could decide how to throw the game. Alas, it seemed that Tristana was still unreliable, having played 2 games with her in this best-of-5 series. They had lost them all. But this was the Tristana of Uzi. Could it truly be the same? Trust in Uzi. Do not trust. It felt as though he was about to be caught. With 3 items in hand, Tristana had just cleared a wave of minions and was now stealthily navigating towards the red side jungle. While clearing vision and devouring jungle monsters, she felt quite at ease. Little did she know, Jarvan 4 was lurking in the grass, pinning the mini-map with urgency. Gather. The enemy's bot lane duo is approaching. Observing the situation, Gnar, who had been clearing the top lane, immediately abandoned his minion wave and rushed towards the jungle. As Gnar neared the designated spot, Jarvan executed a swift EQ combo. Charging forth, Uzi reacted with remarkable speed, flashing to evade the EQ combo, then employing her W skill to create distance. However, the Gnar that had been knocked up suffered greatly, as his own flash was overshadowed by Jarvan's ultimate, Cataclysm. Galio's ultimate swiftly followed suit, thwarting any thoughts Uzi had of continuing her assault. In desperation, the Gnar could only unleash his ultimate in place, hoping to buy some time. "Tristana, fall back," Fang Han shouted in the voice channel. It was audacious to send so many to claim the high ground. If they lost the fight, it would all be over. One could only commend SKT for their relentless pursuit of opportunities, regardless of the odds stacked against them. It appeared this strategy was indeed orchestrated by Faker. The bot lane duo could not afford to be entirely eliminated. Otherwise, establishing vision would become increasingly difficult. Losing 2 players might mean relinquishing control over the Dragon Pit's vision, a scenario detrimental to their cause. Yet, in a critical moment, Uzi experienced a surge of aggression. It was unclear why, but after acquiring 3 items, he transformed, eager to engage at the sight of any enemy. Retreat? Unthinkable. Xiaohu, teleport in. Engage them. Without hesitation, Xiaohu aimed for the vision in the jungle and executed his teleport. Fang Han's lips twitched uncontrollably. Is this yet another classic brotherly match of RNG in League of Legends? Such a lack of composure. Furthermore, my ears are nearly deafened. The volume of Little Dog is simply overwhelming. The dual carries and support from RNG have engaged in a fierce skirmish with the trio from SKT in the mid and jungle. The well-farmed Galio stands resolutely at the forefront, absorbing the damage from RNG's carries single-handedly. Truly, he embodies the most resilient version of Galio in history. His tankiness would bring tears to the eyes of any traditional frontline hero. They ought to eliminate those three and return to defend their base. It has been far too long since the Lion Dog made an appearance. Despite having the upper hand in this minor confrontation, Faker remains utterly despondent. Arthur, displaying an unusual level of calm for an RNG player, contrasts sharply with his teammates, who have continued to succumb to their impulsive tendencies and reckless greed in recent matches. When it is time to sacrifice a teammate, they refuse to do so. Conversely, they charge in recklessly when they ought to hold back. Even though RNG initially led 2-1, Faker harbors no belief that defeat awaits him today. However, with the arrival of Arthur in the fifth match, the situation shifts. While the other four from RNG may still falter, Arthur remains like a precise automaton, perpetually composed and ever ready to support, as if summoned by fate. Just as Faker was reflecting on Arthur's ID, an announcement of a breach barrack appears above his head. The barracks had only just revived, only to be stealthily taken down by the Lion Dog. How did the Lion Dog navigate through the jungle's vision to invade and obliterate the crystal? Per Lulu, who had just stepped out of her base to place a ward, fell victim to the Lion Dog's opportunistic strike. Is there a thief among us? With so many true sights in the lower jungle, how could they fail to detect a single Lion Dog? I refuse to believe that the Lion Dog was not using vision. He flawlessly evaded all of SKT's sight. Stop it. Faker and Bang. Hurry back to defend the base. Bang, who had just emerged from the top lane high ground to join the fight, is forced to retreat home. Faker, in utter exasperation, can only distance himself and seek a place to teleport back to base. Fang Han paid no heed to anything else and charged directly towards the precarious base. Faker's Galio landed, yet before he could unleash his abilities, Fang Han's prepped enhanced Q and a flurry of skills rendered him incapacitated. With 3 items, Galio appeared as fragile as paper before the 4.5-item Lee Sin. To avert being swiftly eliminated, Faker was compelled to expend his W skill. However, this was precisely the moment Fang Han had been anticipating. With a flash, he leaped past the base, creating distance from Faker before unleashing a relentless assault on the structure. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Boom. The base crumbled in response. No one had anticipated that this pinnacle battle would conclude in such a dramatic fashion. RNG. Arthur dismantled SKT's base. Let us extend our congratulations to RNG. The tale of an all-Chinese roster continues. On the commentary stage, the casters gazed in excitement at the exploding SKT base, their eyes glistening with emotion, lips trembling. This moment was one they, as LPL commentators, had awaited for far too long, to the extent that they had forgotten how to react. After a brief pause, the trio of commentators finally voiced their congratulations. Congratulations, RNG. Let us also applaud the 3-time champions SKT for presenting us with such an exhilarating match. It was evident that the players from both teams were engaging in post-match fist bumps. Today is a day that will forever be etched in our memories. SKT, the towering giant in the annals of League of Legends history, has been surmounted for the very first time by 5 Chinese players. The so-called Demon King. The 3-time champion Faker, after enduring 5 arduous matches, could only resign himself to defeat. 5 Galios failed to vanquish the indomitable Royal Never Give Up. 1 Lee Sin shattered SKT's 4-time dynasty. The sword of King Arthur is poised to descend upon the center of the Bird's Nest Stadium. To the audience worldwide, are you prepared? The venue reverberated with the chants of LPL fans. RNG. RNG. RNG AB. Arthur is amazing. What's it to you that Faker remains unscathed? Can you win? Haha. Today, we have triumphed over the mountain that is SKT. RNG. We shall meet at the Bird's Nest. Amidst the joyous uproar, the players from both sides exchanged post-match fist bumps in an orderly manner. Arthur, as the top laner, stood at the back of the team to fist bump the 5 opposing members. Upon reaching Faker, he gazed at the legendary figure in League of Legends history. And with a smile, Fang Han articulated fluently in English, "Good game, well played." Faker, still ensnared in the aftermath of his recent defeat, momentarily lifted his gaze only after hearing Fang Han's clear voice. The tall youth before him, towering over him by half a head, was indeed Arthur. He never anticipated that he would be bested by such a junior. Removing his glasses, Faker rubbed his weary eyes. Unlike in his previous life, he did not cover his face in tears, nor did he turn to gaze longingly at the spotlight, a renowned portrait of the league. This time, Faker's heart was filled more with regret and acceptance. Good game, he murmured, donning his glasses once more and extending his hand to collide his fist with Fang Han's. A legendary era came to a close for him in S7. As he watched the SKT quintet exit with a sense of loss, Fang Han felt a wave of emotions wash over him. The victor's cheers and the vanquished's tears are the essence of esports. Yet, this is also the allure of esports. Function, stop daydreaming. It's time to take a bow. MLXG's voice resonated, rousing the dazed Fang Han from his reverie. As Fang Han awakened from his dreamlike state, he approached the spotlight with a smile. The members of RNG bowed in unison, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. We have accomplished our task. Now we await the good news from Wei. Uzi patted Fang Han on the shoulder, beaming with joy. What could be more delightful than decisively defeating SKT and rectifying the regrets of the past? After an intense 5-game battle, the tense members of RNG could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite, at least before heading to the bird's nest to prepare for the finals. They could take a leisurely tour. Contemplating the upcoming semi-final match between Wei and Samsung, Fang Han let out a silent sigh. What a pity. If only my brother-in-law had not fallen ill, we would have had a fair chance tomorrow. Yet, my presence evidently cannot alter the reality of WE's players' physical discomfort. As the post-match settlement was underway, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have earned 50,000 fun points. Indeed, 50,000 points is not particularly substantial, especially with so many spectators present during the match. Ultimately, this game was played too cautiously, lacking in amusement. Fang Han smirked. Were it not for the fact that this match was the crucial deciding round, he would have certainly entertained the audience with a few spectacular plays. Alas, he pondered when he might secure a starting position, allowing him to participate in more matches and revel in the experience. Nevertheless, such matters cannot be rushed. One must take it one step at a time. For now, he would rest well and tomorrow he would attend the Wii match. Fang Han, lost in thought, put away the peripherals in front of his computer and followed his teammates to the lounge. Just as he stowed the equipment into his backpack, a staff member entered the room. Is player Arthur here? Please prepare for today's post-match interview on the main stage. Fang Han was taken aback. What? Am I being asked to participate in the post-match interview on the main stage? Typically, such tasks are entrusted to Xiaohu or Uzi, aren't they? Fang Han glanced at Xiaohu and Uzi, only to discover that both were also gazing back at him. Go ahead, Function. We still have other live stream interviews to attend to. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity for an interview that must not be squandered. Without needing their encouragement, Fang Han was acutely aware of how precious this opportunity was. The main stage interview represented a splendid chance to garner entertainment points. With so many spectators watching, it was imperative to conjure something spectacular. In Fang Han's eyes, countless entertainment points beckoned to him. 10 minutes later, clad in the RNG black and gold team uniform, Fang Han strolled to the center of the main stage with one hand in his pocket and the other grasping a microphone. To his astonishment, he discovered that the interviewer on this occasion was none other than Youmeng. Welcome, everyone, to today's post-match interview. We are pleased to have with us RNG's top laner, Arthur. Arthur, please greet the audience. Fang Han nodded and raised the microphone. Greetings, everyone. I am Arthur, the top laner for RNG. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue erupted with a chorus of cheers. Arthur. Arthur. The Holy Sword slays the Demon King. I am called King Arthur. What of the Dark Overlord? Defeated by the brave, the fate of the Demon King is inescapable. In truth, I have always been an ardent admirer of Arthur. He is terrifyingly strong. What? You intend to bring your talents to RNG as well? Sensing the fervor of the audience, Fang Han experienced an unprecedented sense of achievement. Youmeng gazed at Fang Han with a smile and inquired, Arthur, how does it feel to reach the finals in your first world championship? It feels rather ordinary, to be honest. However, today is indeed a joyous occasion, as we triumphed over the legendary 3-time champions, SKT. Haha. It seems that player Arthur has a significant obsession with defeating SKT. Indeed, to be precise, my obsession has always been to conquer Faker. From the moment I embarked on my professional journey, it has been my unwavering desire. Fang Han paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, aside from this, I harbor another obsession. Oh? Might you share it with us? Fang Han scratched his head and chuckled. In truth, my pursuit of a professional career has culminated in this very moment. I shall no longer feign modesty, auntie. I no longer wish to strive. As these words escaped his lips, the venue erupted in astonishment. Was it possible for a man to be so audacious? To make such a bold declaration before an audience of this magnitude? Indeed, I had suspected this young man harbored ulterior motives. Speak. Are you not resisting the onslaught of those silver demons dispatched to confront you? I knew it. In the presence of Youmeng, no one could maintain their composure. Just look, Youmeng is utterly taken aback, gazing upon the dashing Arthur. One might wager that Youmeng would struggle to suppress a delighted sigh once she departs the stage. Arthur appears unfazed by the blessings bestowed upon him by the divine overseer. In the commentary section, Yuan stared blankly at Fang Han in the center of the screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Yet, as a professional commentator, he musters the strength to maintain his composure. Ha ha ha, Arthur has once again taken the stage. After every match, he always manages to entertain the audience. Before long, Youmeng regained her composure and smiled, addressing Arthur with a playful remark. Arthur, you're at it again. Aren't you? To which Fang Han, understanding the cue, gracefully responded, descending from the platform with ease. The audience erupted in laughter. What a splendid performance! I refuse to believe that Youmeng was not momentarily captivated. Per Arthur, a mere plaything in Youmeng's hands. It seems we are but a cog in your grand performance, huh? Inform Guan that I shall not return for dinner tonight. Congratulations, host, you have amassed 50,000 joy points. With this influx of joy points, the unlocking of the Shy's legendary moments is but a matter of time. The plan for the artificial horse face is nearing fruition. With this thought, Fang Han's smile deepened, his charming visage captivating the attention of all. Arthur, soon you shall make your way to the bird's nest to participate in the final championship. Tomorrow's semifinals will determine your ultimate adversary. Do you have anything to say regarding this? What could he possibly say? Most likely, they would face Samsung in the finals. Yet, while such thoughts lingered in his mind, Fang Han dared not voice them. After all, they were all representatives of the LPL. Predicting a defeat for we would surely invite a barrage of criticism. Moreover, he clung to a flicker of hope. What if history were to be rewritten by his presence? After a brief contemplation, Fang Han looked into the camera and declared, "It is quite simple. I have but one message. Keep your dream and never give up. Regardless of who our opponents may be, our singular focus is to seize victory. Should we reach the finals, we shall celebrate the first championship for the LPL in advance. If Samsung advances, I shall strive to bring glory to the LPL." His impassioned speech struck a chord with all the viewers of the LPL region. How long had it been since someone uttered such words of pride for the LPL? From S3 to the present, Korea's dominance over the League of Legends scene has continued unabated, and many spectators have come to view an LPL championship as a distant dream, let alone the notion of 5 Chinese players claiming the title, which many deem utterly unattainable. In the commentary section, guest commentator Li Jiahong's eyes brimmed with tears. In a past life, he wept for RNG's unfortunate defeat. In this life, he shed tears of joy upon witnessing the hope for a fully Chinese team to emerge victorious. Arthur's words echoed the sentiments of all players and spectators alike. Who does not yearn for 5 players hailing from our homeland to stand on the grand stage of the finals? Fang Han dared to voice what others would not, boldly proclaiming it on such a monumental platform. The LPL has long needed a professional who is fearless in speech and action. In an instant, the audience showered Fang Han with their respect. Respect. United we stand. Regardless of whether RNG can triumph in the future, this singular statement has earned my admiration for Arthur. Magnificent. Words are unnecessary. Is this the spirit of responsibility embodied by RNG? The vision is indeed vast. I sense that a new star is set to rise within the LPL. Alas, as a man, why do I find Arthur so strikingly handsome? Those who can resist the urge to swoon at Arthur's presence are truly remarkable. Always boasting. Should he falter, he will face the consequences. Regardless of the outcome of the finals, I am now the most loyal knight of Arthur. Fang Han's words shone like the first ray of light in a dark era, instilling hope throughout the entire competition region. Following the match, the highlights of Fang Han's performance and his post-game interview rapidly gained popularity across the internet. Not only domestically, but professional players worldwide began to recognize this young talent hailing from Wuhan, China. In the comments section of the official video with the highest view count, numerous professional players left their remarks. Perks, an interesting young fellow. I believe we would get along splendidly. Ruler, see you in the finals. We shall prove ourselves as the stronger side. Reckles, a formidable opponent. It is unfortunate we did not meet in this grand final. Clear Love 7. Keep it up. For the glory of LPL. Faker, a powerful adversary, until we meet again next year. Wang Duo. The young hero unsheathes the holy sword to vanquish the Demon King. His story begins here. Commentator remember, without a doubt, this will be a match etched in history. Shen Chao godlike, after 4 years. An all-Chinese team reaches the bird's nest once more. Uzi, let us hope this time we can make amends for past regrets. In the backstage lounge of the venue, Li Jiahong, Shen Chao, and PDD eagerly awaited at the player corridor, pursuing Fang Han for his autograph. Fang Han was taken aback. Yet he beamed as he graciously offered his autograph to several individuals and even posed for photographs with them. It appeared that he had yet to fully comprehend that he had become a professional player of significant renown. Although he was a substitute, the team he was supporting was none other than RNG. As a burgeoning powerhouse in the realm of esports, RNG was certainly not one to overlook such a marketing opportunity. While en route to a hot pot restaurant, the manager of the RNG team discreetly pulled Fang Han aside, seemingly with an ulterior motive. Ahem, Function. Have you considered starting in the finals? Fang Han gazed at the man's obsequious grin, a shiver running down his spine. Brother Quan, I signed a youth training contract. Isn't it rather inappropriate for me to start? What are you talking about? You are a registered substitute, and it is entirely reasonable for you to take the field. What about Juanza? We have already spoken with him in advance, and he is also eager for you to play. Fang Han did not respond immediately. Instead, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Making his debut in the match not only promised a source of amusement, but also the potential to amass a considerable fan base. At that point, whether it was collecting rice or upgrading the system, it would all be effortlessly manageable. The team manager, noticing Fang Han's prolonged silence, assumed that he found the conditions unsatisfactory. In that case, we can sign the contract for next year in advance, as long as we complete the final championship. Regardless of the outcome, we can secure a short-term agreement. Oh? A short-term contract? How short can it be? A 2-year contract, worth 20 million a year. That indeed qualifies as a rather brief term. Fang Han stroked his chin thoughtfully. Signing a 2-year contract suits my intentions perfectly. After all, once we reach S10, the LPL will implement the baby lock policy. At that time, those under 18 won't even have a chance to enter the youth training program. Consequently, there will be fewer players available in the market, allowing for greater freedom during the transfer period to choose wherever one desires. However, while filling out the information, I took a cue from Ben Good and intentionally reported my age as a year older. Otherwise, it's not just about the future. I wouldn't even be able to compete this year. What do you think, Function? Have you made up your mind? The starting roster is due to be submitted in a couple of days. Fang Han lifted his gaze towards Letme, who was seated in front of him. Juanza, are you really not going to compete in the finals? This is your first time reaching the global championship. Upon hearing this, Letme interrupted his casual conversation with Xiaohu and turned to respond. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied with a smile, "You are correct. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every professional player. However, rather than merely experiencing the atmosphere of the finals, I would much prefer to lift the Summoner's Cup alongside everyone. Besides, if we truly win the championship, I would also acquire a champion skin, wouldn't I?" Letme chuckled heartily, as if envisioning himself selecting his champion skin. His words filled the vehicle with a joyful ambience, causing Fang Han's concerns to dissipate entirely. As someone who plays the top lane, he had always appreciated Letme's character. Yet the tendency to falter during international competitions had been a significant point of criticism directed at him. In light of this, let it be my responsibility to secure this first championship for the all-Chinese team. Fang Han stepped forward, grasping Letme's hand as they embraced the esteemed veteran. Rest assured, Juanza, you shall remain on the sidelines to await your moment of triumph. The following day, the RNG team arrived at the venue for the semifinals. Today's match featured Samsung against Wei. After we initially secured a victory with the Xayah and Rockin duo, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. 3-0 triumph. What elite LCK competitors. We are indeed battling the finest of the LCK. Such prowess. Where's 60E? Rise from your graves. Winning 1 match is satisfactory. Winning 2 is a bloodbath of profit, and winning 3 is invincibility. Dare to unleash Xayah and Rockin? Truly fearless, are we? Have the audacity to let Xayah and Rockin loose once more? I bet we could take it 2-0. Do you believe it? Alas. The Xayah and Rockin combination from S7 proved overwhelmingly dominant in this competitive landscape. Not only were they formidable in the landing phase, making mishaps rare, but they also achieved a synergistic effect in team fights, where 1+1 surpassed 2. Regrettably, this season. Uzi was unable to replicate the formidable efficacy of Xayah and Rakan. Fang Han observed Uzi and Xiaoming, who were engrossed in lively conversation beside him. Dog brother. Xiaoming, are you truly unable to utilize the Xayah Rakan duo in the bot lane? Well, we can play them, but together they fail to yield any significant results. What a pity. Such heroes, capable of initiating team fights and providing protection, are perfectly suited for you, Xiaoming. Alas, we simply cannot master this combination. Uzi and Xiaoming admitted, scratching their heads. To be honest, they were eager to showcase the Xayah Rakan synergy, yet the outcomes had been far from satisfactory. Having witnessed the performance of the Xayah Rakan duo in the first match, all members of RNG were acutely aware of its formidable potential. Most alarming was the fact that both Samsung and we could employ this bot lane combination, which implied that RNG would inevitably need to contend with its banning in the finals. Nevertheless, a smile remained affixed to Fang Han's face, as he seemed unconcerned about the predicament. Before my arrival, it might have been impossible to tackle the Xayah Rakan combination, but now, everything has changed. Just because the bot lane cannot bring forth Xayah does not mean I cannot. He chuckled. In any case, let us rally behind we. The ensuing 3 matches would prove to be excruciating. Fang Han never anticipated the unwavering dedication of Wii fans until the very end of the match. With the absence of the formidable duo, Xiao Luo, a hallmark of this version, and the gradual revelation of the bottom lane struggles due to a physical ailment, the team found themselves at a disadvantage. Devoid of their core carry, we played with restraint, ultimately succumbing to Samsung's remarkable comeback, leaving the world stage with a sense of regret. Yet, they fought valiantly, facing their fate with dignity, deserving of the resounding applause that filled the arena. What a pity. Fang Han let out a soft sigh and rose to leave with his teammates. Little did they know that what weighed heavily on his heart was not the defeat of this particular match for Wii, but rather the poignant realization that this was, indeed, the final luminescence of Wii on the world stage. As a veteran player of League of Legends since Season 3, Fang Han had once been a part of the illustrious 60E. The formidable Olaf, played by W's top laner, Chumei, had left an indelible impression on him during his childhood. Alas, the current incarnation of Wii 2.0, stands as the last remnant of their once great glory in recent years. As Fang Han and the RNG players emerged from the venue, they encountered the despondent members of Wii by the roadside. Top laner 957, with a bittersweet smile, consoled his teammates while also noticing the approaching figures. Come on, brothers, fight for our honor. I cannot bear to see the Korean team claiming victory at the bird's nest. In response to the amiable top laner, Fang Han stepped forward to embrace 957. Rest assured, my brothers, Samsung cannot defeat us. This year, we have yet to lose to Samsung. Right, dog brother? Xianghua? Uzi and MLXG approached, patting the shoulders of the Wii members. Now, leave it to us. It's just a matter of dealing with the chitty, something we've faced countless times before. Be sure to come to the finals and witness how we take them down. Under the comfort of the RNG players, the sense of disappointment stemming from W's loss was significantly alleviated. The viewing experience that night made the RNG team acutely aware that Samsung would not be an easy adversary in the finals, particularly in this best-of-5 series. Samsung showcased an extraordinary champion pool. Notably, the mid laner crowd selected 3 distinct champions across 4 games, Taliyah, Zoe, and Galio, excluding Galio. Both Taliyah and Zoe are considered exceptional picks. For Korean teams, the best-of-5 format is where they truly become formidable. On the way back to the base, Fang Han draped his arm over Xiaohua's shoulder. Tiger brother, will you be able to use those champions you practiced in the scrims during the finals? The RNG players remained vigilant. During the preparation days, apart from filming the promotional material mandated by the organization, they immersed themselves in training sessions. Meanwhile, Fang Han had commenced specialized training under Coach Firefox. Indeed, you heard it right, player-focused training from the coach. Coach Feng, clutching a tactical board and tablet, sat beside Fang Han, listing hundreds of champions for strategic deployment. It was no small feat for a coach with such a top laner. Not only did he need to devise strategies around the meta's powerful compositions, but also craft intricate plans for the top lane. While other teams might rely on 1 or 2 secret weapon compositions, RNG boasted a repertoire of over a dozen. During their days in Beijing, Coach Feng had not enjoyed a single restful night, his dreams consumed by thoughts of tactical planning. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a torment. Beijing. Bird's Nest, the venue for the S7 World Championship Finals. The audience filled the stadium, and the announcement of the starting lineup ignited excitement across the internet. King Arthur is set to make his debut. aiming for the championship. Legendary tales endure, and after 3 years, the Royal Club's sword returns to the grand stage of the finals. Will the all-Chinese squad finally witness the golden reign they have long awaited? Indeed. The coaching staff had finally reached a consensus. It was imperative to let Arthur take the starting position. Do they not comprehend the significance of a top laner with a perfect win rate? Could it be that winning 2 games with a flawless record is something to boast about? What if those victories resulted in an MVP performance? Can that not be celebrated? Let us discuss the championship title first before popping the champagne. Let us just open it. If we don't celebrate now, shall we wait until we lose? The large screen switched to footage of both teams entering the venue. Outside, reporters and bloggers were well aware of who the star of the night was. Arthur's name had been trending for several days. At that moment, in the footage, Fang Han had just exited the vehicle with his teammates. And after taking a few steps, he was intercepted by an English-speaking host, who requested a brief interview. Arthur, you are about to engage in the final BO5. Do you have any words for the audience present and those watching on screen? Fang Han gazed at the camera before him, a smile gracing his lips. There was no need for further elaboration. My fierce words had already been delivered in the pre-match documentary. Now, I have but a single phrase to convey to my opponents. With that, Fang Han raised both hands before the camera, one hand displaying 3 fingers, the other clenched into a fist. 3-0. This battle shall bestow the first crown upon LPL. At that moment, the scene displayed on the grand screen ignited the entire Bird's Nest Stadium into a frenzy. Is that Arthur, the iron-willed warrior? Of course, the top laner from RNG is nothing but a battle-hardened wolf. How I relish this moment. Isn't it just grandstanding? Who can't boast? Please, after finally securing tickets, can we not have a full match? A 3-0 is quite satisfactory. Let us hasten to the second half. After completing a brief interview, Fang Han swiftly rejoined the main group and made his way to the backstage lounge. Fengqi threw an arm around Fang Han's shoulders, chuckling heartily as he remarked, "Well done, quite audacious, Feng Shun. That interview just now may not have been damaging, but it was profoundly insulting. A 3-0 in the finals is no mere boast. It is a complete disregard for those opposing us." Fang Han casually tossed his backpack onto the seat and stretched his limbs. Outside the game, it was essential to regard the opponent with disdain. However, within the game, due respect must be afforded. After all, the adversary was none other than the LCK team, renowned for their prowess in best-of-5 matches. As these words were uttered, the expressions of the RNG members turned serious as they gathered around Fengqi's chair. It was time to strategize for the first game. Feng Ge produced a strategy book, noticeably thickened from countless revisions, eliciting laughter from the group. It was common knowledge that this was all thanks to Fang Han. Fortunately, after extensive training sessions, they had developed several tactics centered around him. Don't be nervous. Treat this match like a practice game. During the game, listen to the thoughts of the mid and jungle players, and remember the vision and positioning issues from the last round. Do not repeat those mistakes. Now, let us take the stage, Feng Ge stated, rising and giving a reassuring pat to both Fang Han and Uzi. The fate of this best-of-5 clearly rested in the hands of the dual carries. Having endured the rigors of the semifinals, coaches worldwide had come to understand that in this peculiar version of the game, relying on the mid-lane carry was futile. Even Faker, who had selected Galio during the semifinals, utilized his mobility and landing capabilities to influence both the top and bottom lanes. Ultimately, this was a version marked by intense aggression. The team whose marksmen dealt greater damage and survived longer would triumph in team fights. In this regard, RNG held a distinct advantage over their opponents, Samsung. The arena's lighting shifted as a promotional video played on the large screen above. The video showcased both RNG and Samsung's 11 players at various landmarks throughout the capital: Beijing, MLXG, and Letme, Xiaohu, and Ming. Finally, Uzi and Fang Han emerged from opposite sides of the screen, walking toward one another. As their figures converged, footage from the S3 finals played, capturing Uzi's dazed expression post-match, a sight that still evoked deep emotions. Uzi's voice resonated. "I once stood on the grand stage of the finals, yet that time, the gods offered me no response." At that moment, Fang Han turned, revealing his signature smile. "No need for the gods' response. After our victory, it shall be our names that echo through the halls of the divine." As the final words left his lips, Arthur and Uzi, 2 players of vastly different ages, clasped each other's hands tightly. The remaining 4 members of RNG stepped into the frame from the sidelines, positioning themselves behind the 2. Meanwhile, the 5 players from Samsung stood opposite them. The intensity in their gazes was palpable. Even through the screen, one could feel the charged atmosphere. This time, the championship belonged to LPL. with Uzi's declaration. The promotional film concluded, elevating the atmosphere in the venue to a fever pitch. The officials, keen to maintain momentum, seamlessly transitioned into the pre-match performance. Cho took to the piano, playing the prelude to Legends Never Die, the theme song of S7. As the performers took the stage for what would be the most spectacular opening act in history, an ancient dragon roared, descending into the bird's nest. While the 11 starting players stood on either side of the stage, accompanied by their coaches. After the performance, the host introduced each player. Whenever RNG players were mentioned, waves of cheers erupted from the crowd. Go RNG. RNG NB. Go Uzi. Go Arthur. Xiaohu, be careful. Don't let yourself become the weak link. Samsung's top laner is even stronger than Huni. Arthur, hold your ground. Hold my ground? Let me obliterate their top laner. Don't worry, if all else fails. We can revert to the 4-protect-1 strategy. We must not stray from our ancestral methods. As both teams took their places, the camera shifted to the commentary booth, featuring the classic duo of Wawa and Miller, complemented by Rita for today's commentary team. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital, where we witness the birth of the champion team of the S7 World Championship. I am Miller, your commentator. I am Wawa. I am Rita. With some time left before the match commenced, Wawa initiated a conversation with Miller to avoid any lulls in the commentary. Hey, Miller, remember Arthur's debut? We were the ones commentating back then. Does that mean we have a connection with him? Absolutely. To be honest, I've become a fan of Arthur. Ever since our commentary on the summer finals, I've been following his streams. Oh, no wonder you've started playing fun top laners lately, like Lee Sin, Gragas, and Rek'Sai. It seems you've been learning from him. Laughter erupted from the audience. As the laughter subsided, the best-of-5 finals commenced. All right, let us enter the first ban pick phase. RNG, having won the coin toss, took the blue side for the first game. What? Samsung, in the first game, has surprisingly left Xayah and Rakan open? Are they betting that RNG will not select this duo? The commentators speculated correctly. The Samsung coaching staff intended to leave Xayah and Rakan available to see if the rumors about RNG's aversion to the combination held true. Do not ban Xayah and Rakan. Focus on the jungler and AD carry picks, the Samsung coach instructed in the voice channel. Arthur's champion pool in the top lane cannot be countered, and Xiaohu is unable to carry in this version. If we can restrict the selections for the bot lane and jungler, RNG will crumble under pressure. After all, this was a version suited for AD carries. Arthur's peculiar champion pool might be strange, but it alone could not dictate the outcome of team fights. We've left Xayah and Rakan for you. Let's see if you choose to ban them. The Samsung head coach chuckled. If we can force the blue side to take the initiative to ban Xayah, this best-of-5 will have no suspense. However, to Samsung's astonishment, RNG did not ban either Xayah or Rakan. What is happening? Has RNG's coaching staff lost their minds? They don't play Xayah, yet they refuse to ban her? With both Skarner and Varus off the table, are they really letting Xayah be picked by the opposing ADC? This is disastrous. It's going to be 0-1. What can we possibly do against Xayah? Should we rely on Tristana? RNG opted not to ban Xayah, instead banning Talia and Zac, two champions renowned for their prowess in the hands of the Crown Prince. It seemed they were intent on forcing the Crown Prince to select Galio. In a surprising turn of events, RNG decisively secured Xayah as their first pick. What? How could this be possible? The Samsung coach's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily stunned. RNG's choice of Xayah completely disrupted his strategic plan. Fortunately, we had previously devised a counter-strategy for the potential release of Xayah and Rakan. With great assurance, we locked in the combination of Kog'Maw and Janna. As Feng Ge, who was engaged in the drafting process, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, he remarked, "You were indeed correct, Fengshan. Samsung's trump card is Janna. However, since they revealed their ace so early, it is evident they possess considerable confidence in this selection." Fang Han's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress a laugh. "You possess Zhang Liang's cunning, while I have the wall-climbing ladder. What of the Wind Girl? Do you truly believe we have not prepared for this in advance? This selection of Xayah is a trap set for you." The Samsung coach seemed convinced that even if Galio were released, Xiaohu would not select him. Otherwise, RNG would not have allowed Faker to secure 5 Galios during their match against SKT, ensuring a dominant bottom lane would render RNG incapable of team fighting in the mid-game. The strategy was commendable, yet when RNG's subsequent picks of Rakan and Galio were revealed, the crowd erupted in astonished cheers. Goodness, is that Xiaohu's Galio? Or Arthur's? This is perplexing. I can hardly comprehend RNG's draft strategy. It seems to lean towards Arthur's Galio. Can Xiaohu truly master such a champion? Is this the current incarnation of RNG? Their flexibility is astounding. Securing Xayah, Rakan, and Galio in the initial 3 picks is a dream start. However, can RNG truly wield this composition effectively? Why had they not employed it before? Now, it is the red side, Samsung, that finds itself in a quandary. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. From the draft perspective alone, they have already faltered significantly. Reluctantly, they resorted to selecting Rise for Crown in the mid lane, hoping to counter Xiaohu's roaming prowess. The next pivotal moment lies in the second round of drafting. Both sides' strategic focus shifts towards the jungle and top lanes. However, to target Fang Han may be overly ambitious. Ultimately, the Samsung coach opted to direct his bans towards MLXG, eliminating Jarvan and Gragas in the second round. This move effectively confined MLXG's champion pool. So the Samsung coach intends to stifle the core tempo setter, does he? Without Jarvan and Gragas, establishing early game momentum becomes a challenge. Is there not still a barrel available? Would they allow you to take Gragas? The opposing red side sees the opportunity to select him first in the second round. As anticipated, Gragas was indeed chosen. Samsung's first pick in this round secured the meta's formidable jungler, Gragas. Now, MLXG's options for jungle champions have dwindled significantly. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. Thus far, the trajectory of BP had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Feng Ge's mouth lifted in a grin. Unable to suppress the delight on his face. Fengshin, shall we proceed with our predetermined choices? Yes, let us unveil the enigma. Uzi and Xiaoming exchanged knowing smiles. Locking in the pre-discussed duo of champions, the Spirit Blossom and the Tristana. The venue erupted, as did the live stream's commentary. What? What is this? A double marksman? Who will pilot the second marksman? Are they going to send Tristana mid and Galio top? It's hard to believe Tristana could actually contend with Rise. Hold on. We'll understand once they finalize their champion selections. The head coach of Samsung was thoroughly bewildered. Wait, which champion is piloting whom? For the final pick. In pursuit of stability, the coach secured the Cho'Gath for the top lane. This way, whether facing Galio or Tristana, he would be prepared. If RNG indeed relocated Tristana to the top lane, Cho'Gath could withstand pressure and develop until the jungler arrived. As the teams began to swap champions, to everyone's surprise, Xayah was sent to the top lane by RNG. Meanwhile, Tristana took the bottom lane and Galio moved to mid. Even the 3 commentators at the desk were left astonished. RNG's lane distribution choice is quite audacious, Miller remarked, scratching his cheek as he struggled to find words to justify RNG's bold maneuver. Xayah in the top lane? That's unprecedented. Furthermore, none of the 3 commentators were former professional players, making it difficult to shift the conversation. How should we interpret this Xayah top? To be honest, I interviewed W's 957 prior to the match, and he mentioned that RNG has been preparing various strategies centered around Arthur in the top lane. Oh? It seems this Xayah top is indeed one of their strategies. Well, words are futile. We shall discern the truth through the game. As the gameplay commenced, all eyes were drawn to the grand screen in the arena. The audience at the Bird's Nest erupted in cheers and encouragement. RNG, go. Defeat the KR team. Keep the trophy at the Bird's Nest. But how would Xayah fare against Cho'Gath? Trust and do not question. Everyone, raise your hands and lend your light to RNG. 5 Chinese players. They will surely triumph. Welcome to League of Legends. All troops mobilize. All 10 players collectively advanced, seemingly converging upon the upper river area. Oh. Right from the start, both teams appear eager to engage. Miller chuckled at the sight of all 10 players gathering in the upper jungle. The finals are already this thrilling? Indeed. This is how we should play. It makes our finals captivating. Wawa immediately chimed in, eliciting laughter from the audience. Absolutely, having come to watch the match live. We must ensure it is worth our ticket prices. However, with Arthur in the match, I do not expect disappointment. Certainly. Just this pick of Xayah top is enough to amaze. AD top, what is next? Silence. Let us focus on this level 1 skirmish. Both teams were about to clash. The question arose, who would initiate the engagement? A glance at the lineups revealed an abstract composition for the level 1 fight. On the blue side, Xayah in the top lane, Spirit Blossom in the jungle, Galio mid, and Tristana with Alistar in the bottom lane. On the red side, Cho'Gath top, Gragas jungle, Rise mid, and Kog'Maw with Janna in the bottom lane. The strategy hinged on mutual probing, activating whoever they could touch. Samsung's jungler, and had a straightforward plan. You want to play AD top? We will surely give you a hard time. The objective was to wreak havoc in the upper jungle, denying Xayah a nurturing environment, effectively reducing their manpower in the mid to late game. After all, in a level 1 jungle clash, they might not be at a disadvantage. With Cho'Gath's short cooldown Q, Janna's long knockup, and Gragas' SE skill, they could potentially secure a kill before the enemy could flash away. Even if they were forced to use their summoner spells, they could still secure first blood. With their plans meticulously laid out, the Samsung team charged into RNG's blue jungle, resembling bandits raiding a village. Leading the charge for RNG was Xiaohu's Galio, who, upon switching to a sturdier champion, seemed transformed. The moment he spotted an enemy, he charged in with AW and flashed to control Gragas and Cho'Gath. The reason was simple: Fang Han's earlier instruction to Xiaohu, Brother Hu. When you enter the jungle, if you see anyone, W flash to control them. Seize whoever you can, there is no distinction between front and back lines. Fang Han's confidence stems from a recently activated vivid memory. Congratulations, host. The legendary scene has been activated, an unparalleled level 1 team. In the battle of this level 1 team, you will receive a damage enhancement of 5 and a reaction boost of 50 each time you eliminate a hero in this level 1 skirmish. These enhancements will persist throughout the entire match. Furthermore, with Galio, the Spirit Blossom, and Rakan providing control, coupled with the exaggerated damage from Xayah and Rakan's dual W at level 1, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious in this team confrontation. Focus your fire on the large creature. Do not allow it to unleash its Q skill. With a commanding shout from Fang Han, MLXG's Spirit Blossom unleashed its Q skill, ensnaring the formidable Cho'Gath just as he momentarily escaped the taunt's grasp, only to be pinned down once more by the Spirit Blossom's Q ability. At that very moment, Luo made his entrance, dramatically lifting both Cho'Gath and Gragas, allowing the two frontliners to absorb all the crowd control. Xayah activated her W skill, bestowing a layer of feathers upon herself and Luo. Meanwhile, Jinx displayed remarkable audacity, using her W skill to land right on the faces of the opposing frontliners. In this initial skirmish, both teams had a limited arsenal of abilities. The contest hinged on resilience and focus fire efficiency. However, RNG's inherent advantage of having an additional marksman became glaringly evident. After enduring 3 instances of crowd control, Cho'Gath succumbed and fell to the ground. First blood. Fang Han's Xayah effortlessly claimed first blood against the monstrous champion, and one cannot help but exclaim, "Incredible! Is she truly that formidable?" This is the raw damage potential of Xayah and Rakan at level 1, where the monstrous champion was dispatched without even casting a single ability. What was he thinking? Not only did the monstrous champion fall, but the barrel-wielding champion was also in dire straits, while everyone else was fixated on first blood. I alone noticed Arthur's remarkable proficiency in kiting. With just a level 1 Xayah, he executed a flawless kiting maneuver using her W ability, showcasing Fang Han's extraordinary skill and reiterating the overwhelming strength of this champion. 2 words: utterly transcendent, coupled with Rakan's level 1 W ability. All it took was a lift of the hand to secure first blood. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the barrel-wielding champion hastily used his flash and E ability, attempting to escape. However, as he distanced himself, Rise found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. In the blink of an eye, he went from approaching to becoming the sole frontline. Alas, Crown Brother shouted in desperation, utilizing his flash to make a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Little Cannon's rocket jump was refreshed, and she leapt back into the fray. This time, her target was the star-studded duo in the bot lane. With a massive slow applied, the Wind Sorceress hurriedly unleashed the wind she had just charged. If she didn't T-act swiftly, she would be overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the 2 AD carries. To her astonishment, Uzi, relentless in pursuit, executed a flash to evade the gust and continued to chase down the duo with fervor. Is he truly not considering their plight? Little Cannon's W ability granted her tremendous acceleration, combined with the slow provided by Xayah's W ability, creating an infinite chase scenario. The Emperor could no longer tolerate it and, from behind a wall, used his flash to flee into the dragon pit, prompting the Wind Sorceress to follow suit and use her flash as well. As the skirmish concluded, RNG had exchanged 2 flashes for first blood and 4 additional flashes. What a remarkable profit. Wow, RNG's decisiveness in this moment was striking. Little Tiger's W flash maneuver around the corner was lethal, effectively dismantling any early game plans for the star-studded team. Frankly, while only 1 kill was secured, the loss of 4 flashes early on meant that the star-studded team could no longer contend with RNG in terms of tempo. The commentators on stage struggled to contain their rising excitement. With such a bountiful first wave, all eyes turned to RNG to see how they would dictate the pace of the game. Within the RNG voice channel, all 5 team members had their spirits lifted by this level 1 skirmish. Nice work, brothers. Wow, is Xayah and Rockin truly this powerful in the early game? The level 1 monstrous champion is hardly tanky, and against dual marksmen, he was bound to fall. Stay steady, everyone. Just let me lead the tempo. Tiger, that was incredible. I always said you should play champions like this. Fang Han chuckled softly. He was confident that, in terms of understanding the player Xiaohu, even the former teammates of RNG from S7 could not compare to him. After all, having witnessed Xiaohu's journey from S3 to S14, he had observed every step of his development. It was essential for him to play champions that served as support mid-laners, heroes that bore no burden of damage output. For only then could he exhibit performances of a world-class caliber. This was evident in both the MSI and domestic leagues. As for Xiaohu's performance at the World Championship, that could wait. Securing first blood meant that by the time he logged in, it would essentially be an infinite snowball effect. Given this, why not widen the rift even further? After all, both Crown and Xiaohu in the mid lane were akin to hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They could indulge in a delightful exchange there. With this thought in mind, Fang Han glanced towards Youmeng, who was tucked away in a corner reading his recall. Youmeng, don't head home so soon. How about another visit to the top lane? There's soup to share. Dog brother. You should be fine to log in and farm the wave, right? Uzi raised his hand, making an okay gesture. No problem. I'll just hang back under the tower and wait for Youmeng to return. Besides, with my W skill ready, they won't find it easy to dive my tower. With this assurance, Fang Han and Youmeng felt at ease. Fang Han promptly returned home to retrieve his longsword, while Youmeng crouched in the brush before the top lane, poised for action. Observing the opposing champion, the large insect, utilizing his teleport to return to lane, Fang Han wasted no time and countered with his own teleport. As he landed, the large insect approached to seize the wave, attempting to leverage his early game Q ability's area of effect prowess to push the minion wave towards the tower and secure lane control. Fang Han found it amusing. It was precisely waiting for you to push the line. If you did not push it, I would have no reason to eliminate you. Fang Han showed no mercy to the monstrous creature, guiding Xia to advance, targeting not the minions, but the enemy champion. With a swift activation of the W skill, he unleashed a torrent of damage upon the creature. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as Luo appeared directly from the bushes, engaging the creature in close quarters. The most awkward moment arose when the creature had just used its second Q to push the lane, leaving it without any means of counteraction. As previously stated, at level 1, the combined damage of Xia and Luo was insurmountable. What was transpiring between the two? Was it a duo lane in the top lane? QV, cursing under his breath, retreated towards the tower. However, the duo's damage output, especially after Xia completed her long sword, was overwhelmingly potent. Reluctantly, QV activated his flash. At such a juncture, Luo, having patiently held on to his W skill, made a grand entrance, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the creature's survival. The commentators from the Korean broadcast booth clutched their heads in despair. It's an absolute disaster. Why didn't he use his flash sooner? Holding on to it only resulted in a death flash. Had he drawn within the tower's range earlier, he might have stood a chance. QV was too greedy. In stark contrast, the LPL commentators, even without visuals, could sense the tension through the audio alone. The trio was on the brink of collapse. In under 2 minutes, losing twice was pushing QV to the edge. The creature was not inherently a strong early game champion, yet with the range of its Q skill, it should have been able to survive under the tower, securing a few minion kills. Could the creature still see the minions? That depended on whether Masterin would come to assist in clearing the top lane. After witnessing Arthur's 2 debut matches, professional players and coaches worldwide understood the importance of not allowing him to gain an advantage. Once he secured an upper hand, his formidable landing fundamentals could render any top laner helpless. Now, observing Xia's 2-0 start, with a range advantage over the creature, was there any hope left? This is unbearable. I can't even catch a glimpse of the lane, lamented QV. At level 3, Xia will unleash her feathers and hooks upon me, relentlessly pursuing me. How can I possibly contend with that? QV was nearing his breaking point. Had he chosen a more traditional top lane champion, perhaps a 2-0 lead would not be so insurmountable. But alas, this was Xia. He could barely step into the minion's experience range without being relentlessly harried. Masterin, please assist in the top lane. The level disparity is about to reach 4. As Masterin ascended from the bottom lane, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. Is it truly that difficult up there? He inquired. The ADC in the top lane is far too arrogant. Just wait. I'll be there shortly. However, Master did not perceive Xia as particularly troublesome. After all, she was merely a squishy champion without mobility or consistent crowd control. After 2 waves of pressure, she would become ineffective. An ADC without support was nothing to fear. Fang Han remained unhurried, meticulously managing the minion wave in front of the turret. He skillfully maneuvered Xia in and out of the brush, applying substantial pressure on the nearby Cho'Gath. Should Cho'Gath dare to approach even slightly, Fang Han would swiftly advance to unleash a torrent of damage. Do not inquire, for I, having unlocked all the iconic moments of the Shy, am destined to inherit his spirit. If one wishes to claim the wave, they ought to seek my approval first. Particularly during each wave clear, Fang Han would forego last-hitting minions, ensuring that Cho'Gath remained oblivious to the experience of the minions. Such an unorthodox style of play elicited laughter from the audience. Am I even human? Am I truly human? After mustering the courage to approach for a wave, I was utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, I merely intended to gain experience. Yet Xia charged forth and dealt me countless blows. Can this game still be played? Perhaps I should simply idle beneath the turret. With no ability to play, I find myself resorting to my phone. You tell me, in such a scenario, what should I wait for if not to play on my phone beneath the turret? The very next moment, the barrel-wielding Gragas swaggered out from the river, evidently intent on aiding Cho'Gath in wave clearing while simultaneously seeking to suppress Xia's growth. In the face of these 2 formidable figures, Fang Han exhibited no fear whatsoever, activating his W ability to confront Gragas. According to the rules of the arena, one must first eliminate those who interfere. You fancy meddling in the affairs of true warriors, do you? Then you shall meet your demise first. The leader, bore a perplexed expression. Wait, the 2 of us, and you, a level less Xia, dare to challenge me? Then prepare to perish. Unwilling to coddle Fang Han, commanded Gragas to charge forward with a belly slam. At this moment, Fang Han revealed a triumphant smile. Having successfully executed his scheme, I've been waiting for you to come and confront me. Teacher Gua, here I come. MLXG had long been lurking in the brush by the tower, and with a swift flash over the wall, he unleashed his Q ability to ensnare the approaching barrel aimed at Xia. Without a flash or a barrel, it was only at this moment that he realized he had been outwitted. How cunning. You run first. Take care, buddy. QV, feeling the pressure, hurriedly fled. With a level 5 Xia and a level 4 Spirit Blossom, they could easily overpower the level 4 barrel and the level 2 Devourer on the opposite side. Moreover, the synergy between Xia and her jungle support, Spirit Blossom, could yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts. With shields and crowd control, Xia managed to eliminate the barrel with minimal damage taken, marking a splendid 3-0 start. Maintaining control of the minion wave before the tower, Xia returned home and procured a vampiric scepter, ensuring her infinite sustain in lane. The re-emerging Devourer gazed at Xia's inventory and felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. This was a predicament from which he might never recover, unless he changed lanes. However, to shift the bottom lane's Kog'Maw and Janna to the top, just for a single Devourer's development, seemed untenable. QV lacked the authority to make such decisions within the team. After that skirmish, the trio of commentators appeared to discern the intricacies of RNG's composition. What seemed to be a roaming jungle support strategy was, in fact, a double support with dual marksmen. It was quite extraordinary. Lysandra and Spirit Blossom alternated in aiding the 2 marksmen, ensuring a robust team fight potential in the mid to late game. Once they reached level 6, Galio in the mid lane could provide support to the side lanes at any moment. This draft indeed had its merits. The double marksman, double support setup was unprecedented in the history of the World Championship. This was the unique version crafted by Feng Ge and Fang Han, an exclusive strategy belonging to RNG. While others pondered the classic 4-protect-1 strategy, they had already begun to explore a 3-protect-2 approach. After all, having 2 cores must surely be superior to 1, right? Given that this is a version that emphasizes marksman output, wouldn't 2 marksmen outperform a single one? Fang Han, you are truly remarkable. You have completely articulated the situation. The opposing Devourer is effectively out of the game. MLXG laughed heartily in the voice channel. Observing the 3-0 start of Xia brought an immense sense of reassurance. Fang Han wore an expression of ease as well. With this, the upper half of the arena now unequivocally belonged to us. Whether charging forth as a vanguard or venturing into the jungle, wherever I stand, we possess an undeniable advantage. Given this circumstance, Let us liberate Xiangguo's true nature. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. Teacher Gua, let's be aggressive in their jungle. Brother Hu and I can come in first. Upon hearing this, MLXG's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of counter-jungling. Since you, Fang Shun, have said so, I shall not hold back. Just as the Master had just fallen, the red side's upper jungle was left unguarded. MLXG, controlling Ivern, leapt into the red side's upper jungle with enthusiasm. Ivern's counter-jungle against Gragas in this version was indeed a revelation. Counter the Celestial Dragon. What can one do against the Spirit of the Grove in Gragas's jungle? Are you suggesting that Gragas should pull the Big Worm and the opposing Xayah into a fight with the Spirit? That would surely lead to disaster. That last wave should not have been used to assist the top lane's Big Worm. Wait a minute. Why is Little Who starting to pressure the mid lane too? My goodness, all three lanes under pressure? Is this truly RNG? In the past, we would have only seen advantages in the mid and bottom lanes at most. The top lane was relinquished? As long as one can maintain a steady farm, that would be deemed a success. Instances of lane pressure were exceedingly rare. Yet, in the matches Arthur has participated in, he has consistently secured an advantageous position in the top lane. The saying holds true. With lane control in the top lane, MLXG can play with great ease. This game is even more outrageous. Control over all three lanes, allowing the jungler to play at will. In Fang Han's mind, the system notification echoed. System name seen. Core name seen. When your economy is the highest on the field, the team's gold acquisition efficiency increases by 5, and the lane pressure rate rises by 10. Though the system only provided this modest enhancement, even a 1 increase could create a significant disparity between professional players in competitive arenas. This system is remarkably overpowered. Not only does it augment my own in-game statistics, but it also elevates my teammates' metrics. If I could unlock several team-wide enhancements, would it not lead to an overwhelming victory in a single match? With this thought, Fang Han resolved to unlock the iconic moments associated with the bull head and horse face, prioritizing abilities that amplify the entire team's prowess. After all, League of Legends is not a solitary endeavor. Even someone as formidable as Faker requires a compatible team to truly shine. Within less than 10 minutes of gameplay, RNG had amassed nearly a 4,000 gold advantage through superior lane control and jungle invasions. However, facing Samsung, the former S7 world champions, they were not about to remain passive. Observing that Xayah was on the verge of completing her first major item, Master narrowed his eyes. With the imminent skirmish over the Rift Herald approaching, the presence of a fully equipped Xayah would significantly tilt the odds against them. Instead of waiting idly, it would be prudent to disrupt Xayah's momentum before she could engage. If they could take her down once, securing the dragon in the exchange would not be a loss. With a clear strategy in mind, Master signaled to the mid and top lanes, and the trio advanced toward the top lane. Even to ensure Fang Han's defeat, the Enchantress was summoned to join. In a typical situation, any ordinary ADC would have met their demise countless times in such a scenario. But this was Xayah, and she was under Fang Han's control. The iconic moment of a desperate counterattack had been activated. As the system notification resounded within his mind, Fang Han sensed that the opposing team was poised to dispatch a formidable force against him once more. Their persistence was truly remarkable. It appeared that they were all too eager to engage him at the slightest provocation. However, this was hardly unexpected, for it was evident that he was indeed the most vulnerable target. Teacher Gua, Brother Hu, and Youmeng, are you all in position? We are en route. On the minimap, RNG's mid laner, jungler, and support were advancing towards the top lane. Xiaohu's Galio had already approached the range to unleash his ultimate ability, ready to take flight at any moment. Once the skirmish commenced, Brother Hu would unleash his ultimate skill without hesitation. They would engage gradually until Teacher Gua and Youmeng arrived. Xiaohu nodded, already prepared in the jungle to execute his ultimate move. Fang Han's reasoning is quite straightforward. With Galio's ultimate at my disposal, and my own ultimate and flash yet to be utilized, the damage from the opposing team is undoubtedly insufficient to eliminate me. Fang Han deliberately walked into the grass, exposing a flaw. He was aware that the great worm lay in wait within the foliage, and the barrel was most likely there as well. As expected, in the next moment, the QV hidden in the grass suddenly launched an attack, causing the great worm to emerge and render Xia incapable of any actions. The barrel hurled its Q skill, followed by an E skill that sent Xia flying. Almost simultaneously, Galio's ultimate descended from the heavens, propelling both assailants into the air. despite Galio's assistance and the full deployment of the Great Worm and the Barrel's abilities. They failed to significantly diminish Xia's health. At that moment, Rise's ultimate effect activated, bringing Rise and the Wind Maiden into play, with Rise's damage augmenting the assault. Xia's health plummeted rapidly. Fortunately, at this juncture, the control duration had passed. Xia unleashed her ultimate, utilizing a flash to create distance while ensnaring 4 adversaries with her hook. For caught by the hook, Arthur's confidence in Xia was remarkable. The audience gasped, nearly losing their voices. This single maneuver nearly extinguished the trio's chances of pursuing further. Yet Master and understood well the necessity of not allowing Xia to escape, for otherwise, the subsequent vanguard would be rendered impotent. Pursue. Xia must not be allowed to flee. Master and charged forward, flashing and unleashing his ultimate, crashing Xia against the wall of the jungle. Rise flashed in to apply control, while the Great Worm followed with its Q skill, intent on subduing Xia right there. As her health diminished rapidly, Fang Han's expression remained unfazed. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the mini-app, the Spirit Blossom, and the Wind Maiden had arrived. In a fleeting moment, they danced gracefully into the fray, with the Wind Maiden single-handedly controlling all 4 members of the trio from an extraordinary distance. In that instant, the trio lost their singular opportunity to eliminate Xia, now distanced. Xia took refuge in the brush planted by Ivern, unleashing her power behind the shield. The barrel, which had not developed particularly well, crumbled like paper before Xia's onslaught, swiftly disintegrating under her assault. Ivern summoned his little flower. With no skills remaining, the trio could only retreat, heralding the time for RNG's counterattack. Magnificent! Youmeng, behold, the true golden brilliance. This Xia and the Wind Maiden are dancing. Who dares to claim that RNG cannot secure Xia and the Wind Maiden? If the puppy cannot handle Xia, what concern is it of Arthur? It is terrifying. A single misplaced skill could spell doom, yet Arthur did not falter. Leave none alive. Can the commentators not maintain neutrality? Why such bias towards RNG? Steam buns? Is it forbidden for our own commentators to support their team? Oh dear. KRD has nowhere to vent and has begun to criticize the commentary, hasn't he? KRD, even your trio's patriarch may soon falter. This wave of play successfully showcased Youmeng's mastery of the Wind Maiden, proving that the inability to secure Xia and the Wind Maiden stemmed solely from his and the puppy's ineffectiveness. Clearly, Arthur's Xia harmonized brilliantly with him. Just as RNG's momentum for pursuit was solidifying, everyone anticipated that RNG would, as usual, initiate a tower dive. However, Ivern and the little flower turned back directly toward the vanguard pit. Teacher Gua, let us engage the vanguard in the pit. We can observe the chase from a distance. There is no need to dive the tower. Even with a commendable record of 4-0, Fang Han remained the calmest among the team. Whenever he felt the urge to get swept up in the team's fervor, he would recall the regrets from his past spectating experiences. The 5 Galios of S7, the LeBlanc of S8, the 2200 of S9, and the so-called strongest all-Chinese lineup of S14. Always a step behind, always regretful. Yet no one ever contemplated how to prevent such regrets from recurring. Fang Han glanced at the mini-map, observing the 3 remaining members of the retreating Samsung team. Advancing now to pursue them would undoubtedly allow for an expansion of their victory, yet it was clear that their current state could not be sustained for long. Rather than risking a potential exchange for just 1 or 2 additional kills, it would be far wiser to secure the Rift Herald first. Although the significance of the Rift Herald in the current version has diminished somewhat, it remains a crucial resource in the early game. More importantly, with the barrel's demise, those in good condition could even proceed to challenge the dragon directly after claiming the Herald. Fang Han led Youmeng and Xiaohu forward in pursuit, casually opening the minimap and pinning the location of the dragon pit. No one anticipated that, in this match, Fang Han would assume the role of the team's commander. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Xiaogu had just cleared the wave and, upon seeing the signal, hurried to the dragon pit, intending to awaken the dragon directly. The meticulous and rigorous battle strategy left the live audience in astonishment. Is this really RNG? With so many enemies low on health and without skills, how could they resist the urge to chase? They didn't even tower dive. After damaging the opponents, they returned to secure the Rift Herald instead. How could they be so composed? Wasn't this just the first game? Why the need for such steadiness? They seemed to be playing as if they had lost something significant. This was the first championship title for LPL, the first for 5 Chinese players. If they could be steady, then let them be. RNG held their ground. Upon returning to the league, they could play however they wished. After securing the Rift Herald, the 4 players in the upper lane immediately made their way to the dragon pit. To ensure Xiaoguo's safety, Xiaohu even utilized his teleportation to reach the dragon pit. This maneuver effectively dispelled any intentions from the opposing team's ADC. With Galio and Jinx present, any attempt to approach would result in a swift confrontation. In the best-case scenario, he would have to use his flash to survive. In the worst, he would still perish even after using it. Considering this, Ruler halted his advance towards the dragon pit and opted to return home to replenish his items. They had already lost too much in this round of tempo clashes. The suffocating rhythm of the match was palpable. At the commentary desk, Miller laughed heartily, unabashed in his praise. Indeed, upon entering the finals, it seemed that RNG had undergone yet another evolution. Compared to their previous strategies of split pushing and skirmishing, the current RNG appeared to place greater emphasis on team dynamics. To compete against Korean teams, one must engage in strategic warfare. The smile on Youmeng's face grew ever more pronounced. After replacing Arthur as the starting top laner, RNG's tactics seemed more logical and scientific. The audience and fans in the livestream were thoroughly entertained. Could it be that RNG was leading the Korean team by the nose? Am I dreaming? When did RNG acquire an external brain? Did all 5 players suddenly gain intellect? Utilizing the method of controlled variables. It is highly probable that this brain is Arthur. Truly, the leader of the Knights of the Round Table possesses intelligence. Comparing operational strategies with LCK teams? How dare they? KRD can still be called? 10 minutes into the game, a 5k gold lead. Your Korean fathers are about to fall. Fang Han gazed at the minimap, which was thoroughly illuminated, providing him with the necessary intelligence. This season, the operational prowess of LCK teams undoubtedly eclipsed that of our LPL squads. It is precisely for this reason that many believe that even if RNG had advanced to the finals in previous years, they might not have triumphed over Samsung. However, I do not belong to the era of this season. Employing the strategic mindset of S14 to engage in the current season's matches is akin to wielding a rocket launcher in the northern expedition of the Three Kingdoms, an utter mismatch. Dog brother, come to mid for a short line. Xiaoming, follow him. Hugo will take care of the bottom lane's incoming wave. Survival is key. AD will focus on mid, while the mid laner will shift to the side lanes to farm. Meanwhile, Fang Han and MLXG continued to encroach upon Samsung's upper jungle. By the time Xayah commenced her attempt for the red buff at the 10-minute mark, Samsung was already sweating profusely. In mid lane, Crown faced off against Tristana and Rockin, lacking even the qualification to earn experience. Such a mid-game lane swap would leave all 3 lanes in discomfort. I couldn't even guarantee my own development. Should I follow the lane swap to the bottom? That would leave Xayah uncontested in the top lane. Crown seemed to grasp Fang Han's intentions. Ryze's ultimate could not transport him from the bottom lane to the top. Switching Tristana and Rockin to mid would render Ryze incapable of farming, forcing him to cower under the turret. However, if he shifted to the bottom lane, Xayah would be truly unstoppable in the top lane. Faced with this dilemma, Crown clenched his teeth and conveyed his analysis to his teammates. Upon hearing this, the teammates comprehended RNG's tactical maneuver entirely. Such a cunning scheme to have it both ways. In that case, let us attempt to breach through the bot lane. The team captain decisively shifted the tactical focus to the duo standing mid for RNG. Although Tristana and Rockin were highly mobile and agile, they were merely 2 fragile champions. Provided that their output could keep pace, they could easily eliminate at least one of them. Fang Han also noticed the colossal creature that had returned to the city early, wearing a look of perplexity. Has it decided to head home without even consuming the lines? What could be its purpose? The absence of any system notification indicating a significant scene activation suggests that they have not encircled me. The notion of banding together to capture Galio seems rather foolish. This only implies that their intention is to pursue the little dog. Dog brother, Xiaoming, let us make a trade. I'll approach with Teacher Gua. Upon hearing this, Uzi in the mid lane, who initially intended to retreat after clearing the waves, resolved to remain. He stood resolutely in the middle of the thoroughfare, awaiting the others to come and ensnare him. With Fengshan's declaration, retreat became an inconceivable notion. Thus, under the assistance of Luo, they pressed forward, advancing all the way to the defensive tower. Crown, intending to seize the opportunity to farm under the tower, found himself unable to secure any minions, relegated instead to safely observing from a distance. His apprehension regarding the harrowing damage from the tower under the onslaught of the opposing marksmen left him with no choice. Should his health be diminished, their strategic ambush would be rendered futile. The repercussions would extend beyond his mere development. He mused that this was his moment to retaliate fiercely. Yet he pondered how audaciously he could maintain this pressure if ambushed. Just then, the voice of QV, the top laner from Samsung, crackled through the voice channel in a somewhat frantic tone. Yes, The enemy Xayah has vanished from the lane. Upon hearing this, the gathered Samsung team at mid felt a chill of dread. Could it be that their opponent possessed foresight? They had maintained vision throughout. Yet he was aware of their mid-lane movements. Crown turned to Masterin, inquiring, should we still pursue the marksman? Masterin's barrel was currently lurking in the brush of the river flanks, poised to initiate the first strike. However, he found himself hesitant. As a Korean team, their in-game decisions typically favored minimal risk for maximal reward. If at this moment, Ivern and Xayah were indeed mid, coupled with the yet untapped Galio, RNG could swiftly converge with all 5 members. At this juncture, Xayah's damage with her 2-item build was no trifling matter. It could easily culminate in a team wipe. After considerable deliberation, Masterin sighed. Let's forego this engagement. Otherwise, the game may conclude prematurely. Let's focus on further development. Waiting until each of us possesses an item before making our move. That will be the moment when our equipment disparity is least pronounced. Upon hearing Masterin's words, Crown's expression darkened significantly. Does this imply I must endure at least another 5 minutes of punishment? 5 minutes without minions. Where will I find the opportunity to secure my first completed item? Noticing the shift in Crown's demeanor, Masterin sought to reassure him. Do not fret. I shall assist in your development during this period. Once we secure a teamfight victory, just one, we shall regain the upper hand. Masterin's confident reassurances calmed Crown's spirits. Reflecting upon it, this indeed seemed the most prudent course of action. Thus, they resolved to place all their stakes on the forthcoming 5 minutes. The Samsung team initiated their retreat. Masterin executed an E-skill to dart from the brush, unleashing his ultimate on the minion wave. Just as Uzi's minions were about to be ensnared, they were propelled into the tower by the explosive impact of Masterin's barrel. Relishing this hard-won minion wave under the tower, Masterin felt a surge of emotion welling up. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, straightened in their seats, filled with respect. My goodness, the jungler is indeed a true comrade. I say the jungler is a true comrade. Don't disrupt the rhythm. Were it another champion, such as Graves, he would have devoured the entire wave with a swift QR and smite. Wait, is this barrel not developing? Is he not planning to roam from mid? If he were to leave, Rise would miss out on the wave. Alas, he had become the mid-lane support. MLXG would be laughing heartily. Relishing the bounty of 4 jungle camps, Fang Han gazed at the wine barrel bursting forth from the thicket, a hearty laugh escaping his lips. Remarkable indeed. They had surmised that our main forces had already converged upon the center path. Should they dare to engage in battle, it would undoubtedly be their side that would suffer defeat. However, is Masterin not a tad too zealous in his teamwork? Teacher Gua, retreat. Let us feast upon their wild territory. Onward. Fang Han cast a glance at the resolute figure by the wine barrel, a surge of respect swelling within him. He recalled the tales of Masterin from years past, such as the moment when he was outplayed under the tower by the nascent talent, Faker. However, the narrative of triumph during the S7 championship was indeed captivating and deeply moving. For this seasoned veteran, Fang Han was filled with admiration. Yet, in this lifetime, the protagonist is I. With this thought, Fang Han and MLXG plunged into the local jungle, thoroughly plundering the economic resources of Samsung's territory. In truth, Samsung had another strategy available to them. They could reposition the support champion, Janna, who was accompanying Kog'Maw in the bottom lane, to assist Rise in the mid lane while Kog'Maw focused on farming under the tower. Soon enough, support player Courage conceived this idea and proposed it within the team voice chat. No way. The mid-jungle duo immediately interrupted Courage's suggestion. At present, both the top and mid lanes were at a disadvantage, with the only advantage lying in the steadily developing bottom lane duo. To sacrifice Kog'Maw's growth in order to bolster Rise's would evidently be a gamble. If they succeeded, the 2 carries would regain their momentum, enhancing their potential in mid-game team fights. However, should they fail, both carries could crumble, leading to an inevitable surrender by the 20th minute. As a traditional powerhouse of the LCK, Samsung could not afford to make such a high-risk, low-reward decision. In an instant, the game settled into a semblance of tranquility. The 10 players found their respective places, developing steadily. This Shakespearean-like pace of the game, however, did not bore the audience. For anyone who understood the game recognized that while it appeared both sides were developing evenly, RNG's economic advantage was steadily increasing. Samsung's avoidance of direct confrontation meant they were relinquishing all jungle resources. As the game reached the 18th minute, with 2 minutes until the Baron spawned, both teams congregated near the Baron pit to establish vision. Samsung had analyzed RNG's match footage and discovered that whenever they held an advantage, especially with Arthur on stage, they tended to aggressively pursue the Baron, particularly in this match, with the well-farmed Xayah and Misfortune. RNG even possessed the capacity to secure the Baron within half a minute. The sole piece of good news was that Kog'Maw had returned home to acquire his second item. Due to the lower cost of effect items, he had even outpaced Misfortune in item development. The unfortunate news was that Xayah had already amassed 2.5 critical items. Coupled with the completed locket of the Iron Solari on the support champion, Rockin, this Xayah would transform into a formidable force in team fights. Regardless, it must be said that Samsung, starting with only one item across the board, had reached a moment where the disparity in power was at its narrowest. One cannot help but marvel at Samsung's ability to endure, even when faced with overwhelming odds. They had managed to hold their ground until now before finally engaging in a direct confrontation with us. Fang Han gently massaged his temples, unable to suppress a smile. This trio of stars inevitably reminded him of the elusive Xuanwu from S14. No need to inquire further. It was simply a matter of waiting for the mid lane to rejuvenate before making a move. The underlying philosophy was clear. He would prefer inaction over committing a blunder. How shall we proceed, Fengqi? Lexi maneuvered the Spirit Guardian, positioning him closely beside Xia as a devoted bodyguard. He understood that as long as Xia remained unscathed, victory in the team fight was assured. The sole dilemma lay in their composition, which lacked a robust initiation. They could only rely on Luo to boldly engage and usher Galio into the fray to spark the battle. Youmeng recognized this as well and promptly inquired, "Shall I seek an opportunity to initiate the team fight?" Fang Han shook his head vigorously, as if caught in a frenzy. No. Do not rush in and give them an opportunity that could lead to disarray. Brotherhood, do not merely stand here either, with Xiaoju providing vision. You should focus on pushing the mid lane. After all, we are not the ones in a hurry. Let us take our time. The remaining 4 members of RNG gazed at Fang Han in astonishment. How could this young man remain so composed in such an intense atmosphere? Would not the cheers from the audience send him into a frenzy? Thus, the spectators were treated to a rather amusing scene. Despite holding a substantial lead of nearly 6,000 in team economy, RNG exhibited no inclination to take the initiative, merely lingering around the dragon pit, exchanging blows without retreating. Samsung, even more hesitant, dared not make a move. The counterattack potential of RNG's composition was simply too formidable. Very well then, if they choose not to engage, we shall simply wear them down. Xiaohu was already pushing the first tower, and Rise had joined him. Tearful eyes, after such a long struggle. Crown Brother finally saw the opponent he faced in lane. With the current momentum, would they truly have to wait until the Baron spawns to achieve a resolution? At the 18-minute mark, only a handful of kills had been recorded. Could they possibly achieve another flawless victory against Samsung? I too wish to see this. If they were to be completely shut out in the finals, would Samsung's morale collapse entirely? Regardless of what may transpire after this match concludes, at this moment, the atmosphere within Samsung's team voice chat was palpably somber. All eyes converged upon the figure of Xayah, standing resolutely at the forefront. Fang Han possesses a profound understanding, maintaining an ambiguous distance while a petite Jew stands beside him. Arthur has indeed established a rather ambiguous proximity. Currently, the Samsung team finds themselves in a precarious situation, caught in a dilemma of whether to engage or withdraw. With the emergence of the Elder Dragon, what choices will RNG make? As the Nashor's roar reverberates, the game time reaches the 20-minute mark. Fang Han gazed at Baron Nashor emerging from the ground, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Teacher Gua, little dog, Youmeng. You all go into the dragon pit to engage the great dragon. Little Jew and I will stand guard here. Fine, if you prefer to play defensively. Then why not let the great dragon loose as well? Once we secure the dragon, you might as well relinquish your base too. Or better yet, come up here and match my skills. Thus, one character, Xia, and little Jew positioned themselves in the river, exuding a formidable presence reminiscent of El Bu at the Tiger Prison Pass, standing resolute against any challengers. Moreover, Fang Han would often pause to return to base, intensifying the humiliation. Am I walking while casting spells? Do you not comprehend the concept of chaining skills? The damage exceeds 1 billion, you know? Yet, he observed no such overwhelming damage. Instead, he sensed that the trio from the opposing team was on the verge of defeat. The damage may have been low, but the humiliation was palpable. Exactly. This is the Arthurian prowess I wish to witness, brutally audacious and delightfully mocking. This is the hallmark of our LPL's premier top laners, bold when necessary and cunning when the moment calls for it. Fang Han flitted about like a fly before the 5 members of the Samsung team. Upon returning from clearing the minions, Rise witnessed this scene and nearly lost his breath in astonishment. Oh, so no one is going to initiate? Then I shall. Rise, unable to contain himself, used his flash to attempt to immobilize Xayah, only to find himself in a rather embarrassing predicament, leaving Fang Han utterly amused. Fang Han found himself ensnared just beyond the reach of Rise's flash and W ability. Diligently observing while ensuring that Rise was denied any opportunity to lay a hand upon him. It was during this moment that Rise's actions awakened a vivid memory in Fang Han's mind. The opportunist had been activated. From that point until the conclusion of the team fight, his damage would surge by 5%, his critical strike chance would increase by 10%. And for each enemy he vanquished, this enhancement would escalate by an additional layer, ultimately culminating in a potential increase of 20% in both extra damage and critical strike rate. Fang Han's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this was the moment he had been anticipating. With newfound determination, Fang Han advanced rather than retreating, taking a step forward to activate W and unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Rise. Before he could even execute the hook, Xayah had already reduced Rise's health to half within a mere 2 seconds. The damage was incomprehensible, just as Rise had immobilized Xayah with his W. He attempted to flee towards his teammates. How could Fang Han offer him such an opportunity? With a swift hook, he immobilized Rise, nullifying the opponent's control duration. Once freed, Fang Han charged forward, relentlessly pursuing Rise. When Gragas attempted to intervene with a belly slam, Fang Han deftly sidestepped. The colossal creature flashed in, eager to use his W to initiate a grand attack, but Fang Han preemptively unleashed his ultimate, evading the assault entirely. With a flash and a couple of basic attacks paired with his E ability, he unleashed a devastating area of effect blast. Rise fell victim to Xayah's lethal strike, lifeless on the ground. Before the screen, Crown sat slumped in his esports chair, utterly dazed. Goodness, can a single person truly dance alone? He exclaimed. Where's the solo dance? It's clearly a duet with Rise. Do you wish to dance as well? So magnificent, so effortless. I initially believed that having one elite ADC in a team was unbeatable, yet RNG proclaimed, we possess two. Such a stunning Xayah, my husband is so splendid. Even after claiming the kill, Fang Han nonchalantly pressed the recall button, shattering the last remnants of rationality within the Samsung players. Eliminate him. For heaven's sake. Forget the dragon. I want him dead. Annihilate him. The Samsung team was in a frenzy. They saw the dragon's health plummet to a mere 1,000 yet disregarded it entirely, charging towards Xayah instead. The dragon can wait. Arthur must perish. Wait, why does Xayah have a charm ability of her own? I can't shake the feeling that it's Arthur who possesses this charm. The last team to target Arthur was SKT, and before that, it was EDG. Where do you suppose those two teams are now? Samsung had lost their minds, forsaking the dragon entirely. Gragas flashed in with his ultimate, propelling Xayah, who sought to escape towards mid lane, back into the fray. The damage and control from 4 players swiftly followed, aiming to finish Xayah there. Yes, that's it. Chase me down and strike. You've abandoned the dragon? Haven to you? It seems your once renowned discipline isn't so flawless after all. Were it not for the expression will being introduced in the next season, I'd certainly gift you a mocking package, he chuckled. As Xayah appeared on the brink of demise, a radiant golden flash erupted from the dragon pit and soared to her side. A despairing yet grand entrance brought hope for Xayah's survival. The commentators, witnessing the flash in by Rockin, shouted in exhilaration, "It's Ming. Ming has come to rescue Arthur. Do not underestimate the bonds among our RNG members. Kill for me." Heroes emerged. Galio promptly joined the fray. In an instant, RNG's jungle and support arrived at the forefront of the battlefield. But that was not the end. With the aid of the Spirit Guardian's shield, Tristana leapt onto the face of the enemy's Kog'Maw, aggressively asserting her presence. Ruler, without hesitation, flashed out of Galio's ultimate range. If caught in the air, combined with the already encroaching Tristana and Spirit Guardian, he would be obliterated in an instant. Kog'Maw flashed away, and the newly landed Galio and Rockin swiftly shifted their focus to the Janna. Your ADC has fled. What will you do now? Janna, with no choice, hastily unleashed her ultimate and then flashed backwards. The encirclement swiftly dissolved. The tide of battle reversed. Now it was RNG's turn to encircle Samsung's top jungle duo. The cumbersome Cho'Gath and Gragas unleashed their abilities but failed to eliminate the shielded and healing Xayah. Surrounded by 5, they found themselves with no space to escape. Double kill. Tristana, undeterred, unleashed her full power, easily securing a double kill. With the top and jungle down, Samsung's bot lane duo lost their will to fight, turning to flee in panic. Tristana flashed in with her W, pinning the retreating Janna to the ground, determined to keep them both in place. Sensing Uzi's resolute intent to kill, Ruler exchanged a glance with Core JJ, silently deciding to sacrifice Janna. As long as Kog'Maw survived, he could stabilize his growth, keeping the hope of a comeback alive in late-game team fights. Though this encounter might leave their chances at a mere 10%, they could not succumb entirely. Even with a sliver of hope, surrender was not an option. Janna turned back, summoning a gust of wind to apply a slow to Tristana. With this, Tristana could no longer pursue Kog'Maw. Realizing she could not catch Kog'Maw, Tristana disregarded him and unleashed her firepower on the Janna instead. Janna's slight frame could hardly withstand Tristana's onslaught, collapsing within mere moments. Triple kill. Arthur's Xayah, witnessing the chaos, promptly teamed up with Rakan to initiate a dragon assault. Kill. Kill, kill. Whereas Kog'Maw, Uzi, now bloodthirsty after claiming a triple kill, aimed to continue the chase. However, upon switching to the small screen, he discovered that the jungle and support were already engaging the dragon, prompting him to regain his composure. Let Kog'Maw have a reprieve. Let us secure the dragon and stabilize our advantage first. All 5 of RNG converged upon the dragon pit, swiftly taking down the freshly spawned dragon within mere seconds. 20 minutes in, and the dragon is already gone? I too desire a swift exit. It felt as though they could push through without any resistance, claiming victory effortlessly. Was this truly a seamless conquest? Was it possible for Samsung to be dismantled so thoroughly? With a total score of 7-0, could they genuinely achieve a clean sweep? Would they aim for an 11-0, paying homage to themselves? It was not that simple. Did they believe they were scripting a play? It couldn't be that easy. All they needed was for Xayah to secure a quadra kill, right? After claiming the dragon, RNG's subsequent execution of the dragon push showcased textbook proficiency. Everyone presumed that. With an economic lead nearing 8,000 at the 20-minute mark, RNG would undoubtedly group up for a team fight. However, they opted for a 3-2 split push instead. Spirit Guardian, Tristana, and Galio pressed down the mid lane while Xayah and Rakan advanced up top. With Galio present, it was akin to having 3 champions pushing down both lanes. Brothers, do not rush. Once we've taken the inhibitor, the opposing team will be the ones in a frenzy, MLXG reassured his teammates over the voice channel. Even the team's most aggressive player, MLXG, had begun to adopt a cautious approach, underscoring just how formidable RNG had become. Fang Han smiled, realizing that Teacher Gua had finally aligned with his thoughts. With such a significant advantage, as long as they maintained a steady approach, there was no way to afford the opposing team any opportunity. The LCK teams were not known for taking risks, making it challenging to find a breakthrough in such a stalemate. Of course, the new T1 was an exception. Faker had an exceptional talent for seizing opportunities. He was the true embodiment of heroism. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as T1 retains Faker, they will always be a perennial favorite for the championship. With Faker on their roster, T1 is a team devoid of any flaws. They even triumphed over this year's SKT. What could possibly intimidate them further? With this thought in mind, Fang Han felt no reservations. Crown Brother was formidable, strong enough to hold back the peak Demon King. But that was all he could do, hold them off. When the team found themselves in dire straits, he lacked the ability to break the deadlock and save them. His stability was akin to that of a fortress. While this quality could instill despair in opponents during an even match or when ahead, it would prove useless in a disadvantageous situation. At a critical moment, the task of breaking the stalemate fell squarely on the shoulders of Masterin. As they observed RNG's 5 players gathering in the mid lane, accompanied by a super minion wave, their sights set on the Twin Towers, the Barrel, having cleared the bottom lane, slipped into the jungle to flank mid. Here it comes, the desperate Masterin. A flank, yet another flank. Just flanking will suffice. No need to overthink it. Just whether he managed to flank or not. He truly excelled at this, having evaded all vision to reach the mid lane. Before him stood Xayah and Jhin. Wasn't it time to engage? What was the rush? If they couldn't catch Uzi, what good was a team fight? The Dog's flash was still a fraction away from being ready. This was the best opportunity. The audience understood this, so how could Masterin not? Suddenly, the signals from the Barrel began to illuminate the map frantically, indicating that Masterin was poised to initiate the team fight at any moment. If they could eliminate either of the 2 AD carries and weaken the other, they could secure victory in this skirmish. The ideal scenario would be to take down Jhin and force Xayah to use her ultimate. The members of Samsung gathered, and at that moment, the big bug activated his righteous glory. The 4 players from Samsung surged towards RNG, who were not clearing minions but instead charging forth to engage in battle. It appeared that Masterin was indeed prepared to initiate the fight from the sidelines. I must not be caught off guard, otherwise The subsequent team fight will be difficult to navigate. Fang Han raised an eyebrow slightly, discreetly hiding behind his teammates. Uzi also sensed the anomaly and began to retreat, utilizing his W ability to create distance. Suddenly, the barrel appeared with a flash, intercepting the little cannon's W skill midair. A well-timed ultimate was unleashed, not only disrupting RNG's formation, but also sending the cannon flying into the faces of the 3-star champions. Silence, knock-up, slow, armor reduction, and confinement. An array of control skills were unleashed upon the cannon. The verdant deity flashed forward, deploying the cauldron and shield, yet could not save the cannon from demise. There was little to be done. With the monstrous threat present, the execution threshold was alarmingly high. Just as the team fight commenced, RNG found themselves down a member. Given RNG's performance in the initial 20 minutes of the match, this was the moment they ought to retreat. What to say? Fang, shall we withdraw? Fang Han chuckled. Withdraw? Withdraw what? To retreat signifies a return of resources. With such a vast economic lead, is it prudent to refrain from delivering a decisive blow to the opponent? Should they instead await a 50-50 clash over the ancient dragon? Wouldn't that render the past 20+ minutes futile? Withdraw? Let us finish them in one fell swoop. Alas, Little Dog has fallen. The control chain is insurmountable, and Little Dog's identity has vanished. Little Dog remains rather unstable. How could he dare to push so far forward? Becoming disjointed from his teammates? Ha ha ha, the bathing dog remains unchanged, having farmed throughout the match, only to deliver a significant gift. So, what now? Withdraw? I actually believe a 4 versus 5 could be attempted. After watching the match for 20 minutes, do you genuinely think RNG would opt for such a reckless decision? Who knows, RNG is forever capable of making decisions that take everyone by surprise. Just as Xayah was about to retreat, she suddenly launched an offensive, flashing forward to unleash a torrent of damage upon the barrel. In the span of 3 seconds, Xayah, equipped with 3.5 items, obliterated the barrel's health. As the enchantress was about to activate her ultimate to save the barrel, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wow, the damage from Xayah. Explosive, explosive, explosive. In the commentary booth, Miller was visibly exhilarated, nearly leaping from his seat. The enchantress expended her shield and ultimate. Yet the barrel still did not survive. The members of RNG reacted instinctively, pursuing the assault without hesitation. The Samsung players were momentarily stunned, quickly redirecting their firepower towards Xayah. A flurry of feathers filled the air. Xayah's ultimate voice line echoed, evading the initial counterattack from 4 of Samsung's players. Little Tiger also unleashed his ultimate just before Arthur activated his, enveloping the mid lane and severing Samsung's retreat paths. Xiaoming's Rockin activated his ultimate, charging towards Samsung's bottom duo. As Xayah's ultimate concluded and she landed, she approached the ensnared Kog'Maw and Enchantress. With merely 2 seconds of basic attacks coupled with a quick hook, both the Enchantress and Kog'Maw swiftly drained their health bars. The dual support enabled Xayah to transform into the battlefield's ultimate boss. In fact, Kog'Maw and the Enchantress barely had time to flash before meeting their demise once more. Kog'Maw exploded in place, contributing the highest damage to Xayah triple kill. Xayah secured yet another triple kill, her record soaring to an astonishing 7-0. Meanwhile, the Great Bug and Rise had just concluded their control. Realizing they were left with only 2 survivors, the situation was dire. If they didn't consider retreating, RNG might very well finish them off in a single wave. Rise activated his ultimate, designating the destination as their fountain. There was no choice. This was not about cowardice. If the 2 of them could survive to return, they might still possess a glimmer of hope for defending their base. After all, the game had only progressed for 20 minutes, and the respawn timers remained relatively short. If they could delay until their teammates revived, perhaps they could withstand until the ancient dragon for a final confrontation. With clarity of thought, the 2 nestled within the radius of Rise's ultimate, aiming simply to endure until they could return home. However, Xayah's output was overwhelmingly fearsome. Even the bulkiest Great Bug merely appeared inflated before her, succumbing to the ground before Rise's ultimate could manifest quadra kill. Legendary. For kills. The unassailable Xayah at 8-0. Cheers erupted from the audience. Brothers. One wave. A true god. Indeed. While IDS is laid down, so let me, Arthur, achieve godlike status. Godlike Xayah. Still the godlike Xayah of the finals. Can she secure a pentakill? Rise is at home. Will anyone plead in Korean for a pentakill? What nonsense is that? If it's not given, so be it. Can't there be a little pride? Within the RNG team voice chat, Little Tiger and MLXG raced desperately towards the opposing base, seemingly intent on aiding Fang Han in securing a pentakill. Fang Han discerned the thoughts of the two and chuckled, saying, "There is no need to chase after the spring water. The opponent will not yield. Let us proceed to push the base and prepare for the next match." Who wouldn't desire a pinnacle in the finals? This is the dream of every professional player. In that moment, the player who achieves a pinnacle will undoubtedly become a superstar. All the spotlight will converge upon them. Which player wouldn't wish for such recognition? However, Fang Han remained indifferent. A pinnacle earned through one's own efforts is the true mark of skill. Relying on teammates or the opposing team to concede does not constitute a legitimate pinnacle. Moreover, I have a premonition that in the future, my pinnacles will be plentiful. The most crucial task now is to secure an 11-0 victory in the first match of this best-of-5 series. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile as, with the assistance of two allies, he pushed forward the twin towers of the red side. Crown had no recourse but to remain in the fountain, trembling in fear while clutching his golden form. The sound of thunder echoed as the two twin towers of the red side collapsed one after the other, exposing the vulnerable crystals to the gaze of RNG's 4 players. At the commentary desk, the casters had completely lost themselves in the moment. 11-1. I could do it too. 1 world championship, 2 bloodbaths. Who dares question RNG's prowess? Regardless of any LCK team, we play against RNG. Congratulations to RNG for decisively toppling the Samsung base within a mere 25 minutes. The arena erupted with cheers and encouragement. This exhilarating victory undoubtedly served as a potent tonic for all spectators. How astonishing! Who said we shied away from team fights? After so much strategic play, we almost forgot that we hail from a region renowned for its brawling spirit. We possess both strategic acumen and team fighting prowess. This is the essence of RNG. In the next match, will Samsung dare to unleash Kaisa and engage us in a battle of wits? Will they? The side of that 8-0. Kaisa must be causing tremors among the Korean players. I'm QV and I'm overwhelmed, nurturing a formidable opponent in lane. There were no unforeseen developments. The MVP for this match was awarded to Arthur's Kaisa. In the commentary booth, Guanzi Yuan and Jide shared their insights. This exemplifies the power of RNG's 3 carries. Particularly noteworthy is Xiaohu. Despite his lack of highlights in this match, he perpetually appeared on the front lines. Indeed, his participation rate exceeding 80% attests to his commitment to the team. However, the spotlight must also shine on our top lane player, Arthur. This young talent, born in 2001, celebrated his 17th birthday today. The audience gasped in astonishment. How remarkable to celebrate a birthday on the day of the finals. Is there a more fitting birthday gift than a championship title? A 17-year-old superstar, a 17-year-old world champion? It brings to mind the time when Uzi also attained the world championship runner-up title at 17. Perhaps this marks a cyclical moment. Arthur, will you claim this championship alongside Uzi? In the locker room, Feng Ge embraced each of the 5 players, patting their backs with enthusiasm. Well played. Function. You've worked hard, managing both operations and commands. Xiaohu and Uzi turned to him, their faces filled with reverence. Despite having fought alongside one another in only 3 matches, Fang Han's performance had thoroughly captivated them. No worries, in the next match, I'll help alleviate some of the pressure from your commanding duties, Function, MLXG remarked as he approached and patted Fang Han's shoulder. I too wish to see how terrifying you can become without the burden of command. Fang Han's lips curved upward. So, you all wish to witness my full prowess. Do you? Little do they know, just after the game concluded, Fang Han unlocked an entirely new iconic scene. Fang Han returned to his seat and activated the system's iconic scene simulation feature. The Undying Demon King proclaimed, if one can survive just once in a match, they shall receive a 5-fold increase in monetary efficiency and a 5-fold enhancement in offensive efficiency, capped at 200. Fang Han glanced at this renowned scene, a precious passive spectacle. In other words, there is no need to fulfill certain conditions within the game. Simply entering the game allows the effects of this celebrated scene to persist indefinitely. The money-making efficiency, as per the system's description, refers to the ability to acquire greater financial gains within a specified time frame. To put it plainly, it is akin to greed and vampirism. As for the offensive efficiency, it signifies the opportunity to secure more exchanges and tower pushes. However, does the cap of 200 not imply that I must maintain a deathless streak over 40 games to maximize this? Nonetheless, it matters little. With so many players in the domestic league, it is quite simple to gather a few matches to enhance my statistics. Fang Han found little difficulty in achieving a complete score. Surprisingly, this iconic moment originated from the formidable Faker. Indeed, the title of Demon King will forever belong to a singular individual. Moreover, the cost to unlock such a moment is an astounding 30,000. Why not seize the opportunity? The resources consumed by this iconic moment are, in fact, thrice that of any moment associated with the ox head and horse face. Upon reflection, this makes perfect sense, as the mid lane is undeniably the most pivotal position in the game. If we consider the rosters of past world champions, none have been defined solely by their mid laner. This is precisely why Fang Han insists on allowing Xiaohu to assume a more functionally versatile mid laner role. Should he be burdened with the responsibility of a primary damage dealer? The fear of never attaining a world championship looms large. A Xiaohu tasked with such a role would struggle to reach the caliber of a world-class mid laner. With this thought in mind, Fang Han raised his gaze towards the focused Xiaohu, who was intently analyzing the replay with Feng Ge. As for why Fang Han did not participate in reviewing the replay with Feng Ge, it was simply unnecessary. With an impressive 8-0 lead and having secured the MVP title, what more was there to analyze? At most, a reminder to Fang Han to take fewer risks before the match would suffice. However, every daring maneuver he attempted had yielded positive results, leaving Feng Ge at a loss for words. After much contemplation, Feng Ge ultimately decided to allow Fang Han and Letme to converse amongst themselves, ostensibly exchanging insights, but in reality, it was merely a discussion about the celebratory feast to follow. Juanza, now that we are in Beijing, surely our celebration cannot consist solely of hot pot? Fang Han mused. I believe the manager mentioned that reservations for a roast duck restaurant and KTV have been made, ensuring we can unwind regardless of the match's outcome. Hey, let's not speak of ill omens. We must bring home the trophy tonight. Juanza replied. Prepare yourself for a skin selection at Riot headquarters. Oh, that's your assertion, is it? Then I might just have to secure a loan for a skin in advance. They both laughed heartily, despite Fang Han having usurped Letme's starting position. The realm of esports is governed by the harsh principle of survival of the fittest. Only the strongest are deemed worthy of such a position. Letme was well aware of this truth, having accompanied his teammates on this journey for over half a year and possibly earning a skin in the process. He felt quite content. As the time drew near, the team was urged to energize for the second match. With staff members arriving in the lounge to announce preparations for the upcoming game, Feng Ge concluded his brief analysis. The first match had gone well, but they could not afford to be complacent. Samsung, having opted for the red side once more, indicated they had strategies yet to reveal. Faced with the formidable LCK team, relaxation was not an option until the championship was secured. Everyone, let's give it our all. On the battlefield, the spotlight converged on Arthur. The audience, both present and online, eagerly anticipated the young superstar's performance in the next match. For the next game, I boldly predict Arthur will not resort to a conventional top laner. Huh? Do you really need to venture such a guess? Even my toes could foresee that. Is there a possibility that Arthur simply does not wish to play a standard top lane champion? Please, let's not engage in unnecessary criticism. Professional players are indeed capable of mastering any champion. It is merely a matter of preference. Arthur's mere presence was already pushing the limits of the match. One might wonder if his diverse champion pool was something the opposing coach could ever hope to counter. What does it mean to truly possess a vast hero pool? This is what it means. Feng Ge, armed with a thick tactical manual, took to the stage, instilling great psychological pressure on the Samsung coach. It would be no easy feat for any coach to discern RNG's tactical reserves without breaking a sweat. What champions would RNG ban? What would they select? It was utterly unpredictable. Moreover, one could not even ascertain which champion would be played in the top lane. Do not be anxious. We were merely caught off guard by the opposing team's intelligence. The advantage remains on our side. Yes. Let us maintain our composure and focus on executing our team fights later on, reassured In, the captain of Samsung, to his 4 teammates. With a roster of seasoned players, their morale remained intact despite trailing in the overall score. After all, the first match was an experiment with the Zyrocken duo. A win would be a boon, while a loss would bear no significant cost. Since the opponents had utilized the Zyrocken combination, it was prudent not to allow it again in the next match. As the blue side initiated the banning phase, they promptly eliminated Galio and Xayah. What does this mean? Didn't Xiaohu perform admirably with Xayah last match? Why not let him continue? If we won with that lineup, why not stick with it until they reveal their counter? Alas, LPL coaches often engage in perplexing tactics. Lamented one commentator. Are we to relinquish 2 dominant bans, allowing strong junglers to flourish? Is this a strategic gamble? The Samsung coach was taken aback. He had not anticipated RNG would actively seek to alter their strategy in the second game. Nonetheless, he quickly chuckled. Well, what a delightful surprise. I shall gladly accept this unexpected gift. Samsung promptly countered by banning Rocken and Varus. It was the same strategy, neutralizing the two dominant AD carries to diminish Uzi's capacity to carry the game. Having only played Tristana in the previous match, Uzi had already made a significant impact. Allowing these two champions to remain would be disastrous. The third ban was directed at Crown's signature champion, Kha'Zix. It was only fitting to respect a master of his craft. Samsung then responded by banning Tristana, indicating their seriousness. Wait, are they focusing on me? This seems rather unfair. Unfortunately, they cannot target Fang Han, so you are their only option, Uzi groaned. Prior to the last match, he had been unaware that Fang Han could wield Xayah to such effect. As the champion selection phase began, at Feng Ge's signal, Fang Han swiftly locked in Twitch, prioritizing Uzi's champion choice. Samsung, on the other hand, secured the combination of Kog'Maw and Janna, evidently placing their trust in the carry capabilities of their bot lane. After all, the closest matchup had been in the bot lane. Janna appeared to hold a high priority in Samsung's draft strategy. Given her robust protective abilities and synergy with the current meta, it remained to be seen how RNG would adapt after losing their dual marksman. The commentators nodded in agreement, succinctly elucidating Samsung's draft logic. Clearly, following the conclusion of the first match, they had diligently reviewed their strategies and analyses. RNG's second and third picks were Karma and Gragas, ensuring MLXG would have a comfortable experience in the jungle. As for Karma, it seemed likely she was intended for support, but the pairing with Tristana felt somewhat disjointed. While Tristana's early aggression was formidable, Karma's usual priority would be to secure lane control and poke, leaving little synergy between the two. Could it be possible that Arthur will play Karma in the top lane? Top lane Karma? That seems rather unconventional. Even the three commentators from LPL appeared skeptical of RNG's draft. Meanwhile, the Samsung coach was once again engaged in a brainstorming session. Karma and Tristana. Is this a top lane Karma or a support Karma alongside Tristana? The emergence of the opposing top laner has left me utterly bewildered. The Samsung coach ran a hand through his hair, acknowledging that he had never encountered such an intense drafting phase in competitive play. Facing RNG, it seemed that every single pick bore the weight of a hidden trap. Ultimately, the Samsung coach placed his trust in Crown, securing the beloved champion, Lee Sin, for him. As the second round of bans commenced, both teams took turns eliminating champions. Samsung initiated the round by banning Twitch, driven solely by the fear that this pick would not be utilized by Uzi. In this patch, Twitch serves as an effective counter to Kog'Maw, should Uzi acquire him. The situation would become dire for the opposing team. For RNG, the first ban of the second phase fell upon Jarvan 4. As Coach and S prowess with the champion is renowned for creating opportunities. Particularly, the combination of Samsung's Jarvan and Lee Sin could slice the battlefield into their preferred configuration with their ultimate abilities. The final ban for the red side concluded with Rise, primarily out of concern for letting Xiaohu seize strong lane control, which could potentially disrupt Crown's gameplay. Furthermore, Rise's ultimate would grant Xiaohu and RNG the necessary space for maneuvering and transitioning lanes. The suffocating strategy employed by RNG in the previous match compelled Samsung to reassess this formidable Chinese team. They could not allow RNG to gain momentum. If all else fails, let them engage in team fights. We shall meet them on even ground in a 5v5 skirmish. At this juncture, Samsung even overlooked the fact that prior to this match, the RNG team without Arthur had decisively defeated them in a head-on clash, delivering a flawless 11-0 victory. The final opportunity for a ban fell to RNG, who quickly opted to eliminate the top lane champion, Cho'Gath. Was this ban truly necessary? After all, in the previous match, Cho'Gath had merely been a punching bag. Yet, one could argue that without Cho'Gath, Samsung might not have secured a single kill. Indeed, a couple of tank items render Cho'Gath's damage incomprehensible. This champion is quite absurd. Absolutely, I've recently climbed many ranks using him. Ha, is that true? Then I shall certainly try him out in my ranked games as well. The Samsung coach scratched his head, realizing that this particular ban had indeed disrupted some of his plans. Come on, QV, it's time for Gnar. Gnar? Is that for real? He could no longer select Ivern, and without Ivern, Arthur would hesitate to pick Lee Sin. All right, I will carry this game, QV declared with determination. Promptly locking in Gnar, the selection was finalized. Fang Han and Brother Feng revealed smiles of triumph at the success of their scheme. What do you say, Brother Feng? I am not mistaken, am I? Indeed, in desperate circumstances, the outcome is to be expected, isn't it? Fang Han's lips curled upwards in delight. As a top lane player, he had always been fascinated by the styles and preferences of various top laners in his previous life. QV, after all, was the hidden powerhouse of Samsung. The significant factor behind SKD's defeat back then was largely due to top laner Huni being consistently outmatched by QV. Even in the decisive third match, despite Faker's frequent assistance, they could not entirely suppress QV. Therefore, to annihilate Samsung and seize the championship, it was essential to penetrate QV's defenses in the top lane. Consequently, Fang Han had long instructed Feng Ge to prepare a complete set of strategies aimed at dominating the opposing top lane. Having thoroughly mastered the template of the Shy, it would be devoid of spirit to not engage in a long-range battle against a short-range opponent. Moreover, a well-farmed top lane AD could be just as formidable as a bottom lane AD, with the added advantage of freely expressing themselves in team fights. With 2 AD carries on the team, even if one fell in battle, output would not be a concern. This was certainly not a veiled reference to the divine. Aha! At this moment, it was time. Uzi and Youmeng nodded, finalizing RNG's last 2 hero selections. Welcome to the League of Draven. The selection of Draven and the Goddess of the Sun elicited a deafening cheer from the crowd. What? Draven? Is this hero being played in the finals? How outrageous. Is it really Little Dog's Draven? I haven't seen him play this before. I haven't seen it either. Is he truly at the helm? Practicing for the finals, I suppose? What nonsense. Can't you see this is a hero for Arthur? It seems so, if Draven is in the bot lane. The support should be Thresh. Wait, so this Karma is mid. Another AD in the top lane? Where's the essence of a top laner? What essence of a top laner? Can we just focus on whether we can win the game? In the final selection, Samsung opted for the jungler Rek'Sai. The lineups were thus established. On the blue side, RNG featured top lane Draven, jungle Gragas, mid lane Karma, and bot lane Tristana with the Goddess of the Sun. On the red side, Samsung showcased top lane Nar, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Talia, and bot lane Kog'Maw with Janna. This composition indicated that both sides were gearing up for a head-on clash. However, Samsung possessed the dual lane pressure capability, while RNG lacked anyone suited for split pushing. Brothers. This match is a team fight composition. As previously stated, protect our double marksman and pressure the team fights, taking it slow and steady. We didn't get enough kills last time. This time, we shall strike fiercely. Before stepping onto the stage, Feng Ge offered his final reminders to the 5 teammates. Fang Han gazed at the loading screen before him, inhaling deeply and flexing his wrists. This time, the moment had truly come to engage in battle. The opposing team wished to confront us, did they? Very well, let the skirmish commence. Gualao sure, the command for this match is entrusted to you and Youmeng, he declared. MLXG and Youmeng exchanged knowing smiles, signaling their readiness with an okay gesture. Don't worry, Function. You can operate freely against them. We must secure at least a double-digit kill count this time, right? A double-digit kill count might be rather exaggerated, unless they pay no heed to me, ha ha ha. No worries, if you and Xiao Go can together achieve a double-digit kill count, victory will be ours. RNG thrives on a favorable wind, with a 1 o'clock lead. The team voice chat echoed with laughter and cheer. In contrast to this match, the next was bound to be a tempest of bloodshed. It was daunting to contemplate the fearsome prowess of the RNG dual marksmen fully engaged in their operations. Here it comes, my favorite episode. It's still the dual marksman. But not the meta heroes. Instead, it's the seldom-seen Draven. I haven't witnessed anyone play this champion in ages, let alone in the top lane. Honestly, has anyone encountered a Draven in the top lane during ranked games? Who on earth would choose Draven for the top lane? Indeed, that's why Arthur isn't your average player. He's a professional. Don't ask, he's here just for the thrill of competition. I see, after winning the last match, we are rewarding ourselves with a game of Draven, aren't we? The game transitioned into the loading screen. The audience within the venue was filled with mirth and laughter. One could only say that the spectators, having secured a 1 o'clock lead, were equally relaxed in their spirits. Even if they were to lose this small match, there remained the opportunity for a best of 3. Many attendees, devoid of allegiance to either team, secretly wished for the finals to stretch to a 5th match. After all, a finals held at home, without the need to stay up late, was a rare delight. Regrettably, disappointment loomed as Fang Han was indeed determined to fulfill his pre-match bravado and deliver a 3-0 sweep to the opposing team. Do not be deceived by the seemingly playful composition in this second match. Fang Han and his teammates were entirely serious about their gameplay. The match commenced. 10 champions entered the Summoner's Rift. Following a disastrous first-level team fight, the Samsung team exhibited a marked calmness in this match. They showed no intention of invading or even stepping into the river. A steady formation was adopted, embodying stability. If we cannot outmaneuver you, Then we shall refrain from early aggression and instead focus on gaining an advantage before engaging in mid-game team fights. At that juncture, victory would hinge upon the cohesion and discipline of our composition. The outcome remained uncertain. Moreover, Samsung excelled in early game strategy to secure advantages, subsequently leveraging mid to late game team fights for decisive victories. The commentators observed the changes in Samsung's early game setup, noting that they had begun to fear RNG. More precisely, they were apprehensive of RNG's early game strategy. The previous match's initial engagement had been utterly formidable. If the big bug were to fall once, survival in lane would become untenable. Such was the nature of Arthur. Combining the agility of a 17-year-old with the experience of a 27-year-old was truly terrifying. At that moment, RNG's jungle mid duo stealthily navigated through the river's blind spots towards the upper half of the red side jungle. However, before they could approach, Narth, stationed at the entrance of the upper jungle, sensed their presence and retreated hastily. Observing this, Fang Han had no doubt that if they pursued further, this fellow would level up and escape with his E ability. Clearly, they were quite fearful of us. It seemed our previous tactical arrangement had struck a nerve. Nevertheless, no matter, if we deny them opportunities early on, we shall see if they can withstand the pressure in lane. If they favored skirmishes last match, then let us engage them thoroughly in this one. Development? Only those who survive deserve to develop. Fang Han's lips curled upwards as he let out a cold chuckle. MLXG, seated beside him, recognized the familiar sound and abruptly turned to look, his face filled with trepidation. Fang, are you harboring intentions to kill? As the murderous intent began to surface, he thought to himself, very well, I shall ensure that first blood is mine. MLXG took a deep breath, refraining from uttering a word, merely swallowing hard. As Fang Han's duo partner, he was well aware of his temperament. Despite the previous game flowing seamlessly, Fang Han had not yet tasted the thrill of the kill. The expression he wore now unmistakably indicated that he was indeed preparing for bloodshed. Li Yuanhao, let us take command this round, and allow Fang to showcase his skills, said Xiao Hu, nodding as he began to channel back to base. Fang Han, instead of returning to the city, directly plunged into the brush at the top lane before Nair. The intention was unmistakable. I stood in the grass, feeling quite comfortable. If you possess the audacity, come forth and last hit the minions. Let us see whether I permit you to partake in this bounty. In my previous life, I was known as the Nerf brother of Nair. Early on, Nair's range was exceedingly short, even inferior to that of many other top lane champions. Not to mention, this was Draven, an ADC after all. With merely the advantage of attack range, Draven could effortlessly kite Nair in the early game. QV was certainly aware of this truth. Cowering beneath the tower, unwilling to approach the brush, only when the minion wave arrived did he dare to follow behind, attempting to secure a few last hits while maintaining a safe distance from the brush. In the next moment, Draven activated his ghost and burst forth from the brush, startling Nair. With no minions to continue stacking his axes, Draven was left with only one spinning axe in hand. Yet, against a level 1 Nair, that single spinning axe dealt more than sufficient damage. One strike, and Nair's health bar plummeted by 1/5. What the heck? QV's eyes widened in realization. Nair quickly leveled up his E ability and leapt back through the minion wave, attempting to flee. Want to escape? Humph. Let us take a little more of your health before you go. In Fang Han's eyes, murderous intent surged as the effects of his swift sprint lingered. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered another strike. With 2 swift blows, a significant portion of health was depleted. QV couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Is it truly this outrageous? Are they determined to deny me the chance to farm minions? All I desire is to secure my last hits. Have I transgressed some divine law? Fang Han achieved a satisfactory outcome and thus ceased his relentless pursuit, returning to the convergence of the lanes to farm minions. Armed with a substantial advantage in health, he meticulously managed the minion wave, gradually pushing forward and amassing a significant wave of minions in preparation for an assault on the tower. This classical strategy of accumulating 3 waves before advancing on the tower from the top lane proved effective. Consequently, whether seeking an opportunity to return to base or executing a dive to eliminate an opponent, the choice lay firmly in Fang Han's hands. How did he find himself in such a favorable position once again? The level 1 advantage was indeed formidable. Arthur's approach involved selecting early game dominant champions, allowing for an unstoppable snowball effect. The crux of the matter is that the powerful champions he employs in the top lane are nearly impossible to anticipate. How can one predict this? Can you truly foresee which champion he will use to suppress you? With mastering yet to arrive, that large wave of minions is already at the tower. What purpose does it serve to ascend? unless Nar disregards this wave and directly engages in a confrontation with Draven. He stands to lose, regardless of the approach taken. Fang Han glanced at the small map in the lower right corner, observing the steady dominance of the three lanes. The combination of Misfortune and Nami in the bottom lane had already managed to counter the healing and crowd control of the enemies Kog'Maw and Janna upon their arrival. Turning his attention to the top lane, he noted that Nar was forced to consume his resources merely to secure a stable farm under the turret amidst the wave. Once again, we have gained an early advantage, ha ha ha. It is unfortunate, however, that Teacher Gua failed to obtain information on the enemy jungler's movements in the jungle. Yet, considering the previous game's brilliance, it is highly likely that they are indeed coming for me this time. Function, Jianzaheo, exercise caution. That Rek'Sai's jungle path seems rather peculiar. MLXG swiftly moved towards the bottom lane, setting up an ambush near the bushes. As soon as Rek'Sai made her move, he would be ready to spring into action and provide assistance. Thus, the only lane requiring vigilance was the top lane, where Fang Han remained. Fang Han's chilling intuition informed him that Masterin was undoubtedly lurking in a shadowy corner, poised to strike. Casting a glance at the immobile NAR, trapped under the turret, Fang Han abandoned his plan to return home and ventured towards the riverine grass of the jungle. What does this imply? Is he actively seeking out the pig girl? After all, returning home would yield little in terms of equipment, so why not meander through the jungle? There is an unmistakable hint of a ranked playstyle here. If he continues this way, will he not leave opportunities for others? Regardless, focus solely on whether this strategy is aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it is quite captivating. As long as it does not lead to a reckless defeat, lest he be blamed for it. What do the previous detractors mean? Guarantee the earlier match's victories solely thanks to Arthur guiding them? Let us refrain from casting unwarranted aspersions. I am not GSL. Masterin had merely intended to glance at the top lane, having just cleared the jungle, and then depart. After all, his own NAR was ensnared beneath the turret. Unable to clear the minions, attempting to ambush, there would not be targeting Draven, but rather endangering NAR. Yet, who could have anticipated that as he planned to traverse the brush back to his jungle to farm the rock beetles, Draven would suddenly emerge from the foliage. With a swift strike, he slashed down upon the pig's cranium. Masterin was taken aback, instinctively maneuvering the pig girl to charge forward. Fang Han activated Draven's W. Executing a subtle acceleration combined with a deft maneuver, deftly evading the Boar Maiden's Q skill. Observing that the Boar Maiden had lost her sole means of mobility, Fang Han let out a cold chuckle, maintaining his maximum attack distance as he relentlessly pursued her with a flurry of strikes. Indeed, while the Boar Maiden possessed considerable resilience, that fortitude was insufficient in the early game to withstand the relentless onslaught of an assiduous Draven. QV, can you come over? I can't. You must flee. I cannot forsake this wave of minions. Masterin began to feel a headache brewing. Draven had already chased into the red zone, his murderous intent palpable. Was Arthur experiencing a split personality? He had not been this aggressive in the previous match. While fleeing, Masterin had attempted to turn and cast a skill. Yet Arthur seemed to foresee his intentions, skillfully dodging each attempt. After a lengthy chase, the Boar Maiden had not landed a single skill on Draven. Forget it. I'll run on my own. You need not concern yourself with me. Masterin reached the edge of the stone beetle wall, using a flash combined with Q to make a stable escape. He dared not conserve his flash. With his current health, if Draven landed just 2 more strikes, it would all be over. At that point, the top lane would inevitably crumble. It mattered not who gained the advantage. It was unacceptable for RNG's Arthur and Uzi to seize it. Seeing the Boar Maiden slip away in an instant, Fang Han withdrew his finger from the flash key. He had gained enough. Pursuing further might not guarantee a kill. Watching the Boar Maiden place a ward at the wall before departing, Fang Han promptly initiated his recall. How about that? Returning right in your face. Such audacious behavior delighted the audience. What a thrill. Stepping on your face while recalling. Was the opposing team composed of masochists? Not even retaliating? Retaliate with what? Tell me, have you ever witnessed Arthur's script-like positioning? That is not mere positioning, that is a dance. This exemplified Arthur's long reach against short-range opponents, rendering them entirely powerless. Masterin felt equally helpless. The last ID to so effortlessly dodge skills was none other than Faker. This Arthur was truly formidable. Where had RNG unearthed such a talent? Within the EDG base, the director and team members were equally engrossed in the finals. For reasons unknown, ever since the summer finals concluded, Mouse's expression would darken upon seeing Arthur's ID. Not to mention, the director had also mentioned this individual. However, upon observing QV from the opposing team being led around by Fang Han, Mouse felt a sense of relief. It seemed the issue was not his own inadequacy, but rather Arthur's overwhelming strength. With that misunderstanding dispelled, he believed he need not retire next season. Thus, some rejoiced while others despaired. Domestic Mouse retained his position, while QV in the bird's nest was already drenched in sweat. In the top lane, no matter how he played, he seemed to suffer losses. If this continued, would he be subjected to online harassment upon returning home? QV's mind raced, desperately contemplating a solution. He could not afford to remain in lane waiting for the boar maiden to gank. Yes, after returning home and teleporting back, his ultimate conclusion was simply to play it safe. Don't ask. The answer is that he could not maneuver against this monstrous opponent. Both sides felt as though they were not even playing the same game. Fang Han returned home, donned his equipment, and leisurely stepped out of his abode. Alas, what a pity. If only he could vanquish that pig girl, he would be able to craft the pieces for his bloodthirster. With a little lifesteal, to be honest. I have no idea how that Gnar could possibly contend with me. Nevertheless, the advantage is merely not as pronounced when it comes to the landing phase. The upper hand still resides with me. Fang Han's lips curled into a confident smile. How could he not be confident? The recent wave of upgrades had essentially activated all his advantageous moments in lane, even if he were to do nothing but farm minions. The system would allow him to accumulate an endless snowball effect. Leading by half an item after 10 minutes should pose no issue at all. He could afford to play leisurely, waiting to see who would grow anxious first. With this thought, Fang Han's smile seemed to reach the heavens. At that moment, Fengqi appeared on the top lane. Fang, shall we catch that Gnar? The young player was still controlling the lane with a slow push. Let us go, chef. Even if the pig girl is up top, we're capable of engaging. Fengqi nodded and stealthily emerged from the river bushes. In that instant, Gnar's heart sank. The wave had yet to reach the tower, and Fengqi's arrival at this timing was utterly fatal. With no other choice, Gnar used his E ability and flashed away, leaving Fengqi no opportunity to catch him. If Draven were to secure a kill at this moment, the top lane would be entirely over. All right, chef. I'll keep the wave frozen and play it slow with him. Good. I'll place a ward in the river before I leave. Fengqi set a ward in the river and then retreated into the brush to recall. Although there had been no explosive kills thus far, RNG's development was solid. Most importantly, Draven's passive stacks were continuously increasing. Draven's passive is stacking so rapidly. The prize pool is accumulating. It's only a matter of time before we redeem the rewards. Soon, the Rift Herald would spawn. Were they really considering letting it go? We can take it. With the pig girl and Talia, we could eliminate someone in an instant. Gnar's development was gradually catching up, now just half an item behind Draven. What does it mean to be half an item behind? It's merely a matter of trading evenly in lane. Isn't that enough? But why, in a game devoid of kills, was he still so affluent? Don't ask. It's as if he robbed the shopkeeper, else it makes no sense. As the Rift Herald was about to refresh, Fang Han said nothing, merely pinging the minimap. It was time to withdraw some of that accumulated wealth. Fang, are we about to engage? Upon seeing the signal, Fengqi immediately began his recall, intending to complete his items before heading to the Herald. 10 minutes in, with 110 minion kills and 300 passive stacks, Draven was indeed a sight to behold. He was truly thriving. In just 10 minutes, he was close to completing his bloodthirster just from farming. Arthur was indeed a master of farming, and remarkably, he hadn't even been in the jungle to heal, having farmed exclusively in the enemy's territory. The pig girl remarked, their jungler seems to possess some skill. Our jungle has been entirely countered. As King Arthur of England, what is wrong with claiming a larger share of the economy? I shall gladly call you the greatest farmer. 10 minutes, 110 minion kills, was this not extraordinary? If this were ranked, I would surely call him father. Relying on calling father to climb the ranks, huh? What a coincidence. I do the same. Fang Han maneuvered Draven to position himself near the river in advance. Beside Draven stood his first bodyguard, Gragas, on the left, and his second bodyguard, Karma, on the right. The imposing presence of these two guardians rendered the approaching Samsung team devoid of appetite. However, retreating at this juncture would signify a complete forfeiture of their hopes for an early advantage. Master squinted slightly, peering through his glasses at the screen displaying the swaying figure of Draven. To any observer, it appeared as though he was deliberately enticing them. The 5 members of Samsung huddled closely together, opting not to initiate a team fight just yet. They were determined not to fall prey to Arthur's tactics at such a critical moment, until the positions of the opposing 5 were ascertained. They could not afford to strike first. More importantly, they understood the folly of recklessly engaging Arthur upon first sight. The previous match had imparted a bitter lesson to the Samsung team. Every time they launched an attack on Arthur, they returned with nothing but defeat. Their strategy now was to eliminate Uzi first, in hopes of prolonging the game's viability. In that moment, a silent consensus was reached among the 5 members of Samsung. As they gazed upon Draven's audacious demeanor, they pretended not to notice him, choosing to ignore the threat entirely. None were willing to engage in a battle of skills with Fang Han, who was riding a wave of momentum. Was it cowardice that held them back? With an immobile ADC so close, were they truly hesitant to act? Did they not recall the first match featuring Xayah? While Xayah possessed a survival skill, Draven did not. This timidity was palpable. Draven still had his flash available, flanked by 2 bodyguards. How could they possibly initiate a fight? If they failed to seize such a favorable opportunity, they might as well surrender. Little did they know, the 5 members of Samsung were far from passive. In a matter of moments, they devised a strategy. Master and guided his champion, Sejuani, to hide in the river's brush, clearing the nearby blue side vision. The Samsung team advanced their positioning, forcing RNG's top and jungle to retreat into their own territory. The vision around the Rift Herald was completely obliterated, shrouding the area in darkness. With no other options, RNG's top and jungle were compelled to huddle near their blue buff, fearful of being overwhelmed by Samsung's numbers. The oppressive darkness of the river and the Rift Herald pit loomed ominously, exerting immense pressure on RNG. This was particularly true for Uzi and Youmeng, who had just arrived from the mid lane but hesitated to step into the river's domain. Fang Han furrowed his brows, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They have arrived. This suffocating pressure of visibility is precisely what I anticipated. If my conjecture holds true, Samsung is most likely already engaging the Rift Herald. Our 5 members have been divided into 3 and 2 positions. Should the opposing team seize the opportunity, one side is bound to collapse. The optimal strategy would be for Uzi and Youmeng to circumvent through our jungle and converge. Yet this would likely allow the adversaries to finish with the Rift Herald and retreat. That would spell disaster for us. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable. Fang Han bit his thumb, striving once more to compose himself. In the face of the LCK teams, the greater the pressure, the more one must resist the urge to act hastily. Otherwise, flaws are sure to be exposed. The RNG of Season 7 displayed a lack of operational prowess, and Uzi in the bot lane had yet to reach his true zenith. To secure victory in this second game, they could not afford to err in the early to mid-game phases. The commentators, observing the hesitant members of RNG from their elevated perch, felt a sense of urgency. Particularly, they had a clear view of the Samsung team focusing their efforts on the Rift Herald. If RNG continued to dawdle, they would truly suffer the consequences. RNG, do not hesitate. Advance to secure vision, they urged. If the situation proved too challenging, they might as well relinquish the Herald. Even if they let it go, they ought to engage Samsung in a team fight. Otherwise, the bot lane duo's efforts would be in vain. Wasting the development of Dog and Ming to contest the Herald could not simply go unaddressed. The trio of commentators exchanged ideas, enumerating all possible paths for RNG to consider. Strangely, this scene evoked memories of the clumsy performances of RNG during the group stage. Could it be? Had Arthur been possessed by a spirit of timidity? Why the trepidation? What purpose does an AD carry serve if they are too fearful to engage? How had Arthur succumbed to such cowardice? Was this affliction contagious? Were they merely bringing the bot lane up to spectate, while watching Samsung complete the Herald unchallenged? It was truly exasperating. Who was directing this play? As Ming and Uzi ventured into the river, Fang Han heard the system notification in his mind. The scene of fortune has activated, granting a 100 critical strike chance in the next team fight. Should you fail to eliminate at least 3 enemy heroes, this boon will expire, and it will cost double the joy points to unlock again. Fang Han was momentarily taken aback. A renowned scene imbued with negative effects? Such a rarity. Nevertheless, the enhancement of critical strikes for early game ADCs is indeed substantial, and it is quite reasonable to incorporate some adverse effects. The prospect of doubling the joy points is quite enticing. However, at this juncture, this iconic moment serves as a timely boon. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. Had it not been for this iconic moment, he might have been concerned that such a rash offensive could lead to early casualties for his side, subsequently resulting in insufficient damage. The twofold reversal occurred in the blink of an eye. Now, Fang Han no longer needed to fret over this issue. At this 10-minute mark, Draven, with a 100 critical hit rate, was a formidable presence that could instill fear in any hero. Youmeng, Teacher Gua, charge. As they entered the teamfight phase, Fang Han reclaimed the authority of the team. Youmeng and MLXG had awaited Fang Han's command. Leona flashed in with her E, stunning the crowd, precisely ensnaring the stranded Talia. The barrel rushed from the blue buff, hurling a colossal ultimate from a distance that scattered the 5 members of the opposing team. Seizing the opportunity presented by the immobilized Taliyah, Fang Han dashed over the wall with his E, following up with control, and, empowered by W's attack speed, struck twice. 2 critical hits sent Taliyah's health plummeting. Crown Brother's flash was nearly worn out, yet he couldn't even manage to use his death flash in time. First blood. Draven landed the lethal 3rd strike, claiming the first kill of the match, almost instantaneously upon Taliyah's fall. A bounty of 1025 gold sprang forth from Draven. 1,000 gold. No, my friend, was that merely a small crit item, resulting in a 3-hit critical? Taliyah melted away in an instant. Arthur, is it truly necessary to sacrifice all your vitality in a match? This is utterly absurd. Is this the damage a Draven with 2 small items can inflict? Taliyah didn't even have a chance to cast a single spell before perishing? Is this cheating? What kind of outrageous damage is this? It's over. Draven has withdrawn his earnings, and he is going home to complete his build. On the other side, Masterin initially intended to lend support, but just as he finished his knockup, he took a few steps to assist Taliyah. However, before he could reach the attack range of his ultimate, Taliyah succumbed to Draven's blade. This was intolerable. They could no longer fight. They had to grab the Rift Herald and retreat. Perhaps they could also take down Leona in the process. The 3-star team immediately focused their fire, swiftly eliminating the already weakened Rift Herald. Then, while Jinx and Draven had yet to arrive at the pit, they promptly turned their attention to the Sun Goddess. Youmeng, resolute, decided not to retreat. No retreat. After all, he had no flash, whether he ran or stayed. He might as well try to take down as many as he could. They could not allow the opposing 4 to escape unscathed. Leona showed no intention of withdrawing, activating W to absorb damage, her shield immobilizing the Wind Goddess. Jinx leaped into action with her rocket jump, in tandem with Draven's ultimate that came flying from afar, obliterating the fragile Wind Goddess in place. Double kill. With the momentum on their side, Fang Han decisively activated his sprint, charging straight for the Rift Herald pit. The Pig Sister unleashed her ultimate, immobilizing Jinx in the Dragon Pit, while Ruler's Kog'Maw flashed onto the wall, turning back with an E in order to slay the wounded Sun Goddess. At this juncture, both sides had exchanged 1 for 2. However, the 3-star team had secured an additional Rift Herald, rendering the outcome not too unfavorable. Masterin flashed over the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. It was bearable. They had only lost 1 mid laner. As long as they could retreat, they could leverage the Rift Herald for further advantage. Masterin's thoughts were optimistic, but the harsh reality delivered a swift blow. Xiaohu, controlling Karma, Q flashed from a distance, applying slow to the 3-star team. QV, seemingly startled, flashed over the wall to create distance. There was no other choice. QV was genuinely terrified. Humph, trying to escape? Chase. The dog, without needing further prompting from Fang Han, leaped into action. Almost simultaneously, Uzi unleashed a refreshed rocket jump, soaring into the Rift Herald pit, landing atop Kog'Maw. Soon, Draven, Karma, and Gragas descended like divine warriors, encircling Kog'Maw in the jungle. QV, where are you going? Why aren't you running? I can't even transform. I'll just be chopped down by Draven. Masterin gritted his teeth, wishing to assist Kog'Maw, but before he could approach, Kog'Maw fell victim to Draven's 3 critical hits. Triple kill. Draven's triple kill signified a resounding victory for this Rift Herald clash, heralding an overwhelming triumph for RNG. Masterin's resolve evaporated, and he turned to use his Q skill to escape the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. Keep killing. Uzi, armed with flash and a refreshed rocket jump, yearned to pursue further. Fang Han initially intended to say something more, but upon witnessing the already spirited little cannon, he merely shook his head and smiled. Teacher Gua, you might as well pursue a little longer. I shall return home now. After all, it was Uzi he was dealing with. How could one possibly restrain him? Let him chase after it. Without a hint of tenacity, how could one rightfully claim the title of wild little dog? In any case, my objectives have been achieved, and now I merely need to safeguard my advantage and play freely. MLXG nodded and continued to follow the little cannon forward. Meanwhile, Fang Han leisurely maneuvered Draven to the top lane, clearing a wave of minions before retreating into the brush to recall. That round had filled his coffers handsomely. Returning home with 3,000 coins in hand, he felt utterly content. The audience on-site had been erupting in astonishment since the beginning, uncontrollably immersing themselves in Arthur's player perspective. What a thrill. The withdrawals are exhilarating. Enough chatter. V50, let me take the reins with this Draven. For you? then it seems I shall be sending it to the gallows. How about this, my brother? Go possess QV. RNG's championship is partly your doing. I'm in. As a bronze-ranked top laner, I must ensure QV develops the I-16 chip. Look, Draven returns home and immediately pulls out the Bloodthirster. And there's the Storm Razor. I declare, the top lane confrontation has concluded. QV had his own grievances to voice. I didn't even grow in the team fight, and it ended with Draven securing a triple kill? Alas. Had Uzi managed to take down the Pig Sister, they could have reaped even greater rewards from that wave. How does this Gnar continue to play? Draven now has no need to return home. He will exert unrelenting pressure. WNM. I'm in. QV. Why not acquire the Liandry's Anguish and the Tear of the Goddess to vent your frustrations? By the time both top laners returned home to equip their items and come back online, Draven already had 1.5 items, along with a pair of upgraded boots to contend with Gnar. Having completed the Ninja Tabi and some armor pieces, QV had never felt such a sense of security. As he boldly approached to farm the minions, Fang Han's eyes flickered. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to come and consume soldiers? Is it Liang Jingru? Fang Han did not bestow a pleasant demeanor upon Gnar. Instead, he deftly controlled Draven, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his W ability. In an instant, Gnar found his health reduced to a mere fifth. This left QV startled, akin to a frightened bird, as he promptly activated his E ability to leap back and create distance. Goodness, what extraordinary damage is this? If it weren't for the absence of a critical hit, I would be on the brink of death after just 2 strikes. Following this assault, QV's expression turned resolute. It seemed prudent to remain under the tower, consuming potions, and wait for the minion wave to approach before engaging. The damage was simply astonishing. I knew it. With a significant item advantage, how could Gnar possibly confront Draven? Fortunately, QV reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have faced demise from 3 strikes. Alas. If only there had been a critical hit, QV would have met his end. Is QV not retreating? Is he not concerned about Draven diving the tower? The situation remained unchanged. Fang Han amassed minions beneath the tower, gazing with a grin at the Gnar below, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Surviving unscathed? He could not allow such ease. Draven, with a burst of acceleration, charged into the tower, delivering 2 swift strikes before utilizing his E ability to repel Gnar. He then landed another blow, finishing off the recently healed Gnar beneath the tower, before deftly catching his axe and swiftly evading the tower's assault. This seamless and fluid execution of a tower dive elicited cheers from the onlookers. However, at that moment, the pig-like champion emerged from the brush near the red side tower. Barreling toward the wounded Draven, Fang Han glanced at the mini-app and noticed that the Rockin had vanished from the mid-lane. Damn, are they trying to catch me again? Especially when I'm left with scant health after tanking the turret. Fine, I can accept my demise, but they shall not claim my bounty. With the swiftness granted by his W skill, Fang Han deftly evaded the pig girl's abilities and surged towards the second turret, ultimately meeting his fate beneath it. Upon witnessing the notification of Draven's demise at the hands of the turret, Master-in nearly crushed his mouse in frustration. Is he truly repositioning while surrendering the turret? Is he even human? Master-in was left bewildered. Is this a scripted performance, or am I the one playing against a bot? Have my skills gone astray? Doubts began to creep in regarding his own abilities. Could it be that my skills were indeed misplaced? This has occurred 3 times in succession. It shouldn't be possible, right? Even if my skills were somewhat off, I shouldn't have failed to graze the smoldering giant. If only the Sunfire had made contact, that kill would rightly belong to me. Gazing at Draven lying lifeless beneath the turret, Master-in's mood darkened further. With a stroke of luck, that kill should have been secured. Moreover, it wasn't merely the kill that eluded him. The mid-lane Rockin had also made a futile dash. No matter. Being slain by the turret is not a total loss. Seizing the opportunity while awaiting his respawn, Fang Han stretched his arms and reclined in his gaming chair. Adopting a relaxed pose, reflecting on the recent tower dive and the ensuing turret surrender, Fang Han's heart raced with exhilaration. Thankfully, the combination of Draven's W for acceleration and his Tier 2 boots allowed for nimble maneuvering. Otherwise, that significant kill would have undoubtedly fallen to the pig girl. Nonetheless, even if the pig girl had secured that major kill, it wouldn't alter the course of the game. She is not a core jungler who can shift the tide of battle with a single kill. No matter how well the pig girl develops, can she withstand an onslaught of axes? In contrast, Fang Han, upon returning home, immediately procured an Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, and attack speed boots. Fang Han was now eager to test his damage against Gnar. Arthur is a monster, isn't he? Did you witness his movements just now? Like a script. He simultaneously attacked the pig girl to refresh his W skill and expertly dodged her abilities. Is Master N's keyboard still intact? Surely it hasn't been smashed to pieces? I am Master N, and seeing that the smoldering giant failed to connect, I have lost all desire to continue playing. ISNT this akin to a pause. How can one play when the smoldering giant is throwing a match? G, equally astonished, had been switching screens to observe Fang Han's perspective from the very beginning. Upon witnessing Fang Han's ghostly agility as he evaded every skill and approached the second turret to sacrifice himself, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Fang God. This is utterly outrageous, beyond reason. I am the pig girl, and I no longer wish to play." Fang Han, controlling the resurrected Draven, ascended onto the battlefield while bursting into hearty laughter. Basic maneuvers, basic maneuvers. Teacher Gua, this is not our first encounter. It's one thing to refer to basic maneuvers in ranked matches, but is this truly what you consider basic? Where lies the distinction? Is Master N not far easier to contend with than those skilled players in ranked games? Fang Han's astonishing words delighted several teammates. All right, Fang, is this how you speak? It seems we must make a move ourselves. MLXG swiftly headed towards the bottom lane, signaling vigorously to the duo down there. Originally planning to return home for a brief respite, the duo of Dog and Xiaoming decided against leaving, interrupting their recall to hide in the bushes. Xiaoming activated his scan, confirming the absence of vision in the brush, and the two quietly awaited the opposing duo to push the lane forward. Ruler and Courage had witnessed the RNG duo reading their recall, mistakenly believing they had already retreated to their fountain, thus lowering their guard. Ruler visibly exhaled in relief. After all, this was a case of Tristana and Nami, and one misstep could lead to a swift engagement. More critically, the opposing player was Uzi, the man who had instilled a fear of canines in the likes of Ruler. Consequently, after over 10 minutes of landing, Ruler found himself trailing by nearly 20 minions. Even if the wave were to push in, he would still be behind by at least 10. However, RNG's jungle trio was evidently not inclined to grant Ruler the opportunity to catch up on the wave. Just as Ruler and Courage sent the minion wave towards the tower, MLXG's Gragas suddenly dashed out with an E-flash, his ultimate sending the two crashing into the tower. Courage had no time to react. The Nami was knocked up by Gragas's bulk and subsequently hurled back beneath the tower by the explosive barrel. Ruler, standing more cautiously, managed to react in time to use his flash, as Gragas's ultimate nearly pushed him aside, inadvertently increasing the distance. "I'll pursue Ruler, you take down Nami," MLXG declared without hesitation, fixating on the mouth of the abyss. This was MLXG for you. Once he decided to engage, he aimed to eliminate them all. And Jian, having just emerged from his base and spotted the three wolves, was soon met with the news of Nami's demise in the bottom lane. Faced with the control of Nami and the damage from Tristana beneath the tower, Nami fell within 3 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian disregarded the respawning frog and blue buff, making his way towards the bottom lane tower, eager to see if he could save Tristana. In the mid to late game, the output would rely heavily on the duo of Kog'Maw and Lulu. If Kog'Maw were to fall now, not only would they lose the dragon, but they would also struggle to engage in subsequent team fights. Alas, there was but one carry, making it exceedingly difficult. Was this not akin to placing all one's eggs in a single basket? Despite his dissatisfaction, Jian resolutely rushed towards the bottom lane. The championship was within reach. He could not afford to give up so easily. Any lingering frustration could be vented after the match. After dispatching Nami, Xiaoming and Uzi continued their pursuit of Kog'Maw. Following the recent skirmish, the opposing duo in the bottom lane had expended their flashes. If they did not seize this opportunity to establish an advantage, when would they? Tristana utilized her refreshed rocket jump to close the distance. Nami, brandishing her divine blade, unleashed her ultimate, solar flare. Kog'Maw adeptly sidestepped the center of the solar flare, avoiding being rooted in place. However, the slowing effect of the solar flare proved sufficiently lethal. Gragas hurled his Q ability, the rolling barrel exploding at Kog'Maw's feet, further applying a slow. Tristana advanced, marking her target with explosive spark and unleashing a barrage of damage upon Kog'Maw. Just then, Piglet arrived, aiming for Tristana with her ultimate. To everyone's surprise, MLXG seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly positioning himself in front of Tristana, absorbing the ultimate. With no obstructions remaining, Tristana unleashed her full damage, eliminating Kog'Maw beneath the tower. Now it was Piglet's turn to feel awkward. After taking down Kog'Maw, the trio from RNG resembled famished wolves, turning their attention towards the solitary Piglet. Are you really coming for me? Piglet cast a Q ability before hastily retreating, distancing herself from the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Crown, having finally cleared the mid lane, aimed to make his way to the bottom lane, only to be greeted with the news of the duo's demise. In that moment, Crown gazed at his ultimate, which he had yet to deploy even once throughout the match. Should I go? Perhaps I should just leave, he mused. Observing the half-finished recall of the Rock Sparrow, a sense of despair enveloping the audience. Oh, Divine One, could there be an opportunity for me to provide support? It seemed Ruler's fear of canines was resurfacing. What purpose does the Rock Sparrow's ultimate serve if not for this match? Can we not forego learning the ultimate? Is there a possibility that descending now would be tantamount to a sacrifice? Suddenly, the Rock Sparrow canceled its recall, taking a circuitous route towards the upper half of the map. The perspective shifted to the upper area, where Draven held the minion wave at his tower, pressuring Gnar while desperately seeking opportunities to trade blows. It became clear Crown had deemed the bottom lane hopeless and decided to turn his attention towards Draven. However, this maneuver was fully revealed by the vision placed by RNG near the mid lane. Xiaohu cleared the wave while alerting Fang Han. The Rock Sparrow has gone up. Yes, I see it. It matters not. Whoever comes will be met with the same fate, Fang Han replied. Do you require my assistance? Xiaohu inquired. No need. You focus on your own lane. These two cannot take me down. Fang Han exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence, even causing Xiaohu to feel insecure. Is it truly unnecessary for me to go? If I choose not to attend and something unfortunate befalls him, the blame would surely fall upon me, wouldn't it? Perhaps it would be wise to go and see for myself. Fang Han cast a sidelong glance at the taciturn Xiaohu, effortlessly discerning the tumultuous thought swirling within him. This fellow, surely he is not contemplating another mindless team strategy? No, it is imperative that Xiaohu embraces a more independent approach. Otherwise, he may unwittingly sacrifice the mid lane repeatedly. In this current meta, victory still hinges upon the ADC's prowess. However, since Season 7, there have emerged numerous iterations that necessitate the mid laner to take the lead. Should Xiaohu continue with this mindset, solely focused on assisting his teammates and devoid of the ambition to carry the game himself, I fear that even my strength may not avert a dismal outcome akin to the infamous 2200 debacle. Fang Han's gaze extended beyond the imminent finals. For the sake of his upcoming 2-year career at RNG, he could not allow the young player, Xiaohu, to languish in complacency. Ahem, brother Hu. Do not hinder your own development. In the mid-game, you are the sole source of AP damage. There is no denying the potency of this statement. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiaohu began to recall back to base. Shall I then play with a touch more greed? Indeed, being slightly more avaricious is prudent, for that Talia will not return in the immediate future. Fang Han approached the river and planted a vision ward, then turned back, feigning ignorance, and continued to suppress Gnar. QV, upon seeing the arriving Talia in the top lane, no longer hesitated. He consumed a potion and charged forward to engage. With 2 swift strikes, Draven's attacks nearly depleted Gnar's health. Left with no choice, QV distanced himself while auto-attacking minions to build up his fury. Suddenly, Talia arrived at the top lane, following her wall, and Gnar managed to fill his fury just before his health ran out. With a mighty roar, Mega Gnar unleashed his transformation, slamming Draven against the wall. Enjoying your positioning, are we? Let us see if you can evade my ultimate, he bellowed. In that moment, QV and Gnar became one. The fully charged Gnar and QV unleashed a synchronized roar, delivering a devastating assault upon Draven. Talia landed and followed up with seismic shove, creating a sequence of crowd control that reduced Draven's health to a mere fifth. With less than 300 health remaining, it would only take a couple more auto attacks from Gnar and Talia to seal his fate. However, the unfortunate news was that Draven had regained consciousness. The control duration had expired. Fang Han swiftly unleashed his E-skill, interrupting the basic attacks of both adversaries. Subsequently, he activated his W, retreating to a comfortable distance, before turning back to deliver a decisive blow to Gnar. A striking figure of 520 emerged, a critical hit that sent the already weakened Gnar crashing to the ground. Most astonishingly, this kill restored over 400 health points to Draven. Even more despairing was the realization that Talia was completely out of skills. Left with only the options to recall or teleport on her hero interface, could she possibly outrun a Draven equipped with Tier 2 boots and his W skill? In this dire moment, Talia executed a jaw-dropping maneuver. She teleported to escape. Right in front of them. Could it be a mistake? A misclick? But look. What other options did she have? Teleporting right before their eyes to flee? Was she mad? It mattered not. The essential thing was to escape. Escape? Surely. She underestimated Draven with his two-piece setup. Talia was devoid of any magic resistance. Fang Han was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly executed 2 decisive strikes with critical hits. 2 critical strikes rewarded him for his dual items. The fully healed Yanshu collapsed on the spot, suffering a significant loss. Not only was the player eliminated, but even the last summoner spell was cast in vain. The returning Xiaohu chuckled as he forcefully pushed the lane, demolished the tower, and consumed the jungle resources. Alas, Ashiba failed to eliminate this Draven instantly. Crown Brother covered his face with both hands, consumed by regret. He had anticipated a swift dispatch of his opponent to interrupt his rhythm, yet he was astonished by the damage output. 2 strikes had obliterated 1,000 health. Was this truly a human being? QV glanced at Crown Brother, eager to voice his thoughts, but ultimately rendered speechless. In such a scenario, what could one possibly articulate? Every skill had been utilized without reservation, yet the foe remained standing. It could only be deemed unfortunate. However, this exchange signified that the game had been entirely dominated by the 3-star team in the early to mid-game. Comparing the 10 players on both sides, only the Pig Maiden held a slight advantage over MLXG's Barrel. Yet, that meager edge was evidently insufficient. As previously stated, she was merely a Pig Maiden. What else could she do besides endure the punishment? Urgent. This Draven was like a specter, capable of dispatching anyone with 2 strikes. It seemed only the Pig Maiden could withstand such blows. Who said otherwise? Eyes could also be used, could they not? Very well, let us consider it thus. Fortunately, Draven had just lost a stack of his passive. Otherwise, he would have been cashing in again. What was the point of continuing delaying? He was already 30 minions behind. If Nar died again, he would return to find himself 50 minions down. By the time Nar re-entered with flash available, he would truly be too intimidated to leave his tower. In contrast, Arthur's Draven required no homecoming. A mere wave of minions sufficed to restore his health completely. Currently, Arthur's only concern was the depletion of his mana. As for Nar, he might as well wait for the minion wave to arrive. This was the moment of truth, the kind that made one hesitant to glance at the screen. One more look might lead to an explosion. Sensing the pressure from Arthur, Nar crumbled before the line. To be frank, I perceived Arthur as merely average. If one did not actively seek to confront him, issues would not arise. The so-called king of verbal prowess speaks beautifully. But to remain unperturbed while witnessing such a formidable boss thrive in the top lane is a feat only the divine can achieve. What is there to fear? Is he not just a fragile ADC? No matter how well he develops, without support in teamfights, he shall vanish into thin air. Xiaohu remarked, continue speaking. I am all ears. It turned out that this karma was intended to safeguard the top lane. RNG possessed an array of unexpected tactics, each executed with remarkable skill. It was not merely RNG, it was Arthur. Each champion he played could forge an entirely unprecedented system. A true innovator, that lad. Now the top lane has been thoroughly overrun. A few arrivals would mean certain death. I wager even the Pig Maiden would fall after 3 strikes, not 4. With a 5-to-1 Draven, the top lane had become a realm where any challenger would meet their demise. Unless the 3-star team gathered all 5 players at the top lane, any attempt would be futile. As the game clock ticked to 18 minutes, it was time for the much-anticipated Baron skirmish. As usual, once RNG gains an advantage, they invariably concoct something near the Baron pit by the 20-minute mark. There was no alternative. It was implausible to expect this group of muscle-bound brutes to master intricate strategies on the fly. Simply managing to manipulate vision and pressure the enemy into a team fight near the Baron pit was sufficient for Fang Han. As long as a team fight could ensue, their squad of skilled players would surely overwhelm the opponents. In this version, where the Greenfield knife still existed, comparing operational prowess to LCK teams was akin to daydreaming. To secure victory, one must draw the adversary into the realm of their own strengths through skillful play and team fights. What does solid vision matter? I shall boldly engage the Baron within your sight. Do you dare to ignore me? Do you comprehend the essence of contemporary stratagems? Do not inquire. Simply engage the Baron. Here they come, my favorite phase of harvesting the spoils. Will it be the opponent's bounty or their own? Silence. It has always been RNG reaping the foe's rewards. There is no precedent for self-harvest. I, the Baron, would be ecstatic, as long as it is an RNG match. They clock in at the 20-minute mark and clock out within 5. No mistakes here, standing in vision to attack the Baron. If you 3-star team possess the audacity, then do not come. They have given in. What use is the Baron? Soon enough, homes will be secured. With less than 20 minutes gone and a 5,000 gold deficit. Is RNG's individual skill not rather extraordinary? Naturally, RNG's bottom lane matchup was already formidable. Xiaohu could at least match his lane. Now with the introduction of the Lane King Arthur, all lanes were under their control. Arthur's laning prowess was indeed astonishing. Before the 20-minute mark, he had amassed 3 core items. Returning home, Draven wielded his 3 items, Bloodthirster in one hand, Infinity Edge in the other, while a blue buff dagger dangled from his mouth. His swaggering gait exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Truly, the brother of the Hand of Noxus walks with an infuriating elegance. Draven strolled from his home, neglecting to place wards, and headed straight toward the Baron Pit. With 3 items and boots of attack speed in hand, he walked with renewed confidence. The commentators on the desk observed Draven's itemization with palpable relief. Wow, Arthur is extraordinarily wealthy. If I were a shopkeeper, I would certainly issue Arthur a membership card. He is a veritable cash cow. Securing 3 items before the 20-minute mark in every match is a remarkable feat. Miller and Wawa chuckled incessantly. Having such a money-making player on the team is indeed a source of immense comfort. There is no need for additional effort, naturally. He shall acquire 3 items by mid-game, and thereafter, as long as they protect this powerhouse, victory in teamfights is assured. Soon, RNG gathered at the Baron Pit. Fang Han glanced at the minimap, observing that the mid-lane Seraphine and the top-lane Gnar were still pushing the side lanes. They relied on their teleportation and range support abilities, intending to disrupt RNG's offensive rhythm by manipulating the side lane minion waves. Fang Han had watched the LCK teams compete for several years in his past life, primarily observing the same old strategies under a different guise. As for operational tactics, with such a significant economic disadvantage, do you still possess the right to engage in operations? Fang Han narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a grin that showcased his gleaming white teeth. Teacher Gue, let us engage the Baron directly. RNG surged into the Baron Pit, with all 5 members focusing their fire upon the mighty beast. The 3-item equipped Draven and the nearly 2-item powered Misfortune rendered the Baron as fragile as parchment, its health plummeting swiftly. In mere moments, the Baron's health dwindled to a precarious 3,000. Hold your fire. With a commanding order from Fang Han, the 5 members of RNG harmoniously ceased their actions. It was as if scripted, for no sooner had they halted than the boar-wielding An's hangman charged in, seemingly intent on seizing the dragon as a savior. However, upon witnessing the synchronized stillness of the RNG team, An's hangman's heart sank. A trap, perhaps? Very well. I shall meet my demise. Let the game commence. Draven and Tristana each delivered 2 swift strikes, resulting in the immediate demise of the Boar Maiden. The kill was claimed by Tristana. Just then, a colossal spell from Talia soared through the air, only to be effortlessly deflected by Draven's skill, sending her crashing into the wall. Following that were 2 axes. Ding. 863. 650. 2 critical hits rendered Talia unable to unleash her spell, as she fell lifelessly from the sky. Was this a crash landing? Is it true that the day one lands is the day one meets their end? Talia, being a bird, how amusing. A mere 2 strikes and she was no more. Is this still League of Legends? Surely, it cannot be anything less than legendary. 1 strike for 999. The first kill secured, Draven activated his sprint and charged forth from the Dragon Pit, heading directly towards the remaining members of the opposing team. Oh no, retreat. The remaining 3, bereft of any will to continue the battle, hastily turned to flee. Xiaohu trailed closely behind Fang Han, timely bestowing a shield and acceleration upon Draven. With his sprint activated, Draven, bathed in the crimson glow of his relic, pursued like a specter, targeting the lagging Kog'Maw with 2 swift strikes. Double kill. Ding. The crisp sound of Draven's passive echoed once more. Kog'Maw transformed into a lifeless body, bursting into fragments. Yet, the carnage did not end there. Draven pressed on, landing another strike upon the adjacent Janna. 900. A critical hit drained Janna's health to the brink. Had it not been for Courage's quick reflexes and casting a shield before the axe descended, he would surely have been sprawled on the ground by now. Even so, he was left with a meager 200 health. Such damage was utterly outrageous. What? Courage gasped in shock, hastily activating his ultimate to push Draven away. Another strike would certainly cost him dearly. Nevertheless, Fang Han had no intention of halting his pursuit. He was now in a bloodthirsty frenzy, consumed solely by the desire to kill. Youmeng, perceiving Fang Han's intent, executed a remarkable flash from the Dragon Pit, ensnaring both Janna and Gnar from an extraordinary distance. With Gnar having just used his E-skill, he was left with no choice but to quickly flash away, while Janna, similarly slowed, had to call forth her own flash. In the ensuing chaos of their retreat, she did not forget to conjure a gust of wind behind her. Attempting to escape? No one shall flee today. Fang Han executed a swift E-flash, evading the tempest while drawing near to the two remaining members of the Samsung team, who had already slowed their pace. Draven unleashed a flurry of strikes, one slicing through the bloodied Sona and another cleaving towards Nar. His ultimate was hurled in Nar's direction. Triple kill, quadra kill, ace. With yet another 4 kills, he delivered a complete annihilation to Samsung. This team wipe unequivocally signified that the game had lost all suspense. Oh, but wait. The only lingering intrigue was whether Fang Han could surpass a double-digit kill count and secure a pinnacle. At this moment, Draven's score stood at a remarkable 9-1. My goodness. If I were in his shoes, witnessing this monstrous Draven would have me trembling in fear. What hope remained for the opposing team? With Draven wielding an additional Bloodthirster passive, how could anyone contend? It seemed futile. Perhaps surrender was the wisest course. After claiming the Baron and returning to base for item upgrades, Draven was poised to unveil a formidable 4-item build. The audience's predictions proved accurate, following a series of 4 kills and the acquisition of Baron. RNG's economic lead surged to nearly 8,000 gold. As RNG's players completed their items and prepared to push, their advantage expanded to a staggering 10,000 gold. Such a monumental lead rendered any possibility of a comeback non-existent for RNG, unless the 5 adversaries executed a flawless coordinated assault. However, that was an improbable scenario. Everyone understood that for the calm and calculating Arthur, who resembled a killing machine, mistakes were a luxury no one could afford, least of all him. Of course, a moment of levity could be excused. RNG advanced on all 3 lanes, pushing minions to the enemy's high ground. Master gazed at the imposing 5-man force from RNG, exhaling a resigned sigh. Karma stood sentinel beside the fully equipped Draven, immobile in her protective role. Gragas focused on clearing minion waves rather than attacking towers, retreating to safety once the waves were dispatched, offering no opportunities for a counterattack. A glance revealed that the only chance for action lay with the mid-lane turret, where Tristana and Nidalee were stationed. Even in dire straits, Master endeavored to make a play. He observed as the piglet circled around, launching a precise shot that struck Tristana. Uzi, quick on the uptake, perfectly timed his W ability to negate the incoming threat and escape unscathed. Unfortunately for Nidalee, luck was not on her side. Lacking a flash, she could only be ensnared by Samsung's forces, ultimately falling in mid-lane. The desperate counterattack from Samsung resulted in the shattering of 2 of their own high ground towers. With the top and bottom towers breached, Draven, Karma, and Gragas swiftly transitioned from Samsung's high ground to mid lane, executing a flawless ambush on the 5-man squad. Bravo! So the Samsung team emerged from their base to flank? No, they had nowhere to flee. I could only watch in anticipation to see if Samsung would choose to stand and fight or simply surrender. How would they stand their ground? Would they be taken down one by one like prey in the street by Draven's blade? Draven, bolstered by Karma's shield, surged forward, effortlessly dispatching the nearest Ziggs. This was the Draven equipped with a complete build and maximum critical strike potential. A single blow was all it took to shatter a squishy target. The remaining 4 members of Samsung scattered like frightened birds, devoid of any intent to retaliate. Of course, who would dare counterattack against such a terrifying Draven? It was likely that before they could unleash their own burst damage, Draven would have eliminated them one by one. One by one. All taken down. I could hardly fathom how these 2 teams could engage in a head-on clash. To be frank, if a team fight were to occur, they must eliminate the Draven without cleanse. Failing that, they might as well resign themselves to defeat. He was a professional player, shielded by his allies. He would not perish easily. As the remaining 4 members of Samsung were scattered, Uzi pressed on, launching himself into the fray with a rocket jump aimed at the duo in the bottom lane. Yet, before he could unleash his explosive barrage, Draven's ultimate struck, decimating the half-health bottom lane duo of Samsung. While his ultimate soared to the left, Draven, accompanied by Karma and Gragas, pursued the right flank. Gragas detonated an explosive barrel, sending the fleeing jungler and top laner crashing against the wall. Faced with the dual spinning axes wielded by Draven, Nar leaped over the wall and executed a classic teleport escape. Surprisingly, the thick wall hindered RNG's ability to interrupt Nar's teleportation, leaving them to watch helplessly as he returned to his tower. Meanwhile, the unfortunate piglet, isolated and defenseless, fell victim to Draven's relentless assault, suffering a flurry of 4 strikes. Quadra kill. Legendary. Another 4 kills secured, Draven's record soared to an impressive 13-1. This achievement also bestowed Fang Han with the coveted title of Unstoppable. An unstoppable Draven. 13-1. A veritable carry. Fang Han's impeccable performance filled the members of Samsung with a profound sense of despair. The flawless Draven, the faultless Arthur. The unassailable RNG. After securing a quadra kill, the RNG team made no pause, rushing unrelentingly towards Samsung's fountain. Fang, hurry over for the pinnacle, Xi urged. Leading Xiaohu towards the fountain, anxious not to miss the opportunity for the coveted 5 kills. Fang Han did not initially aspire to achieve a pinnacle. Yet witnessing the fervor of his 2 companions made refusal seem impolite. Sigh, if one must suffice, then so be it. However, a pinnacle bears little reward. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system seemingly attuned to Fang Han's intentions, promptly presented a notification. The prestigious 5-kill achievement at the Global Finals has been unlocked. For every pinnacle accomplished during the Global Finals, the host shall receive 500 fun points and the unlocking of the proficiency cap for all heroes. Wait a moment. The unlocking of the proficiency cap for all heroes? Does this mean that my heroes, who have already reached maximum proficiency, can have their caps raised anew? Indeed. For heroes at maximum proficiency, each elevation of the cap allows an increase of 10 in proficiency. A 10% increase in proficiency is no trifling matter. If one considers the distinction between 100 proficiency and 80 proficiency as the chasm separating a master from a professional, then 110 transcends even the master, embodying the hero itself. Take, for instance, the shy Aatrox in S8. He truly exemplified the fusion of man and demon. This is precisely why the shy is revered in later generations as the embodiment of Aatrox. Just imagine stepping onto the battlefield with a hero seamlessly manifesting through me during a match. It's a notion almost too exhilarating to fathom. It seems I must indeed strive for a few pinnacles now. The last vestige of compassion within Fang Han vanished without a trace. Initially, he contemplated leaving a glimmer of mercy, but now he cast aside pretense. Since achieving a pentakill yields such bountiful rewards, he could not be blamed for his ruthless demeanor. Let us go. Teacher Gua, lend me a hand with the fountain. As the 3 members of RNG advanced towards the fountain, the barrel-bearing champion boldly charged into the waters, propelling Naar into the depths. Draven accelerated into the fountain, launching 3 axes in quick succession, seamlessly interrupting Naar's ability with his own. In an instant, Naar's health was obliterated, collapsing into the fountain. Pinnacle. A pinnacle. A pinnacle from Draven. Moreover, this was a pinnacle in the grand finals of a best-of-5. The first ever pinnacle in a finals match. With a staggering score of 14-1, Draven feasted upon his foes, ushering in a slaughter that belonged to player Arthur. The Samsung base was annihilated by Draven, signifying RNG's effortless victory in the second game. In the grand finals arena, 2 matches concluded in a mere 30 minutes, each showcasing a distinct path to triumph. The first match demonstrated RNG's strategic prowess to the world, while the second reaffirmed that LPL stands as the preeminent battleground for fierce combat. At the commentary desk, the 3 analysts were fervently animated, nearly leaping onto the table in celebration. The first match exhibited discipline, while the second showcased tenacity. This is RNG, the mightiest team in the LPL. Arthur, RNG. Let us seize that coveted world championship. For years, from the Royal Club of S7 to now, we have waited 4 long years. Is it truly time for Uzi to embrace his era? What era? The era of laziness and complacency? If so, the LPL would be doomed. As they reveled in the cheers echoing throughout the arena, the RNG players removed their headsets, rising to embrace one another as they made their way back to the locker room. RNG. It was only upon closing the door behind them that the fervent applause of the fans in the bird's nest gradually subsided. 2-0. Furthermore, with the advantage of playing at home and a psychological edge, RNG appeared to be the more relaxed side compared to Samsung. Moreover, after suffering consecutive defeats as the red side, Samsung decisively opted for the blue side in the third match. After all, losing 3 straight as the red side would result in an immediate exit, sparking an uproar in the media. The Samsung coaching staff could not withstand such pressure and had no choice but to gamble, hoping RNG would falter in their blue side draft preparation. Yet, it was evident that everything remained firmly within the grasp of RNG's coaching team. Indeed, as the 5 starting players of RNG returned to the locker room, head coach Feng had already prepared the strategy board for the next match. Fengshin, you've predicted correctly once more, after 2 losses. They indeed chose to reclaim the blue side for the third game. Of course, after 2 consecutive defeats, the pressure on their coaching staff must be immense. Fang Han settled into his seat and casually grabbed a banana, shoving it into his mouth. Since becoming a professional player, he has come to understand why Faker holds such a deep affection for bananas. The abundant sugars swiftly replenish the energy expended during gameplay, allowing professional players to refocus their minds. While chocolate can yield similar effects, in terms of cost-effectiveness and flavor, bananas reign supreme. MLXG approached Fang Han's side, partaking in the assortment of snacks prepared in the lounge. Each individual found their designated spot, attentively listening to Feng Ge's address. The upcoming match was pivotal. Yet there was no need for excessive anxiety. Their performance in the previous game had been commendable. Once they entered their realm of expertise, they were indeed the 5 strongest players in the current professional League of Legends scene. What remained was to relax, trust in themselves and their teammates. Even if they fell short, there would be another match, and then a final one. Despite Feng Ge's encouraging words, every member of RNG understood that reaching the 5th game meant they were at a disadvantage. Being chased down in 2 consecutive matches created pressure that few professional players could withstand, and losing the 5th game could potentially spell the end of their careers. A scenario of being reverse swept in the finals, only to narrowly lose, would be devastating for all of RNG. Let us strive to secure the 3rd match. I do not wish to play to a 5th game, Uzi remarked, seated in his esports chair, chuckling as he scratched his head. His seemingly light-hearted tone belied the shared sentiment of every RNG member, including the coaching staff. Feng Ge nodded in agreement. Like you, I too hope we can conclude the series in the forthcoming 3rd match. However, this is League of Legends. The unpredictability of each match is part of its allure. All I can do is cheer for you from the sidelines. Feng Ge set down the tactical board, clapped his hands, and stood. Everyone, enjoy the match, relish the stage. Even if our enemies reveal all their cards, I will forever find ways to help you secure victory. Now, let us trust in our teammates. Forget everything that transpired in the last game, and let's claim this 3rd match beautifully. Let us seize the championship that belongs to us. Go. Within the lounge, the voices of support from the RNG members resonated in unison. At this moment, the 6 players and the coaching staff were united in heart and spirit, eagerly heading towards the arena. However, just before they took the stage, Letme embraced Fang Han and posed a profound question. By the way, Feng Shun, if we truly win the championship, which victorious skin are you planning to choose? The champions you've used in this finals don't seem to be particularly marketable. Fang Han was taken aback. It indeed seemed so. No one appeared to be inclined to purchase champions like the Lion Dog, Xayah, or Draven. If all else fails, perhaps selecting Xayah would suffice, considering she is a newly released female champion and possesses such striking beauty. Indeed, it seems that the allure of appearance reigns supreme. Fang Han swiftly grasped the situation. After all, in his previous life, the S7 championship was claimed by Samsung, led by the formidable Xayah. Thus, it could be seen as a gesture to reward the vast community of Xayah players in this lifetime with a new skin. Naturally, the match was far from over, and selecting a skin at this early stage seemed somewhat akin to prematurely celebrating with champagne at halftime. Moreover, one must consider that there was still a 3rd game yet to be played. Perhaps an even more advantageous champion could be chosen. With this thought in mind, Fang Han smiled gently, giving Letme a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No worries, Jiwenza. You should first decide which hero you wish to choose. With a mischievous grin, Letme replied, clearly having already settled on his choice long ago. Fang Han smiled knowingly, feeling too apathetic to speculate. In this World Championship, the selection of heroes was limited to just a handful. While there was no haste in choosing skins, the paramount objective was to secure victory in the 3rd match. As the players re-entered the arena, Fang Han sensed a piercing gaze upon him. He lifted his head to meet the eyes of the renowned player, Chi Di. The latter's expression was markedly grim, devoid of the usual vigor he once exhibited. The former S7 FMVP was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of lethargy. Despite the fact that this World Championship version was ideally suited for AD players, he found himself cornered by a top laner. With 2 MVP titles and 2 astonishing performances, he had left Samsung bewildered. Yet, Chi Di understood that the match was far from over. Their rivalry was still in its unfolding. From a distance of several meters, Chi Di beckoned to Fang Han with a pointed finger, signaling him to come forth. Fang Han smiled. He extended his right index finger and waved it at the ruler, a gesture that seemed to imply his inadequacy. This intense moment was captured by the live director and displayed on the big screen. The 2 spirited young competitors faced each other, creating a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. How magnificent! Both of them are incredibly handsome. The indomitable ruler and the youthful king. This moment felt destined to be recorded in the annals of the league. What a coincidence, among the 10 players on stage. Only these two remained standing, their gazes locking perfectly. How audacious of Arthur. I adore it. What's wrong? Is 2 consecutive MVPs not enough to be bold? The youth must be daring. I'm not afraid of any repercussions. Should we win tonight, Arthur will undoubtedly be recognized as the premier top laner of LPL. You're merely stating the obvious. Isn't every member of the championship team the best in their respective positions within LPL? Given this momentum, could it truly end in a 3 o'clock? After all the effort to secure tickets, are we limited to just 3 games? Worry not, at times like this. We can only wait for Arthur to deliver something spectacular. Returning to his seat, Fang Han donned his headphones, adjusting the peripherals on his desk. The youthful visage bore a confident smile. For others, this match was a decisive battle. For me, it was merely a chance to acquire a skin while winning the game. It was evident that both competitors had taken their seats, poised for the impending match. Surely, the audience witnessed the 2 most talked about young players of this finals. The ruler and Arthur, presenting a masterpiece to the league. Indeed, regardless of tonight's outcome, these legendary teams will indelibly mark the history of the league. Veterans who have pursued their dreams for years, and rookie players forming a restructured team, all vying for the Summoner's Cup. From this perspective, the teams bear a striking resemblance. Wawa and Miller gazed at the 10 players on stage. The veterans who have dreamt for years and the rising stars reuniting to form a team, with their previous incarnation also possessing substantial discussion and attention. The more one reflects, the more it feels like a battle of destiny. I can solve this question. In the end, it's the veteran who realizes his dream. All right, I can answer that too. The predecessor of the championship team has also participated in the global finals. This is not merely guessing. It's more akin to shooting an arrow and then drawing the target. Regardless, the more one watches, the more riveting this match appears. What makes it exciting? Is it the brutal defeat of Samsung in 2 games? Those with lower scores fail to comprehend. They can only see the scoreboard, correct? Amidst the escalating fervor in the venue, the ban phase for the 3rd game commenced. Samsung, on the blue side, immediately banned Lulu, Ivern, and Karma. This move effectively eliminated all but the support champions with healing capabilities. This implies that if RNG wishes to employ a healing composition, they must assign Xiaoming to a soft support role. However, Xiaoming is a top-tier initiator, making such a decision akin to self-sabotage. The RNG coaching staff was momentarily stunned. Feng Ge did not anticipate that Samsung's coaching staff would resort to such an extreme ban strategy. With 3 bans targeting healing supports, the available options for the support role in the bot lane had dwindled significantly. It was evident that Samsung was relying heavily on the choice of the Wind Girl in the bot lane. Alright, so you're going all out, huh? Fine. Let us see whose champion pool runs deeper. Feng Ge, ban the Wind Girl and the Gem. Let us see if they dare to let Kaisa through. Feng Ge nodded. After banning the Rock Sparrow and the skateboard shoes, he changed his mind and banned the Wind Girl instead. The back and forth bans were charged with tension. With Kaisa and Rockin both available, the dilemma suddenly fell squarely on the shoulders of Samsung's coaching staff. Were it not for facing RNG, they could have easily let Rockin through and taken Kaisa for themselves. After all, without a soft support to protect and coordinate, Kaisa's self-preservation abilities are merely enhanced. Should the opposing team dare to pick Kaisa, they could respond with a strong AD like Varus in tandem with Rockin. However, facing RNG, a team capable of employing Kaisa in the top lane, means this strategy would be ineffective. RNG could even secure both Kaisa and Varus with their first 2 picks, rendering Samsung's choice of Rockin half-wasted. This cannot stand. We cannot allow RNG to secure 2 OP champions with their first 2 picks. Samsung's head coach rubbed his temples and ultimately locked in Kaisa. On the brink of life and death, Samsung chose to place their faith in the ruler. All the pressure now rested on the ADC as Samsung began to resemble the former RNG. For Protect 1, always their final strategy. As Samsung secured Kaisa, Fang Han and MLXT wasted no time, locking in Rockin and Galio upon receiving Feng Ge's directive. This move left Samsung's head coach in a bind. These selections were undoubtedly champions favored by RNG's mid and support. The Samsung coaching staff had completely overlooked the possibility of Galio in the top lane for RNG. Moreover, considering Galio had been largely ignored since the conclusion of the group stage, having Arthur, a mechanically skilled top laner, play Galio felt somewhat beneath his abilities. Returning to Samsung's final 2 selections, they opted for the gem support in the mid lane Grasshopper. RNG's final selection was Varus. Wow, Uzi's Varus is finally unleashed. The audience had been eagerly anticipating this moment. On the commentary desk, upon seeing RNG secure Varus, the three commentators displayed expressions of relief. An OP champion of the current patch, and one of Uzi's signature heroes, it was truly reassuring. Fang Han caught sight of Vel'Koz and glanced at his own bottom lane ID, unable to suppress a chuckle. After all, it wasn't the AP Vel'Koz version. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Playing the kiting style, Uzi should excel at this. Fengqi, flexing his wrist, turned with a smile. What's up, Fang? Why the laughter? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely curious to see the expressions on their faces when they witness our fifth pick. The opposing team certainly has some audacity, allowing us to take the counter pick in the red side. As the first round of picks concluded, the audience erupted in laughter upon seeing RNG secure three powerful champions from the current meta. That first round of bans and picks was a complete triumph for RNG. How could they allow RNG to acquire these three champions? It can only be said that RNG's coaching staff has decisively outplayed Samsung in this best of 5. I feel like Arthur has a significant role in this. Indeed, his influence is quite substantial. The strategy from RNG clearly indicates they intend to reserve a counterpick for Arthur. Arthur's counterpick is virtually unmanageable. I now understand that RNG on the red side is even more formidable. Moving into the second round of bans, Samsung eliminated Gragas and Draven, allowing Sejuani and Jarvan 4 to remain available. This momentarily caught RNG off guard. They let Jarvan 4 through? Are they aiming for Sejuani? It seems Sejuani is still a top priority for them. Windy remained unfold, banning Cho'Gath and Rumble in succession. As we entered the final round of picks, RNG unabashedly claimed Jarvan 4. You like to let Jarvan 4 and Galio through? If you dare let me have them, I shall take them. The blue side was up next for 2 picks, securing Sejuani and Gnar. Even when teetering on the brink of despair, Samsung chose to trust their most proficient strategy. Fortunately, it was not like the LPL teams, who tend to falter under pressure during critical matches. Now, with 9 champions selected among the 10 players, the audience collectively awaited RNG's final pick, sharing our anticipation. What surprise will Arthur bring us in the third game? Fang Han possessed a remarkable presence on camera. He was not in a hurry to make his selection. Instead, he casually played with the random heroes available on the hero selection interface until the countdown dwindled to the final 10 seconds. Locking in the hero that elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The Swift Blade Master, Yasuo. Yasuo has arrived. Exhilaration surged through the atmosphere, utterly delightful. The Swift E ability has a return path. Top lane Yasuo facing off against Gnar, and this is at the global finals. The seasoned Yasuo player was moved to tears. I hereby declare my instantaneous admiration for Arthur. Even before the game commenced, the joy of Arthur was palpable. The commentary booth fell into a profound silence. The 3 commentators, racking their brains, could not fathom that Fang Han would unveil Yasuo as the 5th pick. The Swift Blade Master. I recall that the European region had a penchant for this character. Ha ha ha. Miller, did you ever imagine we would witness our own team fielding Yasuo, especially on the stage of the global finals? It was entirely unexpected. One can only say that player Arthur is delivering spectacular performances both on and off the field. Haha. Yasuo versus Gnar, what insights might this matchup hold? Rita pondered, resting her chin on her hand, and turned to Miller with a question. It was no surprise. Such a matchup is indeed rare in the competitive scene, let alone one featuring Yasuo and Gnar. This question left Miller and the others momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, rendered momentarily wordless. Neither was known for their expertise and professional knowledge. Miller, as a top lane player, had never reached high ranks. One could say this matchup is something we Haven T encountered often. However, at the very least, this was the hero most reminiscent of a top lane champion that Arthur had selected throughout the 3 matches. Such a duel surely left the audience as thrilled as we are. Understanding the cue, Dahl immediately took over the conversation. Indeed, no matter how much we discuss it here, it pales in comparison to anticipating Arthur's in-game maneuvers. Having witnessed the European region's Yasuo, let us showcase our LPL's Yasuo to the world. Truly, these 2 seasoned commentators. In just a few exchanges, they not only made the audience forget Rita's earlier question but also reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Rita opened her mouth as if to say something further, but upon noticing Miller frantically signaling her, she fell silent. Continuing the conversation would surely lead to a comedic explosion. Many audience members, recognizing the 2 commentators' awkwardness, loudly mocked. Explode. Is this the level of understanding in the finals commentary? Quite disappointing. They are merely commentators. not players in the game. The fellow upstairs is too innocent. I can't tell if you're joking or being sincere. Rita's question had left the two in silence, eliciting laughter all around. Such a pure novice, genuinely inquiring, how does Nar fare against the Blade Master? I believe Nar has a slight advantage over Yasuo, perhaps a 4-6 matchup, as Yasuo's Wind Wall can block Nar's Q ability, significantly reducing Nar's early game damage output. However, unbeknownst to everyone, in a past finals, Huni also employed a top lane Yasuo against Huni's Nar. Though the outcome was rather unremarkable, the team compositions were finalized, and the map began to load. The blue side featured 3 stars, Nar in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Ryze in the mid lane, and Xayah alongside Rakan in the bot lane. The red side, RNG, showcased Yasuo in the top lane, Jarvan 4 in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, and Varus paired with Alistar in the bot lane. One could say that, at a glance, RNG's composition appeared exceptionally cohesive in team fights. It could even be said to be their previously favored setup. The Jarvan and Galio combination would provide Uzi in the bot lane with ample opportunity to deal damage comfortably. The only minor drawback was that the team leaned somewhat towards a bruiser composition, given that Galio in this version is considered a tank. A fully armored Galio could only contribute a modicum of AP damage. Yet, the members of RNG appeared unfazed, seemingly viewing this as no obstacle, particularly Fang Han, who shook his head as if victory was already assured. Brother dog, it's the 3rd match. Are you interested in another bout? Another bout? Are we competing for kills again? But you didn't take ADC this time. No matter, it won't affect anything. Alright. Whoever has fewer kills will treat everyone to drinks later. Fang Han stretched lazily, deftly maneuvering Yasuo to the top lane while simultaneously checking the scoreboard. Generally speaking, this composition indeed lacks AP damage. However, it matters little. Setting aside the current meta, the output damage from AD is overwhelming. Furthermore, who is to say that this composition lacks AP damage? Fang Han's smile grew increasingly pronounced, transforming him into a malevolent gardenia reminiscent of a certain teacher. His mind began to concoct a rather devious plan. Meanwhile, the Samsung team shook off the despondency stemming from their earlier defeats, approaching the current match with renewed vigor. It's fine. Let us treat this as the first game. We shall deliver a resounding 3-0 victory. The team leader, reassured his comrades in the voice channel. The idea of turning the tide from 2 losses to 3 victories seemed an insurmountable task, yet nothing is absolute. This is League of Legends, and it is premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. Like Fang Han, Chi-Di, upon entering the game, promptly opened the scoreboard. His gaze fixated on the avatar of Yasuo, whose crimson ID, Arthur, appeared strikingly vivid. 3 different champions in 3 matches. What a formidable player. It felt as though he was the linchpin in RNG's transformation into their current state. After a moment of contemplation, Chi-Di blurted out, "Let us do this. You all focus on an early push in the top lane. If we can catch him off guard a couple of times, he'll play more cautiously." Chi-Di's strategy was straightforward. In the previous 2 matches, the rhythm of RNG's gameplay had revolved around Arthur. If they could neutralize Arthur, the early momentum would rest solely with MLXG. The only concern was that NAR would be unable to secure absolute lane control in this match. The silver lining was that Yasuo was not as dominant in team fights as NAR. This meant that if they could subdue Yasuo, the authority over team fights or split pushing would lie firmly in their hands, and immediately resonated with Chi-Di's train of thought. Then let us proceed directly from the lower quadrant towards the top lane. Feng Shun, shall I head down this time? Yes, Master Gua, play at your own pace. I can handle my lane up top. Fang Han's confident declarations forever instill a sense of assurance in his teammates. It is no exaggeration to assert that after just 2 rounds, Fang Han has come to regard QV as mere prey, ready to be devoured at any moment. QV, fully aware of his precarious position, discreetly concealed himself in the grass, awaiting the opportune moment. Just as everyone anticipated Arthur would charge in as he did in the previous 2 matches, they were astonished to find Yasuo standing beneath the tower, performing heroics. The Western cowboy Yasuo leaned against his blade, serenading with a flute he carried at his side. QV was nearly paralyzed with fear, stealthily inching back into the depths of the foliage. His skills remained untouched, as he prepared to dash backward at a moment's notice. However, upon reaching the nearest patch of grass to the red side, QV finally glimpsed Yasuo playing his flute beneath the tower. In that instant, QV's heart sank completely. Wasn't this supposed to be a fair match? After dominating so triumphantly in the previous rounds, why was there a sudden shift in strategy this time? Was this not a violation of the rules? Or was there a traitor among us? QV decided against retreating, activating his Q skill and remaining steadfast, awaiting Fang Han's emergence. With a level 1 Gnar equipped with his Q ability, who would fear an all-in confrontation? Even a cornered dog can leap over walls. Under the tower, Fang Han surveyed the ominous expanse of grass, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps he had already devised a plan for this round? Apologies, my friend. But this time, I shall not play so aggressively in the early game. Fang Han patiently awaited beneath the tower, joining the fray only when the minion wave advanced. As the two minion waves converged, Gnar emerged from the brush, unleashing a Q ability aimed at striking both champions and minions alike. Yet, in a swift response, Yasuo raised his hand, conjuring a wind wall that effortlessly devoured Gnar's boomerang. The commentators were left in stunned silence, as were the audience members. Was this truly happening? Miller's mind seemed to falter. An unconventional choice for a top-lane Yasuo, opting for W at level 1, was unprecedented. The analyst gasped, crossing his arms. His brow furrowed in confusion. Though Gnar could still push the lane, he would merely incur less damage in the exchange. This peculiar choice of leveling W at level 1 appeared devoid of purpose. Nevertheless, Gnar's inherent range advantage at level 1 was evident, especially considering the longer cooldown of Yasuo's wind wall compared to Gnar's Q ability. Fang Han's deployment of the first-level wind wall merely afforded him a fleeting respite of several seconds to secure his last hits. Nonetheless, for Fang Han, this was more than sufficient. As Fang Han savored the minions of Little Gnar, he successfully completed the first wave of 6. After finishing the minions, he assessed his condition. 2/3 of his health remained. He had yet to consume any potions, and he was equipped with a Doran shield. All was well. He had accomplished his initial objective. Calculating the cooldowns, he noted that Gnar's Q was ready, and swiftly made his retreat towards the tower. Throughout this entire process, Yasuo had not even bothered to land a single hit on Gnar. Arthur remained unperturbed, while QV grew increasingly anxious. Am I even human? Do I truly exist? Gnar unleashed his Q skill, but Yasuo effortlessly dodged it with a mere twist of his body. The absence of a slow effect meant that Gnar lacked the means to pursue further, compelling him to return and manage the wave of minions. This early clash left the audience in a state of bewilderment. No, to be precise, it barely qualified as a clash at all. It felt as though they had witnessed something, yet comprehended nothing. Why is Arthur so nonchalant, not retaliating even when struck? In the previous 2 matches, the desire to kill had been overwhelmingly intense. Had RNG summoned a master to temper Arthur's spirit? Letme, I know it's you. Hurry and release Arthur. After clearing the wave, he merely returned to the tower to lie in wait. Was he possessed by the spirit of the Emperor? Let us not demean him. The Emperor did not possess such scripted movements. Indeed, the Emperor would be even less likely to level W at the first opportunity to endure the minion wave. Now, allow me to inquire, where is the opposing jungler? From the divine perspective, the Adepton was swiftly making his way to the top lane. Lying in ambush in the brush beside the red side's first tower, prepared to spring into action, QV had also preemptively accumulated 3 waves of minions at the tower. His intentions glaringly evident. Fang Han observed as the Gnar ascended to level 3, on the brink of transformation. He chuckled, shaking his head. Are the two of you intent on surpassing me? Such animosity. Very well, let us see how much sincerity you can muster. A level 3 Gnar and a level 3 Poppy, if played skillfully, could indeed keep a level 1 Yasuo pinned beneath the turret. However, this was predicated on avoiding mistakes. Teacher Gua, Brother Hu, continue with your 4 versus 2 tactics. Pay no heed to me. Little Hu and MLXG, having reached the first tower in the bottom lane, exchanged knowing glances and promptly focused their attention on the 3-star duo at the blue side turret. With battles erupting simultaneously in both lanes, the director swiftly switched to a split-screen view. Just as the minion wave approached the turret in the top lane, Gnar leapt into his larger form, landing with a rock thrown forth. Fang Han deftly positioned himself against the wall, casting forth a wall of wind that not only thwarted the advancing minions, but also allowed him to absorb the experience needed to ascend to level 2. Upon selecting his E-skill, a spark ignited in Fang Han's eyes. At last, the most pivotal skill had been unlocked. Without the E-skill, Yasuo was rendered nearly unplayable. With relentless momentum, Yasuo glided toward the minion wave beneath the turret, nimbly evading Gnar's W skill. It is likely that QV had not anticipated that his meticulously amassed wave for tower diving would instead serve as a stage for Yasuo's performance. Swiftly, Yasuo maneuvered among the minions, refreshing his shield while maintaining a calculated distance from Pig Sister. This cannot continue. Yasuo must not be permitted to linger under the turret. An anxious Hangman could bear it no longer, executing a Q flash to displace the joyful Windman. Yet, Nar's skills were entirely ineffective, foreshadowing the inevitable outcome of this tower dive. The duo's auto attacks were evidently insufficient to slay the nearly full-health Yasuo. First blood. The wounded Nar trailed behind Pig's sister, narrowly escaping the turret's range. At this moment, news from the bottom lane arrived, heralding RNG's 4-against-2, enabling Uzi to secure the first blood against Xayah. Nar and Pig's sister stood in the brush, contemplating their retreat. The voice chat of the Samsung team fell into a heavy silence. Why couldn't the two of you at level 3 eliminate a level 1 Yasuo? The frantic voice of Chitty echoed through the channel. After enduring in silence for 3 matches, Chitty could no longer contain his frustration. He could not comprehend why Arthur consistently managed to evade danger and why they could never seize the initiative against him. Most infuriating was the fact that if left unchecked, he would become an insurmountable boss by mid-game. What is the point of playing like this? A chorus of soft sighs resonated within the Samsung voice channel. Arthur's ID was simply terrifying. Beneath the first turret of the red side, after handling the minion wave beneath the tower, Fang Han began his recall. He absent-mindedly wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and meandered into the shop. That was a close call. He nearly faced demise. However, my calculations proved unfaltering. So long as I evaded the stubborn rock and the W skill, the enemy's damage would be insufficient. The minion wave at the tower could easily grant me 2 rounds of passive shields. The damage from Nar and the pig girl was inadequate. Having navigated the initial levels, it was time to engage seriously in the lane. With a resounding thud, Fang Han returned to the fountain without a moment's hesitation, promptly purchasing 2 small yellow books. Indeed, magical equipment, the most affordable yellow books. The live stream's chat exploded. What? Am I seeing things? Small yellow books? What is he planning? The legendary AP Yasuo? Perhaps just for fun? For fun. Have you not seen Yasuo already leave the base? WOC Arthur, do you think you're a professional player? Chasing after the show effect instead of becoming a streamer? A magic swordsman, is it? Let me tell you something even more terrifying. Yasuo's talent is the Thunderlord's decree. Ah? No way. It's real. Thunder Yasuo. With thunder to shatter the darkness. Farmers, take note, your world championship is next door. Thunderlord's decree, AP Yasuo. After taking the last 2 matches too seriously, is this one meant to rectify everything that was missed in the previous games? At the commentary desk, the 3 commentators fell into a profound silence, especially the duo of Wawa and Milu, who had been stalwarts in the commentary scene for many years, even predating the LPL region. Yet, they had never encountered a scene quite like this. Ahem, indeed, this is the renowned prankster top laner from the Korean server. After enduring for 2 matches, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. Believe it or not, with this approach, the issue of lacking AP damage is resolved. Ha ha, it truly is. Rita observed the 2 seasoned veterans, whose mental states were teetering on the brink of madness, hesitating to voice her thoughts. They've gone mad, utterly mad. Returning to the top lane, Nar seemed to regard Yasuo as some sort of non-retaliatory AI, eagerly engaging with an E ability to exchange blows. Fang Han adeptly maneuvered Yasuo, gliding into the minion wave with a deft E, evading Nar's own E while simultaneously stacking his skill charges. Once fully charged, Yasuo executed an EQ, closing the distance to Nar, and followed up with an auto attack, unleashing a thunderous strike. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended, reducing Nar's health by over a third. QV exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Are you even playing? Overwhelmed, QV erupted with frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, Nar activated his flash. Who could withstand such a devastating blow upon first encounter? However, as QV dashed back to his tower, he was astonished to find Yasuo uninterested in pursuit, contentedly gliding through the minions, solely focused on farming, entirely disregarding Nar. Upon consulting the scoreboard, QV realized that Yasuo had opted for an AP build. An AP Yasuo relying on his E for damage? No wonder the damage was so outrageous, though he likely lacked sustained combat capability. Sighing, QV lamented, I flashed too hastily. I should have stood my ground and fought him. His vexation was palpable. An AP Yasuo, with only his E providing damage, would have no follow-up after a burst. Had he engaged directly and transformed, Yasuo would have surely met his demise. The audience, witnessing QV's immediate flash, erupted in laughter. Seriously, QV, you were so cautious? Are you that afraid of Arthur? Standing and fighting wouldn't guarantee a loss, they teased. You've been treated like a bot twice. you surely wouldn't dare to engage the third time. QV retorted, I may be bronze, but I've died without flinching. Indeed. That's why you remain in bronze, they replied. While it is understandable to proceed cautiously in a decisive match, such gameplay rendered the competition rather tedious. Rest assured, the chef would not allow you to develop peacefully. As Fang Han gleefully maneuvered his pieces, he fixated on the Gnar lurking behind the minion wave. Are you truly so fearful of me? He mused, realizing that the newly unlocked iconic scene was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, Fang Han had activated a fresh iconic moment in his mind. The divine presence of the iconic scene had been triggered. When confronting an adversary who trembles in fear, it enhances his operational prowess and reaction speed while significantly diminishing the opponent's desire to act and respond. This iconic scene system is simply astonishing. Not only does it amplify my attributes and those of my entire team, but it also weakens the attributes of our foes. This remarkable moment undoubtedly hails from the next extraordinary top-tier champion following the bull-headed horse-faced duo. Zeus, a two-time champion in the top lane. Referring to him as a super top laner is entirely justified. This super top laner excels at delivering decisive blows to the weak, ruthlessly dismantling their defenses. After securing victory against QV in 2 matches, the conditions for activating this iconic scene were successfully met. The effects proved to be remarkably pronounced in the very first clash. He compelled Gnar to expend his flash. Fang Han gradually accumulated minions, preparing to push towards the tower. Since the flash has already been used, do not blame me for applying pressure. After all, without their ultimate ability, how can Gnar defend against my and Prince's tower dive? Teacher Gua, are you free? Could you assist with this little Gnar? Just got his flash out, right? I'm on my way. Yes, I will take the lead. I still have my flash. The synergy between the support and me has significantly improved after several matches. There is no need for extensive communication regarding the tower dive details. MLXG hastily made his way to the top lane. The jungle monsters along the way were hardly worth a glance. Monsters? Where is the allure of a kill and the scent of the tower? Sensing that Yasuo was stacking the wave, Master and set off for the top lane while clearing the stone bug, simultaneously preparing for a counter ambush. Based on the experiences from the previous 2 encounters, MLXG's Prince was definitely at the top lane. 90%. Oh no, 100%. Just as expected. Yasuo pushed a large wave of minions towards the tower, and the Prince emerged from the brush, coincidentally encountering the freshly cleared Gragas. For a moment, both junglers found themselves in an awkward situation. Teacher Gua, do not mind that pig. Without his ultimate, he is of no use. Surely, I will not pay him any heed. Function, do you want to initiate? Watch me. Asaki. Fang Han swiftly synchronized the sound, unleashing the pre-stored wind that whisked the small Gnar beneath the tower away like a lock's key. The Prince executed a remarkable EQ maneuver, lifting Gnar once more before he could even touch the ground. As Gnar finally descended, his health dwindled to a mere 300 points. Yasuo and the Prince relentlessly assaulted him beneath the tower, swiftly reducing Gnar's health to the brink of annihilation. Upon landing, Gnar utilized his E ability in a desperate attempt to create distance with a double jump. Meanwhile, the pig sister attempted to intervene with a Q flash over the wall, only to be evaded by Yasuo's deft maneuvering. Fang Han, with a swift maneuver, not only left pig sister in vain but also drew closer to Gnar. A well-timed EQ ability extinguished the last vestiges of Gnar's health. The 2 players seamlessly exchanged roles, accomplishing a flawless tower dive without a single casualty. What an exquisite collaboration from RNG's top and jungle. The tower was expertly tanked, leading to Gnar's immediate demise. At the commentary desk, Miller could not suppress a triumphant gesture. Feeling that the pinnacle of glory, the championship, was now within reach, Dola adjusted his glasses with a smile, visibly relieved. Moreover, it was Arthur who claimed the kill. The damage from this thunderous Yasuo in the early game was truly bewildering. However, Gnar still possessed a teleport, and Arthur along with Xianghua needed to make a swift exit. Fang Han comprehended the wisdom of moderation. Having eliminated Gnar and secured a teleport, he had already gained a significant advantage. With no flash, no teleport, and no level 6, Gnar's audacity to venture out would surely lead to his demise. Even if he chose to remain hidden, his fate would still be sealed. Gua, you should focus on clearing the jungle first, and then come to the top lane to train him later. Soon, we shall both reach level 6, and the battlefield will be ours. MLXG nodded, a mischievous grin akin to Fang Han's adorning his face. The prospect of persistently harassing the top lane was undeniably exhilarating. It was settled. He would anchor himself in the top lane, Without hesitation, MLXG commenced by devouring the jungle camps in the top lane, planning to finish and return to continue his onslaught. Meanwhile, the defeated QV, returning home, winced as he gazed at the shop interface, torn with indecision. Facing an AP Yasuo, should he opt for armor boots or Mercury's treads? The situation was dire. Who had the audacity to conceive the notion of an AP Yasuo? QV mentally berated the architect of this strategy 1,000 times, ultimately settling on the armor boots. After all, Yasuo and Jarvan's control predominantly relied on knockups, and the Mercury's treads would not reduce the duration of such effects. By equipping armor boots, at least he would not bleed out so quickly while being pursued by Yasuo. The critical factor remained whether Arthur would indeed chase him down. QV teleported back to lane, fixated on Yasuo's icon on the scoreboard. Arthur maintained his relentless pressure, leading by over 10 minions. Upon returning home, he immediately procured attack speed boots. Whether AP or AD, these boots were essential. Observing Yasuo jubilantly farming minions upon his return, QV felt a headache coming on. What a delightful brother, Yasuo. Perhaps I shall return home tonight and indulge in a game of Yasuo myself. Oh no, he thought. Why do I feel as though after tonight, the top lane will be inundated with AP Yasuo players? Arthur's AP Yasuo appeared seasoned, undoubtedly cultivated through countless matches. This Yasuo is anything but old. He is simply extraordinary. QV, seemingly undeterred by superstition, refused to witness Yasuo's effortless farming. He launched AQ skill forward, intent on pressuring Yasuo's positioning. What? You dare to resist? Fang Han exhibited no leniency towards QV, unleashing his E-skill directly upon Nar's visage, delivering a devastating EQA that struck with the force of thunder. With a resounding crash, Nar was left with but a third of his health remaining. However, this time, Nar stood his ground, engaging Yasuo in combat while accumulating rage to transform. Yet, Arthur, ever astute, utilized his E to retreat to the minions, denying Nar any opportunity to retaliate. Unwilling to concede defeat, QV, now brimming with rage, leaped forward in pursuit. At that critical moment, Prince emerged from the river, weapon in hand, swaying with purpose. Behold, I am here. QV's plight was now dire. With a pained cry, QV lamented his fate. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. Yasuo, in concert with the prince, sent Nar soaring through the air. Upon landing, Nar's rage was fully charged, yet he was no more. Yasuo claimed yet another kill. Returning home for the second time in a minute, QV stared blankly at the screen, his countenance pale as death. Twice he had perished within a minute. His summoner spells depleted, and the top lane was utterly lost, completely severed. Furthermore, Yasuo had maintained control of the pushing lane, should Nar reappear. The mindless exchange of blows would repeat ad infinitum. Just 2 more exchanges would render Nar unable to contest the minions. An crowd observed QV's reddened visage. Recognizing his embarrassment, had the top lane devolved to such a state already? It was not yet 10 minutes in, and it appeared to be in ruins. Typically, and would advise QV to remain under the tower to withstand the pressure until the mid-game team fights began. Yet, this was Arthur, having lost 2 matches. Everyone in the Samsung team, including the coaching staff, understood the consequences of Arthur's actions. It would not take long, during the first wave of the Rift Herald fight. Arthur would transform into the battlefield's formidable boss, showcasing his prowess. This had been the pattern in the previous 2 games, instilling a sense of PTSD in the Samsung players. Thus, I shall head to the top lane next, said Emperor, who was simultaneously managing the tense lane. His gaze remained fixed on the scoreboard, attentively monitoring the top lane situation. That individual named Arthur was undoubtedly the pivotal factor in RNG's fortunes. As for Uzi in the bot lane, he was merely a diversion. Given this, it would be prudent to allocate more resources to counter Arthur in the top lane. Swapping lanes between top and bot would certainly make life difficult for Yasuo. With clarity of thought, Emperor resolved to act. After pushing a wave to the tower, he and Core JJ concealed themselves in the brush to recall. Meanwhile, Nar also initiated his recall under the tower, a move that was swiftly detected by Fang Han, who was pushing the lane. Simultaneous recalls from both lanes indicated a lane swap. Had LCK been employing resource management strategies this early in the game? Tactically speaking, LCK was indeed far ahead this season. The former Wii and RNG teams had suffered no small loss. Alas, I had traversed time. In terms of tactical acumen, I was the one leading. Dog brother, Youmeng. After clearing the wave, converged towards the upper half. We should prepare for the Rift Herald skirmish. Alright, we're on our way. Are we really going to fight 5 against 4? That would be ill-advised. If I engaged in a team fight now, I would be utterly overwhelmed. Fang Han advanced towards the tower, opting to recall instead, rather than serve as a mere tool for crowd control in the team fight. He preferred to pursue Nar in the bottom lane. After all, whether they emerged victorious in a 4-on-4 engagement was of little consequence to him. If they triumphed, it would be a significant gain. Upon returning home, he purchased the Radiant Glory, setting his sights directly on the Lich Bane. QV, having finally arrived at the bottom lane, was overwhelmed by the sight of an abundant wave of minions, evoking a bittersweet urge to weep. All these minions, all this gold, he could finally begin to farm. Yet, in the next moment, the radiant glow of Yasuo's teleport illuminated the scene, leaving Nar frozen in place. QV felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. That relentless scoundrel. Why does he follow me wherever I go? Aren't you going to engage in the Rift Herald fight? In that case, I might as well teleport to the front lines and join the skirmish there. QV was utterly demoralized. He could scarcely muster the courage to exchange blows, let alone glance at the minions. With this thought in mind, QV retreated beneath the tower, intending to find a suitable position to execute his teleport. Fang Han advanced the minion wave towards the tower. How could he possibly allow Nar to assist so easily? Attempting to teleport to the front? Not a chance. No one shall impede our noble 1v1 duel. Since I am of no use in team fights, you shall not partake in them either. Nar retreated further, while Yasuo persistently chased him down. They reached the jungle, where Yasuo, in pursuit, stacked his E and Wind using the jungle monsters along the way. Teacher Gua, seizing the opportunity, initiated an attack. Nar could not pass. Nearby, MLXG sensed the impending conflict. As Crown Guy's Grasshopper revealed a flaw, the prince swiftly executed an EQ flash, landing his ultimate. Crown Guy reacted quickly, using his flash to escape the devastating blow, while simultaneously countering the prince's advance. The Samsung team stepped forward to focus their fire, but Xiaohu unleashed his ultimate. The circle of hero emergence forced Samsung to retreat. At that moment, Xiaoming's Rakan activated his ultimate, using the prince as a springboard to advance, while a W spell ensnared the approaching pig sister, capturing the grasshopper in the process. Xayah timely activated her ultimate, evading the lethal charm. Varus followed up with his ultimate, pinning the grasshopper in place as Galio descended, leaving the grasshopper with no room for maneuvering, resulting in his immediate downfall. The pig sister was similarly immobilized mid-air, and Varus unleashed a barrage of attacks, eliminating her. Meanwhile, the mighty chieftain, utilizing his ultimate and passive feathers, executed a perfect hook to dispatch the weakened prince. It was a 1-for-2 exchange, and MLXG managed to secure the Rift Herald before his demise. At this juncture, RNG had profited immensely. Core JJ's timing for his ultimate was delayed due to Rakan's control, and it was only after the pig sister and grasshopper had fallen that the cosmic radiance finally descended. Don't retreat. Maintain your composure. Chieftain refused to back down. To falter first and then flee in panic was a sight witnessed countless times in the previous 2 matches. Relentless retreat would only allow the opportunity for a comeback to slip away. This time, Chieftain resolved not to retreat. Even in defeat, he wished to stand firm. The current predicament was not devoid of the potential for victory. Should they eliminate Varus, Galio, and Rakan would pose little threat. Core JJ immediately grasped his intent, utilizing an E-flash to control Rakan and Galio. Xayah flashed to the side, fiercely dueling with Varus. Meanwhile, she continuously dodged Varus's Q and E skills with nimble footwork. He aimed to stall. If only he could wait for the cooldown of the hook to reset, a chance for reversal might arise. The invulnerability from Cosmic Radiance shielded both Rakan and Xayah, preventing RNG's trio from unleashing their full power immediately. Operations? Then let it be. Uzi, now incensed, adjusted his positioning to evade the feathers. In an instant, the Rift Herald pit transformed into a stage for the 2 ADCs, their contest determining the fate of this skirmish. Perhaps even the match itself. As the duration of Cosmic Radiance waned, Xayah found herself marked by numerous Varus tags, the ground strewn with her feathers. The empowered piercing arrow shot forth from Varus's grasp, coinciding with Xayah's retrieval of her feathers. Triple kill. Double kill. Shutdown. Both ADCs fell, one claiming a triple kill, the other a double. Meanwhile, Rakan fled, barely escaping back to the tower. Chieftain's desperate struggle seemingly revived a glimmer of hope for Samsung. However, this effort was swiftly overshadowed by the news from the bottom lane. RNG. Arthur vanquished SSG. QV. A solo kill? Under the tower? In contrast, Yasuo continued to farm minions while effortlessly clearing the jungle, reaping the rewards. He scored a solo kill, sustaining minimal damage, a true prodigy. What is this nonsense? In one split push, neither side prevailed, so why not just go for it? The top lane had already crumbled, the gaping hole too vast. Chieftain lamented. Having fought valiantly, yet still suffered losses. Samsung had fallen. Chieftain did not falter. Those who could refrain from lashing out at QV were truly remarkable. How could this happen? Was Arthur truly so formidable as to render him utterly helpless? Master and S voice rang out with authority. Although the game was still ongoing as a professional player, Master and recognized the importance of not pressuring teammates during such times, yet he could no longer contain himself. In 3 matches, QV had been reduced to a mere footnote by Arthur? How could they continue like this? League of Legends is a 5-player game. Starting with one less player renders it futile. A crack in the wall could be patched with effort, but a gaping hole would cause the entire structure to collapse. Master, in spirit of dominance, ignited fiercely. He almost wished to seize the keyboard and hurl it at QV. Is this how one plays the game? In fairness to the other 4 teammates, not only he, but the other 3 teammates regarded QV with expressions of anger and helplessness. Had QV not sacrificed so much, they would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. In 3 matches, they scarcely had the opportunity to struggle. In the mid-game, Arthur had become a formidable adversary they could not withstand. Had QV simply sacrificed a couple fewer times, the situation would not have been so dire. At this moment, QV was undoubtedly the most aggrieved. I do not wish to be exposed as a liability, yet Arthur is simply inhuman. His gameplay is akin to a CS hero, and the style is even more so. How am I to compete? After venting his frustrations, Master and swiftly regained his composure. After all, the match was not yet over. Further quarrels might lead to a surrender. The game had not concluded. They should refrain from placing blame just yet. In 3 minutes, they would gather for the dragon fight and engage. If they could not even best them in a frontal skirmish, then there was no need to ponder future strategies. To secure a victory over RNG, they must at least gain the upper hand in direct confrontations. Otherwise, they would have no room to maneuver. The lessons from the previous 2 matches had been learned repeatedly. They needed to win at least one team fight to have a chance of turning the tide. Master took a deep breath, his thoughts clarifying once more. In the previous 2 matches, Samsung had failed to win even a single team fight. Had they won even one, they would not have been so passive. This time, they had to seize victory in at least one engagement. On the other hand, after solo killing Nar, Fang Han casually cleared the lower half of the blue jungle. Noticing that the opposing mid and top lanes lacked teleport, he boldly pressed forward to demolish the bottom tower. No questions asked, it was time to seize the moment. If one does not take risks in the upper lane, how can one carry the game? Yin Juanze simply loved to sacrifice his own development. It is wiser to diversify one's investments rather than placing all eggs in one basket. Enabling one carry to flourish is less effective than nurturing multiple carries. Fang Han struck the defensive tower with relentless precision, each blow resonating deeply within the hearts of the 3-star team. The tower's health rapidly diminished, while the resurrected members of the 3-star team instinctively gravitated towards the bottom lane. Fang, we are heading back, so do take care, one remarked. All right, dog brother, Youmeng. You head to the top lane to farm. I shall take down the tower in the bottom lane. Fang Han peered through a gap in the wall, catching sight of the pig sister that had just revived and dashed out from home. The grasshopper had yet to make an appearance in the mid lane, and Fang Han was acutely aware that the rock sparrow had not unleashed her ultimate ability during that recent skirmish. It was hard to believe they wouldn't attempt to ambush him. He felt as though he were on the verge of dancing in their faces. Alas, the achievement and emote systems would not be implemented until the next season, which was a pity, for it would have brought him greater joy. Gliding through minions while joyfully displaying his marks was a delightful thought indeed. Fang Han's fingers danced deftly across the keyboard, the rhythmic clatter of keystrokes and mouse clicks resonating in the air. In swift succession, Yasuo obliterated the first turret in the bot lane. At that moment, the figure of Talia emerged from the river, poised to ambush Yasuo from behind. Simultaneously, the boar-like champion, Pig's sister, charged forth from the jungle, heading straight for Fang Han. Surrounded by predators, Yasuo found himself in a dire predicament, lacking both his ultimate and summoner spells, seemingly with no escape in sight. Yet, this was precisely the desperate situation Fang Han had anticipated. The dramatic escape mechanic activated, revealing a clear path to safety before him. Grabbing the ally? You shall return empty-handed, he thought. With a swift sequence of 3 abilities, he evaded the incoming grasshopper's attack, creating distance while simultaneously eluding the skills of both the grasshopper and pig sister. The latter's ultimate missed its mark, forcing her to use her Q ability to leap over the wall in pursuit. NAR emerged alongside the next wave of minions. Confronting Yasuo head-on, instinctively, QV prepared to retreat to the side. Don't back away. Block him, urged Masterin, his anxiety palpable. The opportunity to eliminate Yasuo lay tantalizingly close. It had to be seized with unwavering determination. Behind NAR was a fresh wave of minions. For Yasuo, a minion wave was akin to a fish in water. Capturing him thereafter would prove to be an arduous task. QV, roused by Master N's urgent call within the voice channel, swiftly repositioned himself, obstructing Yasuo's path of escape. Fang Han remained calm and unhurried. It was merely a minor hindrance, with a single soft control to decelerate him. If it could truly restrain me, I would call you father. Nevertheless, it was merely an additional segment of a springboard. Fang Han smirked, swiftly unleashing his E-ability on Nair, following up with EQ to send Nair flying. Upon casting Radiance, Fang Han found that he no longer required any additional auto-attacks. A single EQ was sufficient to trigger Thunder. This time, Nair was left with merely half his health. QV felt a pang of regret. Should he have prioritized building some magic resistance? Nevertheless, QV was determined not to retreat any further. Having yielded 3 times already, he could not afford to be timid any longer. Should he falter once more, he feared that upon returning home, the online community would orchestrate a retirement ceremony for him. Gritting his teeth, QV pressed on, enduring the damage as he pursued Yasuo with auto-attacks, aiming to transform and ensnare him. However, Yasuo slipped away like a grease eel, darting past the minion wave and racing towards the blue side's high ground turret. With a primary E, Yasuo executed a flawless maneuver, gliding through an entire wave of minions in an instant. Was his speed not astonishing? After all, I have played thousands of games with Yasuo and can glide even faster than he can. But what does speed amount to when one observes Yasuo clearing the minion wave while simultaneously evading capture? He truly relishes his farming. How is it possible that, not even 10 minutes in, he leads by 30 minions? The top lane naturally boasts a 30 minion advantage, while the bottom lane mirrors this feat. It has only been a mere 10 minutes, and it seems the game may as well be over. The situation is simply outrageous as the match progresses. The economic lead becomes self-evident. Anyone can discern that Samsung is finding this match exceedingly challenging. The most astonishing aspect is that even Xiaohu has managed to gain an advantage in his lane. Is this truly the same Xiaohu we all know? It feels utterly foreign. Too bewildering. Yasuo continues to evade, rapidly increasing the distance from the 3 pursuers of Samsung. Just when everyone assumed that Arthur's approach to the high ground would result in a turret loss, Yasuo cleverly timed his E-ability to glide towards the top lane at the intersection of the 3 minion waves. Utilizing the shield granted by his passive, Yasuo absorbed turret hits and dashed towards the top lane, successfully eluding his pursuers. Incredible, is this truly your escape route? He narrowly managed to escape the outer turret with a sliver of health, executing damage calculations flawlessly. Remarkable, the few players from Samsung could hardly keep pace. Can they continue to pursue, with a movement speed barely exceeding 400? To be frank, had King Arthur possessed even half of Yasuo's evasion prowess during the Battle of Camlin, he would not have succumbed to the Spear of Longinus. Arthur's escape route planning and skill execution were nothing short of impeccable. Even enduring an extra turret hit would have spelled certain doom for Yasuo. The audience and commentators alike were left breathless, struggling to fathom how Arthur maintained such composure during this escape showcase. This is what it means to be a player with a resolute heart. Even in critical moments, he possesses the courage to execute maneuvers that leave everyone in awe. Miller, observing Yasuo's performance from the commentary desk, wore a look of satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. Beside him, Wawa's eyes sparkled with astonishment, rendering him nearly speechless. Indeed, both we and the audience tonight are fortunate to witness the emergence of a prodigious talent capable of bearing the future of LPL upon his shoulders. Moreover, let us not forget that player Arthur is merely 17 years old. Tonight also marks his 17th birthday. A youthful genius, only 17, reaching the finals of the Global Championship. Uzi had just switched screens and caught a glimpse of Arthur's escape maneuver. The exuberance of youth radiated from Fang Han's expression, momentarily leaving Uzi in a daze. If only I had exhibited such boldness in my day, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps I would not have been swept 3-0 in the finals. Yasuo dashed back to his turret, where the bottom lane duo fortified their position, entirely thwarting any thoughts Samsung had of pursuing further. Continuing the chase would inevitably devolve into a 5-on-5 team fight. On the RNG side, having just secured a teamfight victory, they found themselves with a significant equipment advantage. The odds of Samsung winning a skirmish at this juncture were virtually non-existent. How could the Samsung players fail to grasp this reality? Reluctantly, they returned to their respective tasks. QV felt as though he might faint, despite the relentless pursuit. Arthur seemed almost superhuman. Instinctively, he opened the settings panel, hovering his mouse over the surrender button. Alas, it was still grayed out, even after a mere 10 minutes. Despair. QV, despondent, focused on last-hitting minions while clearing the bottom lane wave. The Samsung voice channel fell into a profound silence as Fang Han single-handedly dismantled their team. Although the economic gap stood at around 3,000, the morale of the Samsung players had been utterly shattered. Skillful maneuvers? How could one possibly compare to the extraordinary abilities of Arthur? Fang Han returned home, exhilarated. He opened the shop to acquire a lich. With nearly 800 coins remaining in his possession, he felt positively affluent. Perhaps he should simply indulge in a cap, especially since Nair currently could not perceive him. If he maintained this momentum, he might even accumulate the effects of the Undying King once more. Exhilarating. As he traversed the route back, Fang Han could not resist humming a little tune. The familiar melody was none other than this year's theme song, Legends Never Fade. After tonight, this would be our anthem. Fang, shall we engage the dragon? If so, the duo for the bot lane must join us. Fang Han had yet to voice a response when two familiar figures sprang forth from the grass. Youmeng and the Grasshopper. The Crown Brothers' Vanguard team unleashed their flash ultimate, directly targeting Yasuo. The Grip of Death, renowned as one of the most unscrupulous suppression skills in League of Legends, ensnared Yasuo, rendering him utterly immobile. Youmeng followed up with further control, while the Gnar position behind the minion wave delivered damage, leaving Fang Han bereft of any opportunity for counteraction. Forced to watch as the screen faded to monochrome. Such ruthlessness. Using a flash ultimate against me? Are they truly forsaking the dragon? With less than half a minute before its respawn, did Crown Brother sacrifice his flash ultimate merely to eliminate a Yasuo, who was of no consequence in team fights? The sole silver lining was that Gnar secured the finishing blow, significantly bolstering his own development. Fang Han released his hands and placed them behind his head. Alas, had I known that they were so intent on my demise, I would have simply transformed into Mercury. Sigh. I had initially intended to play it safe and layer myself with an indestructible charm, but since you choose to engage in such games, I shall no longer pretend. Fang Han opened the minimap and directly pinned a gathering signal at the dragon pit. Teacher Gui, come to the dragon and engage in battle with them. I'm feeling restless and eager to slay, he remarked. Fang Han replenished a killer ring from the shop. A cap? Where could one find a killer that offers such immense power? A killer ring. Is Arthur truly angered? It appears he is genuinely upset. Having been subjected to such foul play, I have consistently banned the Grasshopper when playing Yasuo. It is utterly nauseating. No worries, I shall procure a Mercury-esque tread shortly, rendering the Grasshopper ineffective. It is merely a matter of taking advantage of the fact that Brother Tiger lacks his ultimate. Otherwise, upon the hero's descent, those three from Samsung would surely perish. At the 16-minute mark, all 10 players converged at the dragon pit. With a numerical advantage, Samsung boldly grouped together to seize vision, constricting the survival space of RNG's champions to the vicinity of the blue buff on the red side. Fortunately, the red side possessed a significant geographical advantage in the dragon contest. By the time Yasuo arrived, the 5-man team could still maneuver through the jungle to the dragon pit. I am on my way. I am approaching. Do not rush. Do not rush. Varus and Luo stood on the opposite side of the wall, exchanging glances with Jarvan and Galio from across the barrier. Fang Han maneuvered Yasuo all the way over, shifting his gaze to Uzi's audacious positioning, an unsettling premonition lingering in his mind. Dog brother, I can't shake the feeling that you're about to be ambushed. Fang Han's ominous predictions materialized instantaneously. Suddenly, Pig's sister emerged from the shadows of the riverbank, her precise shot striking Uzi, who was maneuvering back and forth. Uzi had chosen healing over purification, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observing this, the remaining 4 members of Samsung surged forth from the shadows, with the enlarged Gnar leaping in to slam both the protective Xiaoming and Uzi against the wall. The Grasshopper ensnared with silence, while the support gemstone followed up with a stun, and Kaisa unleashed a flurry of attacks. Uzi's demise was lamentably swift. He activated his ultimate before perishing without dealing a single blow. The chat in the live stream erupted with excitement. Woohoo! Now that's satisfying. I can handle all 3 lanes. 0 output in team fights. With Uzi eliminated, questions arose about who could still deliver damage among the remaining players. The bathing dog remained just that, prone to sudden demise. After 3 steady games, they faltered at the final hurdle, didn't they? Uzi slumped in his gaming chair, exhaling a deep sigh of frustration. Yet, the team fight was far from over. Wearing Mercury shoes, Luo evaded being incapacitated, unleashing her ultimate and W before her end. The Nar, ensnared by the corrupted chains, had no escape, soaring alongside the grasshopper and pig sister. Even Kaisa, standing slightly behind, fell victim to Luo's ultimate charm. The earth trembled as the heroes descended. Two expansive ultimates sealed the narrow passage, leaving Samsung with no avenues for escape. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of their earlier group match, featuring the same two teams. However, this time, there was no simultaneous leap from the little cannon. A figure descended from the skies. The Gale Force blade. There was no time to mourn for Varys' exit. Arriving next on the battlefield was the swift swordsman Yasuo. Fight with them. Do not fear. Fang Han let out a thunderous shout, sounding the clarion call for a counterattack. It was this very proclamation that prompted Youmeng, moments before his demise, to unleash his ultimate and W ability, while the prince and Galio swiftly entered the fray, crafting an optimal environment for Yasuo's entrance. In that fleeting moment, all 5 members of Team Samsung soared into the sky. None could resist the allure of 5 phantom lines, not even Fang Han himself. The pain imparted by Sonya was palpable. Yasuo executed his storm slash, spiraling through the air alongside the quintet from Samsung. 5 indeed. Who wouldn't revel in the mesmerizing spectacle? This was the ultimate fantasy for every Yasuo player. I maintain that even professional players cannot help but succumb to the temptation of 5 phantom lines. Arthur has entered the battlefield. But what of it? It serves little purpose. Does it? Alas, might the designers consider bestowing Yasuo with dual enhancements for his ultimate? Has madness taken hold? Shouldn't Riven, wielding the same Wind Fury, also merit an AP enhancement? Indeed, while the sight of 5 members of Samsung soaring through the air is visually stunning, we must remember this is an AP Yasuo. An AP Yasuo? Can an AP Yasuo truly eliminate 5 foes upon entry? With a resounding crash, the storm slash concluded, and in the instant control was relinquished. All 5 members of Samsung unleashed their abilities upon Yasuo. Yasuo executed his EQ maneuver towards the grasshopper, instantly obliterating it, which had been reduced to a mere third of its health by the AoE damage. Thunder rumbled, and the AoE even affected Gem and Pig Girl. Gem had yet to unleash her ultimate, prompting RNG's remaining 3 members to immediately designate their target. Eliminate Gem. As long as Gem refrained from casting her ultimate, there remained an opportunity for further maneuvers in this team fight. Without any defensive items, the support Gem would surely struggle to withstand the onslaught from 3 assailants. Wuntishi, RNG's top, mid, and jungle players swiftly redirected their focus to Gem, though these 3 champions may not appear overwhelmingly damaging at first glance. Even Gem cannot endure such an assault alone. Just as they landed, Galio executed his taunt, seamlessly coupling it with his E-skill to launch Gem, wasting not a moment of control time. Courage was near frantic, mashing his or skill, yet still failing to unleash his ultimate before his demise. Yasuo claimed yet another life. Oh, what a disaster. Bang. Courage slammed his fist onto the keyboard, sending several keycaps flying. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Gem, where is your ultimate? Are you saving it for the next match? Is there even a next match? The call rang out. Haven't you seen the ID transform into knock-up and taunt? How could she possibly cast it? The coach interjected. This player seems to have lost his focus. He didn't even use his ultimate. Can he continue playing? If not, shouldn't we just end this? How can one play effectively when lacking an ultimate ability in every match? Double kill. Yasuo claimed a double kill. His sword pointed ominously at the approaching pig girl. Following this, Fang Han's desperate maneuvers left the audience gasping in disbelief. After dispatching Gem, Yasuo grasped the winds and executed an E towards the nearest pig girl, followed swiftly by another E towards Nar, unleashing his EQ combo. Yet, his true target was not Nar. EQ Flash. Fang Han's EQ ability sent Kasha crashing against the wall, followed by a swift Q that instantly reduced her health by a third. Having already suffered from the previous area of effect attack, Kasha's health was precarious. And being relentlessly pursued by Yasuo, her health plummeted to a critical level. The only option for Kasha was to unleash her ultimate ability immediately upon landing, creating distance between herself and her assailant. Do not worry about me. Focus on dealing with their jungle. Kasha glanced at her remaining teammates, a cumbersome Ollie Star and a diminutive Na, who would only hinder rather than help. Rather than complicate matters further, it would be wiser for them to confront the remaining, equally cumbersome jungler from RNG, QV and Master, and wasted no time. turning to engage in a fierce skirmish with RNG's jungle duo. In an instant, the river transformed into two distinct battlegrounds, one side featuring the royal clash between Yasuo and Kasha, and the other a chaotic melee between RNG's jungle and Samsung's top lane. Fang Han maneuvered Yasuo closely behind the retreating Xayah, his mind already simulating countless possibilities of her potential maneuvers. Although Xayah was in a precarious state, she still possessed a flash. To emerge victorious in this encounter, only one specific sequence of actions could lead to success. Almost simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Fang Han's mind. The iconic duel, Dance of the Duel, has been activated. In the forthcoming one-on-one confrontation, you will be able to predict all of your opponent's actions 1 second in advance. Furthermore, upon winning this duel, you will receive an additional damage bonus of 5 points for this match, which can be stacked. Another exhilarating iconic scene had been triggered. After a brief moment of daze, Fang Han beheld a shadow akin to Echo's ultimate. However, while Echo's shadow emanates from the past, the illusion in Fang Han's gaze represented his opponent's future. Indeed, this is the only method by which you, the Emperor of Measurements, can surpass me. What significance does it hold that you possess the champion skin of Xayah from a previous life? Aren't we all masters of Xayah's exquisite skills? This newly crafted scene enriched Fang Han's thought process remarkably. The instant Xayah landed, she executed a flash to pull in her opponent. Yet Yasuo seemed to have anticipated this move, countering with a wind wall that effectively obstructed all of Xayah's feathers. Subsequently, a gust erupted from Yasuo, propelling Xayah away. This spectacle resembled Yasuo expelling a flatulence. My goodness! The wind from his rear end, hilarious. Such an extraordinary display. RNG has truly struck gold. Struck gold? More like struck a ghost. The man pursued by the comedic elements was in agony. That wind, imbued with the power of a lich, had left him with but a sliver of health. Fang Han was in no rush to strike. Instead, he remained poised, mocking his opponents to the fullest. There was no urgency, as the moment Xayah was thrust into the air had yet to settle. He decided to feign bravado. As Xayah descended, Fang Han advanced with his skills, executing a flawless triple kill. The Emperor of Dimensions had given his all, but this time, he had lost, thoroughly. Seeing the inevitable outcome, Na and his support could no longer worry about slaying the prince and turned to flee. Yasuo continued his pursuit, while RNG's mid-jungle duo headed straight for the dragon. This moment was theirs to seize. Every strategy they employed yielded results. This is RNG. Their championship aura was unmistakable. Yet, some murmured that if they won, the title would hold little merit. Ah, indeed, it seems devoid of value once more, they lamented. How can the opposing top lane and support be so reckless? Isn't this a blatant setup for a predetermined champion? Such accusations flew thick and fast, with the spectators deriding the opposing team's integrity. Little did the RNG players know the tempest of opinions swirling outside the arena. Regardless, this championship held immense significance for them and the entire LPL. Despite the cacophony of dissent, they were resolute in claiming this title. With the dragon secured, RNG's advantage was firmly established, holding a 5-0-0-0 gold lead. Not one player on their side succumbed to arrogance. The championship was within arm's reach. Just one final step remained. Steady, brothers. Just one last push. Uzi's voice echoed through the RNG voice channel. At some point, his cheeks flushed and his hands trembled around the mouse. The coveted Summoner's Cup gleamed invitingly before them. The chance to rectify the regrets of 4 years ago lay tantalizingly close. Yet, Uzi dared not rush. He could not bear to watch the opportunity for victory slip away once more. Should he settle for a second-place finish again, he would inevitably contemplate retirement. 3 near misses of the championship trophy? Even Uzi could not withstand such a blow. Suddenly, as RNG's mid-jungle duo claimed the dragon, the game entered a pause. Staring at the frozen screen, the fervor and fighting spirit of RNG dissipated in an instant. Come on, we were just getting heated, and now this? The audience within Bird's Nest Stadium was equally dismayed, their excitement extinguished. Refund us. Are our own organizers allowing the opposition to disconnect? It became apparent that issues arose from the Samsung side. Was there a malfunction in their peripherals? Did a support player smash their keyboard in frustration? The laughter was infectious. We started with a blood lead. How could it come to this? The RNG players soon learned from the referees that the opposing team required equipment replacement, prompting further laughter. Haha, function. Your handiwork has left them so flustered they smashed their keyboard. How absurd. Fang Shun, why so silent? They turned to the calm figure of Fang Han, who reclined in his gaming chair, hands cradling his head, eyes shut tight. Just then, the live broadcast zoomed in on him. His usual composure remained untouched, even as the Samsung players silently prayed for divine intervention. Fang Han required no such appeals. The LCK gods would not respond, and the LPL had yet to welcome their deities. As the intense gameplay settled into a lull, Fang Han's thoughts drifted away from Bird's Nest Stadium to a past iteration of it. Pray to the gods? After tonight, the pantheon of LPL would herald their name. In this lifetime, LPL would not await the mountain climbers of Incheon, the phoenixes of Paris, or the knights of Iceland. The inaugural championship of LPL belonged to the royal family of Bird's Nest. In the main live broadcast room of the grand finals, the viewership reached unprecedented heights. Countless League of Legends fans, even those unacquainted with the game, set aside their tasks to witness the spectacle. This was a celebration for gamers and every member of China's esports community. After 7 years of anticipation, could a perfect conclusion finally be realized, marking a new chapter in the annals of Chinese esports? Once the pause ended, all would be revealed. Meanwhile, across the internet, the second most viewed stream, after the official one, belonged to Xin Chao. At some point, this usually cheerful professional player had fallen silent. Covering his mouth, he rested his head on his hand, staring intently at the screen displaying RNG's players. Come on, you will win, little dog. Arthur promised to celebrate the championship with a stream here. You must not go back on your word. The pause lingered for a full 10 minutes, a mere equipment change and adjustment stretching into an eternity. Yet, not a single viewer chose to depart. This match, even in its pause, gripped the audience's hearts. Thank you for your patience, dear viewers. The match has resumed, the announcer stated. After the Dragon skirmish, RNG's economic lead soared to 6,000 gold. The 5 players returned home to replenish their supplies and quickly marched toward the Baron pit. Miller's commentary drew the audience's focus back to the game. Having completed their item builds, RNG emerged from their base, heading straight for the Baron. This was the rhythm of RNG, fast-paced and relentless. Just as the Dragon battle concluded, their summoner spells had yet to recharge, and they were already preparing for the Baron fight. Samsung's players found themselves gasping for breath. RNG unleashed wave after wave of attacks like an insatiable beast. Samsung could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were utterly fatigued. Come on, one last push for the Baron. In's voice echoed through the team comms, as the veteran, who had been in the professional arena even before Faker, felt a pang of retirement creep into his thoughts. Gazing at Yasuo, adorned with a full item set and a kill ring, he offered a self-deprecating smile. After years of perseverance, it all comes to naught. Have I truly failed to outrun time? As Samsung organized their gear and approached the Baron pit, they neglected to manage minion waves or clear vision. This was the sole instance in the series where they proactively engaged the Baron, lacking calm and strategic positioning. The entire Samsung team was merely a picture of frenzy. Here we go. When in doubt, rush the Baron. What else could Samsung do at this point? Each game concludes in merely 20 minutes. How can one possibly continue? Arthur's prowess is indeed formidable. Has he truly ascended to the pinnacle of the realm? Alas, it appears quite tragic, as this was expected to be the most promising year for mastering. Such is the nature of esports, where victors are exalted while the vanquished are cast aside. The unfolding events, including those involving the Samsung players, were predictable to all spectators. As the prince executed his EQ combo, he ushered in the entrance of Lux while simultaneously allowing Galio to make his grand appearance. In the confined space of the Dragon Pit, the assembled quintet of Samsung was once again launched into the air. Had Xayah not timely unleashed her ultimate ability, and had Seraphine not descended with the brilliance of the cosmos, it is likely that the 5 would have been swiftly rendered incapacitated by area of effect damage. Fang Han did not hasten to unleash his ultimate ability. As the game neared its conclusion, it was indeed time to showcase his prowess. If he refrained from demonstrating his skills, the others might remain oblivious to the depth of his mastery with Yasuo. Thus, he resolved to utilize you merely as a backdrop. After selecting his backdrop, Fang Han's gaze fixated on Xayah, choosing to bide his time before making a move. After all, deploying his ultimate at this juncture would yield no significant damage. He needed to wait until the duration of the gem's cosmic radiance concluded. Once Xayah's ultimate descended and the gem's effect dissipated, Yasuo summoned a gust of wind at the location where Xayah landed. Following this, he executed an EQ combo to eliminate the severely weakened Zed. Just before the knockup concluded, he seamlessly chained it into his wind slash, sending Xayah airborne once more. As the wind slash landed, Fang Han followed up with his Q, unleashing thunder and vanquishing Xayah. With wind swirling around him, Yasuo conjured another gust. This quintessential double win maneuver sent all 5 members of the opposing team soaring into the air, with both carries eliminated. The outcome of the team fight was devoid of suspense. Crown and the Emperor of Scales slumped in their esports chairs, faces concealed in silence. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Without a hint of uncertainty, RNG secured the Baron, achieving a remarkable 0 for 5 team fight in the Baron pit. It was evident to all that the 3-star team was in disarray, and victory was assured. Following this decisive clash, the economic disparity surged to 10,000. RNG's 5 members returned to base to replenish their equipment, systematically advancing the minion waves in the mid and bottom lanes. Fang Han observed the small map and noted that all 5 members of the 3-star team were congregated near the high ground. Were they not even attempting to conceal their presence? Had they truly conceded defeat? Was Master N not inclined to make one last effort? They were already on the precipice. Where were Master N and the formidable Chi Di in their dire state? Had they vanished from sight? It was over. It had indeed come to an end. Brothers, this final wave must surely be Master N's last dance, wouldn't it? Chi Di, could you not contribute something, Chi Di? Alas, it was futile. Chi Di had devolved into Chi Di Jr. How tragic. He was utterly vanquished by Arthur's sword, the poor Chi Di. I cannot proclaim that Chi Di has been particularly detrimental today, yet he has not managed to overcome the little dog, nor has he bested Arthur. It has been said that Chi Di is but a mere pup. Do they truly believe that the fear of dogs is a jest? Seeing is believing, and in comparison to the little dog, Chi Di has indeed rendered himself invisible thrice over. Have you all noticed that neither mid laner has graced the screen for quite some time? Crown Brother against Little Tiger, if there were any footage. It would be quite the spectacle. The mid laner struggles are equal in their plight. At the commentary desk, the faces of the 3 commentators flushed crimson, with Miller S. words firing off like a machine gun, incessantly narrating the unfolding drama. It was evident that RNG's 5 members were not in haste to secure a 3-star victory. They were diligently guarding the Baron minion wave as it marched towards the high ground. The 4-1 formation made it exceedingly uncomfortable for the 3-star team, compelling them to concentrate their forces in the mid lane to thwart RNG's advances. However, this allowed Yasuo to push the bottom lane with remarkable ease. And the high ground turret had already fallen. With a resounding crash, the bottom high ground was breached, and Yasuo continued to advance with the minion wave. 1 strike. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Fang Han observed the 5 members of the Samsung team, who were anxiously flitting about like ants on a hot stove in the mid-lane high ground. And he couldn't help but chuckle. How distressing it must be for them to watch me push forward while they are rendered utterly impotent. Dare to confront me? In a matter of moments, they would be unworthy of even a glance from me. Yet, should they dare to send 2 of their number my way? The 3 in the mid lane would perish, and the mid lane tower would surely fall. To harbor such grand aspirations amidst overwhelming disadvantage? A mere fantasy. With this thought, Fang Han decided to seize Yasuo's advance, opting instead to stand guard over the Baron minion wave as it pushed towards the enemy base. Feeling that this was insufficient, he maneuvered Yasuo a few steps forward, positioning him ambiguously between the mid and bottom lanes. This location could only be described as exceedingly precarious. Should the pig girl choose to engage, her ultimate ability would indeed reach its maximum range. However, the grasshopper would find it impossible to connect with Yasuo, even with a flash. This exemplifies Fang Han's formidable prowess. His precision and distance control is nearly infallible, coupled with a damage calculation that can only be deemed otherworldly. Culminating in the formidable presence of Arthur, the super top laner, one cannot hope to gain any advantage from Arthur without incurring a cost. 3 cannon minions had amassed in the mid lane, relentlessly bombarding the high ground. The reach of Samsung's players seemed increasingly limited, with the furthest extension surprisingly being the Little Nar and Xayah. The scene unfolding was a slow, agonizing demise. In just half a minute, the mid-lane high ground tower would be reduced to rubble. With both high grounds breached, the prospect of a comeback appeared exceedingly bleak. Should RNG manage to complete this wave and retreat to regroup for an assault on the top lane high ground, the collapse of all 3 high grounds would herald the end. Master N cast a sidelong glance at his companion, Crown Brother. Were they to be subjected to such torment until the bitter end? Surely, they must make a final stand. Otherwise, they would leave the Korean audience and themselves without closure. At the very least, they must slay that Arthur once more. It seemed Crown Brother discerned the intent behind Master N's gaze. The 2, in perfect synchrony, turned their focus to the bottom lane. With a decisive clash, the pig girl and the grasshopper simultaneously activated their flashes, startling Fang Han. Whoa, the pressure is mounting. The coordination between Samsung's mid and jungle was swift, yet Fang Han's reaction was swifter still. So you wish to engage? I shall respond in kind. Fang Han, with his golden form, was completely deceived by Pig Sister's ultimate and Q skill. The grasshopper, who flashed in, stood frozen in place, appearing rather foolish. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. A counter-reaction? With the peak performer Faker arriving, there might still be a chance to contend with your duo of seasoned junglers. It is rather effortless. Teacher Gua, brother Hu, come to my rescue. The call of Fang Han resonated in the RNG channel. In the next moment, the prince, who was previously pushing the high ground in the mid lane, flashed and executed his EQ combo, ensnaring the entire Samsung mid jungle across the screen. Do not underestimate the bonds of RNG. Galio's heroic arrival was instantaneous, landing just before Yasuo's invulnerability ended, sending the Samsung mid jungle flying. As Yasuo's invulnerability concluded, he unleashed his ultimate, triggering his EQ to activate Thunderclap, obliterating the full health grasshopper in one fell swoop. With a fully stacked kill counter and the coveted three-piece ensemble, Yasuo became a harbinger of doom. Anyone who dared to show their face was met with certain death. The grasshopper even found himself at a deficit of several hundred health, as he had been reduced to a mere sliver before the thunder struck. RNG unleashed three ultimates, coinciding with the onset of battle in the mid lane. Xiaoming's Rockin activated his ultimate and charged forward, lifting the Samsung bot lane duo from beneath the tower. In an unexpected turn of events, the usually sharp-eyed ruler failed to execute his ultimate, falling victim to the onslaught of Varus. Once again, the high ground witnessed a flawless 5-for-0 exchange. Elegantly concluding this grand final, Fang Han, through the final team battle, skillfully maneuvered Yasuo to achieve a splendid record of 11-1. Culminating the entire journey of the S7 World Championship, the arena erupted with the fervent cheers of the audience, resonating with chants of RNG. RNG. In this moment, the bird's nest belonged to RNG, to LPL, and to every spectator who had patiently awaited this triumph. We are champions. The day of reforging the broken sword. The dawn of the Royal Club. The ominous cloud that had loomed over the region for years was cleaved open by the sharp blade of the Royal Club. As sunlight flooded the earth, the world would hear the tale that belongs to the Royal Club and to LPL. Miller's voice was nearly hoarse from the excitement. Until the moment the Samsung base exploded, he finally had the opportunity to articulate the celebratory words he had pondered over for an entire night. As he spoke, his voice began to tremble and his shoulders shook visibly. A man of stature, he wept openly at the commentary desk, though repeatedly attempting to speak, found himself at a loss for words. Only able to place a reassuring hand on Miller's shoulder while removing his glasses to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. How could Miller not understand the emotion swirling within? As longtime partners, they had awaited this day for far too long. The bird's nest resonated with the spirit of victory, as each cheer elevated the atmosphere of triumph to its zenith. How wonderful it is, for those who pursue a career in esports, is it not for this very moment? Fang Han was the first to remove his headphones, rising to spread his arms wide and closing his eyes, surrendering himself to the enveloping cheers and music. In that moment, under the spotlight, he once again became the focal point of the bird's nest and the entire internet. With arms aloft, bathed in light, Fang Han resembled the leading man of a television drama stepping into reality. There was no boastful display, no loud exclamations. The serene Fang Han appeared almost as if he existed on a different plane from his four teammates, who were embracing and weeping in joy, while they reveled and cheered. He merely wished to relish the exquisite beauty of this moment in solitude. This scene was also vividly captured by the cameras held by photographers at the sidelines, and the director astutely cut to a close-up of the live action. The prodigious youth, the 17-year-old world champion, the super top laner, the calm Arthur, along with his embracing teammates and coach, formed yet another masterpiece reminiscent of a world-renowned painting. The aura of a chosen one caused Arthur's popularity to soar. Every large screen within the bird's nest displayed this moment. Indeed, at that instant, the bird's nest felt akin to the Incheon of the previous S8. The prodigious youth known as Jackie Love had left behind a legacy declaring, "I am the chosen one, the sole masterpiece. Function. Stop posing and hurry to shake hands. Then lift the trophy." MLXG's voice roused Fang Han from his reverie. Fang Han scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he followed a few elder brothers in the team to the opposing player's preparation area to shake hands. For some inexplicable reason, each handshake he shared was met with a piercing gaze of resentment, particularly when he stood before Masterin and Crown Brother. The fierce intensity of their stares was almost palpable, It seemed they harbored a desire to see him crushed right then and there. Throughout the entire finals, comprising 5 games, they had not enjoyed a single moment of ease. It was peculiar. The young man before them appeared quite sunny and cheerful, yet his gameplay was anything but human. Perhaps this was simply a matter of fate. The 2 seasoned veterans from Samsung watched Fang Han depart, exchanging knowing smiles. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. In the realm of esports, this is the nature of the game. However, when Fang Han approached Chi Di, he was surprised to find no trace of animosity in his eyes, only a warm smile. "Good game," he said, as they clasped hands. Chi Di uttering a phrase in imperfect English. Fang Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile in English. "Well played. See you next year." The photographer, unwilling to miss such a rare opportunity, captured the moment when the 2 young competitors shook hands in mutual encouragement. There was no animosity, only a profound respect shared between geniuses. After the handshake concluded, the members of RNG lined up to head to the center of the venue to lift the trophy. Along the way, MLXG draped his arm around Fang Han's shoulder and curiously inquired, "Fang, why were you so courteous to that emperor?" "Of course, a top player must treat his peers with respect," Fang Han replied. "You mean to say, haha, you're truly something else." MLXG chuckled heartily. "Is there really a need to belittle others like that?" What a surprise. Unbeknownst to MLXG, Fang Han harbored a degree of respect for the emperor. After all, during the previous S13 season, the emperor had shown great dedication to Zhengyi and the LPL. He was on the verge of completing a golden path that year, but unfortunately, the new T1 was simply too formidable. Thus, Fang Han regarded the emperor as a senior in the field. However, the intense gaze from behind continually drew Fang Han's attention. What was the source of the emperor's eager stare? Had he been suppressed for too long and now sought to dominate me? If memory serves correctly, he was born in '98. And in terms of experience, he indeed had the right to challenge me. But if he wishes to assert his dominance, he should come to the LPL sooner. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. He harbored no significant objection to the Korean aid. In his view, as long as the professional attitude was right, there was nothing more to say. Naturally, who wouldn't desire to witness a fully Chinese team claim victory? Fortunately, in this lifetime, there was no need to wait for so long. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Unbeknownst to them, the members of RNG had arrived at the center of the venue, where the Summoner's Cup was displayed. "Lift the cup, RNG. Claim the Summoner's Cup that belongs to you." The 6 members of RNG, along with their coach Feng, gathered around the trophy, their eyes brimming with boundless thoughts. "Dog brother, stop dawdling. It's time to lift the cup." Who could have anticipated that in such a moment, it would be Fang Han who spoke first? Uzi grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. He glanced around at his teammates and reached for the base of the trophy. "Wow, this trophy is heavy. Quick, lend a hand." "Ha ha ha, here we go." 7 individuals, 7 pairs of hands, together hoisted the trophy, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. "Brothers, raffle time. Supplies. Forever the god." The eternal deity and his devoted followers had finally attained the trophy that was rightfully theirs. It was high time to shed the title of the uncrowned king. Uzi had now become the world's #1 AD. Oh no, my youth has come to an end, and League of Legends must conclude as well. Conclude what nonsense? Our story is just beginning. After a while of holding the trophy, the members of RNG found it too heavy to continue. With a shared understanding, they gently lowered the trophy. Indeed, it was a remarkably weighty prize. Fang Han stuck out his tongue. In his previous life, while watching competitions, he always felt that the fist lacked substance, and the trophies exuded a plastic quality. It was only after the Summoner's Cup was reforged that he realized how remarkable the original truly was. "This trophy is so heavy. Can you carry it, dog brother?" "I can. I will hold this trophy while I sleep tonight." Allay. Uzi, without hesitation, hoisted the Summoner's Cup onto his shoulder. Next came the post-championship interview segment. The 6 members of RNG stood alongside Feng Ge at the center of the main stage, fielding questions from the host. Most of the inquiries yielded little substance, as the RNG players seemed to have completely lost their ability to articulate coherent thoughts after claiming victory, struggling to utter even a single complete sentence for quite some time. In stark contrast, the 2 top laners within the team appeared remarkably composed. Letme took the microphone, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at his teammates. "Honestly, I still feel a tinge of regret for not being able to take the stage and secure this victory myself. However, I must concede that Fang Xin indeed played exceptionally well. Had I been on the stage, I might have ended up giving Jian Zhao another second-place finish." This remark sent the audience into fits of laughter. Everyone understood Letme's underlying regret and recognized that his subsequent comment was merely in jest. Function? Has he ascended to godhood so swiftly? A little-known fact. Arthur's original name is Fang Han. Is it a trivial fact? No, it's a hot topic. How can a single team be home to two deities? Perhaps the royal family should consider renaming themselves the Divine Squad? Bold move. Deities are irreplaceable. On stage, the microphone was passed into Fang Han's hands. Fang Han had long since prepared his remarks as he took the microphone. His opening words ignited a frenzy across the internet. The road to the heavens is open, a swift 2-month passage to the League of Legends World Championship, with verifiable achievements. He added, it's merely one championship. There is no need for such excitement. The future holds our victories, and many more await. As his voice faded, the atmosphere was charged. In Fang Han's mind, the system notification resonated. The iconic Sinai AM, the chosen one, has been activated. Congratulations to the host for winning the global championship. With a 10% increase in all attributes and a 10% boost in proficiency for all heroes. Upon hearing this announcement, Fang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Jack's iconic scene grants such significant rewards? However, the conditions for activation were indeed stringent, requiring one to secure the championship title in the global finals. Yet, upon reflection, the design of this iconic scene seemed quite reasonable. It is illogical for a champion to fade into obscurity after achieving victory. But I digress. I nearly forgot about the sword demon from S12, who dominated the game for 3 hours. But, returning to the matter at hand. Do I truly need to unlock Kinjin's iconic scene? Although he too is a formidable top laner, the 3-hour shelf life seems overly abstract. Suddenly, the bird's nest fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! We need many more champions like this. It's not too much to ask for at least 2 world titles first. Is it time to match Faker's 3 championship titles? It's only a matter of time. The LPL must have its own Triple Crown champion. It's New Year for our families. I declare this year as the inaugural year of esports for League of Legends. Fans are turning to support us. Arthur is simply stunning. Alright, we are champions fans. No need to find so many excuses. What's wrong? Is our Arthur unworthy of having fans? He is handsome and excels at gaming. Such a striking figure, it's a pity he's a bit of a jokester. If he weren't so entertaining, he could easily venture into television during the off-season. The post-match interview concluded amidst laughter and joy. However, no one anticipated that the event organizers had prepared an additional surprise for Arthur, as Letme and Fengqi quietly returned to the stage. They brought with them a small cake adorned with candles. The cake, modest in size, featured a whimsical depiction of Teemo making a silly face. The cameraman zoomed in to capture a close-up of the cake. At that moment, anyone aware of the background context understood the cake's significance. Indeed, today was Arthur's birthday. Winning a championship on one's birthday is simply delightful. A perfect conclusion, so flawless that even a drama series wouldn't dare to portray it so. But wait, how can this be the end? Arthur is only 17, in the prime of his youth. It's not too much to ask for him to achieve a triple crown before turning 20. Wow, do you expect Arthur to risk everything for a three-peat? Fang Han was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the officials had even prepared a cake in advance? What if we do not emerge victorious? Would that cake simply go to waste? Surely, it cannot be offered to the Samsung team as a post-match prize. Fang Han, bewildered, accepted the cake and glanced around at his teammates. The host chimed in with a smile, saying, Arthur, today marks your birthday. Take this cake prepared by the event organizers and make a wish. Fang Han gazed at the cake in his hands and smiled. His wish, which had just been expressed, was to secure more championships. As for this cake, he hoped to enjoy it later with his teammates and coaching staff after stepping off the stage. He wished everyone enjoyed the match tonight and expressed gratitude for their presence, which bestowed upon him the finest birthday gift. His eloquent and logically coherent speech ignited the atmosphere in the venue. As a professional player, Fang Han's articulate expression could serve as a lesson for many retired athletes. Even casual viewers, unfamiliar with the game, found themselves swayed by his words. Finally, after the unexpected birthday segment concluded, the post-match interview reached its climax. The highly anticipated FMVP, Finals Most Valuable Player, selection began. Commentators had already voiced their opinions. In the hearts of the majority, there were only 2 contenders for the coveted title, Uzi and Arthur. Had Arthur been with the team since the beginning of the year, the FMVP would undoubtedly have been his. Unfortunately, Arthur joined RNG only at the year's end, necessitating further deliberation regarding the FMVP. Arthur, Who do you believe deserves this FMVP? The host on stage provocatively posed, presenting Arthur with a challenging question. Who was Arthur to be so easily ensnared? Without a doubt, the FMVP should belong to the illustrious Uzi. I have merely accompanied them in 5 matches, while Uzi has carried the team throughout the entire year. I believe the FMVP awarded at the S Championship should rightfully belong to the player who has fought valiantly all year long. In this moment, Fang Han's emotional intelligence soared. His words were impeccable, considering both his teammates' sentiments and those of the majority of the audience. Moreover, he subtly hinted at the officials. The prevailing discourse in the LPL region revolved solely around the S Championship. Aside from the S Championship's various awards, accolades from other tournaments seemed virtually inconsequential. According to this rationale, shouldn't the FMVP awarded at the S Championship be granted to the player who has performed best throughout the year? Otherwise, wouldn't it be unjust for those who had merely thrived in the final months of the year to seize the FMVP? Fans could easily manipulate the historical narrative. Indeed, once his words were uttered, they immediately resonated with the entire online audience. The final FMVP should be awarded to the player who has dedicated themselves throughout the year. Alternatively, it would be reasonable for the FMVP to be given to the player with the best performance in the series, but the officials should also establish a separate award. It is easy to suggest creating an independent award, yet every year, the best roster determined by our region faces skepticism online. Is there no room for doubt? Isn't this merely a popularity contest? Alas, such awards often boil down to who has the most fans. It must be said that the S Championship-centric narrative within the region is truly unfair to many players. Unfair? In the realm of esports, failure is the original sin. If one cannot secure the final championship, what use is a year of effort? The audience buzzed with lively discussion, and the live stream chat erupted in a whirlwind of opinions. Fang Han's remarks successfully placed the officials and the event organizers under intense scrutiny. Of course, what he expressed was sincere. As for the FMVP, I have an inkling that in the future, I will never lack such accolades. The young prodigy has dedicated countless years to his craft, truly deserving of an FMVP. Moreover, the FMVPs of the past 2 years have not even come with a coveted ultimate skin, nor additional rewards, at most. It merely means another trophy to add to the collection. Reflecting on the previous life, where Ningguang incessantly flaunted his FMVP trophy in the streaming arena, Fang Han could not help but smile. Ultimately, whether he secures the FMVP or not, it is of little consequence to him. The moment finally arrived to unveil the FMVP recipient. The large screen flickered with the polished images of Arthur and Uzi, ultimately freezing on Arthur's portrait. The dashing Fang Han flashed a gesture of one, positioning himself sideways as he gazed ahead. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, leaving one at a loss for words. Fang Han cast a sidelong glance at Uzi, poised to speak yet hesitating. To his surprise, Uzi spoke first. Fang, there is no need for words. This FMVP rightfully belongs to you. Without your contributions, we would never have reached this point. Fang Han smiled gracefully. Indeed, this is truly remarkable, requiring no further elaboration. Since the little dog has spoken thus, I shall graciously accept. As he took the FMVP trophy handed over by the executive, the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. The grand final FMVP has been activated, allowing the host to select any hero and elevate their proficiency to an astonishing 500%. Such an enhancement transcends mere skill. It approaches the realm of the extraordinary. At that level, every movement, every skill execution would likely be executed with an impeccable precision that leaves no room for error. In such a scenario, executing highlight-worthy maneuvers would become second nature. This is splendid, as I feared that those whimsical heroes would be rendered unusable after a single attempt. Now, that concern is alleviated. One can only conclude that creating amusing moments is not the sole pursuit of a jester. It is the ability to manifest astonishing feats through the most humorous of ideas that continuously garners laughter points. Having played 3 matches in this grand final, I have amassed a considerable number of laughter points, sufficient to unlock several iconic moments of exceptional top laners. The next step is to gather laughter points to unlock the iconic moments of Faker. Fang Han's heart stirred slightly as he accessed Faker's iconic moments interface. Having battled the formidable opponent for 11 years, the number of memorable scenes surpassed even that of several renowned top laners. Truly, he is the living relic of League of Legends, the highest peaks and the longest rivers. However, what does that have to do with me? I am not a mid laner. Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. His aim was not to conquer Faker himself, but merely to triumph over the top laner who faced him. Fang Han pondered throughout his journey, unknowingly returning to the backstage lounge. Brother Feng, noticing Fang Han's contemplative demeanor and his persistent smile, could not help but inquire, Feng Shun, what occupies your thoughts? You haven't ceased smiling since earlier. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the lounge turned their attention towards Fang Han, the young FMEP. Fang Han regained his composure, scratching his head and chuckling, "It's nothing, just pondering what we shall dine on tonight. Moreover, it has been several days since I last streamed. I yearn to re-enter the live broadcast realm." The lounge was momentarily enveloped in silence, only to erupt into an uproarious laughter thereafter. Fang Han remains the same Fang Han. When not in the Summoner's Rift, he is merely a source of amusement, so straightforward. Is it not, Feng Shin? And you, my friend, are the true embodiment of a born broadcaster. Who could ever surpass you in this realm, Feng Shin? If only competitions could be streamed live, I can scarcely fathom the extraordinary impact it would have. Fang Han laughed heartily, even taking the initiative to distribute cake to everyone. While you all may earn a mere pittance from your streams, I not only profit but also derive joy from it. Double the rewards. One must truly question the intellect of those who do not embrace live streaming. Feng Ge accepted a slice of cake, munching away while glancing at his phone. The celebration banquet will be held nearby. Once we finish the cake, let us tidy up and head over. Before long, the members of RNG arrived at the duck restaurant adjacent to the Bird's Nest. In celebration of their championship victory, Bai Xing had truly spared no expense, reserving the grandest and most exquisite private room. As the RNG players entered, barely settling into their seats, a delightful array of dishes was already being served. The service was undeniably impeccable. At Fang Han's request, Bai Xing even initiated a live broadcast, utilizing the official RNG account rather than the players' personal accounts. One must commend RNG. Their marketing prowess is simply unparalleled. Fang Han finds himself in a predicament, compelled to interact with his fans with a cheerful demeanor before the camera, all the while accruing popularity for himself. It appears that RNG intends to cultivate him into the next lucrative asset, with this white star almost metaphorically affixed to his being. The host is quite handsome. Do you like a girlfriend? One comments, while another suggests, why not send a gift first to demonstrate your prowess? It seems rather abstract to offer gifts here instead of in Arthur's live stream. Isn't Arthur's stream yet to commence? Indeed, it has not begun, making it impossible to send gifts. Host, will you be streaming all night? Shouldn't you celebrate after clinching the championship? Fang Han gazed at the enthusiastic barrage of comments, maintaining an outward calm while his heart blossomed with joy. Was there truly such a delightful occurrence as people vying to shower him with gifts and attention? With a playful smile directed at the camera, Fang Han remarked, "All right then, since you all insist, I shall return to live stream after dinner." He playfully declared, "Let the battle last until dawn. No one is to escape my grasp." Upon hearing this, the fans in the live stream room erupted with excitement, each hastily pulling out their phones to order late-night snacks. They eagerly anticipated watching the live stream while also enjoying highlights of that evening's competition. Indeed, the fans of RNG were truly fortunate. However, despite Fang Han securing the FMVP title, many supporters of Uzi felt a sense of dissatisfaction and flocked to the official live stream to vent their frustrations. Yet, upon witnessing Uzi jovially handing drinks to Fang Han, they all instinctively chose to fade into the background. Fang Han did not fail to notice the scattered barrage of insults that floated by, but he chose to disregard them entirely. It was rather amusing. The owners of the two households shared a close camaraderie, yet their dogs would bare their teeth at the mere sight of one another. Fortunately, his friend was carefree and untroubled, indifferent to whether they came to berate or praise him, as long as the popcorn was plentiful. The celebratory feast concluded amidst an atmosphere of joy and harmony. As the members of RNG returned to their respective rooms to rest, Fang Han promptly opened his laptop to commence his live broadcast. The champion top laner was ready to showcase his streaming prowess, engaging in a battle that would last until dawn. As Fang Han had just greeted the audience streaming into his live broadcast, before even launching the game, a knock resounded at the door. "Fang Han, come here for a moment. We need to discuss matters concerning the next season." It was the voice of Bai Xing. The phrasing was already quite diplomatic. The matter at hand was, in fact, a discussion about the contract. Was Bai Xing himself here to negotiate? It appeared they held me in high regard. Yet, no amount of sweet talk could mask the notorious reputation of your legal department at RNG. Please hold on for a moment. I'll be right back, Fang Han said, removing his headphones and exiting the live stream. However, instead of immediately opening the door, he reached for his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Zhao, are you available?" "Yes," Regarding the contract matter we discussed earlier, can we finalize it now? Right, the same hotel as before, third floor conference room. At this moment, the room was devoid of anyone else. Otherwise, if someone were to witness the expression of grave concern etched on Fang Han's face, they might mistakenly believe he was preparing to confront an adversary far more formidable than either Samsung or SKD. Indeed, in Fang Han's eyes, the RNG legal department was more daunting than either of those teams. 10 minutes later, Fang Han strode confidently into the adjacent conference room, a well-dressed young man following closely behind him. The young man cradled a tablet in one hand while effortlessly carrying a briefcase in the other, taking a seat directly opposite Bai Xing and the RNG legal department. Both the RNG legal team and Bai Xing were taken aback. Was it truly necessary to come so thoroughly prepared? The man in the suit wore a self-assured smile as he began to unveil a variety of meticulously organized documents from his briefcase. Fang Han took a seat beside the man in the suit, suppressing a smile as he introduced, "Allow me to present my attorney, who is also a dear brother of mine. From now on, regarding any inquiries about the contract, you may converse with him. Good evening, esteemed viewers. I am the commentator Miller. Welcome to the 2017 League of Legends All-Star event." After a month's hiatus, Miller reunited with his partner, Wawa, to provide commentary for the All-Star Tournament of 2017. In Fang Han's recollection, this was the grandest and most formal All-Star event in several years. Moreover, this year, due to RNG's commendable achievement in clinching the S7 championship, the organizers had introduced several new segments. In addition to the much-anticipated solo matches and inter-regional competitions, there was also a mixed exhibition match. The exhibition match, as the name suggests, involved a public vote to elect a captain, followed by team selection where players joined the captain's squad to compete in a best-of-3 format. Unlike the inter-regional competitions, most participants in this segment were esteemed veterans or top streamers from various platforms. It was evident that the organizers were eager to capitalize on this surge of viewership. However, this enthusiasm was understandable, given that it marked the LPL region's first championship title. With so many domestic players and viewers, failing to seize this wave of popularity would indeed be a missed opportunity. The first day primarily featured solo matches and inter-regional competitions. As the reigning S7 world champions, all 6 members of RNG were naturally voted into the All-Star lineup, albeit participating in different segments. For instance, Fang Han and Uzi opted to partake in the solo matches, with Uzi even signing up for the inter-regional competition scheduled for the afternoon and the following day. Fang Han's enthusiasm had waned. He opted only to participate in the solo competition and the entertainment match on the final day. Had it not been for the overwhelming demand from the audience eager to witness his performance, he would have preferred to conclude the first day and return to the hotel to stream. Throughout this month, while other team members enjoyed their respite, Fang Han, in stark contrast, immersed himself in streaming with fervor. He skillfully garnered attention and amassed resources, and the entertainment gained over the month was sufficient for him to unlock 1/5 of Faker's iconic moments. Fang Han, clad in his team uniform, sat on the sidelines of the preparation area, a smile gracing his face as he observed the fervent clash of professional players and renowned streamers on the field. While the title of solo tournament champion may not seem particularly prestigious, it certainly carries a wealth of amusing anecdotes. The regional competition had proven to be quite exhausting. Thus, seeking amusement in the final entertainment exhibition seemed far more appealing. Indeed, Fang Han's participation in this all-star event was driven by 2 primary motives: the pursuit of visibility and the quest for enjoyment. Additionally, he seized the opportunity to interact with other players, fostering camaraderie amongst them. After all, the individuals present could very well become future teammates. In this industry, having more friends often equates to more avenues for success. This edition of the All-Star event was notably enriched by the presence of numerous Korean players, providing a perfect opportunity to exchange contact information, thereby pooling together the traffic from both China and Korea. Fang Han found himself increasingly unable to contain his emotions, his expression management gradually slipping as a triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, it was as if the director had an instinct akin to that of a spider, abruptly cutting to the backstage lounge. Fang Han's audacious smile was abruptly captured in a close-up on the big screen, instantly eliciting a chorus of laughter from the audience. "Come on, Fangshan, manage your expressions," they teased. "What a pity, such a handsome young man, yet he has such a big mouth." "What? You don't appreciate my exuberant laughter?" he retorted, recalling moments of joy. Look at QV, seated behind him, with a gaze steeped in melancholy, resembling a spurned lover. Come on, buddy, put yourself in his shoes. After toiling for an entire year, being outplayed thrice by an obscure young contender, and losing the championship, honestly, if QV manages to hold on for a month without retiring, that's already commendable. Regrettably, Arthur would not be participating in the regional showdown this time. Otherwise, we could witness their clash once more. Unknown to everyone, QV, sitting behind Fang Han, felt nothing but relief. Had he not received word of Fang Han's absence from the regional competition, he might not have dared to show up. Could he? This young lad before him had shattered all his pride. QV had already struggled through 3 matches in the finals, to no avail. He even sensed that Fang Han had not exerted his full strength, yet he had decisively triumphed and claimed both the championship and the FMVP. Am I truly that inept? No. It's simply that Arthur is so overwhelmingly formidable, it defies comprehension. Not to mention his uncanny ability to counter any hero with an extraordinary pool of champions. Every decision and detail of his gameplay is executed flawlessly. The #1 top laner in LCK? I am merely a frog in a well. QV sighed in resignation. A stark contrast to Fang Han's spirited demeanor in the front row. He could scarcely recall how he returned to the hotel after losing the finals a month ago. Nor could he remember how he had endured the past month. The relentless online vitriol and his teammates' silence had prompted him to contemplate retirement on several occasions. The thought of participating in the All-Star event had kept him awake for nights on end. He genuinely did not wish to face Arthur again. Alright, next match. Let us welcome our newly crowned world champion, RNG's top laner, Arthur, to the stage. As Miller's exuberant voice resonated, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Fang Han's ID and nickname. Arthur, Arthur. Born not to be outshone, the LPL top laner reigns supreme. Fang Shun, prepare to showcase your skills. Even in an exhibition match, the expectation for a thrilling performance was palpable. Rest assured, the hosts will deliver. For those who haven't tuned in, remember to catch the nightly stream in the designated room. Dressed in the RNG's black and gold uniform, Fang Han strode onto the stage, his hands tucked into his pockets, the golden stars beneath the team logo gleaming prominently. His opponent for this match was none other than the defending champion, Uzi. The duel of RNG's dual cores promised to be exhilarating. Come on, hasn't it been said online that Arthur snatched the FMVP from the little dog? The chance for a direct confrontation has arrived. The barrage of comments was relentless. Let us save the banter. Even I, a steadfast GSL player, have no qualms with Arthur. Wait, both sides have selected Lucian? Was this agreed upon beforehand? How thrilling. This is simply delightful. Uzi's Saint Hunter was already a sight to behold. One could only wonder how Arthur would fare. The two Lucians entered the solo map of the Howling Abyss, each taking position in their respective bushes, promoting a momentary truce. Yet, observing the Doran's blades in their hands, all understood that this fragile peace was merely temporary. Of course, with these two masters of mechanics facing off, they wouldn't rest until one prevails over the other, remarked Shen Chao, taking his place at the commentary desk. Observing the duo coexisting harmoniously behind the brush, he smiled knowingly. Based on my understanding of them, this match will conclude swiftly. And indeed, the moment the minions arrived, Uzi advanced, executing a piercing shot through the minions while attempting to chip away at Fang Han's health. Fang Han appeared to have anticipated the situation well in advance, executing a nimble sidestep to evade the radiant light, then swiftly advancing to unleash a basic attack, followed by a deft short E-maneuver against the wall, landing 2 precise shots. This exchange of blows left Uzi sweating profusely. Goodness, Fang's footwork is astonishing. He twists and turns in mere seconds. It is no wonder he excels with any champion. Such dexterity is truly a testament to the reflexes and speed of a 17-year-old. Even after losing the initial trade, Uzi maintained a smile on his face. Following his championship victory, his mindset has clearly matured considerably. It feels akin to the lifting of a long-held burden, leaving one feeling utterly unencumbered. Uzi gazed at the Lucian being controlled by Arthur, seeing a reflection of his own 17-year-old self. Many are confined for life by unattainable desires of youth, yet Uzi was fortunate to encounter the strongest teammates during his prime. Come on, Fang, let us see those skills. Why return home now? The two shared an extraordinary synergy. Almost simultaneously upon reaching level 3, both Lucians executed a side E-maneuver, unleashing a full combo of explosive power. In that fleeting moment when Uzi made his move, Fang Han swiftly applied weakness upon Uzi's Lucian, simultaneously dashing forward to intercept Uzi's retreat. Despite Uzi's timely use of barrier, he found himself on the brink of defeat under the relentless onslaught of Fang Han's abilities. The very offensive flash that Fang Han had just executed placed Uzi in a precarious predicament. Retreating and using flash would compel him to return home, resulting in a significant loss of at least 10 minions. Faced with such a dilemma, Uzi resolved to embrace the challenge. The spark of determination ignited within him. How could he not showcase his skills? Hadn't he once been a prodigious talent in his youth? If he were to falter, so be it. Uzi chose to stand his ground, engaging Fang Han in a direct confrontation. Fang Han smiled knowingly, standing in place as he engaged in a duel with Uzi. The two most skilled players within the RNG team showcased their prowess in this small arena of anguish. However, in the end, lacking the initial burst damage, Uzi was unable to eliminate Fang Han, succumbing to defeat with a meager deficit of under 200 health. The atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic applause, honoring the two world champions. They rose and embraced one another. You played exceptionally well, Fengqi. I now comprehend the sentiments you experience when facing that group of players, Uzi chuckled. He gazed at Fang Han before him as if standing before a mirror. This Arthur. Was he not akin to the Uzi of the top lane? His terrifyingly frequent and efficient maneuvering skills empowered Arthur to withstand any opponent with any champion. Coupled with Arthur's remarkable pool of counter-champions, his lane pressure would be even more formidable. My goodness, Arthur also masters Lucian? Is it possible that Arthur excels with every champion? Let us not be overly critical. Our King Arthur only plays obscure champions, not the other way around. I recall that the mid-lane general who could also wield Lucian, right? Can we anticipate a tri-lane AD Lucian flex in the next season? Let us hold off on the champagne. The upcoming patch's designers are set to overhaul the runes and talents. Who knows what the next season will bring? Uzi patted Fang Han on the shoulder and whispered, "Go for it. Bring back a solo championship. Who could ever have too many titles, right?" With that, Uzi stepped off the stage. Congratulations to the host for winning the same champion duel, activating the iconic Mirror Showdown, and rewarding the champion with double proficiency and 3,000 fun points. It is evident that this moment draws inspiration from the legendary duel between the two Zeds, one of the most iconic scenes featuring Faker. The reward is quite generous, though opportunities for activation may be scarce. Given the current competitive format, devoid of blind pick modes, it seems such entertainment matches will be the only venue for showcasing these skills. Fang Han rubbed his nose and returned to his seat, awaiting the next opponent. In the following moment, QV, his head filled with despair, walked onto the stage, taking a seat without daring to meet Fang Han's gaze. Why on earth did Uzi lose to Arthur? Could Arthur not have shown some deference to his senior teammate? Wasn't it said that Chinese people value respect for the elderly and care for the young? As QV entered the game, his hand trembled on the mouse. He had envisioned that once Uzi eliminated Arthur, he would seize the opportunity to benefit from the situation. However, he had not foreseen that Arthur would approach this solo match with such seriousness. A month-old painful memory surged forth, transporting him back to that heart-wrenching night at the bird's nest. Couldn't they just forfeit? QV's peripheral vision kept darting to his side, where Fang Han's smile etched itself into his mind like a nightmare. After a moment of hesitation, QV ultimately selected his most confident champion, Gnar. The champions were chosen, and the game commenced. QV stared at the loading screen, where Draven grinned maniacally, causing his arms to weaken, nearly sending the mouse flying. Here came the familiar Draven against Gnar once more. The chat room exploded with comments, a classic revival. I've seen this episode before. This time there was no jungler, just a pure landing phase. If they couldn't win this, would KRD have no way to defend their father? No need to blacken him. In that match, Gnar had built a Doran's shield, and now he was going for a Doran's blade. Understood, this was a direct confrontation with Draven. Surely, they couldn't still be confused about how to play in a solo match? Indeed, Gnar moved up with the minion wave, his expression radiating defiance. He initiated with a Q skill, slamming it into Draven's face, followed by a close-range auto attack. This time, Fang Han's script seemed to malfunction, as he failed to dodge Gnar's long-range Q skill. In reality, this was merely a tactic Fang Han employed to gauge damage. Observing the damage inflicted by the Q skill and Gnar's Doran's blade in his inventory, a damage calculation panel naturally manifested in Fang Han's mind. It was feasible. He could fight. With this thought, Fang Han ceased to retreat, swinging his axe as he auto-attacked Gnar while pulling the minion wave. It appeared Draven was about to be outmatched by Gnar, but once Draven pulled out his second axe, the damage output disparity became apparent. With a clang, two axes struck down. Gnar, with barely any health left, fell without needing to flash. Hee, exactly right, exactly right. It's just that I can't win. QV let out a relieved laugh. Playing games should be about having fun. The director, in a rather mischievous manner, switched to a close-up of QV, his vacant smile evoking pity. This was truly the end, if he couldn't win in a solo match. What was there left to say? Perhaps QV should consider seeing a psychologist? What a healthy smile. It was said that after the finals, QV had already consulted a doctor. But even that felt futile now. Why did it seem that Arthur's luck was perpetually favorable? He had locked health several times. What do you know? That's the damage calculation ability of a professional player. In the subsequent solo matches, Fang Han soared to victory, claiming the solo championship without a hint of suspense. Fang Han not only garnered a significant amount of attention but also amassed a plethora of enjoyable moments. Following the match, countless professional players from various other divisions eagerly sought Fang Han's contact information. What began as a simple solo competition inadvertently transformed into Fang Han's personal showcase. Congratulations to our Prince Arthur on yet another championship victory. This solo championship undoubtedly holds substantial value, doesn't it? First triumphing over Little Dog, and then vanquishing QV. One can only say that securing this title was well-deserved, with Uzi being the sole uncertainty. With two ADC virtuosos on the same team, they are truly invincible, aren't they? So, why not participate in the divisional competition? I still wish to see Arthur apprehend QV once more. My friend, please be a decent person. I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of QV. Fang Han ascended the stage to receive his solo competition trophy, subsequently engaging in a round of fan photo interactions. Thus, the entire All-Star solo competition was officially brought to a close. After bidding farewell to the audience, Fang Han departed from the venue of the All-Star game. Hey, super brother, how about grabbing lunch together? Just as he stepped off the stage, Fang Han spotted the commentator Shen Chao, who had just finished his work. Over the past month, the two had interacted frequently, gradually fostering a close relationship. It can be said that when two high-caliber hosts collaborate in a live broadcast, Fang Han manages to engage Shen Chao in lively antics, resulting in an exceptional show. Particularly during their duo matches, when Shen Chao, playing a death-focused Xiao, aggressively demolished towers in the top lane, Fang Han would wield a brush-style dragon lady, zealously farming in the jungle, before the Baron even spawned. The Dragon Lady had reached maximum level, leaving the audience in awe with her ability to secure 4 jungle camps. When the two played together, they didn't even need to engage in team fights. 20 minutes in, the opposing team was left to contend with 2 relentless pests focused solely on tower destruction. In an astonishing game, despite losing all outer towers within the first 20 minutes, their opponent's base crumbled just 5 minutes later. Not only did their broadcasting styles complement each other, but their in-game synergy was equally harmonious. After a month of gaming, they had garnered ample viewership and had become good brothers. With the addition of Uzi making a guest appearance, the group seamlessly merged into one. Dressed in a suit, Shen Chao turned his head at the sound, nodding and smiling. All right, Fang, aren't you going to treat us? Of course I'll treat. Let us go. At this moment, Fang Han displayed an impressive nonchalance, wrapping his arm around Shen Chao's shoulder as they made their way to the restaurant outside the venue. However, clad in the striking RNG team uniform, they drew significant attention on the street. Even after settling at their table, fans approached them for photographs and autographs. Such is the plight of a 17-year-old world champion, an undeniable superstar. It was impossible to refuse their requests, as doing so would invite unwarranted media scrutiny. Although I remain indifferent to the external opinions, I could not allow it to undermine my visibility. If I failed to garner sufficient entertainment points, I would unleash my frustration upon those media outlets. As they strolled back to the hotel after their meal, Fang Han couldn't suppress his mischievous grin. The afternoon promised a live stream to watch the match, and he was determined to extract every ounce of amusement from it. The thought of snacking while teasing his teammates at RNG during the stream made him quicken his pace. As Fang Han commenced his live broadcast, millions of viewers flocked into the streaming room. In an instant, the official streaming channel saw a significant portion of its traffic diverted. The host finally began the stream. Yet the atmosphere in the main room felt rather uncomfortable, resembling a gathering of automatons. The fervor surrounding the host stream was swiftly approaching that of the official channel. Surely, one would prefer to watch the host's broadcast, which offered both engaging content and insightful gaming analysis, rather than endure the two commentators on the official stream exchanging banter. Moreover, Brother Chao's commentary in the morning was commendable, adeptly predicting the unfolding events. Regrettably, Brother Chao only handled the morning sessions. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in Arthur's streaming room. To the newcomers, do not be in haste to leave. Please consider following. Each evening, The host organizes friendly matches and collaborates with Brother Chow and Uzi. This is an opportunity you certainly do not want to miss. Fang Han took a shower, donned casual attire, and settled back into his seat before the computer. Just as he sat down, the regional championship for the afternoon commenced. The roster for the LPL region mirrored that of the previous life. Top laner 957, jungler MLXG, mid laner Shi Yi, and the bot lane duo of Uzi and support Miko. Miko was reveling in the experience. When had he ever enjoyed such favorable treatment at EDG? The other 4 members of the team charged ahead of him, often eliminating opponents before he could even initiate a team fight. Was it true that in this game, the support was not required to shoulder all responsibilities? How fortunate it was to have a world champion as a teammate, allowing him to declare to the manager that he would not be returning. How did Uzi, as an ADC, manage to be the first to engage in every confrontation? All he needed to do was protect his teammates and dismantle towers. Miko was exhilarated, casting aside all notions of EDG's traditional Korean-style gameplay. One word encapsulated his approach: aggression. Given that the competitive strength of other regions was already somewhat inferior to that of China and Korea, facing a quintet so eager to execute elaborate plays resulted in almost every match concluding within 30 minutes. It was hard to fathom that just a month ago. The RNG quintet in the finals was so terrifying, often finishing games around the 25-minute mark against Samsung. It seemed that Leg Bro paled in comparison to the streamers, which was undoubtedly the case. What accolades did 957 hold? I, Leg Bro, am the champion of the 2017 Spring Split. Is there an issue with that? It can only be said that there exists a gap even among champion top laners. Let us be honest, Leg Bro wouldn't he be providing QV with confidence, would he? What nonsense. While Leg Bro may not be as formidable as Arthur, he certainly is not inferior to QV. Isn't this simply a reenactment of the semifinals from the S7 World Championship? The rematch is upon us. Today, as highlight, of course, is the clash between the LPL and LCK regions. Official promotions declared this regional showdown to be the pinnacle of competition. However, rational viewers were well aware that the so-called pinnacle battle was merely a marketing gimmick, with neither of RNG's champion top laners in attendance. Could this truly be considered a peak contest? Fang Han gazed at the various comments floating through the live stream, a smile gracing his lips. The exuberance of fans, both white and black, was palpable, and the viewership was surging. No, he couldn't remain a mute broadcaster like Zhengyi Rongyao. He had to engage. Patience, though. The eternal deity was present. Wouldn't it be unwise to let the opponent gain the upper hand during the landing phase? As is well known, our dog brother does not consider it a victory unless he leads by at least 30 kills in lane. Otherwise, it could be deemed a setback. While Fang Han indulged in snacks, he unleashed provocative remarks that ignited the barrage of comments in the live stream. Goodness, what an explosion. The host boldly dared to tease our deity. After all, they are all players from the same team, sharing a close bond. It was merely a jest. Let us refrain from stirring the pot. Our host is more than capable of guiding the narrative. Dear host, instead of attracting negative attention, could you perhaps offer some insightful commentary? Fang Han glanced at the barrage of comments awaiting his commentary and shrugged his shoulders. Commentary? As a substitute who cannot compete. What understanding of the game do I possess? If you are not here to engage meaningfully, kindly exit my live stream and refrain from disrupting the host experience. Fang Han's frivolous and teasing tone immediately revealed that he was merely jesting. In an instant, the long-dormant trolls in the live stream reawakened, frantically following Fang Han's rhythm to unleash their chaos. The platform's moderators were left bewildered, watching the barrage of frenzied comments in Fang Han's live stream, pondering whether they should impose a ban. The chief moderator of Fang Han's live streaming room glanced at the #1 trending live broadcast, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Last night, it was explicitly instructed that during this period, efforts must be made to maximize traffic for Fang Han's channel, thereby enhancing the overall profitability of the platform. With Arthur and Uzi serving as 2 lucrative assets for the platform, one can only imagine the delight of the owner of a certain dental empire. The chief moderator found himself at a crossroads, pondering the best course of action. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to issue a warning as a preliminary measure. Ding! A notification from the chief moderator. Dear broadcaster, please exercise caution in your speech and manage the comments during your live stream. Fang Han gazed at the sudden warning that appeared on the screen, his smile momentarily faltering before becoming even more pronounced. At that moment, a moderator from the live stream sent a private message, inquiring whether Fang Han wished to ban all the trolls. Do not ban them, he replied, for without them, where would the amusement and engagement come from? Those who hurl insults may be banned, but the trolls and their entertainment should remain unscathed. Fang Han's words were astonishing, causing uncontrollable laughter in the live stream once again. It is evident that the host is resolutely capitalizing on this surge of traffic. After all, having clinched the championship, what purpose would it serve not to seize the opportunity for viewership? Initially, one might have perceived the host as an ambitious individual with lofty aspirations. Yet it appears this notion is misguided. Do professional players not require sustenance? To those in the comments engaging in moral coercion, I suggest a pilgrimage to Letme, where you can implore the Letme giant Buddha to rise and allow you to take your place upon it. The host, in fact, embodies the very essence of this spectacle. Shall we then request the moderators to impose sanctions upon the host? Where are the super moderators? Why do they remain inactive in the face of the host's audacity? The super moderators would indeed wish to intervene, but directives from above have made it clear that unless Fang Han openly contravenes regulations during the stream, it is improbable that any action will be taken to shut down this broadcast. To forego the influx of traffic and attention would truly render certain platforms foolish. It is not merely the official representatives of a certain streaming platform who are distressed. Even the organizers of the all-star event find themselves in a predicament. As Fang Han commenced his broadcast, a significant portion of the traffic from the official livestream was diverted. Fortunately, with Uzi participating in the match, who else would pay heed to the official stream? The 17-year-old world champion, provided he remains sufficiently disciplined, possesses an immeasurable future ahead. The league not only must refrain from suppressing him but should actively support his ascent. Furthermore, the higher-ups at Riot Games are well aware that RNG has secured a 2-year contract with Fang Han, one that is at the peak salary tier. The presence of 2 top-tier players within a single team underscores the weight of the gamble RNG has placed on Fang Han. They are wagering that Arthur can continue to draw viewership for RNG in Uzi's absence. However, since Fang Han revels in amusement, let us lend him a hand. On the day prior, the officials from a certain platform and the Riot Games event team orchestrated a grand spectacle, igniting further excitement for the final day's exhibition match. The following afternoon, as Fang Han prepared to watch the regional championship finals, he unexpectedly received a message from the platform. What? A poll for selecting my hero for the final exhibition match? Is the official team really pulling off something of this magnitude? Fang Han, scratching his head in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast, was initially oblivious to the officials' grand plans. This turn of events felt like a decision made after the fact. However, confronted with the audience who had hurried in upon hearing the news, he found it difficult to outright reject the endeavor. Fang Han stroked his chin, pondering deeply, and it seemed that this was not such a bad thing after all. The collaboration between a certain dental official and the event organizers indicated a willingness to allocate resources in his favor. If the league officials could personally engage in drawing attention, would it not alleviate the burdens of enjoyment? RNG remains the most adept team at marketing within the LPL, under such a formidable alliance. Unlocking a grand spectacle would surely be imminent. As he contemplated, a broad smile gradually spread across Fang Han's face. Please stop laughing, it frightens me. Whenever the host displays that expression, someone is bound to face consequences. But wait, the host isn't even playing the game. Who else could suffer but us? What is going on? Can the host actually reach through the internet to trouble us? Enough of the chatter, let us get the voting started. We've been waiting here this early for precisely this. Let us see another Yasuo. The Yasuo master is truly beloved. Not again, someone interjected. The host knows so many heroes, let us have something new. The comments erupted in a frenzy. Some wished to see Fang Han showcase his joyous Yasuo prowess once more, while others longed for him to unveil a new hero to broaden their horizons. What a tremendous opportunity. Fang Han's eyes shimmered with excitement. What more is there to discuss? He immediately initiated a gift-giving and bullet screen voting event. Dear friends, don't miss this opportunity as you pass by. With just a magical tome, you can partake in the bullet screen voting that will determine the hero chosen by the streamer for tomorrow's broadcast. Truly, he is a natural-born streamer, effortlessly entering the zone. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the gifts from the audience flooded the live stream, but upon opening the bullet screen voting, one could only find 2 options, new hero and old hero. How could there possibly be just these 2 choices? Does new hero refer to heroes not previously utilized, while old hero denotes those already used? I can't shake the feeling that there might be a second round of voting. Damn, do we, the viewers, consider the streamer a comrade, while the streamer views us as mere ATMs? The streamer's true colors have been revealed, seeking to profit from us. A multitude of similar comments filled the screen, yet many viewers were still willing to support Fang Han. As the 30-minute time limit drew to a close, tens of thousands of magical tomes were effortlessly credited. Fang Han glanced at the final voting results, and it was evident that a greater number of viewers were eager to witness him unveil new heroes from his pool. Very well. Considering the plethora of champions in the league, it would indeed be rather tedious to play merely one or two. Fear not, dear friends, for the second voting will commence shortly. Fang Han's fingers danced with remarkable speed, swiftly configuring the second poll and dispatching it without delay. The potential roles for the streamer's hero, be it warrior, tank, marksman, support, or mage, were all seamlessly incorporated into the voting options. At that moment, the audience in the live stream finally comprehended. Could it be that there was indeed a third round of voting? Streamer, have you truly lost your mind in this realm? Yet, what recourse did they have? A multitude of individuals, grumbling and cursing, cast their votes for Fang Han. The outcome was utterly unexpected. It seemed that the majority wished to witness Fang Han's humiliation, as they overwhelmingly opted for a support hero that he had never utilized before. The notion of employing a support character in the top lane was simply outrageous. I realized then that the audience was eager to see the streamer suffer. Reveling in the prospect of his impending struggle, I could hardly contain my anticipation for tomorrow. Envisioning the streamer being assigned a support hero to battle in the top lane, wasn't that akin to playing the game with one less player? Let us not engage in petty mockery. Did you ever consider that an AP Yasuo in the top lane could carry the match? The streamer is hardly conventional. Just observe his expressions. Perhaps he has already conceived of this unconventional strategy. Fang Han's countenance revealed neither regret nor confusion, remaining adorned with his signature faint smile. Come, come. The third vote has arrived. Make your choice. With the initiation of the third voting round, Fang Han presented everyone with 5 options: Karma, Alistar, Lulu, Diana, and Tahm Kench. It is indeed hard to fathom that one among these 5 champions will grace the top lane in tomorrow's match. One can only say that Arthur's fans are rather fortunate. However, they ought to keep a supply of quick-acting heart remedies on hand, for it may not be good for their hearts. As the regional competition draws to a close, the 2017 All-Star event is also nearing its conclusion. On the final afternoon, the much-anticipated All-Star Showcase is finally about to commence. Fang Han arrived at the main stage after finishing his lunch, having promptly donned the performance team uniform prepared by the organizers. The blue and white attire fit him impeccably, to the extent that many believed it to be more aesthetically pleasing than RNG's black and gold ensemble. "Oh, Arthur," came a greeting laced with an accent. Fang Han turned his head and caught sight of Shitty, who was also clad in a blue and white team uniform, approaching with a cheerful smile. He almost forgot that he had indeed chosen Shitty as his teammate back then. Besides Shitty, there seemed to be mid-lane a scout, jungler Zhengyi Rongyao, and support Youmeng. At that time, Fang Han's thought process was rather straightforward, since the official announcement clearly hinted at pairing Uzi with Faker. He could only select the runner-up Shitty as his ADC. As for the mid-lane choice of a junior, it was solely because Fang Han did not comprehend Korean. He needed to select a Korean aide for effective communication within the team. The jungler and support duo, Zhengyi and Youmeng, had already expressed their intent to play alongside Fang Han. Given that his teammates had voiced their plans, Fang Han felt it would be impolite to decline. Hence he included the jungler and support in his selections. This quintet's team name was, without a doubt, a weighty one in the realm of competitive gaming. To put it plainly, their participation was merely for enjoyment. Winning was secondary. The primary objective was to maximize the entertainment value of the show. Scout considered this as an opportunity to garner popularity and revenue. After all, it was merely an exhibition match and did not warrant excessive seriousness. With Arthur's popularity soaring, it was essential to seize this opportunity for exposure. Scout, harboring such intentions, promptly accepted Fang Han's invitation to team up upon receiving his message. An influx of attention was simply too enticing to ignore, especially since EDG's performance in this year's World Championship had been less than stellar. It was imperative to devise a strategy to regain some fan support. Otherwise, negotiations for next year's contracts would prove challenging. Sitting behind Fang Han, Scout's inner thoughts were almost visibly etched upon his face. Observing Fang Han and Shitty communicating in clumsy English brought about a sense of redundancy within him. Why invite me if you both can converse in English? The RNG jungler and support, too, engaged in hushed whispers, further amplifying Scout's feelings of isolation. I should be beneath the vehicle, not inside it. Alas, why is Tian Yi on the opposing side? The RNG group felt distinctly out of place. Not to mention, In this all-star exhibition, they were all smiles, fixated solely on the joy of gaming, weren't they? Next to him sat the 5 members of the legendary team, top laner Letme, jungler and Youmeng, mid laner Faker, ADC Uzi, and support Miko. Originally, the top lane position was reserved for an LCK player. Yet neither QV nor SKT's Huni was inclined to face Fang Han again. Winning or losing was inconsequential. It was merely an exhibition match. The primary concern was the humiliation they had endured from Fang Han during their previous encounters, which had left them with bruised egos. Moreover, the relentless criticism from the online community post-match was something most could hardly bear. Consequently, Letme, who had initially intended to enjoy a relaxing break, found himself on stage to fulfill the wishes of RNG fans, allowing the 2 top laners to compete side by side. Here it comes. The 2 champion top laners from RNG are set to clash. The sharpest spear in the world faces off against the most formidable shield, right? The classic dilemma. Will the spear pierce the shield, or will the shield shatter the spear? The takeout has already been ordered, but alas, it will only be a single match. There is no other option. They have their own award ceremony to attend later that evening. What? Is there an award ceremony tonight? Why not? The sooner it's over, the sooner they can enjoy their break, and then it's on to the transfer period. Do you think that this match between the Emperor and Feng Ge could be a precursor to next season's starting contract battle? It's hard to say. It's quite possible. Of course, RNG is financially robust enough to accommodate 2 starting top laners without issue, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the gaming team. The legendary team appeared significantly more somber. The 5 members were engrossed in their phones, giving the impression that they were unfamiliar with one another. Was there something troubling Guo Laoshi, Zhengyi Rongyao, and Faker? Fang Han cast a curious glance in that direction and inquired. Upon hearing this, the RNG duo turned to look, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. This shouldn't be the case. Even if Zhengyi Rongyao were to encounter an unprepared opponent, he would not display such a grim expression. It seemed they were not merely quarreling but were instead observing something. Observing? Are they truly so preoccupied before the exhibition match? What could possibly be so urgent? Wait a moment. Could it be that they have devised an entire strategy to prepare for me? Fang Han's body trembled slightly. Could these 5 individuals truly be this ruthless? Fang Han could not have anticipated that he was indeed correct. The 5 members of the legendary team had been huddled together this morning, establishing a small group for the sake of seamless communication. The group name was straightforward, Anti-Arthur Alliance, All-Star Game exclusive. They all realized that they could not allow Fang Han to continue basking in his triumph, lest they, as seasoned veterans, lose face. Initially, Uzi and Letme had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, the desire of In and Faker to vanquish Fang Han was overwhelming, so intense that it threatened to become a psychological burden, particularly for In, who had suffered the agony of being defeated 3 times by Fang Han in what was supposed to be his most promising year, losing the championship. If he did not manage to win against Fang Han before retiring, he feared he would find no peace in his sleep. Those who could sleep soundly were truly remarkable. All he needed was a single victory, even if it was merely in an entertaining all-star event. He could not accept that years of struggle would culminate in such a disheartening conclusion, and clenched his fists tightly, diligently studying the tactical arrangements within the group. Unlike Faker, who had long since established himself and had always been relegated to the role of a supporting character, this season SS7 had fragmented the entire Samsung team. But what of it? As long as old Jiang was alive, he would only wither away gradually, even in retirement. He wished to ensure that the world recognized the relentless pursuit of a championship behind the ID ambition. As for Faker, his thoughts diverged entirely. Bearing 3 championships, the Demon King no longer needed to prove anything to the world. He merely wished to gauge whether this young man named Arthur was indeed worthy of taking the helm of the next era from him. At least in his eyes, Fang Han was still not formidable enough. The online buzz proclaimed Fang Han as the new generation's prodigious talent, having reached his peak upon debut. Faker could only scoff disdainfully. A genius? That is merely the threshold for facing me. If you wish to prove that this is your era, then show me. For reasons unknown, Faker had a premonition that his future encounters with Arthur might be few and far between. Therefore, each engagement with Arthur must be approached with utmost seriousness, even if it was merely an all-star exhibition. So, are you all so certain that Arthur will not choose a tank hero? In response to Miko's inquiry, the other 4 exchanged glances. Ultimately, they directed their gaze towards the 2 RNG players. After all, they were on the same team. Surely they could not be so unfamiliar with their own teammates? Letme and Uzi exchanged awkward smiles. Had it been any other teammate, they could have readily enumerated each other's habits and hero preferences. But this was Arthur, the man whom the entire RNG, from management to coaching staff, could not fathom. The incident where Fang Han signed a contract with his exclusive lawyer at a hotel has long circulated within the LPL community. It became evident to all that Fang Han not only sought amusement in gaming but also embodied a playful spirit in reality. This situation left Bai Xing rather disheartened, as he not only awarded Fang Han a top-tier competitive contract, but also committed to a remarkable 2-year agreement. A 17-year-old professional player receiving a 2-year maximum salary contract at his debut? Such a precedent is virtually unheard of. Moreover, the lawyer friend who facilitated this contract added a significant achievement to his sum. Unbeknownst to everyone, the value of this contract would only appreciate in the coming years. Reflecting on Bai Xing's wry smile and the radiant expression of Fang Han afterward, both Uzi and Letme found it increasingly difficult to contain their amusement. Rest assured, Arthur has not played a tank in the top lane for quite some time. If he could, he would have already done so. Furthermore, he is unlikely to play traditionally dominant top laners, so the tanks you fear will not materialize. Besides, should any changes arise, we can always adapt. All 5 individuals present are elite players in their respective roles. It would be absurd to suggest that Arthur's choice of hero would inhibit our ability to play the game. As the 10 professional players engaged in conversation, they unknowingly awaited the commencement of the exhibition match. The host took to the stage, eliciting cheers from the audience as he introduced the 10 players. The 3-time champion, Faker, and nearly the entire championship roster of RNG were present. Additionally, the non-champion players on stage represented the historical or future hopes of their respective regions. Fans were particularly eager to witness Uzi and Faker joining forces, fulfilling the dreams of many. It was exhilarating to see these 2 legendary players collaborate. However, fans of Xiaogo should refrain from boasting. Faker has 3 championships, while your idol only secured 1 this year with assistance. How did this narrative of being a carried champion emerge so swiftly? It seems rather premature to inscribe such historical accounts. Without the FMVP, is he not still a carried champion? The GSL should temper their self-satisfaction. Can KRD not wait until after this match to settle scores? After all, your 2 LCK teams were thoroughly outmatched by RNG. What are you posturing about? Just a month has passed, and KRD has seemingly returned to life? When these 2 Premier Leagues converge, online discussions inevitably become heated. Even pairing Fang Han with Uzi invites a flurry of comments, not to mention the rivalry between Faker and Uzi. The chat in the live stream became utterly chaotic, with moderators overwhelmed. Once the player introduction segment concluded, the competitors returned to their seats for pre-match equipment adjustments. Given that this was an exhibition match, neither side had designated coaches. Players were free to indulge in their preferences, and notably, this event marked the final showcase of the old rune system in international competition. Emphasizing the aim of this exhibition was merely for the players' enjoyment. Following a coin toss, fortune smiled upon Fang Han once more as he secured the choice of sides, decisively opting for blue. Observing Fang Han's selection, Letme visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this allowed him to choose first, sparing him from enduring a counter pick that would torment him. Letme had faced Fang Han in numerous practice matches, and that individual was anything but ordinary. If you think he is fierce in competitive play, his practice matches are even more intense. Without the pressure of winning or losing, Fang Han truly unleashed his potential, executing various extreme maneuvers and dazzling plays, leaving Yinjuanza bewildered. The good news is that Arthur cannot breach my defenses. The bad news is that my teammates are in for a rough time. Fang Han's approach to gaming is remarkably agile when he cannot break through a single line. He adeptly explores alternative routes, consistently leaving his opponents in a state of distress. Fortunately, after enduring such prolonged adversity, Uzi and Letme have devised a specialized lineup aimed at countering Fang Han's strategies. The blue team harbored no distinctive intentions, casually banning 3 heroes. In stark contrast, the red team took a different stance, banning Morgana, Ivern, and Janna, eliminating all the heroes capable of providing support in this version. Fang Han's heart sank, an ominous premonition growing ever more intense. The arrival was not benevolent. While one could comprehend the motives of the Emerald Spirit and the Gem, what could possibly be the reason behind Morgana's presence? Fang Han fell into deep contemplation. Typically, Morgana is employed to counter control compositions, serving to protect one's own core champion. Yet, their approach seems to suggest an intention to target me directly. Fang Han stroked his chin. lost in contemplation regarding the selection of first-hand heroes on his side. Qi Di, observing Fang Han's silence, inquired in English, "Shall I choose first?" Fang Han replied, "No need to complicate matters. I am quite eager to see how they intend to counter me." Fang Han's lips curled into a smile. This is precisely how one should engage and play. Otherwise, what joy could there be in a mere entertainment match? And then, Fang Han decisively selected Alistar on the first floor. Would you like to savor the essence of the bull's horn? The atmosphere instantly buzzed with excitement. The viewers who had stayed in Fang Han's live stream the previous day were well aware that this selection of Alistar was not for support, but rather for the top lane. The legendary team was momentarily taken aback. They had not watched the live broadcast yesterday, but they had certainly come across snippets on their phones post-match. Clearly, this Alistar was intended for the top lane. No worries, it is merely a bull, before level 6. It is quite fragile. Indeed, let us proceed with our established strategy. The red team did not hesitate and promptly locked in Echo and Galio. The crowd erupted in fervor. Could it be that the Emperor's Echo is making an appearance? The Echo from the Intercontinental Championship? My anticipation is growing. Faker is playing Galio again. Does he have such an affinity for this champion? Undoubtedly, the synergy between these two champions is even more formidable than the combination of Jarvan and Galio, as it guarantees a near-certain death upon being caught. You truly do not regard the duo from the GZ team as formidable opponents, do you? Upon witnessing such a draft from the opposing side, the GZ team swiftly selected the meta's most potent duo, Xayah and Rakan. Meanwhile, the legendary team secured the ever-popular Rakan, boasting a 100 pick rate at the World Championship for Uzi. In the second round of bans, both teams eliminated the strongest champions of the current meta. As we entered the second round of picks, the red team, legendary, astonished everyone by selecting Vi, leaving the audience in awe. Xayah and Rakan are not afraid of Alistar being locked in. What is the reasoning behind this choice? Perhaps only Fang Han truly understands the intention behind the opposing team's draft. Initially uncertain, upon witnessing the legendary team's selection of Vi in the second round, he became convinced. The opposing 5 were indeed there to orchestrate his demise. Play whatever you wish, as it seems this match might be destined for the top lane. Since Fang Han has expressed his thoughts so clearly, the GZ team proceeded to select Lucian and Lee Sin, the signature champions of their mid-jungle duo. As anticipated, the legendary team concluded their selections by choosing the support champion Thresh. Fang Han gazed at the targeted bans and picks from his opponents, his irritation transforming into amusement. With a top lane Alistar, accompanied by Galio and Callista's crowd control, he pondered, have I truly broken some celestial rule? Is my demise inevitable today? Indeed, Arthur, the player piloting the top lane Alistar, was fully committed to this unconventional choice. On the Chinese commentary desk, Miller sat with arms crossed, a smile gracing his face as he observed the competitors on stage. He had not missed Arthur's live stream the previous day and was aware that the final voting result had indeed favored the top lane Alistar. Yet, he was genuinely surprised that Arthur was serious about this selection. Was Alistar truly viable for the top lane? Not only were his stats insufficient, but the champion also lacked agility, with cooldowns longer than the span of life itself, especially against a nimble opponent like Echo. This matchup seemed destined for Alistar to be toyed with like a spinning top. However, one could never measure Arthur by conventional standards. Miller scratched his head, wearing a wry smile. Among the myriad players in the league, he found himself most reluctant to commentate on RNG's matches. Yet they were the ones he yearned to witness most. The challenge of analyzing RNG's games was formidable. Arthur continually tested the limits of the commentators' expertise. Though they appeared to be fulfilling their professional duties, they were simultaneously under constant scrutiny. Each time Arthur took the stage, the live commentary would face an onslaught of comments and audience reactions. Yet, matches featuring Arthur were undeniably captivating, placing the commentators in a conundrum. At present, no commentator within the LPL could keep pace with Arthur's wildly imaginative gameplay and understanding. In fact, one might argue that such a commentator could not be found anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, Dawa had begun to relish the unfolding spectacle. It matters not, he mused. If we are all overwhelmed in the commentary, then it is as if none of us were. His sole desire was to witness what remarkable feats Arthur would conjure next. Arthur! 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 The arena erupted in cheers. Although Uzi and Faker had their share of fans, the entertainment value they offered paled in comparison to that provided by Arthur. Who could resist the allure of a handsome and skilled player who also possessed an undeniable flair for the dramatic? Nonetheless, Arthur's choice of top lane Alistar had drawn considerable ire from certain viewers who lamented, Is this how you choose to play in a casual match? Have you let your recent victory go to your head? This is a rare opportunity to compete alongside Uzi and Faker. Can't you appreciate it? Alas, they were still too young and impetuous. Could it be that those comments come from the streamer's chat? Miller reflected, bemused. How pitiful it is that they cannot match the streamers in their own domain and have to resort to bombarding the main room. Wait, why are some people getting banned? The moderators in the official stream were indeed quite efficient. As the trolls finally found a moment of respite, they felt compelled to unleash their disdain upon Arthur. After all, he had been monopolizing the attention in his own streams, leaving little room for their antics. Humph, now that you're on stage competing, you won't allow us to have our fun? However, the trolls likely did not anticipate that Arthur was the official favorite to safeguard, and as the match loaded, the chat was rapidly purged of their presence. Come on, is Arthur your official guardian? Such protection is excessive. We're done for, quitting the game, customizing champions, and tailoring the MVP. You level 1 accounts without a name? Could you perhaps switch to a more substantial account? The trolls seemed utterly perplexed. Hurry and follow the streamer. Learn how to be a true troll. Sighing, they realized that their fun had dissipated, and it was time to focus on the match. As the game commenced, the sound of bells ringing echoed through the summoner's rift. A cow-costumed Ollie Star frolicked in the blue fountain, soaking in the ambience while merrily ringing bells. It was indeed a sight befitting Arthur's whimsical nature, and the audience erupted in laughter. After days of anticipation, this was precisely the moment they had been waiting for. Upon entering the game, the fiercely competitive MLXG immediately shifted into a serious demeanor and inquired, Fang Han, how shall we approach this match? Typically, MLXG would not pose such questions, but he had yet to collaborate with Fang Han's top lane Ollie Star. Fang Han smirked. How should we play? Just go with the flow. After all, we cannot lose. My Ollie Star is truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. Teacher Gua, just treat me as if I were Yin Juanza this match. And you all focus on the bot lane. Really? Is that for real? How absurd. What's so absurd about it? Just play as Yin Juanza would when he has Fengqi. That's how we'll play this match. Alright then, MLXG scratched his head. Since Fang Han insists, let us execute a classic 4 protect 1 strategy. It was peculiar. What had gotten into Fang Han today? Had he truly been possessed by Yin Juanza? Regardless, he decided to team up with Chitty Xiaoming for the bot lane. Soon, MLXG uttered a few fragmented Korean phrases, managing to convey his meaning to Chitty. Oh, RNG's signature 4 protect 1 strategy, a well-known concept in the community. Finally, it's my turn to experience this strategy. Chitty understood RNG's 4 protect 1 all too well before Arthur joined. He had been defeated by this strategy countless times over the past year. They were about to let Chitty experience the treatment akin to that of Uzi. On the side of the legendary team, despite the language barrier, the pre-game discussions had meticulously outlined their strategies for each step. As the game commenced, Faker signaled to the top lane, and the entire legendary team charged forth without a glance back, their target clear. Were they about to invade the enemy jungle? No. After establishing vision in the enemy jungle, the legendary team positioned themselves in the brush near the top lane, watching their movements. Dawa deduced they were not invading, but instead laying an ambush for Ollie Star at level 1. Strangely, however, when they arrived near the blue side as first turret, Ollie Star was nowhere to be seen. Uzi and Letme exchanged glances. This is odd, given Fang Han's personality. He would either be lurking in the brush waiting to suppress or stationed beneath the turret, waiting for the minions to arrive. Where could he be? Is he idling in the fountain? Could he be hiding in the jungle? In no time, the legendary team filled the top lane with signals, having scoured the jungle and all nearby brushes yet finding no sign of Ollie Star. The mystery of the rift deepened. Where had Ollie Star vanished to? As the minion wave was about to spawn, the legendary team could no longer afford to waste time in the top lane. Vi chose to clear the jungle from the top lane, summoning Echo to assist. They reduced the red buff's health to half, and Echo turned back to the lane. Everything seemed to progress smoothly, except for the ever-elusive Ollie Star, casting a shadow overhead like a dark cloud. Wait, something was amiss. Why was Ollie Star carrying Smite? While returning to lane, let me open the scoreboard and suddenly realize that Arthur had summoned Smite and Flash. A sense of foreboding washed over Letme. Unable to communicate, he frantically signaled for N'Jiamin to retreat from the jungle. Ding, ding, ding. Yet, N'Jiamin did not comprehend the signals. As the red buff approached its execution threshold, a bull charged out from the vision blind spot, sending N'Jiamin flying. What the heck? How did Ollie Star get here? In that moment, N'Jiamin finally grasped the frantic signals from their top laner, but it was too late. Alistar knocked the unsuspecting Vi away. She flashed back to secure the smite, but was a moment too late, as Alistar claimed the red buff. Perfect, I've made my escape. All that effort to establish vision paid off. Fang Han's grin had turned lopsided. Indeed. He had anticipated that the opposing five would target him from the moment he entered the game. So he decided to simply stay offline. As long as he remained absent. No matter how many they were, they could never catch him. After all, the champion Qingsu was notoriously sluggish in pushing lanes and had little in the way of recovery abilities. Let them farm in peace. Wasn't Master overly courteous, even providing him with benefits in a casual match? It seemed he was considering a leisurely retirement in the LPL. Fang Han understood all too well that if Master ventured from the lower half of the map, he would never encounter the lurking Alistar. Yet, this was the allure of League of Legends. Who could possibly predict the movements of both foes and allies within the game? Wow, this is utterly ridiculous. Is this how top laners play? Was I merely pretending to be a top laner before? He mused, astonished. The legendary team had 5 players in the top lane. Yet not one assisted Master in placing wards? Placing wards? For what purpose? The wards were already inserted deep into the enemy jungle. Master felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. Seriously, did no one remind Master that the cow was equipped with smite? Who would ever think a support like Alistar would take smite? In truth, if it hadn't been for the in-game commentator Shen Chao's timely reminder at the beginning, no one might have noticed this detail. Miller and Wawa gaped in disbelief and turned to Shen Chao. By the way, Brother Chao, have you seen Fengshen play this champion before? He has played this, but he has dabbled in even more obscure strategies. What? Even more obscure strategies? Miller began to regret not having watched more of Fang Han's streaming clips. So, this smite top Alistar was merely a minor issue? Can the off-season and transfer period end soon? I just want to see Arthur play now. Arthur was unlike any other player. While many would entertain their audiences during streams, they would refrain from doing so in matches. Arthur, however, was a different breed. He entertained during streams and brought even greater flair to his matches. What did it mean to be a naturally entertaining talent? The key was that he could win while performing in matches, which was simply remarkable. Miller's envy was palpable. This was no mere stroke of luck. It seemed as if the god of League of Legends was personally feeding him victories. Even those working in the LPL believed that Arthur had descended to save the region. With Arthur in the mix, the LPL boasted both results and viewership. However, the current scene was difficult to bear. Master S' expression darkened abruptly. A casual match had inexplicably reminded him of the finals from a month prior. Damn, just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sickly cat? You're just an Alistar with no tankiness or damage and no teammates. How dare you invade my jungle? Wukong charged his Q ability, targeting the swaying Alistar. To initiate the level 1 skirmish, Master sacrificed his own skill to learn Q. Ironically, this move turned fortuitous. Thud, clang. Alistar's headbutt interrupted Wukong's punch. Without hesitation, Arthur flashed over the wall and made his escape, while Alistar struck the bell 3 times in the river's red vision. Ding, 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 boom. Master felt all the blood rush to his head, his mind on the verge of exploding. Damn it, Arthur. I want to kill you 1,000 times, and it won't be enough. Sign. Master had completely lost his composure. Spewing curses in a frenzy, he unleashed a torrent of expletives from Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, chasing after Alistar into the blue jungle. Arthur was well aware. If a Wukong dared to pursue like that, it meant their jungle was thoroughly illuminated by red vision. But it mattered not, after all. Qingsu was still busy managing the minions and couldn't join. Arthur continued to ring the bell and recall, consistently stacking Master S' fury. Unfortunately, the expressions and achievement systems of League of Legends had yet to be introduced. Otherwise, Arthur would have had even more combos at his disposal. The level 1 Wukong had lost his senses. He was determined to chase and kill that Alistar. Master never imagined he would lose control to such an extent. After years in the professional scene, he should have been calm and collected. Yet, Arthur's presence seemed to trigger some bizarre switch within him, activating a berserk mode. After a prolonged chase, Master finally reached his second Q ability and charged toward Alistar again. Boom. Arthur timed his Q perfectly, once again interrupting Wukong's punch. Then, with a W ability, he pushed Wukong against the wall and rang the bell once more. Whoa! Thud! 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 Wukong stood frozen in place, while Master in front of the screen, began to pound his keyboard in frustration. The other 4 teammates watched as their leader descended into madness, unsure of how to respond. What could they do? They could only wait until level 6 to see if they could catch Alistar with a lock. Even Faker had never witnessed a top laner play like this. This was not merely a matter of unconventional gameplay, the player was unconventional as well. Masterin was furious. Yet the audience was in stitches, dodge, and weave. The crafty bull. Kids, I am Masterin, and I am quitting the game now. Is this truly a casual match? It's utterly absurd. The entertainment value is off the charts, completely natural without a hint of pretension. Has Masterin lost his marbles? He chased all the way to this point. I'm the jungler, and I've already pestered the top laner. How could I not come? Come on. What is the worst that could happen? Minion waves be damned? Let me put it this way. Even a level 2 Qingsu Ing doesn't possess the capacity to solo kill Alistar. Coming would only mean losing a wave of minions. Well, that wasted my jungling time. So, what could he do? He might as well clear the upper half of the blue jungle. Masterin thought along similar lines. After a brief moment of daze, he regained his composure and resumed clearing the blue buff in the blue jungle. Just as misfortune struck, the next moment. After finishing the lower half, the Lee Sin kicked out his sonic wave, hitting the blue buff with his second Q from behind the wall. A level 3 Lee Sin against a level 1 Wukong was no different than a grandfather beating his grandson. Wukong had just used his flash, and upon realizing this, Fengqi was resolute, relentlessly pursuing Wukong until he ultimately secured the kill in the river. First blood. Masterin had never felt so inclined to surrender outright. The game had barely progressed 3 minutes, and he was already contemplating leaving. After all, whether he was in the game or not made little difference. Nice, Teacher Gua. Good kill. Fang Han assessed his condition and found it quite satisfactory. Thus, he decided not to return home, instead opting to return to the tower to secure the lane. After this round, the Alistar had only lost 2 minions, yet the Lee Sin had become quite affluent, and the Wukong was thriving. In contrast, the top laners typically prioritize their own prosperity before seeking ways to benefit their teammates. However, Fang Han's Alistar had chosen to assist Fengqi in taking flight right from the onset of the game. Fang Han's reasoning is quite lucid. Adhering to the classic theory of not placing all one's eggs in a single basket, particularly one that is already damaged. Given that his fate of being targeted cannot be altered, it would be more prudent to pass the ball to a teammate, trusting that they will provide the necessary support. This embodies the correct approach to playing a blue-collar top laner in Fang Han's perspective. He emphasizes the importance of enduring pressure during the landing phase, proactively assisting teammates in the mid-game, and absorbing damage in team fights while initiating engagements. This represents an alternative pinnacle of performance beyond mere suppression, akin to a super soldier template. I shall not falter in my lane, and I will be of use in team fights. With the absence of support from Wei, Letme could only watch from a distance as Alistar farmed under the tower, feeling utterly powerless. Despite this version being the strongest for Camille, she was still unable to execute a solo dive to eliminate Alistar, who was nearly at full health. Moreover, while glancing at the scoreboard, Letme noticed that Alistar was equipped with Thunderlord's Decree. Could it truly be that Arthur was the Lord of Thunder? Is it so wrong for me, King Arthur, to learn a bit of magic from my dear friend Merlin? Would Thunder Alistar even consider building ability power? It seemed improbable, yet this was Arthur we were discussing. And I hesitated to speculate. An AP Alistar? Would he really be expected to supplement the team's AP damage? Surprisingly, a glance revealed that Guy Z's team was indeed lacking in AP damage. Could this have been part of Fang Han's strategy all along? Upon completing his tower farm and returning home, Alistar promptly revealed his intentions, a kill bill and boots of swiftness. Could these two items genuinely coexist? The crux of the matter is that when combined, they offer absolutely no resilience. How could such a build contend with Camille and Lane? Every strike would feel akin to striking a vital artery, wouldn't it? Double kill. Just as Alistar finished equipping his items and had yet to leave the base. News of victory echoed from the bottom lane. Xayah and Rakan had both fallen to the waves of battle. Could it be true? Fang Han furrowed his brow slightly. But before he could utter a word, Fengqi chuckled and exclaimed, Sure Siming, what's going on? Have you been bested by Jian Zihao? Xiaoming appeared momentarily taken aback, his hesitance eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ultimately, it was Emperor Qi who spoke first. My apologies, I made an error and was seized upon, resulting in a swift defeat. Fang Han shrugged nonchalantly. It was evident that the Emperor of Measurement was likely experiencing another bout of his phobia. Moreover, Uzi, equipped with skateboard shoes, possessed a terrifying suppressive force. Beginning the match with an Uzi who had a 2-head start was indeed a challenging predicament. The most disheartening aspect was that the plan to gain an advantage in the bottom lane had fallen through, for the moment. The focus had to shift to finding a breakthrough in the mid lane. Yet, positioned in the mid lane was the formidable Faker, a veritable fortress who had stood unwavering for decades, blocking the entire LPL. This was dire, with all three lanes misaligned. I truly had no idea how to proceed once we reached level 6. What of Arthur's fans? Can they still rally? Speak, White Arthur. It was mentioned that this was merely a beginner's privilege, a custom champion. Alas, if Riot does not arrange for a champion soon, the LPL might find itself devoid of players. Can the string pullers above refrain from their meddling? In an exhibition match, who is truly playing seriously? Oh dear. Here we go again. If we win, Fang is hailed as a deity, but if we lose, it is said that we did not take it seriously. How absurd. Let us not be deceived. He is just a mere rookie, relying on flashy heroes to garner attention, akin to a clown. Once the team faced adversity, Fang Han's detractors and those string pulling could no longer contain themselves, emerging to revel in the chaos. Fang Han's recent triumph appears to have adversely affected the interests of numerous individuals. Fang Han has only been a professional player for a few months. Yet the number of detractors is rapidly approaching that of Uzi and the factory manager. Indeed, Arthur's fanbase lacks the combative spirit, unable to compare with the formidable support of Uzi and the factory manager. Fortunately, a substantial number of Royal Club supporters stand by Arthur's side, preventing the online discourse from becoming overwhelmingly one-sided. The audience at the venue is clearly divided into two factions. Yet the voices of dissent seem to have gained the upper hand. In the mid lane, an insurmountable behemoth looms, while the bottom lane is dominated by the reigning champion, the relentless little dog. The prospects for the Gauzy team appear bleak. A palpable atmosphere of despair envelopes the arena as Arthur's fans prepare themselves for the worst. After a month of exuberance, it is clear that they have become somewhat intoxicated by their own success. In the LPL region, even if one debuts with a championship victory, one must still cultivate humility. MLXG's attempts to ambush in the mid lane have yet to yield even a single opportunity akin to that of Faker. The impeccable and steadfast Guardian repels adversaries from afar. It seems that Fengqi is unable to perform, as the opposing lineup grows stronger with each passing moment. Our challenges become increasingly formidable. Fang Han had just logged in and cleared a wave of minions when he noticed that all his teammates were being pinned beneath the turret. Unable to escape, only MLXG found himself in a comfortable position, managing to single-handedly suppress Wei and farm the 3 jungle quadrants. Do not inquire why there were only 3 jungle quadrants. It was because Wei had begun to adopt a starvation strategy, residing exclusively in his own lower jungle. With Wei's presence, Uzi and Miko grew increasingly unrestrained, dominating the lane and nearly overwhelming Emperor and Youmeng. Fang Han returned to the city to gather the scattered remnants of molten slag, fixated on the computer screen, unresponsive to MLXG. He was not merely idling, rather, he was meticulously observing the minimap. Prior to the commencement of this match, fleeting thoughts of casual play had crossed his mind, considering it merely a recreational game. Yet, upon truly immersing himself in the game, Fang Han realized that he was unwilling to accept defeat. There are those who believe that a casual match is merely for enjoyment, that one should not overly concern themselves with the outcome, but rather focus on having fun. How can I find joy in the game if I cannot secure victory? LPL has suffered too many losses, and the former RNG had endured far too many defeats. A professional player's career lasts at most a decade. Why should I not strive to win as much as possible during this limited time? Since fate has ordained me to be a professional player, I possess no justification for losing. What of the Undying Demon King? What of the Mad Dog? They are my adversaries, and I shall shatter every obstacle that stands before me. It is I who will forge a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Fang Han's gaze was clear, and a familiar confident smile returned to his face. Teacher Gua, spare us the talk of inability. Come to the mid lane. I shall turn the tide. The bull and the blind monk swiftly arrived at the mid lane, taking positions in the brush on either side. Lucian struggled to push against Galio's wave, inadvertently allowing Galio to step into the trap set by the 3. With a thunderous roar, the bull charged out of the brush, initiating the assault. In an instant, the earth trembled as the bull, eyes ablaze, executed a rapid 2-hit combo, launching the unsuspecting Galio into the air. Simultaneously, Lucian and the blind monk unleashed their attacks, dealing devastating damage to Galio. The radiant silver bullets and the celestial sound waves struck together, shattering the once mighty demon lord on the spot. The once impenetrable wall cracked under the bull's horn, as the mortal King Arthur raised the elven holy sword once more. This 2-hit combo was astonishingly swift. The bull's proficiency Orchestrating a blind two-hit from behind the wall was almost absurdly impressive. Doesn't Faker have Flash? Why not use it? In this scenario, Flash was the only means to escape the two-hit combo. Otherwise, Lucian and the Blind Monk's sudden burst of damage would obliterate Galio's health in an instant. Speak up, Arthur. How can you claim this bull is useless? What good is he? Just a bit of crowd control. I could do that too. Oh, right. You go play top lane bull first. It was merely an exhibition match. After all, what a ruckus. What a fuss. You were the ones calling Arthur useless and now complaining about the exhibition match. Calm down. The 2-0 Uzi will demonstrate who the true star of RNG is. The bull breached the wall, revealing the formidable cannon guarding the city. There stood the skateboard shoes, agile and relentless in output, truly a warrior among ADCs. To be candid, had the ban rate for skateboard shoes not been so high this season, Fang Han would have long utilized him to torment opponents in the top lane. Even without the Bloodthirster, he was confident that his top lane skateboard shoes could conquer all challengers. Having played long-range top laners for years, he had earned that confidence. Scott, head to the top lane. I'll clear this wave and then join you in the bot lane. Teacher Gua, come with me. MLXG. Initially intent on farming the jungle, swiftly turned around to accompany Fang Han down to the bot lane. The bot lane duo of Shitty and Youmeng were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Uzi and Miko pressed the minion wave, firmly pinning their opponents beneath the tower, evoking a sense of sympathy. Youmeng remained cheerful, evidently having anticipated such an outcome. What could be done? Facing Uzi, Shitty seemed like a different person. Not only was he unable to perform beyond his usual level, he struggled to even meet it. Perhaps there truly existed a chain of counters among professional players. Shitty's mentality faltered. Being relentlessly pressured by Uzi had subtly altered his state of mind. Initially, when others suggested he had a fear of dogs, he would merely chuckle it off. But after a year without a single victory over Uzi, Shitty began to genuinely question whether he indeed harbored a fear of dogs. Uzi had become a mental demon in Shitty's heart, sowing seeds of self-doubt. Among professional players capable of competing on the world stage, who isn't a prodigy, who lacks a sense of pride. He was the ADC designated by Samsung to carry the weight of the next generation. And what of Uzi? Merely a disheartened individual overshadowed by countless Korean ADC predecessors. In this match, Shitty and Youmeng had secured the formidable Xayah and Rakan duo. He couldn't fathom why he was unable to prevail. What could possibly be the reason? Is Uzi strong? Undoubtedly, Shitty conceded. Yet, even the strongest cannot claim invincibility. Even the three-time champion Faker has faced defeat. Even gods bleed. How about Uzi? It was at this moment that the red minion wave pushed once more to the front of the blue tower. Shitty's gaze fixated on the skateboard shoes gliding in front of the tower, his fingers trembling slightly. As his murderous intent surged, so did his desire to act. He yearned to engage once more. Even if he lost, it would be preferable to languishing in this helpless manner throughout the entire match. It was only when Fang Han's voice resonated through the voice channel that everything changed. Let us go, ruler. Fang Han's voice possessed a unique enchantment, unlocking the Pandora's box within the heart of the Emperor of Dimensions. Development? What nonsense. We are all world-class players. Why must I be the one to lose? The Emperor's fingers trembled as he activated Xayah's W skill, propelling her forward to engage with the skateboard shoes. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the Titan's hook while maintaining distance and launching attacks at the skateboard shoes. Uzi and Miko observed in disbelief. What is this? The punching bag that has been battered is daring to fight back? I refuse to believe there are no teammates involved. Uzi's temper flared. Seriously, what are you trying to prove? After so many losses, do you really think you can win this time? Young man, you must cultivate patience. Uzi resolved to stay put and turned to Miko, preparing to counterattack. Even if the Blind Monk and the Ollie Star rushed down, aside from the Blind Monk's burst potential, what use was Ollie Star? As long as they could eliminate Xayah before the junglers arrived, the advantage would still lie with them. The damage output from the skateboard shoes, equipped with attack speed boots and a siphoning scythe, was astonishingly overwhelming. Luo's grand entrance with a W skill merely resulted in him being pricked into a hedgehog by the skateboard shoes in just a few strikes. Without mercy, Uzi swiftly dispatched his partner, Youmeng, with a spear. The remaining Xayah was no match, her health plummeting rapidly. A second spear was thrown, but this time Xayah clung to the last vestiges of her health, refusing to fall. As the skateboard shoes glided forward, poised to deliver the final blow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ollie Star, leaping over the wall, executed a flash, sending both the skateboard shoes and the Titan flying with his Q skill. The timely use of the flash not only saved Xayah, who was on the brink of death, but also allowed her to pull off a last-ditch hook, ensnaring the skateboard shoes beneath the tower. MLXG's fingers danced over the controls, executing a W to scout the area, closing the distance, and aligning his Q to strike the skateboard shoes, who was being battered by the tower, holding on to the second Q without release. After Fang Han collided the two, he adjusted his angle and executed a W, scattering the skate shoes and the Titan. The defensive tower was exhilarated, dealing blow after blow that made Uzi cry out in pain. The priority was to retreat beyond the tower's range first. Uzi flashed away from the tower's reach, simultaneously pursuing the retreating Xayah, delivering the final blow with a basic attack. Double kill. With the double kill secured, the only concern now was how to retreat. The Blind Monk's second Q was unleashed, pursuing at the utmost limit. A resounding shout echoed as the Blind Monk unleashed his ultimate, striking with heavenly thunder and ensnaring the retreating skate shoes. Meanwhile, Fang Han trusted that Xiangwu could handle the skate shoes and turned to engage the Titan. The two hulking figures chased each other relentlessly, neither able to vanquish the other, until the Titan finally hooked back under the tower. Shut down. The Blind Monk, living up to expectations, pursued into the jungle and ultimately dispatched the once mighty skate shoes. At this point, the previously one-sided match was revitalized by Fang Han's south-astute roaming and lane swapping. When the Blind Monk returned, he and Alistar managed to secure the dragon, leaving Fang Han as the sole individual to suffer losses, sacrificing himself for the benefit of the team. Arthur, I truly weep for you. Now, Scott could thrive in the top lane, utilizing his ranged capabilities against melee opponents, while Alistar in the mid lane could also farm against Galio. With the Blind Monk claiming a significant kill, I could no longer afford to overlook him. Wait, why did Vi head to the top lane? Unexpectedly. And Youmeng bypassed the bot lane entirely, heading straight for the top lane. Just in time, Kled awaited the wave of minions that would grant him level 6. And the moment he hit that milestone, he unleashed his hook. The aerial tactic swept through, delivering a final ultimatum, locking Lucian in place as he attempted to dash sideways with his E. With a fully charged Q, Vi emerged from the river, unleashing the pent-up frustration accumulated in the first 5 minutes of the game. Unable to eliminate Alistar, could they possibly take down this fragile little one? Faced with Kled's ultimate, Lucian had no room for maneuver. News of success from the top lane brought relief to the legendary team. Thankfully, Kled's first ultimate proved effective, and Vi successfully reached level 6. Next came their period of dominance. No worries, Alistar lacked flash. It was merely one ultimate, and their damage should be sufficient to bring him down. Uzi, having been forced back to the fountain, rested his hands behind his head, adopting a relaxed, inverted triangle pose. With so many crowd control ultimates at hand, no matter how divine Fang Han was, could he operate effectively under such control? Now, the legendary team needed to focus on one task: locate Alistar and eliminate him. Just as everyone reached level 6, Alistar vanished from the lane once more. Fang Han's vigilance is truly commendable. Just after the blue steel shadow leveled up to 6 and advanced to eliminate Lucian, he promptly utilized all his skills to clear the minion wave, casting not even a glance at Galio. On the minimap, Titan had long since vanished, leaving only a lone rumble in the bot lane to clear the waves. Fang Han was acutely aware that Galio merely needed to consume this wave of minions to ascend to level 6. At that juncture, in conjunction with Thresh's relentless combo, should Vi be nearby, the trio's activation could result in an instantaneous demise high above. With only a single piece of molten essence, the bull-headed champion was nothing more than a fragile target. Even with his ultimate ability, survival until reaching the tower was far from guaranteed. Moreover, at present, I am playing as the bull-headed champion, and monopolizing the mid lane for gold would be an egregious waste. Fang Han's expression remained tranquil as he cast a sidelong glance at the recently revived scout. Lucian should head to the mid lane. I shall return to the top lane to manage the waves. Just as Scout was poised to venture towards the top lane, he found himself momentarily stunned. Wait, my friend. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself like this? The Braum, who only engaged in perilous lines while neglecting the safer ones, was still a top laner. For a brief moment, Scout found himself at a loss, controlling Lucian as he stood idly in the fountain. Fang Han completed his equipment and set out directly towards the top lane. Noticing Lucian idling in the fountain, he couldn't help but remind him once more. What are you doing? Is my Chinese not standard enough? Scout, awakened from his reverie, hurried out to the mid lane to catch the wave. It turned out that playing alongside Arthur was such a thrill. The most advantageous minion waves were being devoured by his teammates, and he could assist in setting the pace. Where could one find a top laner like this? He did all the dirty work and labor, yet still contributed meaningfully, while others were merely grazing and milking. This one was drawing blood. It was no wonder RNG claimed the championship. Scout now lamented why EDG could not recruit such a top laner. If only his team had someone who could support his teammates without consuming resources, he would have long been a champion mid laner. Why should a mediocre player like Xiaohu be able to win a championship while he, Scout, could not? After all, he was Scout, the substitute for SKT, the successor to Li Gu. And what of Xiaohu? Merely a player who relied solely on Uzi. If anyone was truly displeased by RNG's victory, it was undoubtedly the members of SKT. At least Scout still considered himself part of LCK. His move to LPL was merely an endeavor to prove himself to SKT and Faker. Witnessing a lackluster player like Xiaohu stand on the grand finals stage and triumph was more painful than his own early exit. He could endure hardship, but he could not bear to watch his fellow competitors thrive. Thus, despite appearing to be on the same team as Arthur, Scout had no intention of collaborating with Fang Han. He was merely there to garner attention, not to assist Arthur in achieving fame. Ideally, he would lead a faltering Arthur to victory, thus maximizing his own influence. In Scout's eyes, Fang Han thrived by sacrificing the advantages of his teammates, continuously earning MVP honors. Was it not merely vampirism? Who could not do that? If the jungler were to grant him resources, he too could carry every game. However, once the game commenced, Scout discovered that Fang Han's game demeanor diverged from his expectations. In that moment, Scout began to question his own gaming philosophy. Could it be that in League of Legends, one could shine without others centering their play around them? Was my insistence on having teammates play around me misguided? No, it cannot be. League of Legends should revolve around a single core, and I shall be that core. Arthur's self-sacrifice would ultimately not lead to victory for the team. Just watch. Scout was utterly absorbed in his own thoughts, oblivious to the long absence of Galio after his return home. By the time the River Ward detected Galio's position, the top lane Alistar had already entered Galio's ultimate range. Moreover, Fang Han retreated to the brush behind the tower to place a ward, revealing the poised Wukong. Masterin was nearly moved to tears. After enduring several minutes of hardship, it all came down to this moment. Arthur, right? Alistar, yes? Fond of ringing the bell. Are we? Today, I shall deliver your end. This beef, I shall surely feast upon. Without a moment's hesitation, Masterin executed a Q-flash and charged forth. This time, he offered Alistar no opportunity to react. With a precise Q-flash, he slammed the Alistar, who was maneuvering beneath the tower, into the air. Masterin's fingers trembled slightly. He harbored no thoughts of greedily auto-attacking, seamlessly following up with his ultimate, the massive strike of the Skybreaker. He sought to avoid any unexpected turns. There could be no surprises. He was ambition, a man who had dedicated his life to chasing championships. No matter how many times he fell, he would rise again. No matter how many times he was defeated, what could not kill him would only make him stronger. This punch was not about victory or defeat. It was a tribute to his career. Arthur, let your name transform into the musical notes of the finale of my professional journey. Being a professional player is not as simple as you might think. Wukong's ultimate arrived, followed by a flashing titan from the brush, who hooked in with his ultimate. Next came the swift entry of Camille and the descending Galio. A perfect trap, it was a true net of heaven and earth. The camera shifted to the faces of the two top laners, and Letme began to smirk. In contrast, Arthur was surprisingly smiling too. The audience, witnessing Fang Han smile in such dire circumstances, fell silent. How could he still smile in this predicament? Could he possibly pull off a play? The spectators glanced at the information panels on the large screens. With no flash and only the ultimate available, what could Alistar possibly achieve? It was well known that Alistar's headbutt was one of the most uncounterable forms of control in the game, and headbutting was the pinnacle of crowd control. Yet, controlling Alistar on the field was none other than Arthur, the top laner and FMP of the Global Finals in Season 7. Fang Han maintained a tranquil expression, his lips curling into his signature faint smile. There was no rush. A fleeting moment of opportunity still lingered. In that ephemeral instant lay the sole glimmer of hope. The control time of the Titan's ultimate ability was drawing to a close, with less than a second remaining before Galio's descent. Fang Han fixed his gaze upon the steadfast tank, seeking to draw out the elusive Wukong. With a deft double collision, he timed his movements impeccably, evading the second wave of concentrated fire from the legendary team, just as Faker's ultimate descended. Furthermore, Fang Han skillfully utilized Wukong as a springboard, distancing himself from the epicenter of Galio's ultimate. Thus, Even upon Galio's descent, he would be compelled to close the gap using his E-skill. Consequently, this well-timed Zhongyi's hourglass not only shielded him but also allowed him to evade Galio's E-skill. The recently updated Zhongyi's hourglass, unveiled in November, shone brilliantly in Fang Han's hands. Exhausted, he truly felt the burn of this encounter. Fang Han let out a sigh of relief as he glanced at his skill bar. Only his ultimate move remained. Everything else had been depleted. However, having endured for so long was already quite sufficient. Fang Han had delayed long enough, and Wei, overburdened, collapsed beneath the defensive tower, causing its ire to shift towards Titan. With Titan's diminutive stature, how could he withstand the relentless bombardment of the tower? In no time, his health bar plummeted. This is untenable. I must retreat. Miko controlled Titan, attempting to withdraw. If this continued, he would surely perish right here. Yet, in this critical moment, the blind monk flashed in from behind the wall, swiftly arriving to adjust his angle and deliver a kick. With a resounding impact, Titan was sent flying like a bowling ball, not only returning beneath the tower, but also propelling both the Steel Shadow and Galio into the air. Instantly, the three members of the legendary team were airborne. Just then, the bullheaded stopwatch ended, and he opted to retreat at once. Faker had been observing the entire battlefield, and upon noticing the bullheaded's intent to create distance, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. If the bullheaded managed to escape, it would spell disaster. I refuse to believe that a mere bullheaded could be so difficult to eliminate. This piece of beef must be mine. The moment the bullheaded was launched into the air, Galio flashed forward with his W ability, ensnaring the bullheaded, while the Steel Shadow hastened to follow. The bullheaded activated his ultimate ability, mitigating much of the damage inflicted by the two who pursued him. The blind monk's sonic wave struck Titan, and with a second Q ability, he executed Titan, then dashed forth to assist Fang Han. Fangshan, come this way. Fang Han comprehended the situation, executing a deft sidestep to evade King Xing's W skill, employing the speed of his 5-speed boots to circle back to the first turret. The audience erupted in laughter. Incredible positioning, young hero. Is that the newly released stopwatch? But does acquiring it necessitate the purchase of a guardian angel? Who suggested that? The benefits from this maneuver have already surpassed the intrinsic value of the stopwatch itself. I have always respected the streamer's positioning. Courageous and undeterred by adversity. Why does the Emperor's King Xing appear so rigid? Can that allow the bullhead to escape? With such a bountiful Lee Sin blocking the path, King Xing and Galio stand no chance at all. The Lee Sin, with 3 kills under his belt, became exceedingly formidable after claiming a significant bounty from Xayah, returning to upgrade his warrior-enchanted green jungle knife and second-tier boots. With King Xing and Galio's skills on cooldown, their attacks on Lee Sin were ineffectual. In contrast, Lee Sin continuously cast W to shield himself, standing firm against both opponents. Double kill. With the double kill secured, Lee Sin's score soared to 5-0. Letme, observing Bullhead hiding behind Lee Sin, felt a surge of emotion. What are you doing, my friend? Aren't we all champions in our roles? Even in death, I shall take you down first. As King Xing's second E skill became available, Letme executed a wall hook at point-blank range, delivering a kick to the Bullhead, who was barely clinging to life. If he connected, a mere auto attack would suffice to finish him off. Champions all. Who fears him? Letme was resolute in his intent, determined to prove that RNG's champion top laner was not solely Arthur, but that he, Letme, was equally a champion. However, Fang Han's smile widened, tinged with a hint of disdain. Juanza, you truly are not suited for playing warriors. Subsequently, the Bullhead preemptively cancelled his bell-tolling action, maneuvering just enough to evade the lethal strike of King Xing's E-skill. In the fleeting moment after King Xing landed, the Bullhead retaliated with a basic attack followed by a headbutt, ultimately launching King Xing into the air with his final W skill. Thunderstruck, and along with the turret's damage, it felled the already weakened King Xing mid-flight. Double kill. With yet another double kill announcement, the Gaozi team triumphed in a small-scale skirmish in the top lane. 2 against 4, they slaughtered 4 foes, and the still healthy Lee Sin could even single-handedly secure the Rift Herald. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? The entire audience was left dumbfounded. No way. Did they really just lose 4 in a 2 versus 4? Can't they play? 0 for 4 in a 2 versus 4. Arthur was ruthless. Can we not give the Emperor a shred of face? Face? Did you not witness King Xing's earlier maneuver? A distinct foul odor. Had that second E skill landed, the Bullhead would surely have perished, right? Alas, it can only be said that even among champion top laners, there exists disparity. At the commentary desk, even the so-called spoiler-type commentator Shinchao was left agape at this sequence of events. It's a showcase match, and it appears you are the one being showcased? Miller and Wawa shared a laugh, witnessing Shinchao's astonishment. What has happened, Brother Chao? Are you truly this shocked? No, I am merely surprised at how well he is playing Bullhead. So, does that imply Arthur excels with other heroes in ranked play as well? No, he is even more proficient with other champions. Shinchao chuckled, generously praising Fang Han. What you witnessed was merely the pinnacle of the Bullhead champion, not Arthur's limits. The higher the skill ceiling of a champion, the more terrifying they become in Arthur's hands. He added, I cannot elaborate further. You may wish to view his streams, where he triumphantly slaughters opponents while jesting. The audience felt the terror of Arthur even without watching the streams. Merely listening to Shinchao's description was enough. Many top lane players, upon witnessing this Bullhead's performance, were drenched in sweat as they considered the opponent's perspective. On the large screen, Fang Han wore a chilling smile, maintaining an expression of calm. How terrifying. Such an opponent is truly formidable. Absolute composure, flawless execution, and an understanding of the opponent's psyche. The operator behind the Arthur ID seemed less like a person and more like a precision machine. Within the Summoner's Rift, the voice channel of the legendary team was enveloped in silence. For versus 2, and not a single kill to their name, yet they had all fallen. Uzi, who believed himself to have matured in mindset, struggled to contain his fury once more. I can handle a 1 versus 2 in the bot lane. And you all got wiped in a 4 versus 2. What is this nonsense? Can we not? Not only him, but the other 4 teammates were also on the brink of collapse. The team leader, slumped in his esports chair, eyes glazed over, Letme sighed. Fiddling with his disheveled hair, Miko wiped his glasses repeatedly with his shirt. Faker trembled as he adjusted his spectacles. All the once prominent players, usually regarded as formidable figures, now resembled chastised children, silent and withdrawn. Who is truly winning this game? Is it really that difficult to take down a Bullhead? After a prolonged silence, Letme spoke. May I inquire, is it absolutely necessary for us to eliminate this bull? Upon hearing this, the other 4 turned their heads in unison. From their gazes, Letme discerned a singular message. Understood, we shall come at him with all 5 next time. Letme sighed, finishing his equipment and heading back out. How did a simple exhibition match evolve into such chaos? One could only attribute this transformation to the innate competitive spirit of professional players. Regardless of the feelings of the players on stage, the audience was thoroughly entertained. What a thrill! Who claimed that exhibition matches are dull? They are absolutely exhilarating. How did everyone become so serious for an exhibition match? Just moments ago, someone remarked that exhibition matches lacked excitement. Why the sudden silence now? Fang Shan also had something to say. When you play casually, you mock. When you play seriously, you are unhappy. It seems that we are the foolish ones in the barrage of comments. Fools? Casual players. Do those who do not even possess the game comprehend this? This stopwatch is quite useful. A pivotal team fight could easily turn the tide. Unfortunately, the new rune system is not permitted in the competitive server, which is rather frustrating. Wasn't it stated that the All-Star match would utilize the new version? Why are we still using the old runes? They say it's to maintain suspense for the new season, but I suspect the officials are simply hesitant to release it as they haven't tested it thoroughly. Fang Han also finds himself at a loss for words. If he were to utilize the new version of the runes, it would indeed be a genuine dimensional strike. In his previous life, the All-Star game had already employed the new runes. What has transpired in this life? Fang Han felt an inexplicable premonition, as if his butterfly wings were gently stirring the air, subtly altering the course of the future. Yet, it mattered little. The designer's mind was cluttered with thoughts, and no significant transformation could ensue. Perhaps the planner merely wished to observe him wielding his ancient rune talent for a little while longer. Fang Han shook his head with a smile. There remains ample time to engage with the new rune system in the future, to the point of exhaustion. For now, however, let us take a moment to reminisce about the old runes. This match signifies the final ode to the antiquated rune and talent systems. In his previous life, Fang Han, as an experienced player, fondly recalled those days when one was not merely compelled to play as dictated by the designers, but had numerous strategies at their disposal. This victory is dedicated to the bygone rune system and the old talents. Oh, and to the gold I spent on runes. A flawless exchange of 0 for 4 allowed his team to flourish abundantly in the jungle. The blind monk returned home to procure a fresh half-piece of warrior gear, just a step away from completing the 2-piece set. The bull-headed champion was even more extravagant, having amassed such wealth. He returned home to upgrade his molten remnants into a sunfire, subsequently acquiring half a thorn mail. Sunfire and Thornmail? A classic tank ensemble. The audience soon found it rather dull. TSK, one might have thought it was an AP Alistar, but it turned out to be merely a gimmick. It seems everyone was deceived. The bull-headed champion's kill count was nearing its peak. It appeared he would soon be selling off his items. At the commentary desk, Miller and Wawa sighed in relief. Thankfully, they were indeed building tanky items. The top lane Alistar had the added benefit of possessing higher levels and economy compared to a support, thereby allowing him to endure longer in team fights. Miller nodded in agreement, further noting that this would once again expose the issue of the composition's lack of AP damage to the opposing team. Galio and Thresh now truly needed only to focus on pure armor items to stand firm in battle. Lucian and Xayah's ability to frontline was not particularly commendable. Beside them, Xin Chao listened to their commentary with a smile, his gaze remaining fixed on Fang Han on stage, a gentle smile lingering at the corner of his lips. The thoughts that occupy Fang Han's mind remain an enigma to all, forever beyond the grasp of understanding. Even Xin Chao, despite their prolonged interactions, refrains from making hasty assumptions about Fang Han's actions and intentions. Consequently, during the commentary of Fang Han's matches, Xin Chao opts for brevity, speaking as little as possible. The rationale is simple. Excessive words may lead to missteps. Should he inadvertently misjudge the trajectory of the game, contrasting sharply with Fang Han's maneuvers, he would undoubtedly become the target of ridicule from netizens. Xin Chao's emotional intelligence and intellect enable him to navigate these precarious situations adeptly. In this era of rampant digital communication, it is rare to encounter individuals who maintain such composure and rationality. Returning to the game, the bull demon sways his form, resuming his position in the top lane. After a prolonged absence, the top laners find that the dynamics of their confrontation have entirely reversed. Fang Han's mastery of lane suppression with his top lane champion reemerges, as Alistar ventures beyond the minion line, rhythmically striking his bell while fixating on the wave-hungry Qiyana. Letme, initially unwilling to concede, questioned the audacity of Alistar challenging his Qiyana, even with a gear advantage, having just executed a maneuver against him. The inherent champion counter dynamics still prevailed. Conventional top lane tanks would seldom dare to pressure Qiyana in such a manner. It was simply unfathomable for Alistar to do so. Letme furrowed his brow, beginning to suspect that the jungle's Lee Sin might be lurking in the nearby brush. Exercising caution, Letme retreated, maneuvering towards the river to place a ward in the brush, and even ventured through the enemy jungle. The outcome was unmistakable. No one was present. Peculiar. It should not be the case. Could it be that support had arrived? Letme glanced down at the mini-map. Lucian was still fervently clearing waves mid-lane against Galio, while Xayah and Rakan clashed fiercely with the Titan and Skarner in the bot lane. The jungler was absent from the upper half of the map. So what emboldened this Alistar to act so brazenly? Realizing the situation, Letme returned to lane, using his abilities to scout the brush once more. It was confirmed. The jungler was undoubtedly not in the top lane. Why then did this Alistar dare to act so defiantly? Incensed, Letme unleashed an E ability, ensnaring Alistar against the wall. Aiming directly at the minion wave, Fang Han coldly snorted. Junze, I've told you repeatedly, you mustn't deploy that skill in such a manner. If you linger against the wall a bit longer, it won't lead to your demise. Fang Han flicked his right hand, exhibiting a script-level maneuvering skill, effortlessly evading the E ability of Qingsu. The bullhead retaliated with a basic attack, seamlessly transitioning into a QW combo, unleashing a thunderous strike while simultaneously repelling Qingsu, thereby severing any chance of pursuit. In this exchange, the bullhead sustained not a single point of damage, whereas Qingsu lost a third of her health bar. Letme was about to be overwhelmed. What a peculiar situation. Is it even possible to exchange blows like this? The bullhead's flawless execution left Letme devoid of any hope of retaliation, unless Qingsu could first land her ability on the bullhead. Any attempt to trade blows would only lead to further disadvantage. Constantly soaring above, by the time a response was feasible, the distance for pursuit had vanished. How could one fight under such circumstances? In that moment, Letme felt his character once again dominated by the egalitarian presence of the game. Since he could no longer farm the lane, he decided to retreat, merely seeking experience while incessantly calling for his teammates on the minimap, requesting a gathering. Coincidentally, MLXG was at the bottom lane dragon pit, devouring the small dragon, and their red side vision had caught sight of him. Since contesting the dragon was unfeasible, why not seize this opportunity for a 5-man ambush? 5 individuals targeting a single bullhead, surely he could not survive such an onslaught. If 5 could not bring down one top lane bullhead, then the game would hardly be worth playing. Almost simultaneously, all of the legendary team's heroes vanished from their lanes. Witnessing this familiar scene, Fang Han chuckled and shook his head. Truly, do not come over, my friends. Your attempts to ambush me will only lead to greater losses for you. This serves no purpose other than to annoy me. Frankly, I had hoped to leverage this exhibition match to gain the Undying Monarch bonus, and your antics are quite disheartening. Alas, if only the expression system were implemented alongside the new version as it was in the past, who knows what secrets Riot Games is concealing. Fang Han inwardly cursed the designers and planners at Riot Games once more. If there were an expression system in place, this all-star event would undoubtedly be more entertaining and enjoyable. Alas, the designers at Riot seem to have lost their minds, insisting on postponing its implementation until next year, leaving one to wonder what their motives could possibly be. Unbeknownst to Fang Han, the executives at Riot Games backstage visibly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, if the expression system were to be launched at this moment, Fang Han would truly become a supermodel. The destructive potential of such a feature far surpasses that of the Minotaur's bell toll and the return taunt. Moreover, Fang Han could even stack the Three Thoughts ability, effectively granting him a global taunt skill. Other players would scarcely stand a chance. It is worth noting that the last professional player capable of eliciting such emotional fluctuations from Faker was Arthur, who danced through the finals a month prior. Thus, upon learning of Arthur's participation in the All-Star event, the higher-ups at Riot conferred with the designers to postpone the new runes and expression system to a later version. In retrospect, this indeed proved to be a sagacious decision. From a divine perspective, as the legendary team once again gathered in the top lane, the audience could hardly contain their anticipation. If I am not mistaken, does Arthur harbor a personal vendetta against them? It must be a blood feud, targeting a top laner, especially one as formidable as the Minotaur. Just as their ultimate abilities became available, everyone was eager to observe how this Minotaur would perform. Performance? With 3 chains locked onto him, did he still possess any chance of maneuvering? Furthermore, this Minotaur was bereft of a guardian angel. How could he possibly showcase his prowess? Soon enough, the Minotaur standing beneath the turret provided the answer, turning a blind eye to his predicament and dashing back to base. What a jest! Was there any room for maneuvering in such a situation? It was not a matter of strength. It was as if he were using cheats. With 3 chains and a plethora of crowd control, the ultimate ability of the skateboard shoes would ensure that the Titan could withstand the turret's assault without faltering. Had the Minotaur been replaced with any other champion, the entire legendary team would surely retire en masse. Fang Han is no fool. While his teammates engage in securing the dragon and pushing the tower below, retreating is the prudent course of action, for they stand to lose nothing in this instance. With an unwarranted confidence, Scout, equipped with a complete set of gear, gazes at the fleeing Alistar and inquires through the voice channel, "Are we not going to engage?" Strike his head. Why don't you? You might as well venture into the jungle to hunt some monsters. Very well then. Just as Scout yearned to showcase his prowess, he found himself with no alternative but to sulkily retreat into the jungle to cultivate his strength. After all, the entire legendary team had converged on the top lane to ambush, leaving the jungle camps unattended. Scout seized the opportunity to indulge himself in a bountiful harvest. As for Alistar in the top lane, Arthur had not summoned him for assistance, so whether the creature lived or perished held no consequence for him. With this clarity, Scout shed all psychological burdens and chose to prioritize his own development. He remained steadfast in his belief that only through his own growth could he lead the remaining teammates toward victory. As In and Miko emerged from the brush behind the blue side tower, they spotted Alistar sprinting towards the second tower. One must never underestimate the swiftness afforded by the boots of speed. In but a fleeting moment, Fang Han's Alistar had already reached the vicinity of the second tower, where he commenced ringing the bell. Ding 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 ding. The legendary Team's jungle support found themselves at a standstill, just as they prepared to pursue, only to be halted by Faker's voice in the team chat. There is no need to overextend past the second tower to eliminate him. It would be more advantageous to dismantle the tower for resources. We can seek another opportunity during the next wave of the Rift Herald. I refuse to believe they will let it slip away. Uzi rubbed his nose and redirected his focus toward the defensive structure before him. First, they would claim the top lane's outer tower, then deliberate their next steps. Could it be that Feng Ge has truly activated the radar? Why is he so remarkably composed this time? Under normal circumstances, upon seeing someone come to apprehend him, Fang Han would instinctively consider seizing one last opportunity beneath the tower. Among the entire RNG roster, the most avaricious is not the jungler MLXG, who proclaims, "I want it all," but rather the top laner Arthur. Indeed, it transcends mere greed. He has evolved into an economist, meticulously studying how to amass wealth in under a minute, while other top laners, after training matches, either engage in ranked games or stream solo practice to refine their landing skills. Arthur remains distinct. Fang Han, on the other hand, adeptly established a customized strategy, meticulously timing his earnings while devising methods to optimize the distribution of wealth in the mid lane and maximize jungle farming profits. Even coach Feng Ge, upon witnessing this, could not help but commend him, exclaiming that it was a travesty for Fang Han to be engaged in professional gaming rather than pursuing a career as an economist. Letme also scrutinized Fang Han's money-making theories, finding them impossible to replicate due to their stringent demands. Furthermore, Fang Han meticulously crafted an optimal earning strategy for each hero, currently amassing over 40 distinct plans, with aspirations to complete strategies for all heroes soon. In that moment, all the talents of RNG comprehended why Arthur could secure a championship upon his arrival. While others participated in matches, he was dedicated to understanding the intricacies of the game. Remarkably, Fang Han unveiled several tactics that the entire RNG team had never encountered before, articulated in just a few sentences. From that point onward, Uzi was utterly convinced of Fang Han's prowess. How could he not be? A professional player with such profound insights into League of Legends was undeniably a formidable minnow. Uzi resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he could never allow Fang Han to depart from RNG, even if it meant a substantial reduction in his own salary. Losing Fang Han was not an option. With Fang Han in the team, securing a championship title each year seemed plausible, if not guaranteed. Thus, upon learning that Fang Han had signed a 2-year contract, Uzi felt a sense of relief. Whatever might transpire in 2 years would be addressed when the time came. Given the rapid evolution of League of Legends, who could predict whether Fang Han's understanding of the game would remain unmatched in 2 years? Yet, unbeknownst to Uzi, Fang Han's comprehension stemmed from Season 14, and those aspiring to catch up to his level had a long journey ahead. Uzi and the remaining 4 members of the legendary team were oblivious to the fact that the Alistar did not retreat to the second tower but rather circled around into the upper jungle of the red side. The humor in the situation lay in the fact that while the legendary team had some members pushing towers, others clearing lanes, and some farming in the blue side's upper area, Alistar was directly exchanging jungle territories with them, voraciously consuming the jungle monsters designated for Youmeng. Unable to contain his disbelief, Uzi wondered how this tactical chameleon could consistently evade the enemy's vision, as if possessing a godlike perspective. It was perplexing. He began to suspect that Arthur was not a mere mortal, but rather an RNG-developed robot. After all, could it simply be luck? Moreover, considering that he maneuvered past the high ground of his own team, could the enemy's vision truly extend that deeply? Even criticism must have its limits. In a wave of exchanges, the blue side's team secured the dragon, while the mid and upper lanes flourished in development. The red side's legendary team pushed the top tower and claimed the jungle, ensuring a promising future for all. Fang Han returned home with a heart full of satisfaction, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, completed his trio of items, the Sunfire Armor, the Thorn Mail, and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. The commentators, particularly Miller, were momentarily flummoxed, unable to decipher the intent behind Fang Han's selection. Was he attempting to augment the team's AP damage with these 3 items? Although each of them indeed dealt magical damage, was it truly sufficient? Furthermore, what if the opposing team ignored the tank in the team fight? Wouldn't that render these items utterly ineffective, regardless of their potential efficacy? The spectacle had already been captivatingly orchestrated by this bull champion. Arthur, oh Arthur, how could you not be a sensation? It would be a travesty. The audience watching the match was thoroughly entertained. With Arthur's performance, who would even bother with those brief highlight reels? This match was 1,000 times more exhilarating than any scripted short video. Each game effortlessly produced multiple clips suitable for the major video platforms. This is Arthur, a natural-born champion of League of Legends. Yet, even clad in his trio of items, Fang Han's mind remained sharp. Unstable, still unstable. I cannot withstand being focused by 5 opponents despite this trio. Such a rare opportunity to stack the iconic moments of defeating the Demon King and a last-ditch counterattack would be too regrettable to miss. At this stage, Fang Han harbors but a singular ambition: to accumulate an array of iconic moments that confer everlasting enhancements, thereby better equipping himself for the impending battles of the next 2 seasons. The forthcoming season shall undoubtedly herald the era of the Shy and Jim Goon. a time when top laners dominate the stage. Seasons S8 and S9 were indeed the golden age for top lane professionals, where they transcended the role of mere utility players for the team. In this lifetime, S8 and S9 shall also mark the ascendance of Arthur. Consequently, in order to surpass the formidable top laners of S8 and S9, Fang Han must bolster his strength. In truth, even Fang Han himself might be unaware that, aside from his eclectic champion pool, he has already attained the status of a world-class T0 top laner. Coach Gua, please hold off on the Baron. Don't rush it so quickly. I'm just a few hundred gold away from acquiring my guardian angel. Xg cast a glance at the minimap. Fang Han is currently at home, playing with Xiaoyu. Fengshin, make sure to eat well, and don't forget the buffs. My mid lane partner and I will head over to establish vision around the Baron Pit, and will wait for your arrival. Unfortunately, without teleportation, Alistar's pace will inevitably lag behind the opposing team. Fang Han's every decision is already a step ahead, yet he cannot compensate for the lack of a teleportation skill, which leaves him at a disadvantage. Alas, as a top lane professional player, one must carry teleport into battle. Perhaps next time, I should replace Flash with another summoner spell instead. Suddenly, Feng Ge, watching the match at home, couldn't help but shiver. What was happening? Am I not at home? Why does this familiar sensation feel like being back in the competition's waiting room? As he muttered to himself, Feng Ge reached into the drawer beneath his desk and took out a fast-acting heart-saving pill, swallowing it whole. Arthur's coach is indeed fortunate. He consumes these pills as if they were meals. Back to the game. MLXG called over Scout, who had been farming mid lane, and they proceeded to the Baron Pit to establish vision. Remarkably, Scout, with his fierce lifesteal, managed to keep pace with Fang Han's equipment upgrades, achieving a 3-item build before the 20-minute mark. It's hard to imagine that this was accomplished by a 0-to-1 Lucian, although he had not yet purchased the Tier 2 boots. This rate of development was astonishing. As Scout walked toward the jungle, he gazed at his inventory, filled with a sense of accomplishment. With a 3-item Lucian, I am invincible at this moment. Just as Scout opened the scoreboard to check his lead and equipment, he saw the returning Alistar, who had just completed a Zonya's Hourglass, now boasting a 4-item build. What? My friend, where did you earn that gold? I've consumed all the resources in the jungle. Where did you get your money from? Scout's perception was shattered. This game allows the top lane to farm so effortlessly? However, in his moment of distraction, a hook shot out from the shadows of the Baron Pit, ensnaring the unsuspecting Lucian. This was soon followed by the onslaught of the legendary team. What use is a 3-item Lucian if he is still just a fragile ADC? Each of the 5 adversaries dealt a blow, reducing him to a mere fraction of health. The 3-item Lucian fell before the team fight even commenced. The players, who had been ridiculed as pig fodder, now rose to mock Scout with fervor. Come on, is this all you've got? You criticize Uzi for falling, but your rookie also met the same fate. I can dominate 3 lanes while dealing 0 damage in team fights, haha. Here comes the boomerang, kneel before me, pig fodder. Lifesteal, fiercely lifesteal. Had this been a casual match, Scout's head would likely have been twisted off by the coach and kicked like a ball. Acquiring a 3-item build only to throw it away, right? Why not take a page from General Tiger's book? The legendary team dispatched the 3-item Lucian without using any ultimates, tipping the advantage entirely in their favor. Miko couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's you, Scout, truly. You are my excellent teammate, single-handedly drawing the ire of the entire internet. I am genuinely moved to tears. Shall we play professionally for EDG forever? Seeing Lucian throw away his advantage, and the team leader immediately recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tide. Thank you, heavens, for this chance. Indeed. Even fate does not wish for my retirement. His eyes brimmed with tears. With less than 20 minutes elapsed, the 3-item Alistar, alongside Lucian and Lee Sin, was already in a position to contest the dragon. Yet, the 3-item Lucian simply fell at the Baron Pit, and the situation was abruptly reversed, and no longer hesitated. He marked the Baron Pit on the minimap with urgency. The dragon would respawn in 10 seconds, and claiming it would erase all prior disadvantages. Coupled with their team's ability to execute targets quickly, as long as they could eliminate one carry at the start of a team fight, victory was virtually guaranteed. Even if they chose not to engage, the side lane capabilities of Kled and Galio would have the opposing team lamenting their fate. Arthur. They say you cannot lose and claim the championship. I shall see if that is indeed the case. No one is invincible, not even you. Just a tanky Alistar. What can he accomplish in a Baron fight? If you dare, come face us in the Baron Pit. The fire of determination rekindled in his eyes. He was not afraid of losing. He simply did not want to keep losing. If he could best Arthur, Even if just in a casual match, people would remember him. Otherwise, the title of runner-up jungler would fade from public memory with time. His actions became increasingly swift, maximizing the already limited damage output of Sejuani. The Baron's health diminished steadily, yet the other members of the opposing team were still nowhere to be seen, and gritted his teeth. Comparatively, he hoped Arthur would come to contest the Baron. Only then could the legendary team leverage their 5-4 advantage to overturn the situation. With the legendary team's concerted efforts, the Baron's health rapidly declined, soon reaching the critical threshold. The Lee Sin, who had been swaying outside the pit, suddenly reacted and veered toward the Baron pit. This unexpected movement filled him with a sense of foreboding. In an instant, the previously absent Alistar appeared in vision at the Baron pit's edge. He intends to steal the dragon. As an experienced jungler, and immediately grasped Fang Han's intentions. If Alistar secured the Baron, any hope of a comeback would vanish. Uzi realized this as well. Titan, stop him. Uzi's urgent voice roused Miko within the Baron pit. Without hesitation, Titan flashed over the wall, auto-attacked. Followed by his ultimate and a hook, immobilizing Alistar in place. Letme also launched a hook from the pit, striking towards the approaching Lee Sin. As the Baron's health dipped into the execution range, all spectators felt their hearts leap into their throats. The outcome of this match hinged on this moment. The final battle of S7, also the last clash of the old version. Will the legendary team S5 seasoned veterans proclaim their enduring legacy? Or will the newcomers of the opposing team herald the dawn of a new era? As a veteran of the opposing team, Fengqi will show everyone that though he may be aging, his skillful heart remains ageless. Old comrades, the new era.